A global cataclysm, a colossal tsunami, has resulted in a staggering 99.999 reduction in the human population, obliterating modern civilization in an instant. Ordinary worker Li Yang survives, stranded on a deserted island, where he awakens to a miraculous system that rewards him for procreation. Periodically, individuals or items drift towards him. Utilizing the system, he cultivates the land to survive and expand his community, undertaking the monumental task of civilizational reconstruction. Chapter 1. Surviving the tsunami, awakening the system. As the briny seawater flooded his nostrils, Li Yang believed his demise was imminent. He had been reclining in bed, engrossed in a celebrated novel that had garnered the Nobel Prize in Literature, titled The Multitude of Children in the Apocalypse, Survival on an Island. He had mused that the author must be an exceptionally handsome and intelligent man, capable of crafting such a captivating narrative. Just as he was immersed in the story, a tremendous wave shattered the third-floor window like fragile paper, and murky torrents of water surged into his room, plunging him into darkness. Cough, cough. A violent bout of coughing ignited a fiery sensation in his chest, prompting Li Yang to abruptly open his eyes, squinting against the blinding sunlight. He found himself sprawled upon a partially submerged wooden plank, surrounded by an endless expanse of ocean, with a dimly visible dark green coastline in the distance. I am not dead. His throat felt parched, as if it were on the verge of splitting, each breath laced with the bitterness of seawater. He had witnessed the news of the global super tsunami and had initially dismissed it as sensationalism, until he beheld that towering wall of water engulfing the city skyline. In retrospect, it seemed that all of humanity had been reduced to ruins beneath the waves, and his survival, drifting to this spot, felt nothing short of miraculous. Struggling to sit upright, he realized his t-shirt was torn into rags, his jeans caked with mud, and the only intact item was a pair of sneakers he had worn for 3 years. Hunger, thirst, and fatigue relentlessly gnawed at his resolve. That moment, a cold, mechanical voice resonated in his mind. The global population has plummeted by 99.99. The flame of civilization is on the brink of extinction, initiating the Doomsday system. Host detected. Li Yang, age 29, health status 65 below average, no romantic history, meets binding conditions, binding successful. Host, Li Yang. Current scenario, unknown island. Main quest, propagate offspring, reconstruct civilization. System? Li Yang was taken aback. Pinching his thigh vigorously, the sharp pain confirmed this was not a mere illusion. As a seasoned and discerning reader of tomato novels, he was well acquainted with such scenarios, yet experiencing it firsthand felt dreamlike. Newbie task released. Construct a basic shelter within 72 hours. Task reward, basic tool set. Failure penalty. System will unbind and select another host, and the unbound individual will be reduced by 5 centimeters. Newbie benefits issued. Windproof lighter X1. Deposited into system space accessible by thought that a silver gray lighter materialized in Li Yang's hand. He traced the textured grip, his heart racing. Could it be? I am not dreaming. I have truly acquired a system, and it is the coveted Doomsday system that all men desire. Salvation is at hand. As he reveled in his joy, the mention of the failure penalty swiftly extinguished any thoughts of complacency. While a reduction of 5 centimeters may significantly impact an ordinary person, for me, it would merely render me slightly less than average. However, being selected anew? That is unacceptable. He clenched the lighter, determination igniting in his gaze. This system is mine, no one can take it from me. The plank gradually drifted with the waves toward shore, and after approximately half an hour, it finally made contact with the sandy beach. He scrambled ashore, rolling and crawling. The island's coastline stretched long, with golden sands extending on either side, beyond which lay a dense tropical jungle. Towering trees loomed overhead, casting shadows upon the ground, while the air resonated with the scent of decaying foliage and the briny aroma of the sea, all under the relentless glare of the sun. Gurgled at Li Yang licked his cracked lips, quenching his thirst, and hunger was now paramount. He recalled survival documentaries emphasizing that water sources were more critical than food in island survival scenarios. With urgency, he dragged his weary body towards the jungle's edge, eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly. The beach yielded nothing but shells and pebbles, leaving him to hope that the jungle concealed a freshwater stream. Upon entering the thicket, the temperature dropped several degrees, The dense canopy obstructed much of the sunlight, and the ground was blanketed with thick layers of fallen leaves, yielding softly underfoot. Various unfamiliar plants entwined one another, vines hanging like serpents from the branches, and the distant howls of unknown beasts sent shivers down his spine. He meticulously observed the forest floor, hoping to find moist soil or trails marked by animal tracks, as such signs typically indicated proximity to water. Yet reality proved harsh after 3 arduous hours. He had encountered neither stream nor puddle. The sun hung low in the sky. Yang's lips were now cracked and peeling. His throat felt as if it had been sandpapered, and each step sent waves of dizziness coursing through him. I cannot give up. Leaning against a sturdy tree to catch his breath, anxiety mounted within him that if he failed to find water today, survival through the night was improbable, let alone constructing a shelter within 3 days. Just as despair threatened to envelop him, his peripheral vision caught sight of a tall coconut tree nearby, adorned with a cluster of yellow-green coconuts. Coconuts! Li Yang dashed towards it as if he had spotted a beacon of hope. The coconut tree towered over 10 meters high, its trunk smooth and straight, presenting an insurmountable challenge to climb. Surveying his surroundings, Li Yang picked up a fist-sized stone, took a deep breath, and hurled it with all his might at the coconuts. Whoosh, thud! The stone grazed a coconut, crashing into the foliage and causing only a few leaves to flutter down. He picked up another stone and continued his attempts. After several throws, his arms ached, yet finally, he heard a satisfying thud, and one coconut plummeted, rolling into the grass a few meters away. Wonderful! Li Yang limped over to retrieve the coconut. Its hard, smooth exterior larger than his head. He sought a flat stone to smash it open, but found it nearly impossible. The stone kept slipping off the coconut surface. Curse it! I have water, but cannot access it. Am I truly destined to perish from thirst? No. I must devise a solution. Desperation coursed through him, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he forcefully slammed the coconut against the stone, resulting in no damage while sending shockwaves of pain through his hand. At that moment, he recalled a detail from the documentary. Primitive humans fashioned tools to crack nuts and bones from hard stones. Such tools were typically crafted from a robust gravel, sharpened through striking to create an edge capable of both smashing and cutting. One of the most fundamental implements of the Paleolithic era. Yes, I can make one too. Li Yang sprang into action. He scoured the vicinity for 2 suitable stones, one oval-shaped basalt and the other a thin-edged quartzite. Sitting on the ground, he placed the basalt on his lap, grasping the quartzite, and struck the edge of the basalt with fervor, emulating the techniques of ancient humans. Bang, bang, bang. The crisp sounds of impact echoed through the forest, small shards of stone flying in all directions. The process proved to be far more arduous than anticipated. Li Yang's hands soon bore the marks of blisters, yet he remained undeterred, singularly focused on crafting a functional tool. After approximately half an hour, the edges of the basalt finally displayed several sharp notches, hinting at the nascent form of a chopping implement. With determination, he grasped his makeshift tool and struck decisively at the top of the coconut. Crack! A crisp sound resonated as a small opening was cleaved into the coconut shell. Li Yang's spirits soared as he continued to strike along the fissure, swiftly creating a larger aperture. Sweet coconut water gushed forth, accompanied by a subtle, fragrant aroma. Unable to contain his excitement, Li Yang embraced the coconut and drank deeply. The nectar flowed smoothly down his throat, instantly alleviating the burning sensation of hunger. Refreshing. He savored every drop, pausing reluctantly after consuming a significant portion, feeling rejuvenated. Next, he employed the tool to cleave the coconut in half, extracting the snow-white flesh to devour. The coconut meat was tender and sweet, though it could not fully satiate his hunger. It provided considerable relief. As darkness enveloped the sky, the forest became an inky void, illuminated only by the occasional flicker of distant phosphorescence, accompanied by an array of strange sounds. A sense of unease gripped Li Yang, urging him to abandon his current location. He recalled that a massive rock lay not far from his previous position, offering a potential refuge from the wind. Cradling the remaining half of the coconut, he cautiously retraced his steps, relieved to soon spot the boulder. The sheltered side of the rock formed a natural alcove, just sufficient for him to huddle within. I shall make do here for the night, he sighed in relief, commencing to gather dry twigs and leaves nearby. He first laid down leaves upon the ground as a makeshift mattress, then constructed a frame with thicker branches, covering it with slender twigs and foliage to create a simple windbreak. Finally, he retrieved a windproof lighter from his system inventory. This was the only tool he could rely upon at present, necessitating careful handling. He collected several dry palm fronds, crumpled them into a bundle, and ignited them with the lighter. Crack! The flame leapt to life. Hastily, he placed the slender branches atop, and soon a roaring campfire blazed, its warmth dispelling the darkness and chill, deterring any nearby beasts. Seated beside the fire, Liang roasted the remaining coconut meat while relishing the comfort of the moment. Though his circumstances were dire, he was alive, and with the system as his guiding hand, things were not as bleak as they seemed. Just as he was on the verge of slumber, the system's prompt resounded once more. Detection indicates the host has preliminarily resolved survival issues. Alert! In approximately 12 hours, an 18-year-old female survivor is expected to approach this island. Please prepare for a rescue. Successful assistance will yield substantial rewards. Liang jolted awake. A female survivor? 18 years old? He paused, momentarily stunned, before realization struck. Wait. System, are you kidding me? Shouldn't you first inquire whether I desire a partner before sending one my way? Actually, you needn't ask. I was just about to suggest that. So, do send her over. However, after the initial thrill subsided, he regained his composure. Yet, you overestimate me. I am on the brink of starvation. How could I possibly manage another person? Moreover, I've never even held a girl's hand. Suddenly presenting me with a partner would leave me quite at a loss. Despite his complaints, a flicker of anticipation ignited within him. On this desolate island, having companionship seemed a delightful prospect. Furthermore, the system hinted at rewards, which might entail water or sustenance. Chapter 2. The Perilous Encounter of the Young Student. At the break of dawn the following day, Liang was awakened by the piercing sunlight. The campfire had long extinguished, leaving only a pile of ash. He felt revitalized, yet his stomach began to grumble once more. First, he needed to procure a coconut to satiate his hunger. He approached the coconut tree and exerted tremendous effort before managing to knock down a single coconut. Drawing from his experience from the previous day, he swiftly opened the coconut with his makeshift tool and devoured its contents voraciously. Once he replenished his energy, Liang, unwilling to delay, immediately commenced gathering materials for constructing a shelter. Although the shelter demanded by the system was simple, it required sufficient branches for the framework and palm leaves for the roof and walls. Armed with his handcrafted tool, he searched the woods for suitable trees. The primitive nature of the tool rendered it inefficient, and he struggled immensely to sever a branch the thickness of a bowl, leaving him drenched in sweat. This pace was unsustainable. Gazing at the meager collection of branches in his hands, he felt an urgent anxiety rise within him. With less than 2 days remaining before the system's deadline, he realized that, at his current rate, constructing a satisfactory shelter was utterly impossible. Could it be that the system would choose another? The thought sent waves of panic through him. He desperately needed this system. It was his sole hope for survival in this apocalyptic world, and he could not afford to lose it. Moreover, it was a system that promised multiple blessings, upon which his aspirations for a future partner hinged. Just as he was engulfed in anxiety, the system's notification chime resonated once more. Target has entered visual range and is approaching the coastline. Host, please proceed immediately for rescue. Without a moment's hesitation, Liang abandoned his material collection and sprinted toward the shoreline. Though he grumbled internally, he understood that this was an opportunity bestowed by the system, one he must seize. Upon reaching the beach, he indeed spotted a small object adrift on the waves, gradually drifting toward the shore. Squinting his eyes for clarity, he discerned that it appeared to be a wooden plank, upon which lay an individual. There, Liang dashed along the coastline, quickly arriving at the spot where the object was nearing the shore. As it drew closer, he recognized that the figure on the plank was a girl clad in a blue JK skirt, her long, dark hair drenched and clinging to her face, seemingly unconscious. Without delay, he plunged into the shallow waters and carefully lifted the girl into his arms. She felt soft and light, likely weighing no more than 90 pounds. He laid her gently on the beach, finally getting a clear view of her features. The girl appeared remarkably young, with fair skin and exquisite features. Her long eyelashes resembled delicate fans, exuding a pure and captivating aura even in her unconscious state. The wet JK skirt clung to her form, accentuating her graceful curves, causing Liang's heart to race uncontrollably. Detected target, Lin Wei, 18 years old, university freshman, currently in a state of drowning and unconsciousness, vital signs weak. Mission, successfully rescue Lin Wei. Reward, 1 package of salt, stored in system space. A university freshman? Liang's cheeks flushed as he perused the information on the system panel. He quickly gathered his composure, recalled his first aid training, and laid Lin Wei flat. clearing the mud and sand from her mouth and nose before interlocking his hands and performing chest compressions. After several dozen compressions, he took a deep breath, pinched Lin Wei's nose, and administered mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. The soft sensation sent his heart racing, and his face grew even warmer. After several repetitions, Lin Wei suddenly coughed, expelling seawater, and gradually opened her eyes. Upon meeting Li Yang's gaze, her expression shifted from confusion to an immediate flush of crimson. Her eyes filled with alarm as she instinctively recoiled. Lin Wei's favorability, 50. Current favorability, 50. Reward, 1 machete, stored in system space. Li Yang was momentarily taken aback before realizing the significance of favorability. This was a means to garner rewards. Elated, he promptly retrieved the machete from the system space. The blade was entirely black, sharp as a razor, and far superior to his previous tool. Thank you for saving me. Lin Wei's voice was weak, tinged with shyness. It was nothing, just a small effort. Li Yang scratched his head, his straightforward nature leaving him at a loss for words. After a moment's thought, he picked up the half-finished coconut water from yesterday and offered it to Lin Wei. You must be thirsty. Have some water. Gratefully, Lin Wei accepted the coconut water and took small sips. She cast furtive glances at Li Yang, who, despite appearing somewhat disheveled, had been earnest in his efforts to save her, instilling a sense of inexplicable safety within her. The two sat on the beach for a while, and Lin Wei gradually regained her strength. She introduced herself as Lin Wei, a freshman who had been organizing her belongings in her dormitory when the tsunami struck, sweeping her away until she awoke on the wooden plank. Li Yang briefly recounted his own experiences, omitting any mention of the system. He was never one for eloquence, his words coming out dry, yet Lin Wei listened intently. Lin Wei's favorability, 30. Current favorability, 80. Reward, 1 military dagger, stored in system space. The system's notification chimed again, and Li Yang felt a surge of joy. It seemed that engaging with her was indeed the right choice. He retrieved the military dagger from the system space, an exquisite weapon adorned with serrations, clearly a valuable item. I am in the process of constructing a shelter. You should rest here for now, given your weakened state. Li Yang gestured towards the framework of the shelter he had just begun assembling nearby. Is there anything I can do to help? Lin Wei inquired, despite her frailty, eager to contribute, believing Li Yang must be struggling alone. No need. Your presence is already a tremendous assistance, he assured her, then seized the machete, preparing to chop wood. Unexpectedly, Lin Wei followed closely behind, softly asserting, I can help gather leaves and small twigs, those I can manage. Li Yang, observing her earnest expression, found it difficult to refuse and nodded in agreement. Then be careful, and don't overexert yourself. In the time that followed, Li Yang wielded the machete. His efficiency significantly increased compared to before. Lin Wei quietly collected leaves and twigs beside him, her pace slow yet unwavering. As the sun reached its zenith, Li Yang had amassed enough materials for the framework. Exhausted, he sat on the ground to rest, and Lin Wei promptly approached, pulling out a clean handkerchief from her pocket and delicately wiping the sweat from his brow. The soft fabric brushed against his cheek, imbued with a faint fragrance, causing Li Yang's heart to race once more. Instinctively, he wanted to shy away, but upon meeting Lin Wei's earnest gaze, he restrained himself. Lin Wei's favorability, 15. Current favorability, 95. The system's notification chimed yet again, stirring excitement within Li Yang. As he glanced at Lin Wei beside him, he suddenly felt that having such a companion on this desolate island was not a misfortune at all. Moreover, he had to complete the system's task, otherwise, he would suffer a significant reduction in strength. With Lin Wei's assistance, the construction of the shelter progressed at a remarkable pace. Chapter 3. The shelter completed, hearts aligned. Li Yang and Lin Wei nestled beneath the shade of trees at the forest's edge, hastening the construction of their shelter. Armed with a newly acquired machete, Li Yang struck forcefully at a tree trunk as thick as a bowl's rim. With a sharp crack, a deep fissure appeared in the wood. Compared to the makeshift tool he had crafted yesterday, this machete was nothing short of miraculous. As he continued to chop with increasing ease, he quickly prepared several beams of wood for the structure. Meanwhile, Lin Wei crouched nearby, meticulously stacking the collected palm fronds and binding them with resilient vines to fashion waterproof tiles. Her movements were gentle, beads of sweat forming on her forehead and trickling down her fair cheeks, landing on her dirt-streaked hands. Take a break, you're sweating? Li Yang paused his work and remarked, his straightforward concern imbued with sincerity. Lin Wei lifted her gaze, offering him a faint smile. I'm fine, I'm not tired. Let us finish the shelter early so we can sleep soundly tonight. Noticing the sun-kissed flush on her cheeks, Li Yang felt an inexplicable stir in his heart. He retrieved a wild fruit, seemingly juicy though uncertain of its edibility, and handed it to Lin Wei. I just picked this, it should quench your thirst. Lin Wei accepted the fruit, murmured her thanks, and carefully wiped it on her clothing before taking a small bite. The sweet juice burst in her mouth, swiftly dispelling some of the heat. It's quite delicious. You should try it, she offered, passing the fruit back to Liang. Edible? He asked, not hesitating to take a hearty bite after receiving it. They shared the fruit, exchanging bites, and the atmosphere became notably warm and intimate. After a brief respite, they resumed their construction efforts. Liang focused on the framework, recalling the shelter designs from survival games, embedding sturdy trunks into the earth as columns and securing beams with vines. Lin Wei took charge of the roofing, standing on a stone to lay the bound palm fronds atop the beams, overlapping the edges to ensure no rain would seep through. Is this correct? She inquired uncertainly while balancing on the stone, barely reaching the roof. Liang glanced up and nodded. Yes, that looks good. Be careful not to fall. Just then, the stone beneath Lin Wei shifted unexpectedly, causing her to gasp and lose her balance, toppling backward. Quick as a flash, Liang dropped the machete and dashed to catch her, enveloping her in his arms. The softness of her body, accompanied by a delicate fragrance and warmth, rendered Liang momentarily speechless. He could distinctly feel her softness and the rapid beat of her heart, as well as her breath against his chest. Lin Wei was equally stunned, instinctively grasping Liang's arm, her cheek pressed against his chest, where she could hear the rhythm of his strong heartbeat. After several moments, she became acutely aware of the intimate position they were in, her face flushing crimson like a ripened apple. I am sorry, she stammered, quickly extricating herself from his embrace. Her gaze cast downward, her voice barely a whisper. Liang felt a twinge of awkwardness, scratching his head. It's all right. Just be cautious next time. The stone is unstable. I'll handle the roofing. You can pass me the materials from below. Okay, Lin Wei replied softly, daring a glance at him, but their eyes met, prompting her to look away, her heart racing anew. Lin Wei's affection level, 5, current affection, 100. Reward, basic building material pack, including nails and iron wire, minor physical enhancement. The system notification chimed unexpectedly, leaving Liang momentarily stunned. Their affection had finally reached its peak. He felt a warm surge course through his body, alleviating the fatigue in his muscles and seemingly enhancing his strength. He retrieved the reward pack from the system space, discovering an assortment of nails and wires inside. With these, their shelter would become sturdier. The subsequent tasks progressed much more smoothly. Liang stood on the stone to lay the roof, while Lin Wei handed him materials from below, occasionally reminding him where adjustments were necessary. Though their conversation was sparse, the atmosphere grew increasingly harmonious. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, painting it in vibrant shades of orange and red, their collective efforts culminated in the completion of a simple yet sturdy shelter. The structure was triangular, measuring approximately 5 meters in length and 3 meters in width, sufficient for 2 occupants. The roof was thickly layered with palm fronds, the walls woven from branches and leaves. An immovable palm leaf curtain adorned the entrance. We finally did it, Liang exclaimed as he stepped out of the shelter, gazing at their achievement with a sigh of relief. Beginner task complete. Construct basic shelter. Reward, basic tool set, including an axe, a saw, and a hammer. System space expanded to 10 cubic meters. The system notification chimed once more. With a mere thought, a brand new set of tools materialized in his hands, a sharp axe, a finely serrated saw, and a hefty hammer. These tools were far more practical than the machete. The expanded system space would allow for greater storage in the future. This is fantastic. With these tools, tasks will become much easier, Liang couldn't help but exclaim with enthusiasm. Lin Wei, curious about the tools in his hands, asked, where did those come from? Realizing his overexcitement, Liang quickly covered. Oh, I found them at the beach earlier. I just forgot to take them out of my backpack. Although Lin Wei found this a bit odd, she chose not to pry further, simply nodding, that's truly fortunate. As night fell, Liang ignited a campfire at the entrance of the shelter, providing warmth and a deterrent against wild animals. He and Lin Wei sat by the fire, sharing the remnants of coconuts and wild fruits from the day. Finally, we won't have to sleep under the rocks tonight, Liang reflected, gazing at the cozy shelter. Lin Wei nodded in agreement, softly replying, thanks to you. I honestly don't know what I would have done otherwise. Her gaze drifted to the flickering flames, her eyes a bit distant. In her school days, she often found life too mundane, yearning for excitement. Now, she realized how precious safety truly was. Liang resonated with her sentiments. Indeed, who could have anticipated such events? But since we VE survived, we must live well. Yes, Lin Wei affirmed, turning her attention back to him. Liang, will we continue living like this together? Liang was taken aback by her question, contemplating carefully before responding earnestly. I suppose so. On this island, having each other for support is beneficial. Rest assured, I will protect you. She lowered her gaze, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as she whispered, I believe in you. At that moment, The system notification chimed again. Detected host affection with Lin Wei has reached 100. Establishing a preliminary partner relationship. Unlocking new feature, partner status panel. Lin Wei, age 19, health 70, loyalty 90, current status, slight fatigue, not pregnant. Note: engaging in intimacy with partner may enhance loyalty. Partner pregnancy may yield substantial rewards. Li Yang examined the information on the system panel. Had they truly established a partner relationship? And could pregnancy occur? He stole a glance at Lin Wei beside him, his heart racing uncontrollably. Chapter 4. The Cactus Fruit. In the early morning, Li Yang opened his eyes to find Lin Wei already awake, seated on palm leaves, meticulously arranging her long hair. Her profile appeared exceptionally gentle in the morning light, and Li Yang found himself momentarily entranced until Lin Wei noticed his gaze and turned to him with a faint smile, causing him to shyly avert his eyes. Awake? Lin Wei's voice was soft and melodious. I heard birds chirping outside. It seems the weather should be pleasant today. Li Yang sat up and stretched lazily. Yes, we need to find something edible for the long term and check for a stable water source. Relying solely on coconuts is not sustainable. All right, I'll accompany you. Lin Wei immediately nodded, handing him a machete she had nearby. Li Yang accepted the knife, his thoughts drifting back to the system. The previous night, the system had hinted that developing a close relationship with Lin Wei would enhance loyalty, and that pregnancy would yield substantial rewards, leaving him restless throughout the night. He glanced at Lin Wei again, noticing her focused on packing her belongings, her cheeks slightly flushed, and quickly withdrew his gaze, rising to exit the shelter. The air outside was fresh and humid, imbued with the faint fragrance of grass and trees. Li Yang performed a few simple stretching exercises at the entrance, feeling considerably lighter than before, likely a result of the physical enhancement from the previous day. Lin Wei followed him out, carrying 2 simple baskets woven from palm leaves. We can use these to collect whatever we find. You can weave baskets? That's quite impressive. Li Yang remarked, a bit surprised. Lin Wei, slightly embarrassed by the compliment, lowered her head and softly said, I learned a little from watching my grandmother back home. The two shared a modest breakfast of leftover coconut meat before setting out with their baskets. Li Yang led the way with the machete, while Lin Wei followed closely, occasionally reminding him to watch his step. They walked deeper into the jungle, heading towards the direction where they had discovered the coconut trees, hoping to find more edible plants and a water source. As the sun grew fiercer, filtering through the leaves and warming their skin, Lin Wei began to sweat, small beads forming on her forehead. Shall we take a break? Li Yang suggested, halting his steps. Lin Wei shook her head with a smile. It's fine. I can keep going. However, her pace noticeably slowed. Noticing this, Li Yang handed her his coconut. Drink some coconut water. We don't want you to suffer from heat stroke. Lin Wei accepted the coconut, sipping slowly, feeling a warmth in her heart. She thought to herself that although Li Yang appeared carefree and sometimes quite straightforward, he genuinely cared for others. After walking for about half an hour, Li Yang suddenly pointed ahead. Look over there. Lin Wei followed his gaze and spotted a patch of low shrubs adorned with numerous oval-shaped red fruits resembling small watermelons, their surfaces dotted with tiny spines. Is that the cactus fruit? It should be. Li Yang exclaimed excitedly as he approached and carefully plucked one from the plant. I've seen this in documentaries. These fruits are edible and quite juicy. He examined it closely, ensuring it was non-toxic, then used the machete to peel away the skin, revealing the deep red flesh studded with tiny seeds. Try it. He offered half to Lin Wei. She took it, gently biting into it, the sweet juice melting in her mouth, accompanied by a hint of delicate fragrance, reminiscent of dragon fruit. Delicious, and very hydrating. That's great, Li Yang said, devouring his portion. Let us gather more. It can serve as both fruit and a source of hydration. Working together, Li Yang focused on harvesting while Lin Wei placed the fruits into the basket. He was extremely cautious while picking, avoiding the spines and reminding Lin Wei to keep her distance. Watching Li Yang's earnest demeanor, Lin Wei felt a surge of warmth within her. She realized he was not only reliable, but also considerate, surpassing any boy she had encountered before. On this isolated island, having someone like him by her side made even the toughest times seem bearable. Li Yang, you know so much, she couldn't help but praise. Without you, I surely wouldn't be able to survive. Li Yang paused, somewhat embarrassed, scratching his head. It's nothing. I learned it all from television. Lin Wei chuckled at his straightforward shyness. With a playful glint in her eyes, she said, we had a neighbor back home. Her daughter was stunning and ended up with a husband who treated her exceptionally well. I used to envy her, thinking how fortunate she was to find such a partner. But I don't envy her anymore. As she spoke, she gazed at Li Yang with affection. Li Yang furrowed his brow, halting his work to look at Lin Wei, his tone slightly somber. So, you already have a boyfriend? Lin Wei was taken aback by the question, momentarily stunned, then blushed and instinctively nodded. Yes, I have found a wonderful husband whom I love dearly. Since you have a boyfriend, why are you still following me? Liang picked up the basket and turned to leave. Go find your boyfriend. Don't stay with me. Liang, don't go. Lin Wei hurriedly ran up to grasp his arm, nearly in tears. You misunderstood. That is not what I meant. Liang shook off her hand. What is there to misunderstand? You nodded in affirmation. Since you have a boyfriend, you should be with him. Not with a stranger like me. That's not it. Please let me explain. Lin Wei, feeling both anxious and wronged, dashed forward to embrace Li Yang from behind, tears finally streaming down her face. I'm not lying. I was talking about the past. I envied her, but since I met you, I no longer feel that way. Because now, I have you. Lin Wei's voice trembled with emotion, holding him tightly, fearful that he might vanish. You are my only family now, Liang. The husband I spoke of is you. Li Yang's steps faltered. What did you say? I said, I no longer envy her because I have you. Lin Wei raised her head, her tear-filled eyes earnest and dependent. Liang, you are my husband, my forever husband. Looking into Lin Wei's reddened eyes, Li Yang's anger dissipated instantly, replaced by an indescribable joy and guilt. Lin Wei tiptoed, gently kissing his lips. The soft sensation, mingled with the saltiness of her tears and the sweetness of the cactus fruit, left Li Yang momentarily bewildered. Instinctively, he wrapped his arms around the girl in his embrace. Everything around them seemed to freeze, leaving only the sounds of their heartbeats and breaths. After an indeterminate time, they slowly separated. Lin Wei's cheeks were flushed, her gaze dreamy as she looked at Li Yang, a hint of shyness and anticipation in her eyes. Lin Wei, Li Yang called her name softly, his voice a bit hoarse. Lin Wei responded, resting her head gently against his chest. Li Yang gently pushed her down to the ground. In the depths of their emotions, everything unfolded naturally. He reached out, tenderly caressing her cheek, then gradually leaned closer, kissing her lips. Li Yang clumsily unbuttoned Lin Wei's shirt, and when his fingertips brushed against her delicate skin, a current seemed to surge through his entire being. Lin Wei closed her eyes, tears glistening on her long eyelashes, her body trembling slightly, yet she did not push him away. Instead, she let out soft whimpers as he touched her sensitive areas. Do not be afraid. Li Yang whispered in her ear, I will be gentle. Lin Wei, surrendering completely to him, also closed her eyes. As it was their first time, both were somewhat awkward. Pain and shivers intertwined, accompanied by the suppressed sobs of the girl and the heavy breaths of the man. When everything settled, Lin Wei curled up in Li Yang's embrace, her cheek resting against his damp chest, listening to the strong rhythm of his heartbeat. At that moment, a system notification suddenly echoed in Li Yang's mind. System notification detected that the host and partner have engaged in relations for the first time, rewarding a basic farming tool set, including 2 iron shovels, hoes, and sickles, which has been stored in the system space. Li Yang felt a surge of joy. He had not anticipated a reward, especially farming tools, which would be immensely beneficial for cultivating land on the island in the future. As night deepened, Li Yang carefully lifted Lin Wei, heading towards their makeshift shelter. Chapter 5. The Beginning of Settlement. In the morning, Li Yang had already awakened, counting the farming tools rewarded by the system: a hoe, a sickle, and a shovel. With these, he could begin to cultivate the land. He contemplated finding a suitable plot for farming. Lin Wei stirred beside him, slowly opening her eyes. Upon seeing the tools in Li Yang's hands, she rubbed her sleepy eyes and softly inquired, What are these? They were the system's reward from last night. Li Yang instinctively replied, only realizing afterward that he had not informed Lin Wei about the system, quickly adding, Oh, I misspoke. I found them on the beach yesterday. Quite lucky, right? Lin Wei nodded, a smile absent but her acknowledgement clear. With these, we can grow our own food in the future. She sat up, smoothing her disheveled hair, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as memories of the previous night surfaced, her gaze slightly evasive. Li Yang felt a wave of awkwardness, clearing his throat to shift the topic. The cactus fruits we picked yesterday are almost gone, and we don't have many coconuts left either. We need to explore today, ideally finding a stable water source and more food. Yes, I'll go with you, Lin Wei replied, quickly gathering her belongings and placing the remaining cactus fruits into a basket. The two shared a simple meal of fruit, shouldered their tools and basket, and set off. This time, they did not venture deep into the jungle, but explored along the coastline towards the opposite side of the island. Li Yang wielded a machete to clear the path, while Lin Wei carried the basket, occasionally bending down to collect beautiful seashells. After walking for approximately 2 hours, the coastline gradually curved inward, and the view ahead suddenly opened up. A lush green plain appeared before them, with rolling hills in the distance and a clear stream flowing through the center of the plain, eventually merging with the sea. Wow, a plain! Lin Wei exclaimed excitedly. And a river. We found water. Li Yang shared her excitement, rushing to the riverbank. The water was crystal clear, revealing smooth pebbles at the bottom, with small fish occasionally swimming by. The riverbank was overgrown with lush wild grass, and to their delight, not far off was a patch of wild rice in bloom, the green ears swaying in the breeze. Wild rice. I can't believe there's wild rice here. Li Yang's eyes widened in amazement. With this rice, we need not worry about food in the future. Lin Wei rushed to the riverbank, crouching down to scoop some water with her hands, only to be pulled back by Li Yang. Wait, you can't drink it directly. Why not? The water looks clean, Lin Wei questioned, puzzled. Water in the wild may appear clean, but it could contain bacteria and parasites that can make you sick, Li Yang explained. I learned from a documentary that it must be boiled before drinking. He took a whole coconut shell, used the machete to slice off the top, creating a makeshift water vessel. Carefully, he filled it with river water, collected some dry twigs, and built a small fire on the riverbank. Li Yang placed the coconut shell filled with water over the flames. Lin Wei sat nearby, resting her chin on her hand, watching him with warmth in her heart. She felt that Li Yang was knowledgeable, and being with him provided her a sense of security. After about 10 minutes, the water boiled. Li Yang removed the coconut shell from the fire and set it aside to cool. Once the temperature was suitable, he poured a little to taste, confirming it was safe before handing it to Lin Wei. She accepted the coconut shell, cautiously taking a sip. The sweet river water, imbued with a gentle warmth, glided down her throat, more refreshing than coconut water. Unable to resist, she drank deeply until she was satisfied, letting out a contented belch. This is the best water I have ever tasted. Li Yang also drank an entire coconut shell full of water, feeling revitalized. He gazed at the plain and river before him, his eyes brightening. Look here, we have a water source, wild rice, and the soil appears fertile. It is perfect for settling down. Lin Wei surveyed the surroundings, nodding in agreement. Indeed, this place is far better than our previous shelter, and it is convenient for fetching water. And look over there. Li Yang pointed towards the edge of the plain, where a grove of bamboo seemed to be. With bamboo, we can create many things. Then let us move here. Lin Wei exclaimed. We can build a sturdier house, cultivate the land to grow rice, and fish in the river. We will surely thrive. Absolutely. It's settled. Li Yang declared. Let us first dismantle our shelter over there, salvage any usable nails and wire, and then return here to construct a new home. The two wasted no time, turning back immediately. Upon returning to their original shelter, Li Yang carefully removed the nails and wire with a hammer, while Lin Wei bundled up the usable palm fronds and branches. Although the shelter was rudimentary, these materials were treasures on the island. Once they dismantled the shelter, they carried the materials back to the plain. Li Yang selected a sheltered spot near the river, close to the wild rice, making it convenient for fetching water and tending to the crops. Let us build our house here. We need to secure the foundation well, using stones and timber for the frame, and then cover it with palm leaves to withstand the wind and rain, Li Yang proposed. Picking up the hoe to clear the weeds and stones from the ground, Lin Wei spread out the salvaged palm leaves to dry and wove sturdy baskets from bamboo and vines for storage. After a busy morning, the foundation was finally cleared. Li Yang, drenched in sweat, sat down to rest, and Lin Wei promptly handed him a coconut shell, saying, have some water and take a break. Li Yang accepted the coconut shell, noticing the sweat on Lin Wei's forehead, and took out a handkerchief to wipe it for her. Lin Wei's cheeks flushed slightly as she leaned against his shoulder. It's wonderful to have you. Li Yang felt warmth in his heart, wrapping his arm around her waist and assuring her that things would get better. After a brief rest, the two resumed their work. Li Yang used an axe to chop some sturdy logs for pillars, burying them firmly in the ground and connecting them with crossbeams. The house frame was quickly assembled. Lin Wei skillfully wove walls and a roof from palm leaves and vines. As the sun began to set, the house frame was nearly complete. But the walls and roof were not yet finished, meaning they could not sleep there tonight. Li Yang looked at the fish swimming in the river and patted his stomach. We haven't eaten yet. I'll go catch some fish for dinner. Are there fish in the river? Lin Wei approached the riverbank to take a look, but we do not possess a fishing net. Without a net, we can craft a fish spear. Li Yang pointed to the nearby bamboo grove, stating that he would chop a bamboo stalk to fashion a spear. He walked to the grove, selected a straight bamboo, sawed it off, sharpened one end with a machete, and roasted it over the fire to harden the tip. Thus, a rudimentary fish spear was completed. Li Yang, spear in hand, approached the river, holding his breath as he focused intently on the fish swimming beneath the surface. Though he had engaged in fishing within video games, this was his first experience in reality. After a moment, a palm-sized fish swam into view. Seizing the moment, Li Yang thrust the spear downward with force. With a satisfying splash, the spear pierced the fish, pinning it to the water. I've caught one, Li Yang exclaimed excitedly, lifting the spear as the fish struggled. Lin Wei clapped her hands joyfully, declaring, You are truly remarkable. With the success of his first catch, Li Yang's confidence soared, and he quickly speared several more fish. Upon returning to the campsite, Li Yang used a sickle to clean the fish, while Lin Wei gathered large leaves to serve as plates and searched for some coconut shavings nearby for seasoning. Li Yong propped a branch over the fire and skewered the fish upon it to roast. In no time, the fish sizzled, its aroma wafting through the air. He occasionally brushed on the coconut seasoning, enhancing the fragrance. "It's ready to eat," he announced, handing the roasted fish to Lin Wei. Lin Wei took the fish, blew on it gently, and cautiously took a bite. The exterior was crisp while the interior remained tender and flavorful, infused with a subtle coconut essence. "This is delicious. Li Yong, you are incredible. Not only can you build houses, but you can also roast fish." Li Yong, slightly bashful from the praise, replied, "It's nothing. I'll master it with more practice." He too indulged in a fish, finding it indeed more delectable than before, likely due to its freshness and the coconut's influence. The following morning, the two were awakened by the melodious chirping of birds. After a simple breakfast of roasted fish, they resumed their house-building endeavors. With the foundation laid the day prior, their progress was markedly swifter. Li Yong focused on erecting the walls while Lin Wei busily laid the roof. By midday, a brand new bamboo house was finally completed. Chapter 6. Fish traps yield fish, pottery for soup. The morning after the bamboo house was completed, he opened his eyes to find Lin Wei squatting in front of the house, carefully weaving something from vines. "Awake?" Lin Wei lifted her head. "I was thinking of crafting a few small baskets to hold miscellaneous items." Li Yong sat up, rubbing his eyes. "You are working hard. There's no need to rush." "It's fine. I'd rather be occupied." Lin Wei set aside her task and approached him. "Are we going to clear the land today?" "Yes, but before that, I wish to make a couple of fish traps." Li Yong stood up, noting that with these traps, they would ensure a steady catch each day. "Fish traps? How do we create them?" Lin Wei inquired, curious. "Using bamboo, it's quite simple." Li Yong gestured towards the bamboo grove. "I will fetch a few stalks." Armed with an axe and saw, he entered the grove, selecting several appropriately sized bamboo pieces, cutting them into segments, and splitting them into thin strips with his machete. Lin Wei followed suit, assisting him in organizing the split bamboo. The principle of a fish trap is rather straightforward. It allows fish to enter but prevents their escape. Li Yong demonstrated as he explained, weaving the bamboo strips into a cylindrical trap, leaving an opening at one end and creating a funnel-shaped entrance inside. Once the fish swim in through the small opening, they find it quite difficult to exit. Lin Wei watched attentively, occasionally nodding in understanding. Soon, 2 traps, each about half a person's height, were completed, looking quite respectable. "Now we just need bait," Li Yong declared, pleased with his handiwork. "What shall we use for bait?" Lin Wei asked. "I noticed many snails by the river yesterday, along with some tender grass. They should work well." Crushed snails emit a fishy scent that attracts fish, while the tender grass can entice herbivorous fish. The two made their way to the riverbank, with Lin Wei gathering snails while Li Yong picked tender grass. Before long, they had collected quite a bit. Li Yong crushed the snails and mixed them with the grass, placing the mixture into the 2 traps. He carefully set the traps in the river, anchoring them with stones to prevent them from being swept away. Will this truly catch fish? Lin Wei still harbored some doubts. "It should work. I've seen this technique in documentaries." Li Yong brushed the water off his hands. "Now, let us go clear the land." They arrived at a patch of wild rice, where Li Yong picked up a hoe and began tilling the soil. The earth was rich and fertile, making the task quite manageable. Lin Wei cleared away weeds and stones nearby, their teamwork remarkably harmonious. After a busy morning, they had tilled a small section of land. Next came the task of finding suitable crops to plant. Li Yong wiped the sweat from his brow, but there's no need to rush. At noon, the two enjoyed a simple lunch of roasted fish. They returned to weaving fish traps, planning to place more along the river. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, Li Yong suddenly recalled, "We haven't eaten yet this evening. Shall we check the traps for fish?" "Absolutely." Lin Wei nodded eagerly. The two approached the riverbank, carefully pulling up the traps. Upon opening them, they discovered several fish inside. Though not large, they would suffice for dinner. "We've actually caught fish." Lin Wei clapped her hands in excitement. "You're amazing." Li Yong, equally delighted, removed the fish, added more bait to the traps, and returned them to the river. Back at the bamboo house, Li Yong prepared the fish while Lin Wei tended to the fire. "Shall we have roasted fish again tonight?" Lin Wei asked. "Yes. Let us roast a few for dinner." Li Yong gazed at the fish in his hands and added, "By the way, would you like to have fish soup?" "Fish soup?" Lin Wei's eyes brightened. "Of course. But we lack a pot." "We can make one," Li Yong replied with a mysterious smile. "We can fashion pottery from clay." "A clay pot? Is that feasible?" Lin Wei questioned, somewhat skeptical. "Of course, that is how primitive people did it," Li Yong explained. "Let us find some suitable clay." He took Lin Wei to search for clay nearby, and eventually discovered a patch of fine yellow earth by the river. This clay was highly adhesive, ideal for crafting pottery. Li Yong dug up some yellow earth and mixed it with sand in a specific ratio, adding water and stirring it to create a malleable clay. The next step was shaping it. Li Yong took a piece of clay, kneaded it in his hands, and then shaped it into a bowl. He also formed a pot, along with several plates and cups. Lin Wei imitated his actions, picking up clay to try her hand at crafting. Although her initial attempts were crooked, she gradually discovered the technique and successfully made a few decent little cups. The completed pottery needed to be fired to become hard and durable. Li Yong neatly arranged the pottery on the ground. Let us leave them to dry for now. We will fire them tomorrow. All right. Lin Wei marveled at the assorted shapes of pottery, astonished that clay could be transformed into pots and dishes. It's nothing extraordinary. I've seen it in books before, Li Yong humbly remarked. He then processed the fish retrieved from the traps, skewering them on branches to roast. Before long, the enticing aroma of roasted fish filled the air. Two individuals sat beside the flickering flames, indulging in grilled fish while engaging in light-hearted conversation. Once the pottery is completed tomorrow, I shall prepare a delectable fish soup for you, Li Yong proclaimed. I eagerly await it, Lin Wei replied, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Li Yong, you possess such vast knowledge. It seems there is nothing you cannot accomplish. Oh, it's merely trial and error, Li Yong modestly responded. At the break of dawn the next day, Li Yong could hardly contain his excitement as he rushed to inspect the fish traps. Indeed, the yield surpassed that of the previous day, with dozens of fish of various sizes captured within the two nets. Elated, Li Yong carried the fish back, greeted joyfully by Lin Wei. Shall we commence the pottery firing now? She inquired. Yes, I shall first construct a kiln. The character for kiln is composed of Su above and Jing below, teaching us much through the wisdom of our ancestors, Li Yong explained. Without further ado, he utilized a hoe to excavate a shallow pit in the ground, fashioning a rudimentary kiln, and carefully placed the dried pottery inside, surrounding it with firewood. The temperature during the firing process is crucial. It cannot be too high or too low. We must heat it until the pottery attains a dark red hue for it to be deemed properly fired, Li Yong articulated while tending to the flames. The fire gradually intensified, the temperature within the kiln rising steadily. Lin Wei assisted by providing firewood and fanning the flames. Thoroughly engrossed in the task, after approximately 2 hours, the pottery was finally ready. Li Yong cautiously extinguished the flames and waited for the kiln to cool somewhat before extracting the pottery. The finished pieces emerged in a rich brown hue, their surfaces smooth and resilient, exceeding their expectations. We have succeeded, Li Yong exclaimed, lifting a pottery pot. Lin Wei held up a pottery bowl, examining it closely. How beautiful! I never imagined we would truly create pottery. Come, let us prepare the fish soup. Li Yong carried the pot and a few fresh fish to the riverbank, where he cleaned them thoroughly before placing them into the pot, adding water and shredded coconut, and setting it over the fire to boil. In no time, the water reached a rolling boil, the milky fish soup exuding a rich aroma. Lin Wei could not resist leaning closer to inhale the delightful fragrance. It smells wonderful. It should be ready soon, she remarked. Li Yong patiently awaited, occasionally stirring with chopsticks. At last, the soup was complete. He removed the pot from the fire, allowing it to cool slightly before ladling a bowl for Lin Wei. Taste it and tell me how it is, he offered. Lin Wei cautiously blew on the soup and took a small sip. The exquisite flavor flowed down her throat, infused with the sweetness of the fish and the delicate aroma of spices, far richer than the grilled fish. Li Yong too savored a bowl and found it truly delectable. The two sat by the river, joyfully sipping the fish soup, basking in the warmth of the sun. Chapter 7. The Dawn of Aquaculture. As the morning mist lingered, Li Yong and Lin Wei were already awake. Yesterday's catch from the fish traps was quite promising. We should create more and place them along the riverbank, ensuring an ample supply of fish, Li Yong suggested while gathering bamboo and tools to craft additional traps. I shall assist you, Lin Wei replied, adeptly weaving the bamboo strips. After days of practice, her weaving skills had significantly improved. The pair worked in harmony, quickly completing 3 more traps. Li Yong placed crushed shells and tender grass as bait into each trap before carrying them to the riverbank. They strolled along the river, periodically setting a trap and securing it with stones, marking their locations. The crystal-clear water revealed darting fish and smooth pebbles below. This environment is truly enchanting. Akin to a paradise, Lin Wei marveled. Indeed, if not for the tsunami, this would be a perfect haven, Li Yong agreed. After deploying the traps, they continued their exploration upstream, eager to discover what resources lay ahead. Lush vegetation flanked both sides of the river, with small creatures occasionally darting from the underbrush, vanishing into the woods. After an hour's journey, the river narrowed, and the trees thickened, merging into a forest. At the confluence of the river and the woodland, Li Yong pointed to a patch of green plants. Look, that is Ingxia. Ingxia? Is it edible? Lin Wei inquired curiously. Absolutely, and it is quite delicious. Li Yong approached and plucked a leaf, identifying it correctly. This resilient plant thrives from a mere stem and grows rapidly. making it an excellent vegetable. Really? Then we should cultivate some, Lin Wei exclaimed joyfully. Let's gather some to eat and leave some for planting, Liang decided. Extracting a sickle to carefully harvest that Ci, ensuring to leave roots and stems intact. Returning to their cultivated land, Liang used a hoe to dig holes, burying the Ci stems and watering them with river water. Having planted that Ci, they resumed their upstream exploration. The flora within the forest grew denser, and the air became more humid. Suddenly, Lin Wei pointed to a cluster of grass. Liang, is that wild ginger? Liang approached and confirmed, indeed. It is wild ginger, accompanied by some wild onions. These are excellent seasonings. He joyfully gathered some wild ginger and wild onions into a basket. Just then, a series of clucking sounds echoed from deep within the forest. Liang and Lin Wei exchanged glances, cautiously parting the leaves to investigate. To their delight, they spotted several vividly colored wild chickens foraging in the underbrush. Wild chickens, Lin Wei whispered excitedly. If we can catch a few, we will have chicken to eat. Liang's eyes sparkled with possibility. We could attempt to domesticate them. If successful, we would have a continuous supply of eggs and meat. Domesticate wild chickens? Is that feasible? Lin Wei questioned, skeptical of their ability to tame such skittish creatures. We can certainly try. I have seen methods of domesticating wild animals in documentaries, Liang replied. However, we will need some rope. But we have no rope, Lin Wei pointed out. We can craft rope from tree bark, Liang suggested, gesturing toward a nearby tree, whose bark was suitable for rope making. They promptly set to work. Liang used an axe to strip away the outer layer of the bark, revealing the soft fibers beneath. They then tore the bark fibers into strands and twisted them together like braiding hair to make rope. Lin Wei quickly caught on, producing a slender rope, which she presented to Liang. Is this sufficient? It is too thin. Let us combine several strands and twist them again to enhance its strength, Liang demonstrated, merging multiple strands and twisting vigorously. After a morning of diligent effort, they finally fashioned several sturdy ropes. With the ropes in hand, they could construct traps. They searched for appropriately sized bamboo, and Liang sawed it into segments before sharpening the ends with a machete. Using the ropes and bamboo, they crafted several simple snare traps, strategically placing them in areas frequented by the wild chickens, while scattering wild rice flowers around the traps as bait. Will this truly capture wild chickens? Lin Wei still harbored doubts. Let us hope so, Liang replied. It is getting late. We should return now. In the following days, Liang and Lin Wei diligently checked their traps, yet to no avail. Lin Wei expressed her despondency, questioning whether their method was flawed. Do not fret. Taming wild animals is inherently a challenging endeavor, Liang reassured her. Let us readjust the traps and the bait, and perhaps fortune will smile upon us. They repositioned the traps and substituted the bait with more enticing morsels of fish. After 2 days, when they returned to inspect the traps, they were met with delightful surprise. One trap had ensnared a hen. Wonderful. We have succeeded, Lin Wei exclaimed, her excitement causing her to leap in joy. The hen fluttered within the trap, desperately attempting to escape. Liang hurriedly approached and bound its wings and feet with a rope. Upon returning to their bamboo dwelling, they fashioned a rudimentary cage from bamboo and placed the hen inside. One hen is insufficient. We require a rooster and more hens for breeding, Liang stated. In the ensuing days, they persisted in their efforts, adjusting several traps. Their diligence bore fruit, as they captured a rooster and 5 more hens in succession. The duo busied themselves constructing a more spacious chicken coop from bamboo. Liang cautioned Lin Wei. These wild hens have not yet been fully tamed and can fly. Exercise caution while feeding them to prevent their escape. Yes, I will be careful, Lin Wei nodded. They chopped tender grass, mixing it with the remaining fish scraps, and placed it in the coop. Initially, the hens were wary and hesitant to eat. However, driven by hunger, they eventually succumbed to pecking at the food. As they watched the hens begin to eat, both Liang and Lin Wei breathed sighs of relief. Chapter 8. The Shadow of Beasts. A month passed quietly amidst their diligent endeavors. The water spinach they planted thrived abundantly, a verdant expanse that yielded fresh tender leaves for their meals daily, with wild onions and ginger also successfully sprouting tender shoots. As usual, Lin Wei went to feed the hens. Upon approaching the coop, she suddenly emitted a surprised shriek. Liang! Liang! Come quickly! Liang, who was inspecting the fish trap by the riverbank, rushed over, fearing something was amiss. What is it? What has happened? Lin Wei pointed excitedly towards a corner of the coop, her words tumbling over one another. Eggs. There are eggs. The hen has laid eggs. Following her gesture, Liang beheld 3 oval-shaped eggs resting quietly among the straw, their hue a delicate earthy yellow. Indeed, they have laid eggs. Liang too felt a surge of excitement. After a month of tender care for these wild hens, they were finally rewarded. This is splendid. We have eggs to eat. Lin Wei's eyes sparkled with joy. In this apocalyptic world, savoring a fresh egg felt like an extravagant bliss. Liang gingerly picked up the eggs. We shall boil them for breakfast. Yes. Linwei nodded eagerly. Back in their bamboo abode, Liang filled a ceramic pot with water, placed the eggs inside, and set it over the fire to boil. Before long, the water reached a boil. Linwei, unable to contain her anticipation, stood by with chopsticks at the ready. Moments later, Liang retrieved the boiled eggs, rinsed them in cool water, and handed one to Linwei. She carefully peeled the shell away, revealing the pristine white egg white and the golden yolk within. Gently taking a bite, the delicate, smooth texture, infused with a rich egg aroma, melted in her mouth. It was her first taste of an egg since the tsunami, and tears of joy welled up in her eyes. What is wrong? Is it not to your liking? Liang asked, concerned as he noticed her tears. No. It is simply too delicious, Linwei replied, wiping her tears. I have never tasted such exquisite eggs. Liang also peeled an egg and took a hearty bite. Indeed, it was fragrant, possessing a simple flavor that far surpassed the eggs purchased in the city. If you enjoy it, eat as much as you wish. Linwei nodded, taking another bite and adding, we must gather more wild water spinach to feed the hens, encouraging them to lay more eggs. Agreed. After finishing the eggs, we shall go. Liang replied. Once they finished, the pair took a basket and cheerfully ventured out to gather wild water spinach. The outdoor water spinach flourished lushly, and as they harvested, they chatted amiably. Once the rice is harvested, we shall have rice to eat. It would surely be delightful to fry rice with the eggs, Linwei suggested. We can also make steamed eggs and fried eggs, Liang added with a smile. They filled their basket to the brim with water spinach and joyfully made their way back. However, as they approached their bamboo dwelling, their smiles abruptly froze. The chicken coop lay in ruins, bamboo splintered everywhere, and the ground was strewn with feathers and blood, an appalling sight. The rooster and several hens had vanished, leaving behind an empty coop. Our chickens, Linwei gasped, covering her mouth as tears welled in her eyes. Liang too was taken aback. He hurried to the coop to examine the scene. The coop's bars had been forcefully broken, and the blood on the ground was still fresh, indicating that the incident had occurred recently. What transpired? Was it the work of humans or animals? Linwei, frightened, hid behind Liang, clutching his arm tightly. Liang's expression grew serious as he scrutinized the surroundings. It is too early to ascertain. Let us see if any traces remain. He meticulously searched around the bamboo dwelling, and suddenly, in the mud not far from the coop, he discovered several distinct footprints. The prints were large, resembling cat paws, yet considerably larger than those of an ordinary cat, each toe marked with sharp claw imprints. These are the footprints of a felid? Liang's countenance shifted, realizing the creature was of significant size. A felid? Is it a tiger or a lion? Linwei's voice trembled, recalling the ferocity of these beasts she had seen on television, instilling fear within her. It is difficult to say, but it is certainly a large carnivorous animal. Worry filled Liang's heart. Wild animals could be formidable, and they must quickly devise weapons to defend themselves, or they would all be in peril. What shall we do now? Linwei clung tightly to Liang's hand. Do not fear. I am here, Liang calmly reassured her. First, let us clear the scene. Then we shall immediately craft weapons and traps. Together, they cleared away the remnants of the coop. Liang set about creating weapons. He chopped several sturdy branches, sharpening one end with a machete before placing it over the fire to harden and sharpen the tip further. This is a spear, though simple. It can serve a purpose against beasts. Liang tested the spear's weight in his hand. Linwei assisted nearby, diligently following Liang's instructions to twist more ropes from tree bark for future needs. After crafting the spear, Liang returned to the site of the footprints to observe closely. If we set a trap here, we might be able to capture it. He quickly fashioned a more intricate snare trap using rope and wood, concealing it within the grass, leaving only a piece of fresh fish as bait exposed. Once the trap was set, darkness enveloped the surroundings. The two returned to their bamboo shelter, huddling closely together, spending a restless night. Every rustle of wind or movement outside sent shivers down their spines. The following morning, as dawn broke, Liang cautiously grasped his spear and set out to inspect the traps, with Linwei anxiously trailing behind him. However, upon reaching the trap, the sight that greeted them plunged their hearts into despair. The ropes of the trap had been violently severed. The bait had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a damaged trap and deeper claw marks. How could this be possible? Linwei's face turned pale with fear. Liang's brow furrowed even tighter. He knelt down to examine the claw marks and the broken ropes closely. This was no ordinary beast. Judging from the size of the claw marks and the force required to break the ropes, it was likely a large feline predator, such as a tiger or a leopard. A tiger? A leopard? Linwei's voice trembled with terror. How could such creatures exist here? This island is vast, and there are many places we are unaware of. It is not surprising to encounter such ferocious beasts. Li Yang's expression grew grave, realizing that their situation was far more perilous than they had imagined. He stood up and surveyed the surrounding dense forest, his heart heavy with concern. These large feline predators are extremely fierce. Our spears and traps are utterly insufficient to confront them. If they were to reappear, our lives could be at stake. What should we do? Lin Wei clutched Li Yang's arm in fear, tears welling in her eyes. Li Yang took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. We must not panic. We need to devise a plan. First, we should reinforce our bamboo hut to make it more secure. Next, we need to craft more formidable weapons, such as bows and arrows. Lastly, we must exercise greater caution and avoid venturing out alone, particularly at night. But we lack the materials to create bows and arrows. Lin Wei replied. We can use bamboo for the bow, rope for the string, and stones for the arrowheads, Li Yang suggested. Although it will be challenging, we must attempt it to survive. He looked at Lin Wei, her fear evident, and tightened his grip on the spear. Do not worry, as long as I am here, I will ensure your safety. Though he spoke reassuringly, Li Yang felt a weight of pressure in his heart. Upon returning to the bamboo hut, Li Yang immediately began fortifying the structure. He bound the walls and roof more securely with thicker bamboo and vines, and set up a rudimentary barrier at the entrance. Lin Wei assisted him, her fear evident, yet she understood that this was not the time for tears. After reinforcing the hut, Li Yang sought materials to construct bows and arrows. He selected the sturdiest bamboo from the grove, fashioned rope for the string, and gathered some hard stones from the riverbank to prepare arrowheads. Meanwhile, Lin Wei busied herself within the hut, preparing food and water while vigilantly observing the surroundings. As the sun began to set and night approached, Li Yang gazed at the unfinished bow and arrow materials in his hands, his heart brimming with apprehension. Tonight may be a sleepless night. That ferocious beast could reappear at any moment. We will take turns keeping watch tonight. We must not be careless, Li Yang said solemnly to Lin Wei. She nodded, gripping his hand tightly. As the night deepened, unidentifiable roars echoed through the forest, sending chills down their spines. Chapter 9. The Beast's Night Assault. Wei Wei severely wounded. Night. Several bonfires were lit around the bamboo hut, their flickering flames dispelling some of the darkness. The two sat at the entrance of the hut. Li Yang held a military dagger, while Lin Wei gripped a sharpened stick. Following the incident with the destroyed chicken coop, neither of them could find sleep and decided to take turns keeping watch to prevent another assault from the beast. You should sleep for a while. I will keep watch for the first half of the night, Li Yang said, his heart aching at Lin Wei's weary face. She had spent the day setting traps and was now exhausted and frightened, her complexion far from healthy. Lin Wei shook her head. I am not tired. Let us keep watch together. Being together reassures me. She leaned against Li Yang's shoulder, her eyes scanning the surrounding darkness with vigilance. The silence surrounding them was eerie, interrupted only by the rustling leaves in the wind and the distant howls of unknown beasts. Each sound sent their hearts racing. Time passed slowly, and as midnight approached, fatigue began to weigh heavily upon them. Li Yang forced himself to stay alert, rubbing his eyes. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound from the nearby bushes. Something is moving. Li Yang immediately became alert, gripping the military dagger tightly and nudging Lin Wei. Wake up. Something is coming. Lin Wei sprang to attention, tightening her grip on the stick, anxiously watching the direction of the sound. The rustling grew closer, and a shadow darted through the darkness with astonishing speed. Li Yang barely caught a glimpse of what it was before a foul wind rushed towards him. Be careful, Li Yang shouted, abruptly pushing Lin Wei aside and rolling away. A low growl erupted, and a massive black beast lunged at the spot where Li Yang had just been, its enormous claws leaving deep gouges in the ground. By the light of the bonfire, Li Yang finally discerned the creature before him. It was a gigantic black panther, larger than any he had seen in a zoo. Its green eyes glinting menacingly in the dark, fixed intently upon him. A black panther, Li Yang gasped. He had not anticipated encountering such a formidable panther on the island. Its size suggested immense strength. The panther let out a low growl and lunged again. Li Yang swung his military dagger in defense. The panther moved with incredible agility, effortlessly evading his attack and slashing its paw across his arm. Ah! Li Yang screamed in agony as deep wounds appeared on his arm, blood gushing forth. He dodged while searching for an opportunity to counterattack, but the panther's ferocity forced him into a corner, leaving him with no escape. The panther seized the moment, lunging forward with its gaping maw aimed at Li Yang's throat. This is the end. Just as the situation seemed dire, a figure suddenly dashed forward, positioning itself between Li Yang and the panther. It was Lin Wei. No! Lin Wei screamed, shielding Li Yang with her body. The panther had not anticipated such a sudden intervention and hesitated for a moment, but still sank its teeth into Lin Wei's leg. Ah! Lin Wei cried out in excruciating pain, blood instantly staining her pant leg. Lin Wei! Li Yang shouted in desperation. summoning all his strength to thrust the military dagger deep into the panther's abdomen. The panther howled in pain, releasing a chilling roar before retreating into the darkness. Li Yang hurried to embrace Lin Wei, who lay collapsed on the ground. Lin Wei, how are you? Her face was as pale as a sheet, her lips turning blue, and the wound on her leg continued to bleed profusely. Li Yang, it hurts so much, she said weakly, her consciousness beginning to fade. Do not be afraid, I will save you, Li Yang exclaimed, his forehead slick with sweat. System, come forth. Save Lin Wei. System notification. This system lacks direct rescue capabilities, but can assess the partner's physical condition. Check. Hurry and check. Li Yang cried out, currently examining partner Lin Wei's physical condition. Examination results. Torn leg injury, excessive blood loss, mild concussion. Additionally detected, Lin Wei is 2 weeks pregnant. Pregnant? Li Yang was momentarily stunned. It was wonderful news. Lin Wei was expecting. But immediately, a wave of immense anxiety washed over him. System, please grant me a reward. I need something to save her. Detected partner Lin Wei's pregnancy. Reward. First Aid Kit X1, now stored in system space. Li Yang promptly retrieved the first aid kit from the system space. Upon opening it, he discovered painkillers, anti-inflammatory medication, cold medicine, gauze, scissors, bandages, alcohol, and more. Grasping these items, he felt utterly at a loss regarding their usage. He had never dealt with such severe wounds, let alone the fact that Lin Wei was pregnant. What should he do? Desperation set in like ants on a hot pan. He picked up the alcohol, intending to pour it onto Lin Wei's wound. No, don't use alcohol. It will hurt, Lin Wei weakly protested. Li Yang hastily halted, then picked up the anti-inflammatory medication, unsure whether to administer it orally or apply it topically. How do I use this? Lin Wei shook her head, utterly devoid of strength to speak further. Gazing at her increasingly pale face, he steeled himself. Without hesitation, he wiped away the blood surrounding the wound, sprinkled the anti-inflammatory powder, wrapped the wound with gauze, and finally secured it with a bandage. His movements were clumsy and frantic, the bandage haphazardly applied, even causing Lin Wei to frown in discomfort. But he could not afford to be concerned about that. After finally bandaging the wound, Li Yang realized that Lin Wei had already lost consciousness. Lin Wei. He shook her, but there was no response. Embracing Lin Wei, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. For the first time, he felt such helplessness and fear. He feared losing Lin Wei, and even more, the prospect of losing their unborn child. That night, Li Yang remained sleepless, holding Lin Wei tightly, vigilantly watching the surroundings by the campfire. He occasionally checked Lin Wei's forehead, which felt increasingly hot, amplifying his anxiety. The following morning, Lin Wei still had not awakened, nor was there any sign of her temperature decreasing. Li Yang's heart ached at her fragile state. Just then, the system alert sounded once more. System warning. In approximately 5 hours, unidentified individuals will approach the island via floating objects, carrying knives, threat level unknown. Please prepare accordingly. Li Yang was taken aback, then shouted in anger, System, are you doing this on purpose? The threat from the Black Panther hasn't been resolved. Lin Wei is gravely injured and unconscious, and now you tell me knife-wielding individuals are coming? Are you trying to get us killed? The system offered no response. Li Yang took a deep breath. Anger would not resolve the issue. He glanced at Lin Wei in his arms. No matter what, he must protect Lin Wei and their child. He gently laid Lin Wei on the bed, covering her with palm leaves. Then he walked to the door, picked up the military dagger, and checked the spear he had crafted the previous night. He was uncertain whether the knife-wielding individual would be friend or foe, nor could he predict if the injured Black Panther would retaliate. With no retreat, he could only fight to the end, reinforcing the bamboo hut's doors and windows. He set up a few simple traps at the entrance. After completing these preparations, he sat at the door, gripping the dagger tightly, his gaze fixed on the direction of the sea. Chapter 10, The Arrival of the Knife Wielder. Li Yang stood guard at the bamboo hut's entrance, his eyes fixed on the enveloping darkness outside. Lin Wei remained in a deep unconsciousness, her breath faint. He dared not relax for a moment, fearful that the injured Black Panther might return. At that moment, the system alert sounded again. Please proceed to the seaside immediately to greet the approaching floating objects. Damn it. Li Yang's eyes burned with fury. At a time like this, you want me to go to the seaside? Are you out of your mind? Wei Wei is still here unconscious. How could I possibly leave? System prompt. Please proceed promptly. Do not delay. Delay my ass. Li Yang trembled with anger. Are you doing this on purpose? Knowing Wei Wei is in a critical condition, you still want me to leave? Let me tell you, system, you are an idiot. I want to leave this place even if it costs me my life. System prompt. Host language is excessive. Please use civilized language. Civilized your ass. Li Yang roared. If you have the ability, unbind me. Even if you unbind me, I won't move an inch. The system paused for a moment. Then the cold mechanical voice resounded. If you do not go, Lin Wei will not survive tonight. If you go, she has a slim chance of survival. Li Yong stood frozen in place, his gaze fixed on the system panel. What did you say? Repeat that. Repeating, if you do not go, Lin Wei will not survive tonight. If you go, there is a slim chance of survival. Li Yong looked at Lin Wei's unconscious form on the bed, then at the direction of the sea, caught in a painful struggle. He did not believe the system's words, yet he could not afford to gamble. If what the system said were true, if he did not go, Wei Wei would truly have no hope. Why? Why would going to the seaside save Wei Wei? The system offered no explanation, only repeating, this is the only chance. Li Yong took a deep breath. I will go, but I need to know that after I leave, will Wei Wei be safe? Will that Black Panther return? System, the Black Panther was injured by your spear and is severely wounded. It will not return within 3 days. With the system's assurance, Li Yong felt slightly more at ease. He approached Lin Wei's bedside, gently caressing her cheek and pressing a kiss on her forehead. Wei Wei, wait for me. I will return shortly. Having said that, he grasped the machete and dashed towards the seaside. Upon reaching the shore, Li Yong concealed himself behind a large rock, tightly gripping the machete, vigilantly watching the sea. He had prepared for the worst. If the approaching individual turned out to be a foe, he would fight to the death. Before long, a small lifeboat appeared on the surface of the sea, slowly making its way to shore. Li Yang's heart raced, gripping the machete tightly, ready to spring into action at any moment. As the lifeboat drew closer, he finally discerned the figure aboard. It was a young woman clad in a white medical uniform, holding a surgical knife. A woman? Li Yang was taken aback. The so-called knife wielder was, in fact, a woman wielding a surgical knife. Once the lifeboat reached the shore, the woman eyed Li Yang warily, her voice trembling as she said, "Who are you? Don't come any closer." Li Yang noticed the words on her uniform, City Maternal and Child Health Hospital. So, the knife wielder the system spoke of was actually a doctor from a maternal and child hospital? System prompt detected a second potential partner, Wang Jingyi, 23 years old. Graduated from a prestigious medical school, a genius female doctor skilled in emergency care and obstetrics, still a virgin. Only then did Li Yang realize. He discarded the machete in his hand, excitedly exclaiming, "Doctor, you are a doctor, right? This is wonderful. I beg you, come back with me to save my girlfriend. She is injured and pregnant, and her condition is critical." Wang Jingyi furrowed her brow, eyeing him warily. "Who are you? What happened to your girlfriend? Where's this place?" "My name is Li Yang. We encountered a tsunami and drifted to this island. My girlfriend was bitten by a black panther, and she has a high fever. She is currently unconscious." Li Yang exclaimed urgently, "I understand that this may be hard to believe, but everything I say is true. As long as you are willing to rescue her, I can offer you anything in return. I will fulfill any condition you set." He picked up the machete from the ground and handed it to Wang Jingyi, saying, "Take this knife. If you suspect my intentions, feel free to use it against me." Wang Jingyi gazed into Li Yang's earnest and desperate eyes, then glanced at the knife he offered, hesitating for a moment. She noticed that he too bore wounds, his clothes stained with blood, which did not suggest deceit. "Very well, I will accompany you to take a look." She set down the surgical knife, adding, "But if you dare to deceive me, I will not let you off easily." "Thank you, thank you." Li Yang hurriedly assisted Wang Jingyi in unloading the supplies from the lifeboat. He discovered that apart from a birthing kit and some medications, there were several bottles of water and a small amount of bread. The two moved swiftly toward the bamboo hut. Along the way, Li Yang briefly recounted their experiences on the island, while Wang Jingyi listened silently, her expression one of astonishment and disbelief. Upon returning to the bamboo hut, Wang Jingyi saw Lin Wei lying unconscious on the bed, with a hastily bandaged wound on her leg, causing her expression to darken instantly. "Is this how you care for patients? That bandage is atrocious. It is almost harming her." Li Yang, full of shame, replied, "I do not know how to tend to wounds. I was too anxious at the time." Without further words, Wang Jingyi immediately began to work. She retrieved disinfectants, gauze, and bandages from her medical kit, and also took a drip and needles from Li Yang's supplies, skillfully administering and for to Lin Wei. "Doctor, how is she? Is she in danger?" "Fortunately, we acted in time. There is no extensive infection," Wang Jingyi replied while treating the wound. "Though it appears alarming, it did not damage the bone or tendons. The high fever is due to blood loss and infection. I have administered anti-inflammatory and antipyretic medications. She should be fine with a few days of good rest." Upon hearing that Lin Wei was out of danger, Li Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you so much. Doctor, you are truly our savior. Do not rejoice too early. She is still pregnant and her body is very weak, requiring proper care." "I understand. I will take good care of her," Li Yang assured. "Doctor, please sit for a moment. I will prepare something for you to eat." He turned and dashed outside. Shortly after, he returned from the river with plenty of fish and gathered some water spinach from the garden. He intended to prepare a sumptuous lunch for Wang Jingyi to express his gratitude for her life-saving efforts. Though not a master chef, Li Yong managed to create a delightful meal on the island, including a savory fish soup, crispy grilled fish, and boiled water spinach. By noon, the meal was ready, and Wang Jingyi had finished treating Lin Wei's wounds, observing her condition. She has cooled down. Now she just needs to rest well. Li Yong nodded, placing the dishes on the table. Doctor, thank you. Come and eat. Wang Jingyi, feeling quite hungry, accepted the invitation and sat down to enjoy the meal with Li Yong. They conversed as they ate, sharing stories from their pasts. Li Yong recounted the moments he and Lin Wei experienced on the island, from their initial struggle for survival to their mutual support, as well as last night's encounter with the Black Panther. Wang Jingyi listened quietly, noting the tenderness and concern in Li Yang's eyes as he spoke of Lin Wei, which gradually increased her fondness for him. Wang Jingyi's affinity increased to 40. A system notification chimed, but Li Yong, consumed by thoughts of Lin Wei, paid it no mind. Wang Jingyi then shared her own experiences. She was a doctor at the city maternal and child health hospital and had been working overtime to assist a pregnant woman when the tsunami struck. When the flood hit, she and several colleagues boarded a lifeboat, but they were separated by a massive wave, leaving her alone to float to this island. I didn't expect you to care for Lin Wei so much, Wang Jingyi remarked, recognizing the effort he had made under such circumstances. She is my woman. If I do not care for her, who will? In the afternoon, Li Yong reinforced the doors and windows of the bamboo hut and set traps around the perimeter. By evening, Lin Wei finally awakened. Seeing Li Yong beside her bed, she smiled weakly. Li Yong, I missed you. I am here, Wei Wei. I have always been here, he replied, grasping her hand tightly. He introduced Wang Jingyi to Lin Wei. Wei Wei, this is Dr. Wang Jingyi, whom I met this morning by the sea. She is also a survivor of the tsunami and was the one who saved you. Lin Wei looked gratefully at Wang Jingyi. Thank you, Dr. Wang. There's no need for thanks, Wang Jingyi smiled. Rest well. I have checked, and your baby is healthy. You are injured and pregnant. Let me, as your elder sister, take care of you, as I am an obstetrician. Lin Wei nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Sister Jingyi. Seeing Lin Wei awake and getting along well with Wang Jingyi finally eased the anxiety that had weighed heavily on Li Yang's heart. Chapter 11. The Black Panther returns. 3 days passed quietly. Under Wang Jingyi's meticulous care, Lin Wei's health steadily improved. She was able to get out of bed and move slowly, though still quite weak. Wang Jingyi gradually adapted to life on the island, learning to weave bamboo baskets and even attempting to cook. One morning, as Li Yong prepared to check the fish traps, Wang Jingyi had already set breakfast on the table, wild vegetable porridge. Come and eat. After breakfast, you can get to work, she said with a smile. Li Yong approached, sat down, and eagerly drank from his bowl. Jingyi, your cooking skills are getting better and better. Wang Jingyi's cheeks flushed slightly. Not at all. I just threw something together. Wang Jingyi's affinity increased to 50. Reward. Encyclopedia of Island Flora and Fauna, with pictures. The system notification sounded, momentarily catching Li Yong off guard. He quickly found an excuse to step outside to relieve himself, taking the opportunity to retrieve the encyclopedia from the system space. Upon opening it, he found detailed descriptions of various plants and animals on the island, including their names, characteristics, uses, and clear images, making it highly practical. By noon, Li Yong prepared to check the fish traps. He cautioned Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi, you two stay at home. Do not wander off. Though I wounded that Black Panther, it may return, so be careful. Understood. You be careful too, Lin Wei said with concern. Wang Jingyi nodded, come back soon. Li Yong grabbed his bow and a basket for the fish and swiftly made his way to the riverbank, feeling optimistic as he anticipated a bountiful catch for a lavish dinner that evening. Upon arriving at the river, he checked the fish traps and was delighted to find several large fish in each one. However, when he returned to the bamboo hut, he found it completely empty. Wei Wei, Jingyi? Li Yong called out several times, but there was no response. A sense of foreboding surged within him as he immediately began searching the area. Suddenly, he heard the frantic cries of the two women and the roar of the Black Panther nearby. His heart raced, and he sprinted towards the source of the commotion. As he approached, he saw the same Black Panther attacking furiously at a crevice in the rocks, from which Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi's cries emerged. Stop! Li Yong shouted angrily, drawing his bow and shooting an arrow at the Black Panther. Though the stone arrow did not strike the Black Panther, it startled the creature. The Black Panther turned its head, fixating its gaze upon Li Yong, emitting a deep, resonant growl. Undeterred, Li Yong released another arrow, this time successfully hitting its target. Although the injury inflicted was merely superficial, it effectively intimidated the panther. After a moment's hesitation, the Black Panther ultimately retreated, vanishing into the depths of the forest. Li Yong hurried to the crevice, calling out, Wei Wei, Jingyi, are you all right? We are fine, Li Yong, they replied. Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi emerged from the crevice, their faces still reflecting the shock of the encounter. That panther scared me to death. It lunged at us so suddenly. We barely had time to return to the bamboo hut and had to hide in this crevice, Wang Jingyi recounted, her voice trembling with residual fear. Li Yong looked at them with a mixture of anger and concern. Didn't I tell you to stay in the bamboo hut? Why did you come here? We just wanted to fetch some water, not anticipating we would encounter a black panther, Lin Wei explained quietly. Li Yong sighed, understanding that it was not their intention to disobey him, and refrained from further rebuke. It's fine, as long as you're safe. Let us return to the bamboo hut. This place isn't secure. Upon returning to the bamboo hut, Li Yang's mood grew heavy. The stone arrows were utterly insufficient to eliminate the black panther. It remained a formidable threat. Unless dealt with, there could be no peace. What are we to do? This panther is so powerful, and we cannot kill it, Lin Wei expressed her worries. Li Yong fell into deep contemplation, struggling to devise a solution. Just then, Wang Jingyi suddenly exclaimed, I have an idea. A few days ago, when I drifted here, I noticed a tree on this island known as Jian Shui Feng Ho. During my medical studies, I learned that its sap is highly toxic. If we coat an arrowhead with it and shoot the panther, it should certainly kill it. Li Yong recalled having seen a description of this tree in the Encyclopedia of Island Flora and Fauna. Indeed, such a tree does exist. He excused himself to step outside, briskly retrieving the encyclopedia to confirm his memory. To his astonishment, the tree was documented to be in proximity to their camp. Upon returning to the hut, he shared his findings with the two women. I remember that tree. It's near our camp. We must go collect its sap to create poisoned arrows. Lin Wei expressed her apprehension. But that tree is highly toxic. Won't it be dangerous to gather the sap? Indeed, danger is present. But we must confront the threat posed by the panther, Li Yong asserted with determination. We can take precautions to ensure our safety. Wang Jingyi nodded in agreement. I will prepare some protective gear to ensure our security. Then let us set out now to find the Jian Shui Feng Ho tree, Li Yong declared. Without delay, the trio embarked on their mission. Wang Jingyi retrieved thick gloves and cloth to prevent contact with the tree's poisonous sap. Li Yong armed himself with a machete, bow, and a container for collecting the sap. Despite her lingering weakness, Lin Wei insisted on accompanying them, eager to contribute. As they searched near the camp, it wasn't long before Wang Jingyi pointed excitedly at a large tree. Look, isn't that the Jian Shui Feng Ho tree? Following her gaze, Li Yong and Lin Wei observed the tree's gray bark and oval leaves, identical to the descriptions in the encyclopedia. Indeed, that is it, Li Yong exclaimed with enthusiasm. The trio approached cautiously. Li Yong donned the thick gloves and made a small incision in the tree trunk with his machete. Soon, a milky white sap began to ooze forth. This is its sap, highly toxic. Everyone must be extremely careful not to touch it, Li Yong cautioned. Wang Jingyi gingerly held the prepared container beneath the dripping sap. Let us collect a sufficient amount, just in case, Li Yong suggested, making several more incisions to gather more of the potent substance. Upon returning to the bamboo hut, Li Yong immediately set to work crafting poisoned arrows and spears. He meticulously coated the arrowheads and spear tips with the sap and placed them in a ventilated area to dry. Once these poisoned arrows and spears are dry, we will devise an even more effective trap to eliminate the Black Panther, Li Yong proclaimed. Wang Jingyi and Lin Wei nodded in agreement. The following day, Li Yong constructed a more robust snare trap, positioning it in an area frequented by the Black Panther. On the third day, the panther indeed returned. Upon hearing the trap spring, Li Yong rushed over with the poisoned arrows and spears, followed closely by Wang Jingyi and Lin Wei. When they reached the trap, they saw the Black Panther suspended in midair, struggling violently. Upon noticing them, its thrashing intensified. Li Yong drew his poisoned bow and, without hesitation, aimed at the panther, releasing an arrow that struck true. The panther let out a chilling roar, its struggles diminishing until it lay still. Is it dead? Lin Wei asked softly. Li Yong approached to inspect the creature, confirming its demise with a sigh of relief. Chapter 12. Foraging in the interior. Li Yong exerted tremendous effort to drag the heavy Black Panther back to the bamboo hut. Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi instinctively recoiled at the sight of the bloodied carcass. Li Yong, why did you bring it back? Lin Wei asked, her eyes betraying unease. Wang Jingyi echoed her sentiments. Yes, it looks terrifying. Please remove it. Li Yong wiped the sweat from his brow, panting slightly as he explained, don't be afraid. The meat from this panther is edible. Animals killed by the sap of the Jian Shui Feng Ho tree have their toxins rendered harmless upon entering the body, making them safe for consumption. Indigenous peoples often utilize this poison for hunting without adverse effects. As he spoke, he examined the panther's remains, suddenly noticing that one of its canine teeth was missing. Now I understand why it kept attacking us. Typically, tigers and panthers do not prey on humans, as we are not part of their diet. However, this panther, lacking a canine tooth, has diminished hunting capabilities and thus turned its sights on us. It was fortunate we eliminated it. Otherwise, it would have posed a greater danger, Li Yang elucidated. Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi listened in astonishment, unaware of these intricacies. Wang Jingyi, a graduate of a prestigious medical school, was particularly taken aback by Li Yang's knowledge, feeling a newfound admiration towards him. The system notification chimed. But Li Yang, preoccupied with the panther, did not notice. Now it makes sense why it was so fixated on us, Lin Wei remarked, her understanding deepening. Li Yang nodded. We cannot waste this panther meat. Let us process it for roasting, which will provide us with substantial nutrition. Additionally, the skin can be treated to make a blanket. You two will handle the meat while I take care of the skin. Although still somewhat frightened, Wang Jingyi and Lin Wei complied. Food was scarce on this island, and they could not afford to waste it. The two women carefully picked up their knives and began to process the panther meat. Wang Jingyi, being a doctor, was adept at handling wounds and quickly became proficient at preparing the meat, while Lin Wei assisted by washing and cutting it into pieces. Meanwhile, Li Yang took the panther hide to the riverbank, employing techniques he had learned from survival shows. He scraped the flesh and blood from the hide, then gathered some plant ash to apply evenly for tanning. This was a meticulous task requiring patience and skill. Li Yang toiled away, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. After Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi meticulously prepared the leopard meat, they commenced the process of roasting it. By the time Li Yang returned with the tanned leopard skin, the meat was nearly ready. The black panther hide, having undergone treatment, had become soft and lustrous, exuding a delightful tactile quality. Wow, Li Yang, you are truly remarkable. This skin has been processed beautifully, Lin Wei exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with admiration. Wang Jingyi echoed her sentiments. Indeed, I never expected you to possess such skills. It's truly impressive. Li Yang chuckled modestly. It's nothing. I learned it from books and shows. Come, let us taste this leopard meat and see how it fares. The three gathered around, savoring the roasted leopard meat, which was tender and more substantial than fish or chicken. After finishing their meal, Li Yang spread the black panther skin on the bamboo bed, immediately feeling a sense of comfort. This hide would serve perfectly as a blanket, especially when the weather turned cold. The two women gazed at Li Yang with even more admiration, believing him to be nothing short of extraordinary. Li Yang retrieved a book titled Islands Fauna and Flora Encyclopedia from the system space and handed it to the two women. I found this book by the seaside. It contains extensive information on the flora and fauna of the island. The wild rice by the river is not yet ripe and insufficient for the three of us, so we must discover new sources of food. I propose we venture inland. We may stumble upon new discoveries. Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi accepted the book and began perusing its pages, agreeing that Li Yang's idea was commendable. At dawn the following day, the trio prepared their tools and provisions, setting off toward the island's interior. Li Yang led the way with a bow and machete, while Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi followed, carrying baskets and machetes, ready to collect anything useful. The vegetation in the interior was denser, and the terrain more rugged. They navigated carefully through the woods, pausing occasionally to consult the island's fauna and flora encyclopedia to identify the surrounding plants. After approximately half a day's journey, they arrived at a valley. Upon witnessing the valley's sights, the three were left in awe. The valley was filled with golden wheat swaying gently in the breeze, exuding the fragrance of ripeness. It was summer, and the wheat had matured, with heavy ears bowing down, promising a bountiful harvest. Wheat. We've found wheat. Lin Wei cried out in excitement. The three immediately sprang into action, taking out their machetes and baskets to begin harvesting the wheat. They carefully cut the ears and placed them into their baskets, quickly filling several. That should suffice. This will sustain us for a while. We can return for more later, Li Yang suggested. The three, laden with their heavy harvest, returned joyfully to the bamboo house. Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi, responsible for the kitchen, busied themselves preparing a meal with the wheat. However, upon gazing at their bounty, they encountered a dilemma. How do we turn this wheat into flour? Lin Wei furrowed her brow. Wang Jingyi shook her head in confusion. I'm not sure. I can cook, but I've only ever used pre-made flour. I don't know how to process this whole wheat. Seeing their troubled expressions, Li Yang reassured them. Don't worry, I'll figure it out. The wheat needs to be husked before it can be ground into flour. Let us start by removing the husks. He found a flat stone, placed the wheat on top, and gently crushed it with another stone. Soon, the husks fell away, revealing the white grains within. However, the next challenge arose: how to grind the grains into flour without a mill. After pondering for a moment, Li Yang retrieved 2 smooth stones, placing the grains between them and rubbing them back and forth. Gradually, the grains transformed into a fine powder. Although coarse, it could still serve as flour. It may be rough, but it's edible, Li Yang said contentedly, surveying his handiwork. Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi watched him with hearts full of gratitude and admiration. Let us make steamed buns for dinner, Lin Wei proposed. That sounds great. I've never eaten steamed buns that we made ourselves, Wang Jingyi replied eagerly. The three immediately set to work, with Wang Jingyi handling the dough, Lin Wei tending the fire, and Liang assisting. Though the process was somewhat convoluted, the dough was not kneaded perfectly, resulting in oddly shaped buns. Nevertheless, when the fragrant steamed buns emerged from the pot, their laughter filled the air with joy. Chapter 13. The Golden-Haired Beauty? In the early morning, Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi busied themselves tidying the house, while Liang approached the damaged chicken coop, which had been ravaged by the Black Panther. Frowning at the broken structure, he began to repair it with bamboo and rope. Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi soon joined him, offering bamboo and rope to assist. It's such a pity that the panther devoured all our chickens, Lin Wei lamented. Once I fix the coop, I'll go capture some wild chickens to raise, Liang declared. I want to come with you. Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi chimed in unison. Liang smiled at Lin Wei. Wei, you're pregnant. It's best if you rest at home. I promise to bring back some egg-laying hens for you. You've always enjoyed raising chickens, haven't you? After contemplating his words, Lin Wei agreed, nodding. All right, just be careful and return soon. Wang Jingyi, feeling bored staying indoors, expressed her desire to accompany Liang. Liang, I'll go with you. I can help. Liang shook his head gently. Stay here and help take care of Wei. I can manage on my own and will return quickly. All right, just be safe, she replied. Liang equipped himself with a bow, rope, and traps made from bamboo, heading toward the area where he had previously spotted wild chickens. He walked, keenly observing the surroundings, hoping to find traces of the wild chickens quickly. Upon arriving at the earlier location, however, he found it deserted, with not a single wild chicken in sight. Could they have been frightened away by the panther? He pondered, deciding to venture deeper into the woods. Not long after, he heard a clucking sound. Following the noise, he discovered a flock of vividly feathered chickens foraging in the underbrush. These chickens appeared different from ordinary wildfowl, being larger with plumage resembling that of domesticated chickens. Upon closer inspection, Liang's eyes brightened. It's the wild ancestral chicken. He recognized this breed as the ancestor of modern domesticated chickens, more suitable for domestication than regular wildfowl. He quickly found a concealed spot and began setting traps. Using bamboo and rope, he fashioned several snares in areas frequented by the ancestral chickens, scattering some wheat grains nearby as bait. Once the traps were set, Liang patiently waited in hiding. Before long, a few ancestral chickens were drawn to the wheat, cautiously approaching the traps. One hen inadvertently stepped into a snare, becoming firmly ensnared. He subsequently captured a male ancestral chicken and 4 females. Upon returning to the bamboo house, he carefully settled the ancestral chickens in their new coop. Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi were astonished to see the ancestral chickens in the coop and hurried over. Liang, what type of chicken is this? It looks so much like the one sold in the market. Lin Wei inquired curiously. Liang smiled and explained, these are wild ancestral chickens, the ancestors of domesticated chickens. They are easier to tame than ordinary wild fowl and have a higher egg production rate. Upon hearing this, the two women were once again captivated by Li Yang's erudition. Their gazes towards him filled with admiration. The system notification chimed. Wang Jingyi's favorability level increased to 95. Liang felt a surge of anticipation within, curious about the reward that awaited him once the favorability reached 100. Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi busied themselves feeding some grains and water to the animals. Watching their industrious figures warmed Li Yang's heart. At that moment, the system's alert suddenly rang. System notification. In 12 hours, a blonde female entity will approach this island. Please prepare for rescue. Host. A blonde female entity? Could it be a golden-haired beauty? Excitement coursed through Li Yang's veins. He had yet to win over Wang Jingyi, and now the system was sending him a golden-haired beauty. How considerate of it. Truly a blessing from the multi-child system. Over the next 12 hours, Liang was restless, frequently glancing towards the seaside. Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi noticed his unusual demeanor and inquired with concern. Liang fabricated an excuse, saying he merely wished to explore the beach for new discoveries. The two women cautioned him to be careful and return early. He nodded, though guilt gnawed at him. Given how well Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi treated him, would it be wrong to bring back another beauty? Just then, the system chimed again. Please head to the beach promptly and actively rescue the target. Liang dared not delay, hastening towards the shore. Upon arrival, he saw no rescue boat as he had envisioned, but rather a large wooden barrel drifting on the water, slowly approaching the shore. Could the golden-haired beauty be inside the barrel? Eagerly, Liang rushed over, calling out, Golden-haired beauty, I'm here to rescue you. Don't be afraid. As he reached the barrel, he eagerly lifted the lid, only to be taken aback. Inside the barrel was not a golden-haired beauty, but a female golden retriever. What the heck? Is the system playing tricks on me? Liang could not help but exclaim. This is what you call a blonde female entity? You've tricked me twice already. The first time you said there was a knife-wielding individual, and it turned out to be a doctor with a scalpel. Now you say there's a blonde female entity, and it's just a golden retriever. Well, bringing it back as a guard dog isn't so bad, and it could accompany him on hunts. The wooden barrel was also quite useful for storing food. Just as Li Yong pondered how to transport such a large barrel back, he suddenly remembered his system space. He focused on the barrel, and to his surprise, it was successfully stored. He lifted the golden retriever from the barrel, gently stroking its head. From now on, you'll be called Xiao Jin. Let us go home. Xiao Jin seemed to comprehend his words, obediently licking his hand. Li Yong began his return journey with Xiao Jin. Nearing the camp, he retrieved the barrel from the system space and pushed it along. Upon returning to the bamboo house, Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi were delighted to see Xiao Jin and rushed over. Li Yong smiled. I found her by the beach and brought her home. With her here, we'll have an extra guard. Chapter 14. Examine the wound. In the early morning, Li Yong took a basket to check the fishing nets, humming a disjointed tune. He contemplated how many fish he could catch to prepare a sumptuous breakfast for Wang Jingyi and Lin Wei. However, as he inspected each fishing net, his smile gradually faded. The combined catch amounted to a mere small fish no larger than his palm. What is happening? The previous catches had been abundant. Li Yong furrowed his brow. Realizing this was untenable, food supplies would dwindle. Holding the tiny fish, he walked back with a heavy heart. Upon returning to the bamboo house, he found Lin Wei sitting alone at the entrance, tending to a clay pot of hot water. Wei, why are you alone? Where's Jingyi? Li Yong inquired curiously. Lin Wei looked up, a hint of helplessness on her face. She said she was feeling unwell today and has been lying down inside. Li Yang's heart sank. He remembered how Wang Jingyi had saved Lin Wei's life and felt a strong urge to care for her. Unwell? I'll go check on her. He quickly set down the fish and basket, hurrying into the room. There, he found Wang Jingyi lying on the bed, clutching her abdomen tightly, her brow furrowed, and her complexion pale. Jingyi, what's wrong? Where does it hurt? Li Yong asked with concern. Wang Jingyi opened her eyes, seeing him, and managed a weak smile. It's nothing, just an old ailment. It will pass in a few days. Old ailment? Li Yong frowned. Even if you are a doctor, you still need medication when you're unwell. You can't just endure it. Hearing this, Wang Jingyi felt a warm wave of gratitude. This straightforward man, though lacking in romantic sensitivity, genuinely cared for her. Wang Jingyi's favorability level increased to 99. As Li Yong spoke, his gaze inadvertently swept across the bed, suddenly noticing several dark red stains on the sheets. He was taken aback, raising his voice slightly. Why is there blood? Are you injured? Wang Jingyi followed his gaze, her face turning crimson as she hastily pulled the leopard print blanket over herself. No, you must be mistaken. How could I be mistaken? Li Yong insisted. Tell me where you're hurt. Let me take a look. I said there's nothing. You need to leave. I want to be alone. Wang Jingyi's flustered tone grew urgent. Yet, Li Yong refused to budge, swiftly approaching the bedside and grabbing alcohol and bandages from the side. You must be injured. Look at the bloodstains on the bed. Let me see the wound. I can help you bandage it. It would be troublesome if it got infected. I said I don't need anything. Get out. Wang Jingyi, feeling a mix of anger and gratitude at his insistence, pushed him away in desperation. System notification. Wang Jingyi's favorability decreased by 45. Current favorability is 50. Li Yong was utterly bewildered upon hearing the system's notification. I'm just showing concern for her. How could my favorability decrease? He looked at Wang Jingyi with an innocent expression, confused about what he had done wrong. Just then, Lin Wei entered with a bowl of hot water and, upon witnessing the scene, inquired curiously, what is going on here? Wang Jingyi, seeing Lin Wei, seemed to have found her savior. She quickly signaled to her and whispered the events of the previous exchange. Lin Wei could not help but chuckle, patting Wang Jingyi's hand in reassurance. He's just that kind of straightforward guy, don't take it to heart. Li Yong, looking innocent, added, I truly was just concerned for her. There's blood on the bed, indicating a serious injury. Bleeding and infection are no trivial matter. I just wanted to check the severity of the wound. Lin Wei shook her head helplessly, pulling Li Yong outside and explaining softly, Jingyi isn't injured. She's simply on her period. There are no sanitary products on the island, and she's feeling irritable, which is why she's lying down. On her period? Li Yong suddenly understood. So that's it. I thought she was hurt. By the way, why don't you have any? You, truly, are such a straightforward man. How could I have any when I'm pregnant? Lin Wei shot him an annoyed glare. She's not feeling well, and doesn't have suitable supplies. If you wish to help her, think of a way to find some absorbent materials. Understood. Rabbit fur should work. I'll go catch some right away. After speaking, he seized the bow and arrows and dashed outside. Just a few steps away, the golden retriever, Xiao Jin, wagged its tail and followed him. Perfect, you can accompany me. Perhaps you will be of assistance. Li Yong patted Xiao Jin's head. The man and the dog swiftly arrived at the location where they previously spotted the rabbit. Initially, Li Yang intended to use a poisoned arrow to kill the rabbit, but reconsidered, thinking that the rabbit's fur would still be useful, and using a poisoned arrow might taint the pelt. Thus, he opted for a stone arrow instead. Holding his breath, he aimed at a rabbit that was grazing and released the bowstring. The stone arrow whistled through the air, striking the rabbit's hind leg. The rabbit squealed in pain and limped away into the thicket. Don't run, Li Yang hastily pursued, with Xiao Jin following closely into the underbrush. The thicket was dimly lit and overgrown with weeds. In his haste, Li Yang tripped over a stone, causing his knee to strike a sharp rock, blood immediately oozing from the wound. Gasping, he winced in pain. Just as he thought the rabbit had escaped, Xiao Jin returned, proudly carrying the injured rabbit in its mouth, tail wagging with delight. Ignoring his knee's pain, he lifted the rabbit and continued to search the vicinity. Luck was on his side, as he managed to catch 2 more rabbits using the same method. Back at the bamboo house, Li Yang neglected to tend to his knee injury and hurriedly skinned and cleaned the rabbits, carefully collecting the fur. The following day, he used the gathered rabbit fur along with some soft hay to create several makeshift sanitary pads, which he handed to Wang Jingyi. Upon seeing the rudimentary pads and noticing Li Yang's untreated knee wound, Wang Jingyi's eyes brimmed with tears. Wang Jingyi's affection level increased to 100. Reward: a mechanical crossbow. Model American Barnett Quad 450 bolts. Just as Li Yang prepared to turn away, he heard the system's notification sound, and his eyes brightened. Finding an excuse, he rushed outside to retrieve the mechanical crossbow and bolts from the system's space. The crossbow was entirely black, exquisitely crafted, and appeared immensely powerful. Li Yang tested the bowstring. Feeling its weight, he loaded a bolt and aimed at a distant tree for a test shot. With a whoosh, the bolt flew out, embedding deeply into the trunk, leaving only a small portion of the shaft visible. What incredible power! Li Yang exclaimed in delight. With this weapon, he could contend with ferocious beasts like tigers and leopards. He slung the mechanical crossbow over his shoulder and returned to the bamboo house, exclaiming to Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi, "I found a crossbow on the beach, along with 50 bolts. Hunting will be much easier now." The 2 women gaped in astonishment at the sight of the mechanical crossbow. "This looks formidable," Lin Wei remarked. Wang Jingyi nodded in agreement. "With this, our safety is greatly enhanced." Li Yang smiled and said, "From now on, you 2 can stay at home, tending to the vegetables and preparing meals. Leave the hunting to me. With this crossbow, I guarantee we will have meat every day." In the days that followed, Li Yang ventured out daily with the mechanical crossbow and Xiao Jin, consistently returning with bountiful catches. Meanwhile, Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi managed the household impeccably. The vegetable garden thrived, and the hens began to lay eggs. Chapter 15: Uninvited Guests. Li Yang cheerfully strode back, carrying 2 plump wild rabbits. Today's haul was impressive, sufficient for 3 meals, and he even contemplated making a rich soup with the rabbit meat tomorrow. Just as he stepped onto the familiar sandy beach, he suddenly halted. The sand bore several unfamiliar footprints, broad shoe prints with worn edges, unmistakably left by an adult male. Li Yang's heart leapt into his throat, his grip on the rabbits tightening involuntarily. Apart from the 3 of them, no other individuals had ever been seen on this island. How could strange men's footprints suddenly appear? "System, what is going on?" he queried anxiously in his mind, demanding to know why there were footprints of others. "System, detected the presence of adult male humans on the island. You knew all along. Why didn't you inform me?" Li Yang felt a surge of anger and fear. "How many of them are there? What are their intentions?" "System, this system primarily monitors potential female companions. Male targets are beyond its scope. The number of targets is unknown. You must investigate yourself. If you are interested, I could arrange a few male friends for you." Damn it. Li Yang couldn't contain his frustration, muttering a curse. What did it mean to be beyond the monitoring scope? What if they were here to steal? Would you not intervene? This time, the system fell utterly silent. Li Yang's face darkened with anger, but he had no time to dwell on it. He crouched down to examine the footprints closely. The intervals between them were consistent, and the stride was long and steady. Judging by the clarity of the prints, it seemed the individuals had departed not long ago, and there were at least 2 of them. Furrowing his brow, he followed the footprints towards the forest's edge. However, as soon as he entered the woods, the soft layer of decaying leaves obscured all traces, and the footprints vanished completely. Clenching his machete tightly, he cautiously searched the area for any signs, but found nothing. Not daring to linger, he thought of the potential danger. What if they had set a trap or seized the opportunity to ambush the bamboo house? The consequences would be dire. Upon returning to the bamboo house, he found Lin Wei sitting at the entrance weaving a bamboo basket, while Wang Jingyi groomed Xiao Jin. Noticing Li Yang's grave expression, both sensed something was amiss. "What happened, Li Yang? You look so grim." Lin Wei stood up, setting aside her basket. Li Yang tossed the wild rabbits onto the ground and spoke solemnly. "Strangers have arrived on the island, at least two unfamiliar men. Really? Lin Wei's eyes brightened, a smile spreading across her face. This is wonderful. Finally, there are other people. We can help each other and surely survive better. Wang Jingyi nodded in agreement. Having more people does indeed lend strength. Perhaps they know about other places. What nonsense. Li Yang raised his voice, startling the two women, then softened his tone but maintained a serious demeanor. You are being too naive. In such a place, encountering strangers is not necessarily a good thing. If they are ill-intentioned, seeing our food, shelter, and the two of you, what do you think they will do? They would steal all our food and tools and take possession of the bamboo house we've worked so hard to build. As for you, Li Yang clenched his teeth and uttered the harshest possibility. They might very well capture you both, using you as tools for their depravity, subjecting you to unspeakable horrors. In such a scenario, we would have no means to resist. Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi's faces turned pale, their lips trembling. They had previously only considered the strength in numbers, failing to realize the malice inherent in human hearts, especially in this chaotic world. What should we do? Lin Wei's voice quavered, instinctively clutching Li Yang's arm. Though Wang Jingyi felt fear as well, she forced herself to remain calm. We have weapons, we might not necessarily lose. Li Yang moved to the corner, pointing at the piled weapons. We have only a machete, a military dagger, a few wooden spears, and my mechanical crossbow. Only the crossbow possesses real lethality. The others are adequate for dealing with beasts, but they are utterly insufficient against armed adults. He looked at the two women with concern. Even if you wield these weapons, it would be challenging to overpower adult men. Moreover, we have no idea if they are armed, if they possess firearms. We stand no chance whatsoever. Just then, Lin Wei suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, we can use poisoned arrows. The lethal blood-sealing poison arrow previously used to slay the leopard had such formidable power that a direct hit on a person would undoubtedly prove fatal, rivaling even that of a firearm. Li Yang's eyes brightened with realization. Yes. How could I have overlooked this? Wang Jingyi nodded in agreement. The poison arrows are indeed a viable option. As long as they strike the target, regardless of their strength, they will quickly lose mobility. Without further delay, the trio sprang into action. Li Yang took charge of crafting bamboo bows, selecting exceptionally resilient bamboo, heating it to bend into shape, and binding sturdy vines as bowstrings. In no time, he fashioned 3 simple yet robust bamboo bows. Meanwhile, Wang Jingyi and Lin Wei focused on creating the poison arrows. They carefully applied the previously stored sap from the blood-sealing tree onto the sharpened bamboo arrowheads and placed the poisoned arrows into a specially designed bamboo quiver. Li Yang also crafted 2 compact bamboo daggers, meticulously coating the blades with poison before handing them to the 2 women. Keep these on you for self-defense. If anyone gets too close, use them to stab, but remember to strike the skin. The 2 women accepted the daggers, gripping them tightly, though fear lingered in their eyes. A newfound determination emerged. With all preparations complete, the trio stood ready, ears attuned to the sounds outside, even moderating their breathing. Yet, a tranquil night passed without incident. By morning, Li Yang, glancing at the nearly empty wooden barrel in the corner, frowned. The wheat is running low. We must venture inland to harvest more, or we shall soon face starvation. However, there are strangers outside. Lin Wei expressed her fear. Wang Jingyi hesitated. Is it not too dangerous to go out at this time? The greater the danger, the more we must go, Li Yang asserted with resolve. We cannot afford to sit idly by, and hiding is not a solution. Without food, we will grow weak and face even greater peril. We shall go together, armed and accompanied by Xiao Jin, so we may look out for one another. After a moment of contemplation, the 2 women deemed Li Yang's reasoning sound and nodded in agreement. The 3 armed themselves with bamboo bows, poison arrows, a mechanical crossbow, and machetes, also taking along bamboo baskets for the wheat. Xiao Jin followed closely, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Upon reaching the golden wheat field, Li Yang instructed the 2 women to stand guard at the edge while he commenced swiftly harvesting the wheat with a sickle. Suddenly, Xiao Jin began barking furiously at the trees across the field, his fur bristling with alertness. Li Yang immediately halted his work, brandishing the mechanical crossbow toward the treeling, and called out in a low voice, "Who's there? Come out." The 2 women quickly readied their bamboo bows, tension mounting as they focused intently on the woods. After a few seconds, 2 men emerged from the trees, brandishing sickles. Upon spotting Li Yang and the others, they momentarily froze before raising their hands in surrender. Do not misunderstand. We are survivors too, one of the tall, lean men exclaimed, wearing a tattered jacket and a sycophantic smile. We just arrived on the island this morning and noticed the wheat here. We intended to harvest some to stave off hunger. The other short and stout man chimed in. Yes, we mean no harm. Li Yang did not lower his crossbow, still watching them warily. How many of you are there? Why have you come to this island? Just 3 of us. The the tall man quickly replied. One companion is searching for a water source nearby. Our boat broke down at sea, and we drifted here. Liang furrowed his brow, sensing something insincere about their smiles. Yet he could not detect overt hostility. Coldly, he declared, "This is our territory, do not approach. Harvest your wheat and leave." All right. The tall man nodded vigorously, eager to placate. Liang turned to the two women, whispering, "There is something off about these two. Their eyes are shifty, and they are certainly not being truthful. Stay alert. If they dare to rush us, shoot them with the poison arrows without hesitation." The two women nodded firmly, gripping their bamboo bows tightly. Just as Liang prepared to continue harvesting the wheat, he caught a glimpse of movement from the corner of his eye. Both men had vanished. Alarmed, Liang shouted, "They're making a run for it. Follow me." He grabbed the two women and turned to flee from the wheat field. Xiao Jin sensed the danger and barked fiercely toward the trees. Just as they emerged from the wheat field, before they could reach the nearby woods, 5 men suddenly charged out. Leading them was a burly man with a face full of muscle, wielding a machete, the very owner of the footprints seen earlier on the beach. Following him were the previously encountered tall and stout men, along with 2 unfamiliar men, each brandishing stout wooden clubs. The 5 men fanned out in a semicircle, blocking their path, their faces twisted into greedy, lecherous smiles, their eyes scanning Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi like ravenous wolves. "Hey, where do you think you're running?" The burly man licked his lips, the sunlight glinting off his machete. "I never expected this island would harbor such fine women." The tall man revealed his true colors, sneering. "Just now, we played the part of the innocuous, but it was all a ruse to lure you out. Boy, you'd best drop your weapons and hand over these 2 women, or we'll spare no mercy." Another man rubbed his hands together, leering at Wang Jingyi, especially the one in white. "She looks far more enticing than those ladies of the night." Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi trembled at their crude words and leering gazes, clutching Li Yang's arm tightly. Liang shielded the 2 women behind him, raising the mechanical crossbow toward the burly man, his expression as cold as iron. "Dare to lay a finger on them, and you shall face the consequences." "Oh, you dare to resist?" The burly man scoffed, swinging his machete. "With that broken crossbow? Charge! Subdue this brat, and take the women back to enjoy." At the command of the burly man, the 5 men lunged forward like starving wolves, and the battle was imminent. Liang inhaled deeply, gripping his mechanical crossbow tightly, a fierce glint in his eyes. He understood that this battle would determine life or death. There was no third option. He had to prevail, not only for himself, but also for the 2 women behind him. Xiao Jin, too, growled at the approaching men, ready to attack. A fierce conflict was unavoidable. Chapter 16, the climax of battle. "Fire!" Liang commanded in a low voice. The trigger of the mechanical crossbow was about to be pulled when, in that critical moment, a tall figure suddenly dashed out from the side. It was the man who had previously feigned innocence. Liang instinctively adjusted his aim, and with a swift twang, the crossbow bolt pierced the tall man's chest with precision. He let out a muffled groan, his eyes wide with shock as he collapsed into the wheat field, twitching a few times before falling still. Seeking death, the burly man, Yang Lu, roared as he charged forward, his fist the size of a cooking pot hurtling toward Li Yang's face with tremendous force. This guy was indeed formidable. His footwork was steady, and his punches were swift. Clearly a seasoned fighter in underground boxing. Liang was knocked back repeatedly by the sheer force, causing his mechanical crossbow to slip from his grasp. There was no time to retrieve his weapon. He swiftly drew his military dagger and, using the momentum from his retreat, slid to the side, aiming the dagger's gleaming edge at Yang Lu's ribs. "Humph!" Yang Lu scoffed, twisting his wrist to deflect the dagger with his forearm, then seized Li Yang's wrist with a grip like a vice. Once a karate champion, his wrist strength was astonishing. Liang felt as if his bones were about to shatter, and the dagger clattered to the ground. "You dare to harm my brother?" Yang Lu sneered as he attempted to pin Liang to the ground, but unexpectedly, Liang suddenly bent his elbow and struck his chin. The blow was swift and fierce, causing Yang Lu to recoil in pain, giving Liang the opportunity to break free from his restraints and deliver a sweeping kick to Yang Lu's knee. Yang Lu staggered back a step, his gaze growing increasingly menacing. He seized the fallen machete from the ground, the blade whistling as it sliced towards Li Yang's neck. Liang ducked and rolled to evade the strike, the blade grazing his scalp before embedding itself in the earth, sending a jolt through Yang Lu's hand. In that fleeting moment, Liang grasped a dagger from the ground, using the momentum of his roll to stab it into Yang Lu's armed right arm. "Ah!" Yang Lu screamed in agony as the machete slipped from his grasp. Liang seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful kick that sent the weapon flying several meters away, then lunged toward a nearby mechanical crossbow. "Stop him!" Yang Lu shouted, clutching his bleeding arm. The stout man nearby, seeing this, charged at Liang with a wooden club raised high. Just as Li Yong knocked a bolt into the crossbow, he pulled the trigger without hesitation, the bolt striking the stout man's throat. The man's eyes widened in shock as he fell to the ground, gasping for breath and blood gushing from his throat. Li Yong, be careful. Two women's alarmed cries reached him from behind. Li Yong turned sharply, spotting Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi standing back to back, each wielding a bloodied poisoned bamboo dagger. Two men lay before them, bamboo arrows protruding from their chests, their faces dark and clearly poisoned. Lin Wei's cheeks trembled, while Wang Jingyi's lips were devoid of color, yet both fixed their determined gazes on the remaining foes, their eyes reflecting a lingering fear. Well done. A surge of warmth filled Li Yang's heart as he prepared to advance, only to see Yang Lu pounce at him like a crazed tiger, blood oozing from his severed arm, adding to his ferocity. I will kill you. Yang Lu's massive fist aimed for Li Yang's face. Li Yang sidestepped, raising the mechanical crossbow to target Yang Lu's chest, the arrowhead coated with a lethal toxin. Yang Lu's movements froze as he beheld the crossbow bolt mere inches from him, terror replacing his earlier aggression. He fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head. Please spare my life, big brother. I was wrong. I failed to recognize your greatness. Li Yong frowned, about to squeeze the trigger when a system notification echoed in his mind, detected that the host has subdued a hostile male target. Reward, Slave Pill X1. Consuming it will reduce the target's intelligence by 50, ensuring absolute loyalty and unlocking the slave panel. Slave? Li Yong was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Yang Lu's robust physique. Although this man was fierce, his strength could prove useful for labor. He amended his demand. If you wish to live, consume this. He retrieved the slave pill from the system space, a gray-black capsule emitting a peculiar odor. Yang Lu, mistaking it for a life-saving antidote, swallowed it without hesitation. Moments later, his expression grew vacant, the ferocity fading from his face, leaving only a dull obedience. He stood up and bowed to Li Yong, master. Li Yong felt a surge of triumph within, turning to the still trembling women to explain, this is a fool's pill I found by the sea. Consuming it will render him obedient. We can keep him for work. He is quite sturdy. Lin Wei timidly hid behind Wang Jingyi, who forced herself to nod. I trust your judgment. It was then that Li Yong noticed the information displayed on the system panel. Slave, Yang Lu. Identity, former karate champion, Sanda expert. Former binder of the multi-child blessing system. Status, low intelligence, absolute loyalty. Defect, 0 centimeters, basic loss of fertility. Skills, basic farming, combat. Damn, Li Yong cursed inwardly. Realizing he had encountered a discarded eunuch by the system, even in his current state, he still thought about seizing women. What a pervert. He kicked Yang Lu's leg. Get up and follow us. Yang Lu rose like a puppet, obediently trailing behind. Li Yong beamed with joy at the sight of Yang Lu's unquestioning compliance. Though he had lost his wits, his raw strength remained intact, perfect for heavy labor. He directed Yang Lu to drag the bodies away for disposal while he and the two women collected scattered weapons and supplies. Li Yong, is he really all right? Lin Wei questioned, glancing at Yang Lu's towering figure with apprehension. Wang Jingyi nodded in agreement. Yes, he was so fierce before. Now he suddenly seems so compliant. It feels strange. Li Yong chuckled reassuringly. Don't worry, he consumed the fool's pill I provided, and now he is just an obedient fool. He won't harm us. Keeping him will help with our labor. The two women, though still somewhat concerned, found solace in Li Yang's confident demeanor and gradually calmed down. Upon returning to the bamboo house, Li Yong instructed Yang Lu to till the previously cultivated land. Although Yang Lu had become dim-witted, his basic labor skills remained intact, and he performed tasks like tilling and weeding with remarkable efficiency, surpassing Li Yong's efforts. It was indeed worthwhile to keep him around. Li Yong observed Yang Lu's industrious figure, nodding in satisfaction. The following days resumed a peaceful rhythm. Li Yong ventured out hunting daily with Xiao Jin, occasionally offering guidance to Yang Lu in his tasks. Meanwhile, Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi took charge of cooking, weaving, and tending to the native chickens. Yang Lu was indeed as compliant as a fool, following any instruction given, treating Li Yong and the two women with utmost respect, devoid of his previous ferocity. One afternoon, while Li Yong was inspecting the reinforced chicken coop, the system's alarm blared in his mind. System alert. Abnormal meteorological activity detected. In 15 days, this island will be struck by a level 5 hurricane. Coastal areas will be devastated. The host must lead all members to the caves deep within the island to take shelter or face life-threatening danger. A level 5 hurricane? Li Yang's expression shifted dramatically, his heart sinking. He had seen the destructive power of a level 5 hurricane on the news, capable of effortlessly uprooting houses and trees. The bamboo house they resided in would crumble under a level 10 hurricane. System, are you certain? Is there truly a level 5 hurricane approaching? Li Yong found it hard to believe. System, The detection results are accurate. The host must prepare promptly. Time is of the essence. No longer hesitating, Li Yong dashed back to the bamboo house and conveyed the alarming news to Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi. Chapter 17. The hurricane approaches. Li Yong returned to the bamboo house, organizing his words before solemnly stating, "In my observations by the sea these past few days, I noticed an unusual gathering of clouds in the distance, resembling the formation of a hurricane as depicted in documentaries. I fear that within half a month, the hurricane will arrive. We must retreat inland." What? A hurricane? Upon hearing this news, the two women, who had always trusted Li Yong, turned pale with fear. "What shall we do? Our bamboo house surely cannot withstand it," Lin Wei said anxiously, instinctively touching her abdomen. Wang Jingyi frowned in concern. "Yes, what can we do? Where can we find shelter?" "Don't worry. While hunting, I discovered a cave deep within the island that should provide refuge from the hurricane," Li Yong reassured them. "We still have time. There's sufficient opportunity to prepare." He began to strategize. First, they needed to locate the cave and confirm its safety and capacity to accommodate everyone, including Yang Lu and Xiao Jin. Secondly, they would need to stockpile enough food and water, as well as warm clothing and bedding, for the cave would undoubtedly be cold. At last, we must gather all essential supplies and tools, ensuring they are not left outside to be ravaged by the hurricane. I shall prepare immediately. Wang Jingyi promptly rose to her feet, beginning to inventory the medications within the medical kit. Lin Wei added, "I will organize the stored wheat and jerky to ascertain whether we have sufficient provisions." "Very well, you both continue your preparations. I will summon Yang Lu, and we shall commence our search for the cave." Upon finishing his statement, Li Yong turned to find Yang Lu. He led Yang Lu and Xiao Jin deeper into the island. According to the system's guidance, the cave should be situated near the mountain range. They traversed the hills and navigated through the dense forest for approximately half a day, eventually discovering a cave nestled within a steep mountain face. The entrance was modest, barely accommodating a single person, yet inside, it was remarkably spacious, dry, and tidy, suggesting it had not been visited for quite some time. Li Yong instructed Yang Lu to forge ahead, while he illuminated the cave with a torch, meticulously inspecting the interior to confirm there were no dangers or signs of wildlife habitation. "This is splendid. This cave will suffice for our refuge from the hurricane," Li Yong exclaimed. "Yang Lu, please widen the entrance to facilitate the transport of supplies." "Yes, master," Yang Lu replied earnestly, promptly taking up a machete and axe to begin enlarging the entrance. With his considerable strength, he worked diligently, soon expanding the opening to accommodate two individuals side by side. Meanwhile, Li Yong organized the cave's interior, designating areas for food storage, sleeping quarters, and tool placement, marking each accordingly. Upon returning to the bamboo hut, Li Yong shared the discovery of the cave with the two women, allowing them a modicum of reassurance. In the ensuing days, the four of them began their preparations in earnest. Li Yong took Yang Lu daily to harvest wheat and gather vegetables, striving to stockpile as much food as possible. He also directed Yang Lu to construct several large bamboo baskets for storing supplies. Wang Jingyi was responsible for cataloging and organizing the medications, ensuring an ample supply to address any unforeseen emergencies. Lin Wei busied herself weaving more mats and sewing blankets from rabbit pelts while cleaning the black panther skin in preparation for warmth in the cave. Xiao Jin was not idle either, accompanying Li Yong on hunting excursions, assisting in tracking prey. Li Yong employed a mechanical crossbow to kill several deer, preserving the meat as jerky for storage. Although Yang Lu may lack intelligence, he labored with great zeal. Following Li Yang's instructions, he threshed the wheat harvested, grinding it into flour, and helped transport various supplies to the cave. His strength allowed him to carry multiple large sacks of flour at once, saving Li Yong considerable effort. As days passed, the date of the anticipated hurricane drew ever closer. The weather on the island began to exhibit anomalies, the winds grew fiercer, and the sky perpetually remained overcast, occasionally unleashing brief showers. It seemed the system's warnings were indeed accurate. The hurricane was approaching. Li Yong gazed out at the howling winds, his brow furrowed. "We shall move to the cave first thing tomorrow morning. We can wait no longer." The two women nodded, their expressions tinged with anxiety. At dawn the following day, as the first light broke, Li Yong roused everyone. They loaded the final remaining supplies into bamboo baskets, carried by Yang Lu, while Li Yong shouldered the mechanical crossbow and bow, leading Lin Wei, Wang Jingyi, and Xiao Jin towards the cave. The winds intensified along the way, making it nearly impossible to stand firm. Branches groaned under the strain of the gusts, as if weeping. Xiao Jin appeared somewhat unsettled, closely shadowing Li Yong. After approximately 3 hours, they finally reached the cave. Li Yong directed Yang Lu to transport the supplies inside, subsequently using stones and branches to partially shield the entrance. providing protection from the wind while allowing them to monitor the external conditions. Upon entering the cave, Li Yong ignited a torch, illuminating the interior. Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi began organizing the supplies and bedding, while Yang Lu obediently settled in a corner. At last, they were safe. Li Yong sighed in relief. Leaning against the rock wall to rest, Wang Jingyi handed him a bowl of water, saying, "Drink some water. You must be exhausted." Li Yong accepted the water, taking a sip while observing the industrious women and Yang Lu in the corner, feeling a wave of emotions. From initially being all alone to now having a beloved, a loyal companion, and devoted allies by his side, this journey had truly been arduous. "How long will this hurricane last?" Lin Wei inquired with some trepidation. Li Yong grasped her hand, reassuring her, "Do not worry. Regardless of how long it endures, we will weather it together. As long as we are together, there is no challenge we cannot overcome." Wang Jingyi chimed in cheerfully, "Indeed, we possess ample food and water. Along with this secure cave, we shall undoubtedly endure." Just then, the howling winds outside escalated dramatically. Li Yong approached the entrance, peering through the crevice to behold the tumultuous scene outside. Fierce winds lashed about, torrential rain battered down. Trees bent and swayed, some even uprooted. The sky loomed dark and oppressive, enveloping the world in chaos. "What a terrifying hurricane," Li Yong murmured, inwardly grateful for heeding the system's warnings and seeking refuge in the cave beforehand. He returned to the cave, finding Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi huddled close together. Fear etched on their faces. He approached, embracing both women, saying, "Do not fear. With me here, we are safe." Feeling the warmth of Li Yang's embrace, the two women gradually calmed. Although Yang Lu may be simple-minded, he too sensed the external peril, shrinking into the corner, tightly clutching his knees. Xiao Jin lay at Li Yang's feet, whimpering uneasily. While comforting the two women in his arms, Li Yang contemplated the aftermath of the hurricane. The island's environment would surely undergo significant changes, and their bamboo hut and farmland might be devastated. They would have to start anew once again. Chapter 18, Rebuilding the Home. The hurricane ravaged for a full 2 days and nights. The occupants of the cave listened to the howling wind until the third morning. When the storm's intensity began to subside, Li Yong was the first to approach the entrance, cautiously clearing away the obstructing branches and stones. Blinding sunlight streamed in, causing him to instinctively squint. Once acclimated to the brightness, he was astonished to discover that the scene outside the cave was far more intact than he had anticipated. Although the dense woods were somewhat disheveled, with fallen branches and leaves scattered about, most of the towering trees remained unscathed, and the mountain face was as solid as ever. With only a few traces of loose stones having tumbled down, it appears that the outside has suffered little destruction. Li Yong exclaimed in delight. Turning to call out to the others, Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi quickly approached, and upon seeing the scene outside, they both sighed in relief. "Wonderful. This place is indeed safe," Wang Jingyi remarked. Yang Lu followed suit, gazing vacantly at the outside, lost in thought. Xiao Jin joyfully dashed into the woods, frolicking about. "Let us first return to our previous location. Although we are aware that the bamboo hut may not have survived, we must confirm its status," Li Yong suggested. The group nodded in agreement, quickly tidying up before heading towards their former dwelling by the sea. Along the way, they observed that the closer they drew to the coast, the more severe the hurricane's devastation appeared. The once lush coastal forest bore numerous broken trunks, and the beach was strewn with various debris. Even some unfamiliar marine creatures washed ashore. Upon reaching the site of their old home, they were left astounded by the sight before them. The once warm and inviting bamboo house has vanished without a trace, leaving behind only scattered bamboo fragments and vines. The vegetable garden, which had been painstakingly cultivated, now lies in utter disarray, with the soil eroded into deep ravines and the remnants of water spinach and rice floating in the stagnant water, clearly destroyed. Lin Wei gazed at the scene before her, her eyes reddening. Wang Jingyi sighed, remarking on the low terrain by the seaside, devoid of shelter, which indeed rendered it unsuitable for long-term habitation. Li Yong furrowed his brow, pausing for a moment before stating solemnly that his suspicions were confirmed. The coastline was, in fact, ill-suited for settlement, being too vulnerable to hurricanes and tsunamis. "We must relocate our home to the cave," he indicated. The cave itself serves as a natural barrier, and before its entrance lies a flat expanse, accompanied by a small pond and a nearby river, making it far more suitable for habitation and agriculture. Henceforth, we shall rebuild our home there. "I concur," Wang Jingyi nodded immediately, acknowledging its safety and convenience. Lin Wei also nodded, expressing that as long as she was with him, it mattered not where they were. "Very well, then." Li Yong clapped his hands, suggesting they first inspect the condition of the wheat fields before proceeding with their plans. The four of them hurried inland towards the wheat fields. Fortunately, this area is farther from the coast and shielded by trees. although they suffered some damage. With many wheat heads blown off, the overall loss was not too severe, and a portion of the wheat remained intact. Excellent, there is still a harvest. Liang exhaled in relief. Today, we shall harvest all the remaining wheat, dry it, and store it in the cave as an essential food reserve for the future. Without delay, Liang and Yang Lu took on the task of harvesting, while Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi organized the wheat, removing impurities. Though somewhat simple-minded, Yang Lu possessed great strength, working diligently and efficiently, equivalent to the efforts of two. Xiao Jin stood guard nearby, occasionally retrieving fallen wheat heads, as if lending a hand. After a full day of toil, they finally completed the harvest. Liang directed Yang Lu to spread the wheat out on the clearing before the cave to dry in the sunlight, preventing spoilage. In the following days, they began methodically reconstructing their home near the cave. Their first task was to build new dwellings. Liang selected a higher terrain adjacent to the cave, sheltered from the wind and bathed in sunlight, planning to construct 2 wooden houses, one for himself, Lin Wei, and Wang Jingyi, and the other to serve as a storage facility. Together with Yang Lu, he felled suitable trees for construction materials, while Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi gathered vines and palm leaves for binding and roofing. Yang Lu's strength proved invaluable during this process, contributing to felling, transporting, and erecting the framework. Liang undertook the technical aspects, sketching plans and instructing Yang Lu on how to build more securely. Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi remained industrious as well, not only preparing materials, but also fetching water from the nearby pond to ensure a steady supply for everyone. In addition to the wooden houses, they envisioned a series of accompanying facilities. They constructed a chicken coop beside the wooden houses to house the remaining hens. A woodpile was erected next to the cave, storing fuel for the winter. They also cultivated a small patch of new vegetable garden by the pond, intending to replant water spinach, rice, and wheat. Liang specifically assigned Yang Lu to sleep in the cave, entrusting him with guarding the stored food and essential supplies. Although simple-minded, Yang Lu executed his duties diligently, remaining vigilant in the cave, ensuring no animals approached, effectively fulfilling his guarding role. The endeavor of rebuilding their home was arduous, yet each individual brimmed with enthusiasm. Several days later, the 2 modest but sturdy wooden houses were finally completed. Liang had carefully laid thick palm leaves on the roofs and plastered a layer of mud on the walls, ensuring both rain protection and warmth. Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi tidied up the interiors, laying down soft grass mats and a black panther skin, instantly evoking a sense of home. The chicken coop was swiftly established, and the hens acclimated to their new surroundings, resuming egg-laying within days. The woodpile was also filled with neatly chopped firewood, sufficient for their needs for some time. The new vegetable garden by the pond was also ready, where Liang planted long water spinach. Standing before their new home, watching Lin Wei, Wang Jingyi, and Yang Lu busy at work, along with the playful Xiao Jin, Liang felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Although they had endured the destruction wrought by the hurricane and lost their previous home, they had instead discovered a safer, more suitable settlement and rebuilt a more comprehensive abode. "This shall be our true home from now on," Liang remarked with emotion. Lin Wei leaned against him, her face alight with a blissful smile, affirming that this place felt safe and she adored it. Wang Jingyi chimed in, expressing their intent to live well here, cultivate diligently, and strive for a bountiful harvest. Liang nodded in agreement, assuring them that as long as they worked together, their lives would surely improve. Chapter 19. Affections in the Forest. The rebuilt home gradually took shape, with wooden houses, a chicken coop, and a woodpile standing neatly on the flat land before the cave. Yang Lu diligently toiled in the newly cultivated vegetable garden each day, while the golden retriever faithfully guarded the camp. Though life was stable, their meals had become somewhat monotonous, consisting mainly of wheat-based dough, fish, and chicken, with the occasional water spinach, which fell short of meeting their nutritional needs. Observing Lin Wei set down her chopsticks after only half a bowl of wheat porridge, Wang Jingyi furrowed her brow in concern. Wei, why are you eating so little? Is it unappetizing?" Lin Wei touched her stomach, feeling a bit embarrassed as she replied that it was not that, but rather that she found it somewhat greasy and lacked an appetite. Wang Jingyi turned to Liang, her tone laced with worry. "Liang, we cannot continue eating this way. The nutrition is far too singular, especially with Wei expecting. She needs to supplement her vitamins and other nutrients. I believe there must be edible wild vegetables and mushrooms in the nearby woods. Let us gather some to enrich our diet." Liang considered her suggestion and acknowledged its validity. "Very well, we shall venture into the woods today. Yang Lu, you stay here and guard the camp, ensuring Wei does not wander off." "Yes, master," Yang Lu replied earnestly, still clutching his hoe and preparing to work in the vegetable garden. The golden retriever seemed to comprehend Li Yang's words, settling down beside Lin Wei. Liang picked up a machete and a bamboo basket. saying to Wang Jingyi that they should set out early and return early. Indeed, Wang Jingyi nodded, picking up another bamboo basket to follow suit. Today, she had deliberately donned a light blue cotton dress, fashioned from cloth that had earlier washed ashore. The hem fell above her knees, revealing her slender calves as she moved with a unique charm. The two entered the woods, with Wang Jingyi carefully observing the surrounding flora, occasionally bending down to pick up a leaf to sniff, confirming its edibility. Look at this, it's purslane, edible and quite nutritious. Wang Jingyi pointed to a cluster of succulent plants, indicating their value. Li Yang mimicked her actions, quickly identifying several edible wild vegetables. This must be shepherd's purse, right? I used to eat it back home. It makes delightful dumplings. Yes, exactly, Wang Jingyi exclaimed, excitedly crouching down to begin gathering. The two individuals collaborated. Li Yang took on the task of using a machete to dig up the edible wild vegetables, while Wang Jingyi focused on plucking tender leaves and identifying mushrooms. She retrieved the tome DOYD-INGZHWB-IK-CHU-NSH from the medical kit, carefully comparing the images to ensure that the mushrooms they collected were non-toxic. Before long, their bamboo baskets were filled to the brim. As they ventured further, they were pleasantly surprised to discover a few winter melon vines, adorned with fist-sized melons, accompanied by a patch of cilantro. How wonderful! We have winter melon and cilantro, Wang Jingyi exclaimed, her excitement palpable. The winter melon could be used for soup, and cilantro would enhance the flavor, significantly enriching their culinary repertoire. Li Yang, equally delighted, gingerly plucked the winter melon and placed it into the basket, followed by a handful of cilantro. That should be enough. We can eat well for a few days. Let us return. As they retraced their steps, the atmosphere grew somewhat delicate. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow on Wang Jingyi's profile. Her cheeks tinged with a soft blush, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, and a small patch of her light blue dress dampened by perspiration, accentuating her graceful curves. Li Yang gazed at her, feeling a surge of warmth within. In truth, he had harbored feelings for Wang Jingyi for quite some time, but had never found the right moment to express them, especially today. Witnessing her traverse the woods in that alluring dress, his heart raced uncontrollably. Upon reaching a secluded glade, Wang Jingyi abruptly halted, turning to face Li Yang, her eyes revealing a hint of shyness and anticipation. Li Yang, I have something to tell you. Yes, go ahead, he responded, his heart racing. Wang Jingyi inhaled deeply, summoning great courage. I wish to be your woman, like Wei Wei, and bear your children. Upon uttering those words, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she lowered her gaze, unable to meet Li Yang's eyes. Li Yang was momentarily taken aback, swiftly enveloped by a wave of euphoria. He had longed to formally be with Wang Jingyi, but had hesitated, especially since he was already in a relationship with Lin Wei. Jingyi, I too wish to be with you. At the sound of his words, Wang Jingyi looked up suddenly, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Really? Indeed, he affirmed, stepping closer to gently grasp her hand. Her hand was soft and warm, trembling slightly. Their eyes locked, and the air seemed to crackle with electricity. Unable to contain himself any longer, Li Yang leaned down and kissed Wang Jingyi's lips. Initially stiff, she soon relaxed, closing her eyes and responding clumsily. As their passion deepened, everything felt natural. Li Yang tenderly removed Wang Jingyi's dress, and in that tranquil woodland, they became one. Though Wang Jingyi winced in pain, tears streamed down her cheeks. Yet she felt an overwhelming sense of belonging and joy. She clung tightly to Li Yang, surrendering herself entirely to him. Li Yang, though experienced, remained cautious, fearful of causing her discomfort. He sensed her tension and shyness, prompting his movements to grow ever gentler. Time passed, and they lay embraced upon the soft grass, sunlight filtering through the leaves, warming them. Wang Jingyi nestled against Li Yang, her face adorned with a satisfied smile, her gaze brimming with affection. System notification: successfully established a partnership with Wang Jingyi. Reward: a bountiful seed package, now stored in system space. Hearing the system notification, Li Yang's heart leaped with joy. With a mere thought, a bulging seed packet materialized in his hand. Upon opening it, he discovered an assortment of vegetable seeds, peppers, corn, sweet potatoes, carrots, and more. A veritable cornucopia. This is fantastic. With these seeds, our future recipes will be enriched. Wang Jingyi leaned in curiously, exclaiming in astonishment, so many seeds? Where did you get them? Li Yang chuckled, crafting an excuse. I found them by the seaside but kept forgetting to bring them out. Once we return, we'll plant these seeds, and we need not worry about a lack of vegetables. Wang Jingyi nodded in agreement, her affection for Li Yang deepening. After tidying their clothes and carrying the baskets filled with wild vegetables, mushrooms, and winter melons, they made their way back. Along the path, Wang Jingyi's cheeks remained flushed, and she occasionally stole glances at Li Yang, her eyes full of shyness. Upon arriving at the campsite, Lin Wei greeted them joyfully, noticing their bountiful harvest. Wow, you gathered so much. Tonight, we can greatly enhance our meal. Li Yong handed the basket to Lin Wei, smiling as he said, indeed. Tonight you shall savor a new flavor. Jingyi, please assist Wei Wei in preparing dinner while I plant these new seeds. All right, Wang Jingyi replied. Walking into the kitchen alongside Lin Wei, Li Yong approached the vegetable garden, where Yang Lu was tilling the soil. Yang Lu, come over and help me level this patch. I need to plant something new. Yes, master. Yang Lu promptly set down his hoe to assist. Li Yong carefully retrieved the seeds from the space, planting them in the garden according to their respective types, watering them afterward. As he gazed at the seeds nestled in the earth, he could almost envision the peppers hanging from the branches, the corn plump and ripe, and the sweet potatoes oversized, filling him with contentment. With these vegetables, their culinary options would broaden, alleviating any concerns about nutritional deficiencies. Li Yong brushed the dirt off his hands, satisfied with the fruits of his labor. Chapter 20, 7 Females. Days flowed by serenely, the newly planted vegetable seeds sprouting tender green shoots. The hens in the coop laid several eggs each day. Yang Lu maintained the garden in impeccable order, while the golden retriever faithfully guarded their home. Li Yong observed all of this, feeling a sense of security and fulfillment, though he harbored a worry that their salt supplies were dwindling. With the salt running low, he needed to devise a plan to procure more. Pondering the vegetables on the table, he furrowed his brow. Without salt, even the finest dishes lack flavor, and a prolonged absence of salt would sap their strength. Especially since Lin Wei was pregnant, she could not afford to be without salt. We could boil salt by the sea, Wang Jingyi proposed. Noting that seawater contains a wealth of salt, and by evaporating it, they should be able to obtain salt. Indeed, how did I not think of that? Li Yong exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. I shall try it immediately. He gathered several large clay pots and made his way to the shore. He filled the pots with seawater, placing them over a stone fire, igniting the wood to begin boiling. As the seawater gradually reached a boil, steam billowed, and white crystals began to form on the pot's interior. It's almost done, Li Yong thought eagerly. However, once the seawater had evaporated, he was dismayed to find that the white crystals at the bottom were sparse and bore a bitter taste, rendering them inedible. How could this happen? Li Yong furrowed his brow, retracing the process in his mind. He suspected he might have mismanaged the heat or that the seawater contained too many impurities. Undeterred, he filled another pot with seawater, this time carefully controlling the heat, allowing the water to evaporate slowly, occasionally stirring with a branch in hopes of eliminating some impurities. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. The salt was still bitter. Could my method be flawed? Li Yong mused, feeling disheartened as he sat on a rock by the sea, gazing at the surging waves in contemplation. He recalled having read that boiling salt requires filtering the seawater first to remove impurities, ensuring the resulting salt is pure. Yes, filtering. He slapped his thigh and immediately fetched some clean cloth to lay in the bamboo basket, pouring in seawater for filtration. The filtered seawater became significantly clearer. He transferred the purified seawater into a ceramic pot and began to boil it again. This time, he was more patient, simmering it gently over a low flame until the seawater was almost evaporated, leaving behind a layer of pure, fine crystals at the bottom of the pot. Carefully, he scraped a bit off and tasted it. It was salty yet pure, devoid of any bitterness. Success! I have made salt. Li Yong leapt up in excitement, carefully storing the salt in a clean ceramic jar, a crucial resource for the days ahead. Just as he was tidying up to return, a system prompt echoed in his mind. System alert. 7 fair-skinned, smooth-skinned, unclothed female entities are approaching this island, expected to arrive in 24 hours. Please actively rescue them. Do not miss this opportunity. Li Yong was stunned, his heart racing as excitement sparkled in his eyes. 7 fair-skinned, smooth-skinned, unclothed female entities? He recalled the last time the system mentioned a golden-haired female entity, which turned out to be a golden retriever. However, this time the system emphasized active rescue, and the description was different from before. It was likely 7 beauties. How wonderful. The system finally proved reliable. Li Yong rubbed his hands together in exhilaration, his mind already envisioning the appearances of these 7 beauties, his heartbeat quickening uncontrollably. He hummed a little tune as he returned to the camp, presenting the boiled salt to Wang Jingyi and Lin Wei, who both cheered joyfully at the sight of the pristine salt. Li Yong, you are incredible. You really made salt. Lin Wei exclaimed excitedly. Wang Jingyi added with a smile, now we need not worry about lacking salt. Our dishes will have flavor from now on. Li Yong nodded with a grin, keeping the systems alert to himself, his heart racing with joy. With so many smooth-skinned, unclothed beauties arriving, how would he respond? The happiness came too suddenly. The next morning, as dawn broke, Li Yong found an excuse to head to the seaside alone. He sat on a rock, his eyes fixed intently on the sea, feeling a mix of anticipation and nervousness. Time passed slowly, the sun rising gradually, and aside from the occasional seagull, there was nothing on the water. Li Yong grew anxious. Could it be that the system had deceived him again? Just as he was about to lose patience, a small black dot appeared on the distant sea, slowly drifting towards the shore. They have arrived. Li Yong immediately stood up, his heart racing as he focused on the dot. As it drew nearer, he recognized it was a small wooden boat. He excitedly waved his arms and ran toward the boat, shouting, "Hey, I'm over here." The little boat drifted slowly, and unable to wait. Li Yong jumped into the shallow water and swam towards it. However, upon closer inspection, he was instantly petrified. There were no beauties on the boat. Instead, it was a starving, bony sow with 6 equally pitiful piglets. "Damn, system, you tricked me again." Li Yong cursed angrily. What 7 fair-skinned, smooth-skinned, unclothed female entities? They turned out to be 7 pigs. How utterly untrustworthy. He felt dejected and wanted to flip the boat, but looking at the starving pigs, his heart softened. Regardless, pigs are still meat. Fatten them up, and they would provide pork, which was better than nothing. Taking a deep breath, he pushed the small wooden boat towards the shore. Upon returning, he hurried back to the camp, calling out to everyone, "Quick, come with me to the seaside. I found something amazing." Li Yong rushed into the camp, shouting to Wang Jingyi, Lin Wei, and Yang Lu, who were working in the vegetable garden. "What amazing thing?" The 2 women asked curiously, following Li Yong to the shore, with Yang Lu carrying a hoe behind them. Upon reaching the seaside and seeing the sow and piglets on the boat, Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi were stunned. "Li Yong, is this a pig?" Lin Wei asked in surprise. "Yes, a total of 7, 1 sow and 6 piglets," Li Yong replied helplessly. "I thought it was, never mind. Help me get them back to the camp to raise them." Although it was not the surprise he had imagined, the sight of the pigs still brought joy to the 2 women. "Fantastic. We have pigs now. We'll have pork to eat in the future," Wang Jingyi exclaimed excitedly. Lin Wei nodded with a smile. "Indeed, pork is delicious. We can also make cured meat and sausages." Yang Lu, strong and capable, picked up the sow and headed towards the camp, while Li Yong and the 2 women carefully carried the piglets, following behind. Xiao Jin was also excited, circling around them and barking at the piglets. Back at the camp, they constructed a pig pen beside the chicken coop, surrounding it with bamboo and branches, and lined it with straw. Li Yong placed the piglets and sow inside the pen, providing them with some wild vegetables and leftover food. The long-hungry pigs immediately devoured the food with vigor. Wang Jingyi entered the pig pen to inspect the sow and piglets, stating, "They are merely malnourished. There is no significant issue. With proper feeding for a while, they will surely grow fat." "Wonderful," Lin Wei said joyfully. "Li Yong, you are truly amazing for finding pigs to bring back. Once our crops grow, we'll have grains and vegetables, along with chickens and pigs. Life will only get better." Wang Jingyi nodded in agreement, looking at Li Yong with admiration. "Yes, Li Yong, you are truly capable. With you around, we need not worry about anything." Although he was quite displeased at being deceived by the system, seeing the joy on the faces of the 2 women made him feel at ease. Well then, the task of feeding the pigs would be entrusted to Yang Lu. Li Yong patted Yang Lu on the shoulder, saying, "Make sure to feed them some wild vegetables and leftovers daily. Do not let them go hungry." "Yes, master," Yang Lu replied with a goofy grin, squatting beside the pig pen, curiously watching the piglets. In the days that followed, Yang Lu fed the pigs on schedule, and the sow and piglets gradually regained their strength, their coats becoming shiny, and they grew plumper. Watching the pigs thrive, Li Yang's heart also lightened. Although they were not 7 beauties, 7 pigs were still commendable. At least they would provide pork in the future. He silently vowed never to trust the system again regarding any mention of female entities, lest he be fooled once more. Chapter 21. A first attempt at weaving. Days passed, and life in the camp became increasingly stable and prosperous. The vegetables in the fields thrived, corn sprouted tender ears, and peppers hung plentifully on the branches, while the pigs in the pen grew robust, and the hens in the coop clucked and laid eggs. However, a drawback was that everyone's clothing was becoming increasingly worn. Li Yang's t-shirt had long been frayed at the edges, and his jeans bore several patches at the knees. Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi's clothes were also baggy, especially Lin Wei, whose belly grew day by day, making her previous garments increasingly ill-fitting. This could not continue. Winter was approaching, and without decent clothing, how would they endure the cold? Li Yong frowned as he observed the tattered garments everyone wore. Wang Jingyi sighed. "Indeed, while we need not worry about food, our clothing situation is quite dire." Lin Wei nodded in agreement. "If only we had a piece of new fabric to make clothes. Then let us weave cloth." Li Yong exclaimed, slapping his thigh. "We can weave our own fabric for clothing. Weaving cloth." The 2 women were taken aback. "Yes," Li Yong continued. "Do we have cotton?" "Oh wait, it seems we don't. However, we can use tree bark fibers as a substitute. I recall that tree bark fibers can be spun into yarn and woven into cloth." Wang Jingyi hesitated. But weaving requires a loom. How could we possibly manage that? It seems far too complex. No need for a complicated loom. Li Yang recalled a documentary he had once watched. I remember that primitive people used a simple tool called a waist loom to weave fabric, and they could also create a spinning wheel. The principles are not intricate. Is it truly feasible? Lin Wei asked, somewhat skeptical. We won't know unless we try, Li Yang declared with determination. Tomorrow, we shall seek suitable tree bark and construct both a spinning wheel and a waist loom. At dawn the next day, the trio ventured into the woods equipped with tools. They selected several trees with abundant fibrous bark, carefully stripping it away to extract the fibers within. They brought the bark home to soak, pound, and dry it. The processed bark fibers appeared pristine and soft, indeed suitable for spinning. The next step was to create the spinning wheel and waist loom. Li Yang sketched a blueprint from memory, while Yang Lu focused on smoothing the wooden components. The spinning wheel was a simple rotating device powered by foot, turning the fibers into thread. The waist loom was even more straightforward, one end tied around the waist, the other secured to a tree or post, utilizing heddles and reeds to control the warp and weft. However, while theory seemed easy, practice proved challenging. During their first attempt at spinning, the fibers either tangled into a clump or produced uneven thread that snapped upon pulling. Weaving with the waist loom was chaotic, the warp constantly tangled, and the weft was crooked. This is far more difficult than weaving bamboo baskets. Lin Wei lamented, rubbing her sore wrists in frustration. Wang Jingyi sighed. If we can't even spin thread properly, how can we hope to weave fabric? Li Yang, drenched in sweat, broke another thread in his hands. Don't be disheartened. Let us give it another shot. The documentary mentioned that primitive people took a long time to master these skills. They persevered, attempting repeatedly, adjusting their tools, and refining their techniques. Li Yang focused on enhancing the tools, while Wang Jingyi and Lin Wei dedicated themselves to spinning and weaving. Their diligence bore fruit. A few days later, Wang Jingyi finally spun a length of even thread. Though rough, it was sufficiently sturdy. After several more days of collaborative effort, they completed their first piece of coarse fabric. Although the cloth exhibited uneven coloring, frayed threads, and ragged edges, it was indeed a piece of fabric that could cover the body. We did it, Lin Wei exclaimed, lifting the coarse fabric with excitement shimmering in her eyes. Wang Jingyi smiled broadly. Wonderful. Now we can make clothes. Li Yang gazed at the hard-earned fabric, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Yet, as he looked down at his own crooked lines, he felt a flush of embarrassment. He realized he was clumsy, slow, and prone to mistakes. It seems this task is better suited for you women, he remarked, scratching his head. My hands are too rough for such delicate work. Wang Jingyi laughed. Indeed. Leave the weaving to us. You are more suited for farming and hunting. Lin Wei nodded in agreement. Exactly. Your lack of attention leads to crooked fabric. All right. Li Yang conceded. Then I shall leave it to your capable hands. It is no wonder that ancient societies emphasized male farming and female weaving. Women truly excel at these intricate tasks, while men are better suited for laborious work. In the days that followed, weaving became the primary responsibility of Wang Jingyi and Lin Wei. They gradually honed their skills, spinning thread more swiftly and producing increasingly even fabric. Albeit still rough around the edges, yet significantly improved from their initial attempts. Meanwhile, Li Yang concentrated on farming and hunting, occasionally assisting them by passing a spool of thread or the like. One evening, having just returned from a hunting expedition, Li Yang was discussing the day's haul with the two women when suddenly, the system's notification tone echoed in his mind. System notification. A female entity will approach the island in 24 hours. Host, please prepare for rescue. Do not miss this opportunity. Upon hearing this, Li Yang's expression darkened immediately. Another female entity? I suspect you're merely trying to trick me again, he retorted inwardly. He had not forgotten the incident with the 7 pigs. And now it seemed another animal was being concocted to deceive him. Not going. Whoever wants to go can go. I refuse to participate. System notification. It is imperative for the host to attend. This is related to significant rewards. Rewards? I suspect it is merely a scare tactic. Li Yang scoffed. Even if you were to offer me the stars from the sky, I would not go, lest you ensnare me once more. System warning. Should the host refuse to proceed, a penalty will be triggered, resulting in a reduction of 5 centimeters. What the hell? Li Yang sprang up, his face paling. What kind of ridiculous system is this? Threatening me with such measures? He was torn between his profound distrust of the system, not wishing to be fooled again, and the terrifying prospect of punishment. 5 centimeters was no trivial matter. Ultimately, he succumbed. Fine, I will go. He gritted his teeth and resolved internally. I shall check it out tomorrow, but whether I rescue or not will depend on my mood. If you dare to trick me again, I will hold you accountable. System notification. The host is wise. Please ensure timely attendance. Fuming with frustration, Li Yang turned to the two women, forcing a smile despite his inner turmoil. What is wrong, Li Yang? You look rather grim. Lin Wei observed, her concern evident. Nothing, he waved dismissively. I might just be fatigued from the hunt. By the way, I plan to stroll by the seaside tomorrow to see if I can find something useful. Go ahead, but be careful, Wang Jingyi advised. Liang nodded. Yet internally, he was strategizing how to address the situation the following day. He silently vowed that if the system dared to deceive him again, even if it meant risking a 5-centimeter reduction, he would absolutely refuse to heed its commands. As night deepened, Liang lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. His thoughts oscillated between the potential surprises the system might bring and the dreadful punishment looming over him, creating a tangled mess in his mind. Well, I'll see what it is tomorrow, he ultimately resolved. If it turned out to be something reliable, rescuing it would be worthwhile. If it were merely some nonsensical animal again, he could simply turn around and leave. At worst, he would accept his fate. He sighed, hoping that this time the system would show some sense of decency and not play tricks on him. After all, no one wishes to lose 5 centimeters for no reason. Chapter 22, The Black Silk Beauty. The seaside breeze carried a faint scent of salt and brine as Li Yang sat upon the rocks. Filled with skepticism regarding the system's notification, he had even prepared himself mentally to accept it, should a sow drift by. I hope this time it's not too absurd, he muttered, his gaze wandering aimlessly over the sea. Just then, a small lifeboat appeared on the horizon, gently bobbing with the waves as it approached. Li Yang's heart skipped a beat, and with reluctance, he made his way toward the lifeboat. Surely, it wouldn't be another sow, would it? As the lifeboat drew nearer, he discerned the figure within and was momentarily taken aback. Sitting in the lifeboat was a woman clad in a sharp professional outfit. A fitted gray skirt accentuated her graceful figure, while black stockings traced the length of her long, straight legs. On her feet were a pair of black high heels, soiled yet failing to diminish her undeniable poise, particularly her striking beauty, which would undoubtedly turn heads wherever she went. Detected a new potential partner, Su Wenxian, 24 years old, a female president of a Fortune 500 listed company, a heiress. To my astonishment, the system has indeed not deceived me this time. It has actually delivered a beauty clad in black stockings, a stunning female president. Li Yang's eyes widened, and his earlier frustrations dissipated in an instant. He hurried over, eager to pull the lifeboat ashore. However, as he approached, an indescribable stench invaded his nostrils, a noxious blend of sweat and some fermented odor that was so overpowering it made his eyes water. The source of this foulness was none other than the beauty's feet. Li Yang furrowed his brow and instinctively took a large step back. Shouldn't beautiful women smell delightful? But why did this one's feet reek so badly? The more stunning the woman, the worse the odor? This was unbearable. Yet, if he failed to rescue her, he would face the system's punishment. Reluctantly, he suppressed the urge to retch, his face flushing as he stepped forward to assist Su Wenxian in dragging the lifeboat to the shore. Hello, my name is Li Yang, a survivor of the tsunami. I have been living on this island. He endeavored to keep his voice gentle, striving to ignore the foul odor, holding his breath, eager to complete the system task and depart. Su Wenxian, supporting herself against the lifeboat, stood up, exhausted and famished. Her legs trembled, almost causing her to topple. Seeing Li Yang's flushed face, she mistakenly thought he was shy from her presence, and her fondness for this seemingly honest man grew. I am Su Wenxian, also a survivor. Thank you for your willingness to help me. No need for thanks. Li Yang waved his hand, trying to maintain some distance. In my camp, there are 2 women and 1 man. They are all good people. If you don't mind, you can come back with me. At least you'll have something to eat and a place to rest. If you prefer not to, I shall take my leave. With no other options. Su Wenxian eagerly nodded. All right, thank you. She found Li Yang's bashful demeanor endearing. He must be a genuinely good person. Li Yang nodded and turned to lead the way. As they walked, he kept a few paces ahead, maintaining distance from Su Wenxian, yet that faint, dreadful odor still wafted into his nostrils, especially when the wind blew, making the stench even more pronounced. His face reddened further, prompting him to quicken his pace, yearning to return to the camp. Su Wenxian trailed behind, amused by the crimson hue of Li Yang's ears. This man was quite innocent, blushing merely from walking alongside a girl. She initiated a conversation. Li Yang, have you been living on the island for long? Li Yang replied curtly, hastening his steps. What do you usually eat? Just foraging for wild vegetables and fruits. And hunting a bit. Su Wenxian perceived his terse responses as nervousness from conversing with a woman, further increasing her fondness for him. Su Wenxian's affinity level rose to 50. System prompt. Gained initial trust from Su Wenxian, rewarded with 1,000 blocks of soap. Li Yang was momentarily taken aback by the system's notification. He had barely engaged her, yet his affinity level had increased. Was there something amiss with this woman? Never mind. As long as there was a reward. That was what mattered. Soon, they returned to the camp. Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi were weaving cloth and stood in astonishment upon seeing Li Yang return with a stunning beauty clad in a short skirt and black stockings. Li Yang, who is this? Lin Wei inquired curiously. This is Su Wenxian. I encountered her by the sea, and she is also a survivor. Li Yang quickly introduced her, then stepped back 5 paces, distancing himself. Su Wenxian stood tall, briefly stating her identity. Upon learning she was the president of a listed company, Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi gazed at her with admiration. Wow, you are impressive. To be a president at such a young age. Su Wenxian smiled modestly. Yet her gaze inadvertently flickered towards the corner where Li Yang stood. She noticed him keeping his distance, his face occasionally flushing, further convincing her that he was merely a shy, honest man. In truth, Li Yang was striving to avoid that dreadful odor. Even from a distance, it was unbearable, making it hard to breathe. Were it not for his 2 wives, he would have long fled. The stench was intolerable. Did she not realize how foul her feet smelled? In the evening, Su Wenxian expressed a desire for a bath. Wang Jingyi led her to the small creek behind the house. As Su Wenxian removed her high heels and prepared to unzip her skirt, she spotted Li Yang rushing over, his face flushed. Su Wenxian's heart skipped a beat. Her pulse quickened. He must indeed have feelings for her. He surely could not resist the urge to confess. After all, what man could remain indifferent to a woman as beautiful and capable as herself? She had experienced many men professing their affection upon first meeting. It seemed this one was no exception. In truth, she would not mind accepting a confession from this honest fellow. Attempting to maintain her composure, she turned and asked, Li Yang, do you need something from me? Suddenly, Li Yang produced a bar of soap from behind and offered it to her. This. Su Wenxian gazed at the bar of soap scented with cherry blossoms, her heart racing. He had even thought to bring soap for her bath. How considerate. No wonder Jingyi and Wei Wei liked him so much. Just as she was about to say something, Li Yang could no longer restrain himself and, covering his nose, exclaimed, Your feet smell terrible. I nearly fainted while rescuing you, and I held my breath the entire way here. You must wash them with this. What? Su Wenxian's smile froze, her entire being turned to stone. In her 24 years of life, not even her parents had ever said such a thing to her. In the corporate world, countless men had adored her, and even when she posted a photo of her legs in stockings on social media, many inquired whether the stockings were for sale and if they were the original flavor. Now, on this deserted island, she was being bluntly told about her foot odor? Su Wenxian's face flushed crimson, half from embarrassment, half from anger, wishing she could sink into the ground. Seeing her hesitate to take the soap, Li Yang assumed she was shy and pushed it forward. Please take it. This soap is quite effective and should help with your foot odor. Mind your business. Su Wenxian snatched the soap and dashed towards the creek, the sound of her high heels clattering on the stones echoing. Li Yang scratched his head, utterly perplexed, as he returned to the bamboo hut and recounted the incident to Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi. After hearing his story, Wang Jingyi sighed, slapping her forehead. Li Yang, how could you directly tell someone their feet smell? She is the president of a major corporation. That is quite hurtful to her pride. Lin Wei nodded in agreement. Exactly. Women are sensitive about their image. Li Yang remained bewildered, but her feet really do smell. Couldn't you both smell it? Wang Jingyi. Lin Wei. Meanwhile, Su Wenxian soaked in the creek, scrubbing her feet vigorously, feeling both angry and aggrieved. She washed for a full hour until she felt fragrant all over before putting on the dress Wang Jingyi had lent her. Drying her damp hair as she returned to the camp, she deliberately approached Li Yang, swaying her freshly cleaned legs, anticipating his astonished reaction. However, upon catching sight of her so-called beautiful legs, Li Yang was instantly reminded of that foul odor, prompting him to turn and walk away instinctively. Su Wenxian's hand, which had been raised in midair, froze as if she had been struck by a spell, leaving her standing there in a daze. What on earth was happening? Watching Li Yang's indifferent retreat, she began to doubt her own allure for the first time. Was it possible that the men on this deserted island had such a peculiar taste? After returning to the corner of the room, Li Yang let out a sigh of relief. His mind was consumed by the unpleasant scent emanating from Su Wenxian's feet, leaving no room for admiration of her legs. Only the system in his mind cheerfully chimed. Su Wenxian's favorability fluctuating, current level, 60. Chapter 23, Distribution of Resources. As the morning sun bathed the camp in golden light, Li Yang sought out Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi, along with Su Wenxian, who was observing the surroundings in the courtyard. I discovered a stash of soap by the beach yesterday and plan to take Yang Lu to retrieve it today, he stated casually, omitting any mention of the system's rewards. You 3 stay here at the camp and avoid wandering about. I've noticed some feline tracks while hunting recently, which may indicate danger. Upon hearing feline, Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi's expressions turned pale as they instinctively recalled the ferocious Black Panther from before, nodding vigorously. Understood. We want to go outside. You must also be cautious. Su Wenxian observed their anxious demeanor with some confusion, but refrained from asking further, standing quietly to the side. After giving his instructions, Li Yang set off with Yang Lu towards the cave. Just as they departed, Su Wenxian could not help but question Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi. Why are you so afraid of felines? Is there a tiger on this island? Wang Jingyi sighed and recounted the previous experience of being attacked by the Black Panther. It wasn't a tiger, it was a Black Panther, exceptionally fierce. It nearly killed Wei Wei, but fortunately, Li Yang fought valiantly to drive it away and later crafted poison arrows to finally eliminate it. Su Wenxian listened, her heart racing. Casting a curious glance in the direction Li Yang had gone. Is Li Yang really that formidable? More than formidable, Lin Wei interjected, her tone brimming with admiration. When we first arrived on this island, we had nothing. It was Li Yang who gradually built this home for us, constructing houses, foraging for food, cultivating crops, and raising poultry. He did everything. Look at the pig pen, hen house, and vegetable patch. He single-handedly created all of this. Wang Jingyi nodded in agreement, adding, indeed, without him, we wouldn't have survived to this day. The two recounted the arduous journey from their initial struggle for survival to their current stable existence. And Su Wenxian grew increasingly astonished, her perception of the camp shifting. As the president of a multi-billion-dollar corporation, she had long grown weary of the deceit and constraints of the business world, secretly yearning for this grounded and unadulterated way of life. Li Yang's image began to loom large in her mind. In the cave, Li Yang was directing Yang Lu to stack crates of soap in a corner, while the system's notifications echoed in his mind, leaving him perplexed. What is wrong with this woman? I haven't even seen her. And yet her favorability is rising so rapidly. Refocusing, he regarded the 20 neatly stacked boxes of soap in the cave. As long as the cave remained dry, these soaps would suffice for several years. His gaze then fell upon a dwindling barrel of wheat, his brow furrowing in concern. The food supply might not be enough to last through the winter. Preparations needed to be made in advance. Surveying the cave supplies, 1 barrel of wheat, jerky, rabbit pelts, and a variety of tools, he noted the disarray, lacking systematic inventory. He realized he needed someone to manage these resources effectively, ensuring proper distribution and accounting. However, with his hunting and farming responsibilities, and with Yang Lu lacking competence, while Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi were busy weaving winter garments, he pondered who could assist. His gaze settled on the camp's direction. Su Wenxian, as a president of a top 500 company, managing resources would surely be a piece of cake for her. Li Yang rummaged through the soap boxes and unexpectedly found several pencils and a notebook. He picked up the notebook and pencil, gathered 5 bars of soap, and headed back to the camp with Yang Lu. Upon returning, he summoned everyone to the courtyard. From today onward, all resource distribution must be recorded for proper inventory management. Su Wenxian immediately nodded in agreement. This method is excellent. It can prevent waste, rationally allocate resources, and promptly identify shortages for timely preparation. True to her managerial prowess, she succinctly articulated the core benefits. Li Yang nodded in satisfaction. Su Wenxian understands management. Henceforth, I will entrust her with the task of resource management. Everyone expressed their consent. Showing unanimous support, Li Yang handed Su Wenxian the notebook and pencil, adding, in the wilderness, maintaining personal hygiene is crucial to prevent infectious diseases. Each person will be allocated 1 bar of soap every 2 months. As he spoke, Li Yang instinctively glanced at Su Wenxian, curious if the president had anything to add. To his surprise, upon hearing soap and personal hygiene, and seeing him look her way, her face flushed crimson. She mistakenly thought he was alluding to her foot odor and lowered her head, remaining silent. Su Wenxian, Li Yang called her name, extending the soap towards her. What is the matter? Distribute the soap to everyone and record it. Did you not just say you were proficient in this? Su Wenxian's face reddened further as she accepted the soap and pencil, hastily jotting down notes in the notebook before distributing the soap. At that moment, Wang Jingyi suddenly swayed and collapsed. Jingyi, Lin Wei exclaimed, rushing to support her. What happened? Li Yang was startled and hurriedly scooped Wang Jingyi up, rushing her inside. Su Wenxian quickly followed, her face filled with worry. Li Yang gently laid Wang Jingyi on the bed, noticing her pale complexion, bloodless lips, and weak breathing. Jingyi, wake up! He called anxiously, his heart racing. Lin Wei felt Wang Jingyi's forehead, expressing concern. She seems to have a slight fever. Su Wenxian stepped closer to check, frowning as she remarked, her pulse is weak. It could be exhaustion or perhaps malnutrition. As Li Yang gazed at the unconscious Wang Jingyi, a mix of anxiety and regret flooded his heart. It's all my fault for having you do too much work. It's not your fault, Lin Wei comforted. We all wanted to prepare for winter as swiftly as possible. Su Wenxian chimed in. The urgent matter is to let her rest and replenish her nutrition. I will go make some porridge. Just as Li Yang attempted to feel her forehead, the system interface flashed in his mind. With a focused thought, he commanded, "System, scan Wang Jingyi's body." Scanning. Detected Wang Jingyi, 3 weeks pregnant, mild hypoglycemia. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of having many children. Reward, Resource Package X1. To be delivered to the coast in 1 hour. Please hurry to collect it. Pregnant? Liang was taken aback, realizing that the system's reward required him to personally retrieve it from the beach, indicating it was not a trivial item, even too large to fit in the system space. Wang Jingyi slowly opened her eyes, cradling her abdomen and murmuring, "I've been feeling nauseous lately." She checked her pulse and suddenly laughed. "I think I'm pregnant." "Really?" Lin Wei was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down her face as she held onto her hand tightly. Su Wenxian also sighed in relief, sincerely saying, "Congratulations." Liang, feeling a weight lifted off his shoulders, suddenly recalled the supplies indicated by the system and found an excuse to leave. "I am going to the seaside to gather some sea cucumbers and abalones to replenish your strength." "All right, hurry back," Lin Wei urged. Liang exchanged a glance with Yang Lu, and the two swiftly made their way towards the coast. Chapter 24, The Container. Liang and Yang Lu raced along the sandy beach, their bare feet kicking up sand. Half an hour had passed since the system's notification regarding the supplies. Yet the sea was devoid of any floating objects, apart from the crashing waves. Could it be that the system is playing tricks on us again? He crouched down, scooping up a handful of sand and watching it slip through his fingers, his mood darkening. Yang Lu paced nearby, the hammer in his hand occasionally clinking against the machete at his waist, producing a rhythmic sound. At that moment, Yang Lu suddenly pointed towards the sea, exclaiming, "Master, look." Liang quickly looked up to see a massive, dark gray object emerging at the horizon, gradually drifting closer with the current. As it became clearer, the angular silhouette gleamed with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. It was, astonishingly, a half-submerged container. "It's a container," Liang exclaimed, jumping up in excitement. He had seen such colossal structures at the port. A single container could hold dozens of tons of goods, enough to sustain them on the island for years. The two men sprinted along the shoreline until the cold seawater lapped at their ankles. However, the container seemed stuck on the surface, rotating in the rocky area 100 meters away, refusing to move any further. It must have run aground. Liang squinted, and indeed, he noticed the container wedged between two submerged rocks, its hull tilted precariously, threatening to sink at any moment. Anxiously rubbing his hands together, he scanned the vicinity and soon spotted a small wooden boat that had previously carried 7 pigs not far away. "That's it." The two hurried over, with Liang shouting. Yang Lu, push the boat. They worked together to shove the boat into the shallow waters, Liang propping up a bamboo pole while Yang Lu knelt at the stern, paddling. The little boat bobbed in the waves as they neared the container, its bottom occasionally scraping against the rocks, producing a disconcerting screech. "Grab the hammer," Liang called out, accepting the goat horn hammer from Yang Lu, swinging it forcefully at the container's lock. Clang, clang. The sound of metal striking metal echoed across the water, causing his palms to tingle. After a dozen strikes, the lock finally broke, and the heavy door of the container creaked open inward. A faint scent of disinfectant wafted out, and as Liang peered inside, he gasped in astonishment. The container was packed full of boxes of maternity and baby supplies. Pink diapers piled to the top, blue and white baby carriages arranged side by side, neatly stacked foldable cribs resembling books, rows of glass baby bottles, beautifully packaged cans of formula, and even electronic thermometers and mosquito nets were all included. "Wow, the system is truly remarkable," Liang exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. "With this, I could raise a soccer team." He was the first to leap into the container, followed closely by Yang Lu. They began transferring boxes of diapers to the wooden boat, which creaked under the weight. After making several trips back and forth, a substantial amount of supplies had already accumulated on the shore. Yet, Liang was not satisfied and re-entered the container to gather more goods. After a while, as he wiped away his sweat and was about to take a breather, the container suddenly shook violently beneath him. Not good. He looked down to see seawater pouring in through the cracks at the bottom, the angle of the container tilting dangerously, and the edges caught on the rocks beginning to loosen. "Quick, we need to make a couple more trips," Liang shouted, grabbing a box of formula and rushing towards the small boat, while Yang Lu hoisted a crib and followed closely behind. Just as they stepped onto the little wooden boat, the container tipped sharply to the left. Liang lost his footing and plunged into the frigid water. The briny seawater choked him as he struggled, becoming disoriented in the whirlpool created by the sinking container. In his panic, he grasped a frayed rope and clung tightly, desperately climbing upwards until his fingertips finally brushed the edge of the boat. Yang Lu, noticing his plight, lunged forward to grab his arm and pulled him back onto the boat. Coughing violently, Liang lay sprawled on the deck, his chest aching as if torn apart. In that fleeting moment, the shadow of death had loomed over him, sending chills down his spine. Damn it, I'll never take such risks again. Gasping for breath, he raised his head, only to find Yonglu was missing. Yonglu, Yonglu, Li Yang yelled, clutching the boat's edge as his heart raced. Just as he was about to dive back into search for him, a head suddenly emerged from behind the tilted container door. Yonglu was there, clutching a pink baby carriage, soaked and resembling a drowned rat, grinning foolishly at him. You scared the life out of me, Li Yang exclaimed, pulling him onto the boat. After confirming that Yonglu had merely swallowed some water, Li Yang collapsed onto the deck. Watching the baby carriage tightly held in Yonglu's arms, and suddenly feeling that this somewhat foolish servant wasn't so intolerable after all. At least in a moment of crisis, he and T just thought of saving himself. A loud crash erupted behind them, and the two turned to see the container completely submerge, the resulting waves splashing against the rear of the little boat. Li Yang gazed at the now calm sea, clicking his tongue in regret. What a pity, at least half of it is still underwater. When they returned to the shore, the sunset bathed the beach in golden hues. Li Yang directed Yonglu to unload the supplies on the sand, where the mountain of maternity and baby items glimmered warmly in the afterglow. He crouched atop a box of diapers and counted. There were hundreds of cans of formula, 10 sets each of baby carriages and cribs. More than sufficient to cater to the needs of several children. Let us go, bring it back. The two took turns carrying boxes inland, with Yonglu's strength allowing him to carry 2 boxes of formula at once, while Li Yang cradled the fragile bottles and thermometers. As they reached the camp entrance, Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi, who were weaving cloth, approached them. Upon seeing their salt-crusted bodies and the supplies, both women turned pale. Where have you been? What happened to you? Lin Wei grasped Li Yang's arm, her fingers trembling. Li Yang was about to explain when Wang Jingyi noticed the baby carriage in Yonglu's hands. Her voice quivering. Did you go to the seaside? We found a container. It sank, and we salvaged these. Li Yang casually remarked, only to be pushed away by Lin Wei. Do you have any idea how dangerous that was? Tears streamed down Lin Wei's face as she exclaimed. What would happen to me and the child if you and T come back? Wang Jingyi's eyes also glistened with tears, her voice choked with emotion. We would rather not have these things than see you get hurt. Su Wenxian stood at the wooden house's entrance, observing the three embrace and weep, her notebook trembling slightly in her hands. Having witnessed too many insincere gestures in the marketplace, she had never encountered such unreserved concern. It felt as though something had stung her heart, leaving a bittersweet sensation. All right, see, I'm fine. Li Yang clumsily patted the backs of the two women. I promise, I won't take such risks again. Once Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi had calmed down somewhat, he directed them to move the supplies into the cave. Su Wenxian had already retrieved her notebook, squatting beside the boxes as she meticulously recorded. 200 boxes of diapers, 360 cans of formula, 20 baby carriages. Her handwriting was elegant and neat, befitting a manager, and her categorization was particularly meticulous. Li Yang ventured deeper into the cave, the torchlight illuminating a more spacious area. The previously stored wheat and soap occupied only a small corner, leaving ample room for this batch of supplies. Yonglu, please move these to the back. Li Yang pointed at the crib and suddenly recalled something, turning to Su Wenxian, saying, from now on, I will rely on you for inventory checks. Please summarize the consumption at the end of each month. No problem, Su Wenxian replied without raising her head, the tip of her pen scratching on the notepad. Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi, having lost interest in weaving, joined in to help organize. Lin Wei picked up a towel adorned with a bear pattern, gently pressed it against her cheek, and smiled at Wang Jingyi, saying, when the baby arrives, they can use this for bathing. Wang Jingyi caressed the folded maternal and infant mosquito net, her eyes filled with anticipation. With this at night, we won't have to worry about mosquitoes biting the baby. Li Yang leaned against the stone wall of the cave, observing the three busy women, feeling warmth in his heart. He gazed at the supplies piled up to the cave's ceiling and suddenly felt that the system had finally proven reliable this time. These items were infinitely more practical than any alluring beauty. However, although the maternal and infant supplies were plentiful, the grain reserves were insufficient. It was imperative to store enough food before winter set in. Chapter 25, I will pull it out. In the early morning, Li Yang stood at the cave entrance, gazing at the gradually yellowing leaves outside, lost in thought. The message from the system last night lingered in his mind. There were 3 months until winter, and this island would experience snowfall. Snowfall. He rubbed his palms together involuntarily. On this deserted island, a harsh winter meant deadly low temperatures and a scarcity of food. Preparations had to be made in advance. He turned and walked into the wooden house. Lin Wei was sitting by the bamboo bed, mending animal skins. Wang Jingyi was organizing freshly spun spools of thread, while Su Wenxian was jotting down notes in the supply ledger. Everyone, come over. There's something important to discuss. Li Yang clapped his hands, gathering the three at the bamboo table in the yard. What's the matter? Lin Wei set down her needlework, instinctively touching her abdomen. Li Yong crouched on the ground, sketching a simple map in the dirt with a twig. Given the weather, it seems likely that winter will arrive in 3 months. And it may even snow. Snow? Wang Jingyi's eyes widened. Will it really snow on this island? If it does snow, we will need ample fuel and food reserves. Along with adequate measures to keep warm, Su Wenxian, the astute president of the group, quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Li Yong nodded. Exactly. In terms of food, we need to cultivate 5 acres, 3 acres for corn and 2 acres for sweet potatoes, both of which mature quickly and yield abundantly. I entrust the tasks of weaving and sewing animal skin clothing to the 3 of you, aiming to produce enough cotton clothing, pants, and quilts before winter arrives. Yang Lu and I will handle the land cultivation. Upon distributing the tasks, the 4 of them immediately set to work. Li Yong, along with Yang Lu, took hoes and machetes to the uncultivated land, while Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi moved the previously tanned animal skins under the eaves. After counting the supplies, Su Wenxian also joined the team sewing clothing. Half a month later, the 5 acres of farmland were finally cleared. Li Yong sowed corn and buried sweet potato vines. Feeling significantly more at ease, he entrusted Yang Lu with the daily watering duties and headed back to the wooden house, carrying his machete. Passing through the yard, he happened to see Su Wenxian turning over the sun-dried animal skins. The sunlight glistened on her calves, exuding an unexpected allure. Su Wenxian, come with me to the grove. Upon hearing the words the grove, Su Wenxian's face flushed instantly. Recently, she had felt that Li Yang's gaze towards her was somewhat peculiar, and now he was asking her to go to the grove alone. Could it be that he could no longer contain himself? I'll go prepare. Su Wenxian replied, lowering her head, her ears reddening as if they might bleed. Is there really a need to prepare? All right, hurry up. I'll be right there. Su Wenxian lifted her skirt and dashed into the wooden house. After closing the door, she adjusted her hair in the reflection on the water's surface, deliberately changing into a white blouse and gray skirt, even retrieving the black stockings and high heels that Li Yong had previously criticized. Taking a deep breath, she revealed a smile that was both expectant and nervous. Li Yong waited at the door for a full half hour, unable to restrain himself from calling out. Are you ready? The sun is almost setting. Coming. Su Wenxian opened the door, her face adorned with a carefully applied blush, her calves clad in black stockings shimmering in the evening sun. Seeing this, Li Yong frowned slightly. Su Wenxian caught the subtle change in his expression and thought, does he not like this style? Biting her lip, she followed him closely. The two entered the grove, the fallen leaves crunching beneath their feet. Su Wenxian's heart raced faster, the high heels nearly causing her to stumble on the dry twigs several times. Stealing a glance at Li Yang's broad back, she swallowed hard. Although the grove was somewhat rudimentary, having this moment alone with him felt quite pleasant. Li Yong, I'm a bit afraid of pain. Please be gentle later, she whispered, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Li Yong impatiently replied, is this your first time doing this? Fine. Su Wenxian nodded, her face flushed. Li Yong said no more and led the way deeper into the woods. Su Wenxian followed behind, her cheeks growing warmer as she looked at the dense trees around them. This secluded spot was indeed suitable for such activities. Just thinking about it was a bit thrilling. Upon reaching a clearing that had been previously cleared, remnants of tree stumps lay scattered on the ground. Su Wenxian frowned at the muddy ground and fallen branches. Are we going to work here? But it's so dirty. The ground may be dirty, but it won't hinder our task. You might not be accustomed to this place on your first visit. You'll get used to it after coming a few more times. Li Yong surveyed the area. A few more times? But it's so filthy. Won't we end up covered in dirt after this? Su Wenxian's face turned crimson as she shyly inquired. Do you and Jingyi often do this here? Yes. Li Yong replied casually. All right, I'll endure it. But please be quick, Su Wenxian said, her face flushed as she lowered her head. How can one rush through such matters? Li Yong remarked as he walked ahead. Wait a moment. I'll go pull it out. Pull it out? Su Wenxian's face turned even redder, instinctively covering her skirt. Why is he mentioning this? After a moment of hesitation, she shyly lay down on a relatively clean pile of leaves, quiet as a lamb awaiting slaughter. Her alluring figure in the sexy short skirt and black stockings looked particularly eye-catching in the grove. Lying down, she closed her eyes and softly said, Li Yong, I'm ready. Before long, she heard heavy footsteps and nervously clutched the hem of her clothing. Hey, why are you lying on the ground? Li Yong asked, puzzled. The ground is so dirty. Aren't you afraid of bugs crawling on you? Su Wenxian opened her eyes in shock, realizing Li Yong was frowning at her, cradling a thick piece of firewood in his arms. You meant to pull out this piece of firewood? Yes, this thick piece of wood is entangled with vines. And pulling it out is quite a task. Li Yong placed the wood on a tree stump and said seriously, since it's your first time chopping wood, your hands might hurt a bit, but you'll get used to it after a few tries. Su Wenxian's cheeks instantly turned from red to white, and then from white to green. She sprang up from the ground, brushing off the leaves and dirt from her skirt, feeling both angry and embarrassed. When you said work, you meant chopping wood. What else? Liang was perplexed. The firewood storage is empty. Didn't you say we need ample fuel? If we don't chop wood, what will we burn in winter? As he spoke, he handed one of the machetes to Su Wenchen. Let me teach you. Start with the thin branches. Place a stone underneath and make a gentle cut to lodge the blade into the wood, then strike down with force. Remember, do not be too gentle. It must be done in one fluid motion. Su Wenchen took the machete, her fingers trembling. She watched Li Yang skillfully chopping wood. Her cheeks flushed as she found herself daydreaming about the task at hand, feeling utterly embarrassed to be lying in the mud dressed as she was. To ease the awkwardness, Su Wenchen attempted to engage in conversation. By the way, what did you do for a living before? A high-temperature curing material transport worker, Li Yang replied. Though Su Wenchen was a top student and the president of a major corporation, she could not fathom what that entailed. Could you simplify that? I don't quite understand. I moved bricks on construction sites, Li Yang clarified. After pondering, Su Wenchen realized he was correct. Bricks indeed fell under the category of high-temperature curing materials. After Li Yang finished chopping a pile of wood, he noticed Su Wenchen still standing idly with the machete and impatiently called out, "Hey, are you going to chop or not?" "I will." Taking a deep breath, Su Wenchen raised the machete and aimed it at the thin branches. However, she swung too forcefully, nearly toppling herself. "Your technique is lacking. Let me show you," he said as he stepped behind her, guiding her hand to bring the machete down. The warmth of his chest pressed against her back sent Su Wenchen's heart racing once more, her cheeks reddening again. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the two of them made their way back, dragging a bundle of firewood. Su Wenchen's high heels were already caked in mud, with several tears in her black stockings. "You truly are a talent. Why wear stockings to chop wood? Next time, dress appropriately for work," Li Yang remarked, glancing at her torn stockings. "I understand," Su Wenchen replied softly, her face flushed. Upon returning to the camp, Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi were standing at the entrance, peering out. Seeing them return with the firewood, Lin Wei sighed in relief. "Where have you been? It's so late." "Chopping wood. Yang Lu needs water, and since you are both pregnant, I called Su Wenchen to help," Li Yang explained as he piled the wood at the warehouse entrance. But it was her first time, and her technique was quite poor. Chapter 26. A bond formed on the deserted island. At dinner time, the bamboo table was laid with corn porridge, roasted sweet potatoes, and a bowl of stir-fried wild vegetables. Lin Wei held her bowl, but only took 2 light sips before setting it down, her complexion pale as parchment, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Her breathing slightly rapid. "Wei, why aren't you eating? Are you feeling unwell?" Li Yang asked with concern, setting down his corn cake and reaching to check her forehead. Lin Wei shook her head slightly, her voice weak. "It's nothing. I just don't have an appetite." Wang Jingyi, sitting nearby, immediately set down her bowl and approached, placing her fingers on Lin Wei's wrist to take her pulse. After a moment, her brow furrowed with a serious expression as she looked up at Li Yang. "Li Yang, the situation is not good. Wei has weakened liver and kidney function, the fetus is unstable, and there is a risk of miscarriage." "What?" Li Yang sprang to his feet, asking urgently, "What can we do to save the child?" Wang Jingyi pondered for a moment and said, "If we could find Duzhong, it would be great. Duzhong is a miraculous herb that strengthens the liver and kidneys and stabilizes pregnancy. It would be perfect for a pregnant woman." Li Yang immediately turned and rummaged through the supplies, pulling out the encyclopedia of island flora and fauna. He crouched down, quickly flipping through the pages, the sound of the pages rustling. Finally, he discovered an entry on Duzhong, noting its growth location on the adjacent island. "I found it. Duzhong is on the island across," Li Yang exclaimed, pointing at the page. "I will go retrieve it right now." "Don't go." Lin Wei urgently grasped his hand, tears brimming in her eyes. "It's too far, and we don't know what dangers await. I don't want the child anymore. Please don't take the risk." "Fool. We must keep the child, and you need to be well." Li Yang gently patted her hand, assuring her, "I will return safely." Wang Jingyi added, "Li Yang, the conditions are too limited right now. If we don't find Duzhong in time, both Wei and the baby will be in danger. I'll go with you." Su Wenchen suddenly interjected, "Having one more person means more strength. I can help you row the boat and read the map." Li Yang considered her words, realizing the logic. An extra pair of hands could indeed provide mutual support, and he had his crossbow to fend off wild beasts. "All right, let us go together." Before departing, Li Yang gathered a batch of poisoned arrows soaked in the venom of the shueshua tree and handed them to Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi. "Keep these arrows safe. Use them if you encounter danger, and do not hesitate." He then turned to Yang Lu, instructing, "Yang Lu, while we are gone, you must take good care of Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi. At night, sleep by the door with the golden retriever. Do not slack off." "Yes, master." Yang Lu straightened his back and nodded vigorously. Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi accompanied them to the door, their eyes red-rimmed. Liang, if you can't find it, come back early. Don't push yourself, Lin Wei said, her voice choked with emotion. Don't worry, I will be back in no more than 5 days, Liang reassured her. Embracing Lin Wei before exchanging a glance with Wang Jingyi, then turning to walk towards the seaside with Su Wenxian. The two arrived at the shore with some provisions and several bottles of water, only to find that the previous lifeboat had deflated. Fortunately, the wooden boat that had once transported pigs was still intact. Liang meticulously inspected the wooden boat, confirming there were no damages before boarding with Su Wenxian. He took charge of steering while Su Wenxian rowed from behind, the boat gliding slowly along the coast. Following the directions from the Encyclopedia of Island Flora and Fauna, Liang adjusted their course and soon spotted the island ahead. Just as they were nearing the small island, shadows of several sharks suddenly appeared in the water around the boat, their dorsal fins cutting through the surface in waves. Su Wenxian turned pale with fear, almost dropping her oar. Don't shake. The more you tremble, the easier it is for the boat to capsize, and we will truly become food for the sharks, Liang said in a low voice, his gaze fixed on the sharks in the water. Su Wenxian nodded firmly, forcing herself to calm down and gripping the oar tightly. We need to row to the other side quickly, Liang urged, increasing his own paddling strength. Suddenly, a shark collided forcefully with Su Wenxian's oar, causing her to scream and lose her balance, the boat swaying wildly as tears streamed down her face. Stay still, Liang rushed forward, wrapping his arms around her to prevent the boat from capsizing. Don't be afraid. I'm here, everything will be fine. Su Wenxian felt the strength of his heartbeat and the warmth of his embrace, her face flushing instantly as her heart skipped a beat. A deep affection blossoming for Liang. She looked up at him, her eyes glistening with tears. Liang, will you promise not to leave me behind in the future? To treat me as well as you do Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi? After spending time together, Liang had developed a fondness for Su Wenxian, despite her occasionally inexplicable actions. He nodded earnestly. I promise I will never leave you behind. Overwhelmed with emotion, Su Wenxian leaned in and kissed Liang. He momentarily froze, then fervently reciprocated her kiss. They embraced and kissed on the swaying wooden boat for what felt like an eternity before reluctantly parting. Ding! Su Wenxian's affection level has surpassed 100, officially becoming the host's third companion. Reward: host's physical enhancement, strength tripled compared to an ordinary person. The system notification echoed in Liang's mind as he felt a surge of powerful energy coursing through him, his muscles tightening and invigorating, banishing the fatigue from rowing. He clenched his fist in astonishment, feeling the abundant strength coursing through his body. Quickly, we must reach the opposite shore, Liang urged, accelerating the rowing pace. Su Wenxian exerted herself in tandem, and together they managed to evade the school of sharks, successfully arriving at the island. Upon setting foot on the small island, both sighed in relief. Su Wenxian retrieved the Zhou Yudong, Ji Zhongbian, flipping to the page on Duzhong. The book stated that Duzhong grows in the island's dense forest. We must venture in to search for it. All right, I will lead the way. Stay close behind me, Liang declared, brandishing a machete to clear the obstructing vines and branches. Su Wenxian grasped Liang's hand tightly, cautiously following him into the thicket. The forest was exceedingly dense, with sunlight struggling to penetrate the foliage, and the air was filled with the chattering of monkeys and the songs of unknown birds. Upon reaching a cliffside, they discovered a thick layer of bird droppings on the ground, which had solidified over the years into hard guano stones. Liang crouched down to examine these guano stones closely. Su Wenxian, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What are you looking at these droppings for?" Liang smiled and explained, "These guano stones are quite valuable. They will serve as fertilizer for our crops." "Can bird droppings really be used as fertilizer?" Su Wenxian asked, a look of skepticism on her face. "Absolutely," Liang replied patiently. "Bird droppings are rich in nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, essential elements for crop growth. Did you know that Peru became one of the richest countries in the world in the 19th century due to the guano trade? This natural fertilizer greatly aids crop growth, ensuring our fields will not suffer from nutrient deficiency." After hearing this, Su Wenxian admired Liang's extensive knowledge. "Liang, you are truly impressive to know all this." Liang chuckled and continued leading Su Wenxian in search of Duzhong. However, after a prolonged search, they found nothing as dusk approached. Liang discovered a cave nearby and said, "It's getting late. We shall rest in this cave tonight and continue our search tomorrow." He kindled a fire at the entrance to ward off dampness and wild beasts. The cave was relatively dry, albeit small, allowing the two to squeeze in and sleep. They shared some provisions, sitting by the fire and chatting. The flickering flames cast a soft glow on Su Wenxian's graceful figure in the dim cave, and a subtle fragrance of her sweat hung in the air, creating an intoxicating atmosphere. As the mood grew intimate, their eyes met, and they were drawn into a kiss. When the moment reached its peak, everything seemed to fall into place. After a considerable time, they parted, both feeling fulfilled, while Su Wenxian gradually drifted off to sleep. A notification chimed, indicating that Li Yang and his new partner had engaged for the first time, thus completing the multi-child fortune task, resulting in enhanced vision. Li Yang attempted to peer into the dark woods outside the cave, pleasantly surprised to find that with a little effort, he could see clearly in the darkness. Wonderful! My vision has improved, he exclaimed joyfully. The next morning, they awoke, and Su Wenxian limped as she walked. Without hesitation, Li Yang lifted her onto his back. To his astonishment, his enhanced physique allowed him to carry her, weighing over 100 pounds, with ease, his steps light and unburdened. Su Wenxian, resting on his back, felt deeply moved. They resumed their search on the island, and after diligent effort, they finally located a duzhong tree on a sun-kissed hillside. Su Wenxian peeled back the bark, revealing fibrous material inside, exclaiming, "Indeed, this is duzhong." They quickly and carefully cut off several pieces of duzhong bark, planning to dry and store it for the pregnant women. Before leaving, Li Yang also collected a basketful of guano stones. Upon returning to the camp, Li Yang immediately presented the duzhong to Wang Jingyi. After a careful examination, she exclaimed with delight, "This is duzhong. Fantastic. I will stew it with pig bones to nourish Wei Wei." Without hesitation, Li Yang went to the pig pen, selected a plump pig, and helped prepare the fire for the broth. Soon, a pot of fragrant duzhong pig bone soup was ready. After drinking the soup, Lin Wei's complexion noticeably improved. Days passed amidst busyness and anticipation, and the cornfields surrounding the camp turned a vibrant yellow, with the corn ears sprouting fine silks. Li Yang squatted by the field, his fingers brushing over the plump corn husks, his heart filled with satisfaction. In just a month, these corns will mature. Look at these sweet potato leaves. They are thriving. Yang Lu chimed in, pointing at the lush sweet potato vines with a goofy smile. Li Yang stood up, brushing the dirt from his hands. This is the crucial period for fertilization. We must not run short on nutrients. He gazed at the expansive fields, his brow slightly furrowed. The guano stones he had brought back from the island were nearly depleted, necessitating another trip to stock up. During dinner, he shared this thought, and the atmosphere in the bamboo house grew tense. "No, it's too dangerous." Lin Wei was the first to object, her chopsticks clattering to the table. "What we encountered with the sharks last time was frightening enough. What if something happens again?" Wang Jingyi nodded in agreement. "Yes? We can think of alternative methods if we lack fertilizer. We don't have to take this risk. We can consider other ways to stock up on food for the winter. Like hunting more." Su Wenxian set down her bowl, her tone serious. "Li Yang, you must understand that there are sharks in that sea, and we are unfamiliar with the conditions on the island. Our crops are growing well now, and if something were to happen to you, it would be futile even if we had ample food." Li Yang understood their concerns, but was acutely aware of the fertilizer's importance. It was a critical time for crop growth. Without sufficient nutrients, yields would undoubtedly decline. He broke open a sweet potato to showcase the starch inside. "You see, this starch accumulation depends entirely on nutrition. Without proper fertilization, corn 1T produce plump kernels, and sweet potatoes 1T grow to fist size, leaving everyone hungry in winter." He paused, casting a glance at the three women. "I recognize the danger, but we have no choice. This time, I will be more cautious, swift in and out, and I won't take any risks." The three women exchanged glances. Ultimately, Lin Wei was the first to relent, her eyes reddening. "You must promise us that if you encounter any danger, you will return immediately, and don't try to be brave." "I promise." Li Yang raised his hand, his tone earnest. The next morning, at the break of dawn, Li Yang and Yang Lu prepared their tools. They took 2 hoes, 2 shovels, and a stack of sturdy bamboo baskets, carrying provisions and water towards the sea. Su Wenxian, Lin Wei, and Wang Jingyi accompanied them to the shore, repeatedly reminding them of precautions until the wooden boat disappeared into the morning mist before reluctantly turning back to the camp. The boat glided over the calm sea, with Li Yang steering and Yang Lu rowing at the stern, their cooperation seamless. Perhaps luck was on their side, as they encountered no sharks on their journey and arrived at the subsidiary island without incident. "Let us make the most of our time and return before dark," Li Yang urged as he leaped onto the beach, shouldering the hoe and descending towards the cliff. The layer of guano stones they had discovered last time resembled a thick blanket of white snow, covering the rock surface, and had solidified into hard chunks after exposure to the elements. Yang Lu raised his shovel and struck the guano stone with a resounding clang, sending fragments flying. "Master, this stone is indeed exceedingly hard. Hardness is a virtue, as it signifies ample fertility." Li Yang swung his hoe vigorously, chipping away at the rock, and soon he had carved out a substantial chunk, which he placed into a basket. Once full, he transported it onto the boat. The two men toiled diligently, sweat cascading down their cheeks, pooling into droplets that fell from their chins. The bamboo basket quickly filled, and Yang Lu made repeated trips to the seaside, while Li Yang continued to excavate, rapidly accumulating a mound of guano stones beneath the cliff. By the time the sun reached its zenith, the boat's hold was brimming, with several baskets stacked upon the deck. Wiping his brow, Li Yang surveyed the remaining guano stones and declared, "That should suffice. We shall return for more another day." Just as they prepared to untie the mooring line, a sudden, thunderous sound erupted from deep within the island. Bang! Li Yang froze, his pupils constricting in alarm. This sound was all too familiar. It was the unmistakable crack of a gunshot. Who could be on the island? Yang Lu perked up, his shoulder pole clattering onto the boat. Li Yang swiftly covered his mouth, hissing, "Stay silent." He gestured for Yang Lu to crouch down while he hunched behind the boat's edge, peering in the direction from which the gunfire had originated. A chill coursed through him as he felt the mechanical crossbow on his back. No matter how potent the crossbow, it could not withstand bullets. It was prudent to avoid unnecessary trouble. They needed to leave immediately. "Row the boat. We must depart," Li Yang urged, pulling Yang Lu aboard and seizing the bamboo pole to propel them away from shore. System notification: a female survivor has been detected on the island. Please proceed to rescue her immediately. Damn it, Li Yang cursed vehemently. They have firearms. Going there would be tantamount to delivering myself to death. Do you wish for my demise? He disregarded the system's plea, insisting to Yang Lu, "Row faster. Do not stop." The wooden boat had only drifted 2 meters when the system's warning blared again. If the host refuses to rescue, a penalty will be triggered, and all crops in the farmland will be forcibly reclaimed. How dare you? Li Yang's face flushed crimson, the bamboo pole slamming against the rocks. Reclaiming crops? This meant that their months of hard work would be in vain, leading to famine in winter. It was not just 3 wives who would suffer. Both he and Yang Lu would starve. "Master, what is wrong?" Yang Lu queried, perplexed, still paddling instinctively. Li Yang gritted his teeth, slamming his fist against the boat's deck, his knuckles whitening. "Turn around. We must go back." "But..." "Enough talk. Quickly, turn around." Li Yang's voice simmered with suppressed fury. He directed Yang Lu to row back to shore, carefully concealing the boat behind the rocks with vines. "You stay here and watch the boat. Do not make a sound or move." Li Yang unslung his mechanical crossbow, checked the bolts, and strapped his machete to his waist. "I shall return shortly." Though Yang Lu was somewhat simple-minded, he understood the urgency and nodded gravely. "Master, be careful." Taking a deep breath, Li Yang crouched low and ventured into the dense underbrush. The system's guidance acted like an invisible compass in his mind, marking the direction towards the survivor, Qinyao, 2 kilometers ahead. He tread lightly, aiming to step on the thick fallen leaves to minimize noise. This forest was even denser than when they had previously sought Duzhong, with vines coiling around the trunks like serpents, and startled birds and beasts occasionally flitting overhead. After approximately half an hour, the trees began to thin, and the sounds of crashing waves and men's laughter became faintly audible. Li Yang crouched behind a thicket, cautiously peering out. Before him lay an expanse of beach, where a blue and white police yacht was stranded, its hull bearing evident signs of impact, and most of its windows shattered. 3 green tents were pitched on the sand, with a roaring bonfire in the center, a metal pot bubbling above it. A burly man, bare-chested, was stirring the pot, his chest tattoo twisting with his movements. For other men gathered by the yacht's side door, one tall and lean was idly toying with a revolver, its barrel glinting ominously in the sunlight. He kicked the cabin door and bellowed, "Get out, you filthy whore. Don't you dare refuse us." From within the cabin came a muffled female voice, laced with anger and despair. "I opened the prison doors to let you out during the tsunami. Is this how you repay me? I should never have shown mercy." "Repay?" The tall man scoffed, rapping the door with the gun, declaring, "What repayment is there in this apocalypse? He who wields the gun holds the power. If you know what's good for you, come out and let us enjoy ourselves. Otherwise, you'll starve in there, and no one will come to collect your corpse." The others erupted in raucous laughter, their crude language unbearable. Li Yang's heart raced like a drum, his fingers tightly gripping the crossbow trigger. 5 men, one with a revolver. This scenario was tenfold more perilous than his previous encounter with 5 thugs. Though his mechanical crossbow was formidable, its effective range was limited to 50 meters. And loading a bolt took precious time. If he were discovered, the bullets would not afford him a second chance. System notification: please rescue survivor Chun Yao, 24 years old. A police academy graduate, virgin, equipped with police gear. Successful rescue will yield a mysterious reward. Li Yang rolled his eyes, cursing the system in his mind 1,000 times over. What did her being a police academy graduate matter now? She was still trapped in the cabin like a fish in a barrel. He focused on the lean man wielding the gun, who had his back turned, bending to pound the door, approximately 40 meters away. Though this was the optimal shooting distance, even if he managed to kill the gunman. There were still 4 burly men to contend with. Without Yang Lu at his side, he could not handle them alone. Furthermore, how many bullets were in that revolver? Did they possess other weapons? Damn it, 5 armed thugs against his single crossbow. How was he to navigate this predicament? Chapter 28. The rescue of the female police officer. As night fell, Li Yang concealed himself within the dense foliage, utilizing the faint starlight to keep a watchful eye on the camp not far away. In the darkness, his eyes gleamed with an unusual light. The vision enhancement ability granted by the system proved invaluable at this moment, allowing him to see everything clearly within the distant camp. He inhaled deeply, replaying the scenes he had observed earlier in his mind. 5 thugs, with only the lean man possessing a revolver, while the others were armed merely with wooden sticks, lacking even a proper knife. Based on the dialogue he had overheard, Li Yang surmised that these thugs were likely prisoners from the detention center, and the female police officer trapped in the yacht had saved them during the tsunami, only to be repaid with betrayal. The revolver was most likely hers, recently seized by the thugs. Although there was but a single gun, its power should not be underestimated. Even if his physical enhancements made him thrice as strong as a normal person, a gunshot would still be fatal. Thus, he needed to exercise utmost caution, taking them down one by one. For the next few hours, Li Yang remained like a patient cheetah in the darkness, quietly awaiting the opportune moment. During this time, 2 thugs wandered to a nearby thicket to relieve themselves. Li Yang held his breath, refraining from making any rash movements. Time passed slowly, the campfire gradually dimming until only the occasional snores from the tents broke the silence. Finally, in the dead of night, the lean man with the gun emerged from the tent, seemingly to relieve himself. Now was the moment. Li Yang swiftly raised his mechanical crossbow, aiming at the man's throat. His finger gently squeezed the trigger. With a whoosh, the bolt flew true, striking the target in the throat. The slender figure suddenly stiffened, hands clutching at his throat, unable to utter even a whisper. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Li Yang rushed over, first confirming the man's demise, then swiftly searching his body. Soon, he unearthed a black revolver. Upon opening the chamber, he discovered it still contained 5 bullets. A surge of joy filled Li Yang's heart as he tucked the weapon into his waistband and dragged the corpse into the nearby thicket for concealment. Having completed his task, he retreated back into the shadows, patiently awaiting the next opportunity. He noted that his enhanced physique indeed made a difference. Even after a sleepless night, he felt no fatigue, but rather an intensified focus. As dawn approached, another assailant, yawning, emerged from the tent, seemingly to relieve himself. Just as he unfastened his trousers and began to urinate, Li Yang suddenly stepped from the woods, brandishing the recently acquired revolver. "Don't move," Li Yang commanded in a low voice. The assailant, startled at the sight of the dark muzzle aimed at him, was instantly struck with terror, hastily raising his hands and stammering, "Do not shoot. I haven't done anything." "Pull up your pants, then squat down," Li Yang ordered sharply. The assailant, trembling, complied, hastily adjusting his trousers and obediently squatting on the ground. Li Yang approached and meticulously searched him, confirming he bore no weapons before producing a length of rope to bind him. "Speak. Do you have any other guns?" Li Yang pressed the revolver to the assailant's temple. The man, noticing the corpse partially visible near the thicket, trembled uncontrollably and quickly replied, "And no, just that one. I took it from that female officer yesterday. We were inmates in the detention center, rescued by her during the tsunami, and she has been watching over us. When her gun fell yesterday, we dared to resist." It seemed Li Yang's suspicions were correct. After inquiring further and ensuring no details were overlooked, he secured the assailant to a nearby tree, threatening, "Make no noise, or I will end you with a single shot." The man nodded repeatedly, too frightened to utter a sound. Having dealt with this assailant, Li Yang, armed with the gun and carrying a crossbow, stealthily infiltrated the campsite. He cautiously approached the tent and kicked open the door of the first one. Inside, 2 assailants were still asleep. Startled by the sudden commotion, they instinctively attempted to resist, only to find Li Yang pointing the gun at their heads, prompting them to raise their hands and surrender. Employing the same method, he swiftly subdued the remaining 2 assailants. Once assured that all threats in the camp had been neutralized, Li Yang approached the police boat and called out to the cabin, "Listen, everyone inside. The assailants have been dealt with. You are safe now." After a moment, a cautious female voice replied, "Who are you?" "I am Li Yang, a survivor of the tsunami." He explained, "I lived on another island for several months, and passing by yesterday, I saw you being attacked and intervened." After a brief silence, the voice inquired, "How can you prove your words are true?" Li Yang pondered for a moment, placing the revolver on the shore, and said, "I have laid my weapon here. You may come out." After a while, the cabin door slowly opened to reveal a young woman clad in a police uniform. She was tall and attractive, though weariness and fear marred her features, yet her eyes bore a resilient glimmer. "I am Chen Yao, a newly assigned police officer, she introduced herself, scanning the surroundings warily before shifting her gaze to Li Yong, gradually lowering her guard upon sensing no immediate danger. System prompt. Chen Yao's favorability increased to 30. Establishing initial trust. Li Yong smiled inwardly. Chen Yao approached him, her voice brimming with gratitude. Thank you so much. If not for you, I cannot imagine what would have happened. No need for thanks. It was a mere trifling effort, Li Yong replied with a smile. At that moment, Chen Yao's gaze fell upon the body of the slain assailant leader, causing her to visibly tremble and blanch. Li Yong spoke sternly. We are in an apocalyptic world where human malice runs rampant. Killings will become commonplace. You must adapt quickly. Chen Yao regarded Li Yong, and though his attire was tattered, his demeanor exuded steadiness and reliability, further enhancing her admiration for him. System prompt. Chen Yao's favorability increased to 35. Li Yong directed Chen Yao to bind the remaining 4 assailants with rope. Rescue successful, awarded slave gift pack. A vial of slave pills, 50 pieces, a slave staff. Slave staff contains skills in construction and hunting. When used, strike the slave's forehead while reciting the skill name, and the slave will master this technique. Each slave can only master one skill. Li Yang's heart soared at the thought of the invaluable slave gift pack. Chen Yao sighed. I have lost all my family. I do not know if they are alive or dead. After the tsunami, I drifted at sea with these criminals until we landed on this island a few days ago. Yesterday, while searching for food with them, I lost my gun, and they seized it, forcing me to hide in the cabin. She paused, looking at Li Yong with a hint of pleading in her eyes. Li Yong, may I return with you? I can work. I promise I won't be a burden. Li Yong considered her request and nodded. Very well. While Chen Yao returned to the yacht to gather her belongings, Li Yong retrieved the slave pills and forcibly administered them to the 4 bound assailants. Soon, their expressions dulled, their intelligence evidently diminished, and like Yang Lu, they became utterly obedient to Li Yong. Upon Chen Yao's return and seeing the 4 assailants freed from their bindings, she gasped in shock, instinctively reaching for her gun only to find it absent, her face betraying her terror. Li Yong quickly reassured her, do not worry, they are no longer a threat. I gave them a special medication provided by a medical doctor I rescued, which lowers intelligence and renders them non-aggressive. It was originally intended for the primates at the zoo. Chen Yao, still skeptical, observed them for a moment, noting their vacant expressions and compliance to Li Yang's commands, before gradually relaxing. Subsequently, Li Yong and Chen Yao scoured the yacht, discovering several useful supplies. A few tables and chairs, 50 pairs of handcuffs, 50 batons, 50 bulletproof vests, 50 helmets, and 50 shields, along with a case of water, half a case of bread, 3 tents outside, and an outdoor cooking pot. Li Yong called for Yang Lu to assist in transporting the supplies. Upon seeing Li Yong return with so many people and such an abundance of provisions, Yang Lu beamed with delight. Chen Yao curiously asked Li Yong, who is he? He seems a bit simple-minded. His name is Yang Lu. He did some bad things in the past, and I gave him the same medication. Li Yong casually explained, rest assured, he will not harm us. Just then, Li Yong received a system prompt. Ding, congratulations to the host for taming 5 slaves. A slave captain can now be designated, capable of managing 10 slaves. Li Yong felt a spark of inspiration and quietly designated Yang Lu as the slave captain with his mind. Yang Lu's intelligence seemed to improve, rising from 40 to 50, and he began directing the other 4 slaves in their tasks. The wooden vessel was too small to accommodate so many supplies and people. Li Yong gazed at the wooden boat by the shore and remarked, it seems we must make several trips to gradually transport these supplies and people back. Chen Yao nodded in agreement, saying, all right, I will follow your lead. Chapter 29, A Grand Undertaking. The wooden boat gently approached the shore, and Li Yong was the first to leap onto the sandy beach, followed closely by Chen Yao and 5 slaves arranged in a line. Upon returning to the camp, Su Wenxian, Lin Wei, and Wang Jingyi emerged upon hearing the commotion. Upon seeing the unexpected presence of 5 individuals, particularly 4 unfamiliar men, they instinctively retreated. Li Yong, this is, Lin Wei said, her voice laced with caution as she supported her slightly rounded belly. Li Yong hastily introduced, this is Chen Yao, a police officer who was abducted by these criminals, and I have rescued her. The 4 of them are criminals, but I have given them the fool's pill. Just like Yang Lu, they will not harm anyone, so you can rest assured. Su Wenxian scrutinized Chen Yao, noting her police uniform, albeit somewhat worn, which exuded a competent aura. She then glanced at the 4 men, whose vacant expressions and stiff movements prompted a slight furrow of her brow. You took another risk. It's fine. Everything has been resolved, Li Yong reassured with a smile. They are now obedient laborers, and they will be of great help in the future. Wang Jingyi recalled Yang Lu's recent behavior, which had indeed been honest and straightforward, allowing her to relax. Come inside. It's quite sunny outside. Before Liang could issue any commands, Yang Lu had already taken the initiative to lead the 4 new slaves towards the cave, transporting police equipment, tents, and bird droppings inside one by one. When the slaves returned carrying several wooden tables and benches, Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi's eyes lit up instantly. Tables and benches, Lin Wei exclaimed. We finally have decent furniture. Wang Jingyi couldn't hide her excitement either, saying, quick, move them into the bamboo house. It will be much more convenient for dining and sewing. Yang Lu promptly directed the slaves to do so, although the 4 new slaves appeared dazed. Their execution was remarkably strong, as they carefully arranged the tables and chairs in the bamboo house with surprising steadiness. Chun Yao stood in the center of the camp, curiously surveying her surroundings. A modest wooden house was nestled beneath the shade of trees, accompanied by a fenced area housing pigs and chickens. Not far away were vast fields of lush crops, and the firewood storage was neatly stacked with split logs, everything orderly and brimming with the vitality of life. The environment here is truly wonderful, Chun Yao remarked sincerely, her eyes glimmering with hopes for a future life. Su Wenxian approached her warmly and explained, when we first arrived, we had nothing. It was Liang who helped us build all of this bit by bit. That piece of land is planted with corn, sweet potatoes, and various vegetables. The pigs in the pen will be ready for slaughter next month, and the chickens in the coop lay eggs every day. Chun Yao listened intently, softly saying, that's wonderful. It feels like home. As evening descended, the bamboo house was filled with the aroma of cooking. Liang had specially slaughtered a chicken, simmering a pot of chicken soup, and presented previously dried cured pork, accompanied by fresh vegetables and fish, creating a bountiful feast. Chun Yao picked up her chopsticks and placed a piece of chicken into her mouth. The familiar flavor of the meat spread across her palate, and her eyes instantly welled with tears. I haven't had such a decent meal since the tsunami, she choked out. I wonder how my parents are doing. Lin Wei grasped her hand softly, offering comfort. Do not be sad. This will be your home from now on, and we are all your family. Wang Jingyi nodded in agreement. Yes, we will live together from now on, and everything will be all right. Liang observed the 5 individuals crowded in the small house. It felt exceedingly cramped. This house is too small. 5 people living here is quite tense. Once Wei Wei and Jing Yi's children are born, it will be even more cramped. He surveyed the area, declaring, I believe we need to construct several rooms and build a quadrangle. A quadrangle? Su Wenxian's eyes brightened. How do we build it? Liang drew a rough sketch in the dirt with a branch. 2 rooms on each side, 2 at the back, and 2 more at the entrance, leaving a courtyard in the middle. 1 room will serve as a kitchen, another as a restroom, and we'll dig a well in the courtyard for convenient access to water. He then pointed to a nearby spot. We should also build a small quadrangle near the cave for the slaves to live in, as the cave cannot accommodate so many people. The 4 women gathered around to examine the sketch, all displaying expressions of anticipation. This is splendid. We can stay warm in the winter, Wang Jingyi remarked with a smile. With these men as assistants, we will surely complete the construction before winter. Chun Yao observed the 5 slaves and felt that this idea was quite feasible. The following morning, Liang commenced work with the 5 slaves. He first led them into the woods to select suitable timber, directing the slaves to chop and transport the wood. Yang Lu, possessing great strength, was assigned to chop the logs into appropriate lengths, while the other 4 slaves were tasked with sawing the wood. However, these 4 slaves were quite careless in their work. The saws were held at awkward angles, resulting in uneven lengths and rough edges, making even the simplest straight cuts impossible. How clumsy! Liang frowned at the pile of substandard wood on the ground, suddenly recalling the slave staff. He called the 4 slaves to a small grove, retrieved the staff inscribed with peculiar patterns, and silently invoked the construction technique, tapping each slave gently on the forehead in succession. The slaves' bodies quivered slightly. Although their expressions remained vacant, their movements became noticeably more agile. Upon returning to the worksite, a miracle occurred. They grasped the saws with the finesse of professional carpenters, producing perfectly straight and even pieces of wood with precise dimensions. They measured, marked, and proceeded methodically with the assembly of the wooden framework, employing mortise and tenon joints to securely connect the beams without a single nail. This is truly remarkable. Liang watched in astonishment, wishing he had utilized this yesterday. It would have saved a great deal of effort. In the days that followed, the progress of building the houses accelerated significantly. Liang oversaw the overall coordination and critical sections of the construction, while Yang Lu collaborated with the 4 slaves who had mastered the construction technique. 2 were responsible for processing the timber, crafting beams, walls, and rafters according to Li Yang's dimensions, while the other 2 focused on erecting the framework. First establishing the foundation with sturdy logs as columns, then installing the crossbeams, ensuring that the joints fit seamlessly, sturdier than those secured with nails. Su Wenxian, Lin Wei, Wang Jingyi, and Chun Yao managed the logistics, preparing meals, boiling water, and occasionally assisting with tool delivery and site cleanup. Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi gazed at the gradually forming house frame, their faces brimming with anticipation, often discussing how to arrange the rooms in the future. Half a month later, the main frames of the two quadrangles had been erected. The slaves began laying the roofs, drying the harvested thatch, and layering it on the rafters, securing it with vines to create a structure that could withstand rain and insulate against heat. They then installed the wall panels, piecing together the smoothly planed wooden boards, filling the gaps with clay to prevent drafts. Liang specifically instructed the slaves to build an earthen stove in the kitchen, constructed from large stones, with a chimney extending from the roof and a movable wooden board serving as a pot lid. The restroom was situated in a corner of the courtyard, with a deep pit dug for waste, covered with wooden planks and featuring an opening for easy collection of manure for fertilizer. Adjacent to the restroom was a simple bathing area. Although it lacked running water, there was a sufficient tub for bathing. The most challenging task was digging the well. After selecting a location, the 5 slaves took turns using hoes and shovels to dig down, finally encountering groundwater at a depth of over 2 meters. They built up the well walls with stones to prevent collapse, creating a wooden frame and installing a pulley and bucket made from bamboo, eliminating the need to trek to the river for water in the future. As time passes day by day, 2 months have swiftly elapsed, and the 2 Sihiyuan have finally been completed. The residence of Liang and his companions is noticeably more spacious and exquisite, featuring 2 bedrooms on each side, a living room in the front, and a storage room, with the kitchen and restroom kept immaculate. In contrast, the dwelling of the slaves is relatively rudimentary, with smaller rooms and coarser materials, yet it adequately offers shelter from the elements. On the day of the move, 4 women excitedly wandered through the various rooms. Lin Wei caressed the smooth wooden walls, exclaiming, "At last, we have a decent home. It's far more comfortable than the previous bamboo hut." Wang Jingyi opened a window, allowing fresh air to flood in, remarking, "The ventilation is excellent, making it much more convenient for raising children." Chen Yao, surveying the furniture in the living room and the animal hides adorning the walls, smiled and said, "I can hardly believe such a fine house could be built in just 2 months. Su Wenxian took Li Yang's hand and led him into the courtyard, saying, "You are truly remarkable, capable of so many things." Li Yang smiled, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment. He returned to his bedroom, hanging his protective gear, helmet, crossbow, machete, and dagger on the wall, while neatly placing his newly tailored clothes and animal hide shoes at the foot of the bed. The journey from having nothing in the bamboo hut to now residing in a spacious and comfortable Sihiyuan has indeed been challenging. He approached the window, gazing outside. The 5 slaves in the courtyard were seated on the ground, enjoying sweet potatoes and vegetable soup. The cornfield in the distance shimmered in golden hues, and the sweet potato vines had withered, indicating that the tubers beneath the soil were ripe. It finally feels like a home. Next, preparations for the autumn harvest must commence. Chapter 30. The Intruders. As the morning mist lingered, Liang had already brought the 5 slaves to the sweet potato field. The sweet potato vines had turned a crisp yellow, resembling a vast brown carpet spread across the fields. "Let us begin digging. But be careful not to damage the sweet potatoes," Liang instructed, picking up an iron shovel to demonstrate how to insert it into the earth. With a gentle lift, a cluster of deep purple sweet potatoes emerged from the soil, the largest being as big as an adult's fist. Yang Lu and the 4 slaves immediately followed suit, as shovels and hoes rose and fell, revealing a bounty of plump sweet potatoes, with soil cascading down. Although these slaves may lack intelligence, they approached physical labor with remarkable diligence. Particularly after mastering construction techniques, even the task of harvesting sweet potatoes became systematic, digging along the direction of the vines and rarely injuring the tubers. "Look at these sweet potatoes, they've grown splendidly," Liang remarked, picking up a smooth-skinned sweet potato and handing it to Lin Wei, who had just arrived with food. Lin Wei accepted it with a smile, wiping the dirt off with her sleeve. "This is all thanks to you and Yang Lu's fertilization efforts. That bird guano really worked wonders." She gently caressed her belly, adding, "Once the baby is born, we can enjoy sweet potato porridge." Wang Jingyi approached with a basket filled with steamed corn. "Let us take a break and have something to eat before continuing," she suggested, distributing the corn to everyone. Her gaze swept across the ground littered with sweet potatoes, estimating that this harvest would provide at least 3 months' worth of food supplies. Su Wenxian and Chen Yao busied themselves sorting the harvested sweet potatoes, discarding the damaged and undersized ones to consume that day, while the intact ones were placed in baskets to be stored in the cave. The cave was dry, allowing for preservation until spring. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, Su Wenxian smiled at Chen Yao. "I didn't expect you, looking so pampered, to be so adept at work." Chen Yao's cheeks flushed slightly. "I trained at the police academy before. This labor is nothing." Watching Liang directing the slaves and moving the sweet potatoes, She felt a warm sensation in her heart. Since arriving at this camp, she had finally begun to feel the warmth of home once more. The group toiled until noon, finally completing the harvest of all the sweet potatoes. Li Yong instructed the slaves to wash the dirt off the sweet potatoes with clean water, spreading them on the stone slab in the cave to dry in the shade, while laying down a layer of dry straw on the ground to prevent moisture. Observing the mound of sweet potatoes, he felt a sense of reassurance. In the afternoon, they shifted their efforts to the cornfield. The golden corn ears bent the stalks, and upon peeling back the husks, the plump kernels shone like yellow jewels. Li Yong led the group in harvesting the corn, filling numerous baskets to the brim. The corn needed to be dried for long-term storage. He sought out sturdy bamboo, splitting it into thin strips to craft drying racks. The slaves quickly learned and soon fashioned several rectangular bamboo frames, which they set up in the courtyard and against the walls of the Sihiyuan. Li Yong demonstrated how to string the corn ears together and hang them on the racks, explaining, "This allows for good airflow and faster drying." Su Wenxian and Chun Yao joined in, their fingers nimbly weaving among the corn ears. Before long, the courtyard and walls were adorned with glistening strings of corn, rustling in the breeze like wind chimes. Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi sat beneath the eaves, observing the bountiful scene and couldn't help but hum a tune. With this food supply, they would surely weather the winter with ease. Wang Jingyi picked up a corn ear, gently rubbing off a few kernels and examining them in her palm. Li Yong squatted beside her, smiling. "Once the corn is dried and ground into flour, I'll make you corn pancakes." The next morning, breakfast was particularly lavish on the bamboo table. There was chicken soup, steamed fish, corn and pork rib soup, along with freshly steamed sweet potatoes. The golden retriever lay beside the table, eagerly gnawing on the bone Li Yong had tossed to it, savoring every bite. Food grown by one's own hands is indeed more delectable. Lin Wei sipped the corn soup, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction. Chun Yao nodded in agreement. This is far superior to eating compressed biscuits adrift at sea. Just then, the golden retriever suddenly perked up its ears and dashed out of the courtyard, barking furiously at the distant woods, its voice urgent and fierce. "What is happening?" Li Yong immediately stood up, a sense of foreboding gripping his heart. The others followed him to the entrance, gazing in the direction of the dog's barking, where they discerned shadowy figures moving at the edge of the woods. Upon closer inspection, they counted over 20 individuals approaching the camp. "Someone is coming." Su Wenxian's expression changed slightly, instinctively tightening her grip on the machete. Li Yang's brow furrowed in concern. "We cannot ascertain whether they are friend or foe. Preparations must be made." He promptly instructed Chun Yao, "Go to the cave and summon the 5 slaves. Have them don their protective gear and grab shields, helmets, and batons." Turning to Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi, he urged, "You two should retreat inside, armed with bows and poisoned arrows. Secure the doors and windows, and shoot if danger arises. Do not hesitate." Lin Wei's face drained of color as she clutched Wang Jingyi's hand tightly. "Be careful," she said. Li Yong nodded. Turning back to the house to put on his tactical body armor, donning his helmet, strapping on his mechanical crossbow, and securing his dagger and machete, he handed Su Wenxian a set of protective gear, instructing, "Put this on, take the poisoned arrows and machete, and follow me." As they reached the entrance of the camp, they saw the group of intruders already emerging from the woods, scrutinizing the pig pen and chicken coop. The leader was a towering man over 6 feet tall, broad-shouldered, holding a black composite bow, with eyes sharp as a hawk. He was followed by 20 men and 4 women, all clad in tattered clothing, wielding machetes, makeshift spears, and bows, with bulging backpacks clearly indicating their long journey. "This place is quite nice. There's food and shelter," remarked a wiry man, rubbing his hands together as he approached the chicken coop, reaching out to grab a chicken. Another man with a scraggly beard picked up a wooden stick and struck the pig pen's enclosure, causing the sows to squeal in fright. "Stop!" Li Yong raised his mechanical crossbow, aiming it directly at the wiry man. "Put the chicken down and leave our camp." The wiry man turned around, seeing only Li Yong and Su Wenxian, sneering. "Just the two of you? You dare to interfere with our business?" The burly man at the forefront ambled over, sizing up Li Yong with a scrutinizing gaze. His eyes lingered momentarily on the bulletproof vest and the mechanical crossbow that Li Yong wielded, before sweeping over Su Wenxian, a flicker of greed flashing in his expression. "Brother, this place is quite nice. Why not hand it over to us? I am Zhao Hu, and if you stick with me, I guarantee you'll have plenty to eat. However, this lady beside you must first amuse my brothers." The surrounding men erupted into laughter, their lewd remarks ringing out unabated. "This girl is just perfect. Those beautiful legs and black stockings would surely be a delight." They reveled in their crude banter. "The pigs in this sty could feed us for several days. How wonderful. It's been ages since I've tasted pork." Li Yang's complexion darkened, his grip on the crossbow tightening slightly. Outnumbered and outmatched, a direct confrontation would spell disaster. He needed to bide his time. He subtly signaled to Su Wenxian, indicating her to brace herself. Just then, Chen Yao arrived, accompanied by 5 armed slaves. Dressed in bulletproof vests and helmets, brandishing shields and batons, they formed a disciplined line. Though their expressions were vacant, the formidable presence of their gear exuded an undeniable intimidation. Chen Yao held a revolver, aiming it squarely at Zhao Hu, her voice ringing out sharply, "Everyone halt. Move another inch, and I will shoot." The laughter from Zhao Hu and his companions ceased abruptly, their expressions shifting from greed to shock upon seeing the firearm and the well-equipped slaves. The emaciated man dropped the chicken he had just seized, which flapped its wings and took flight. "Let us talk this out. No need to shoot." Zhao Hu hastily raised his hands, forcing a smile as he continued. "We were merely passing by, hoping to scrounge a bit of food. No ill intentions here. Leave at once." Li Yong barked, "If you dare approach our camp again, I will show no mercy." Zhao Hu's eyes darted, glancing at Chen Yao's gun and the 5 armed slaves, before gritting his teeth and exclaiming, "Let us go. We're leaving." With a resentful glare at Li Yong, he retreated, cursing under his breath. As they disappeared into the woods, a collective sigh of relief swept over the group. They would undoubtedly return. Li Yong lowered the mechanical crossbow, his brow furrowed in concern. They had been observed possessing food and women, and would not relent easily. Su Wenxian's face turned pale. "There are too many of them. Can we hold our ground?" Chen Yao tightened her grip on the revolver. "We must fight. We cannot allow them to destroy our home." Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi emerged from the house, their faces etched with worry. Chapter 31. Preparing for battle in the courtyard, Li Yong sat at the table, his fingers unconsciously drumming on the surface. Lin Wei curled up in Wang Jingyi's embrace, both women pale, hands clutching their clothing tightly, haunted by the earlier bravado of the intruders. "Do not worry. I am here," Li Yong reassured, taking Lin Wei's hand in his. "We need to prepare. No one will bully us." Fear was futile now. They needed to strategize their response. Su Wenxian served them both hot water and turned to Chen Yao. "You dealt with such conflicts at the police station, right?" Chen Yao set down her teacup, her posture instantly becoming upright, professionalism radiating from her demeanor. Addressing crowd incidents involves 3 critical stages: prevention, management, and resolution. The priority now is to fortify our defenses. She looked at Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi, her voice softening. "It is normal for pregnant women to experience emotional fluctuations, but you must trust us. I have studied emergency psychological counseling at the police academy, and our camp's defenses are strong enough. We will be fine." Wang Jingyi gently caressed her abdomen, whispering, "Will they really come back?" "Most likely," Chen Yao affirmed. "Their eyes were far too greedy when they eyed our camp, especially the pigsty and chicken coop. I have seen that kind of desperation far too often in the detention center. Only the truly starving would gaze that way." Li Yong stood, surveying the surroundings. "Our immediate concern is ensuring we have sufficient food, water, and weapons. Su Wenxian, please take stock of our supplies. Chen Yao, inventory all weapons. Jingyi, you and Wei Wei should prepare the medical kit. Ensure we have enough bandages, alcohol, and hemostatic powder." The group sprang into action. Su Wenxian opened the ledger, the pen scratching across the paper. The corn and sweet potatoes were freshly harvested and thus uncounted. But there were 30 pounds of cured meat and 350 cans of milk powder untouched. The water well remained stable, providing ample drinking water. Chen Yao meticulously moved the weapons to the center of the courtyard. 1 revolver with 50 rounds, 1 mechanical crossbow with 50 arrows, 3 simple bamboo bows with 30 poisoned arrows and 20 stone arrows, 2 wooden spears, 2 machetes, and 2 daggers. The police equipment included 50 batons, 50 shields, 50 bulletproof vests, and 50 helmets. This arsenal was sufficient to arm everyone. Li Yong surveyed the mound of weapons, his brow furrowing deeper. "Though we have many weapons, those who can use them are few. Lin Wei and Jingyi are pregnant and can only provide support from a distance. Su Wenxian has just begun learning to use a bow and lacks precision. Chen Yao's revolver has power but insufficient range. The only ones capable of close combat are myself and the 5 slaves. The slaves can hold the line." Chen Yao pointed to the 5 men in the corner, gnawing on sweet potatoes. Clad in bulletproof vests and wielding shields, they formed a human barrier capable of deflecting numerous attacks. "We also need to build a wall." Li Yong gazed outside the courtyard. The current structures and livestock pens were exposed and vulnerable to encirclement. Have the 4 skilled slaves work through the night to erect a 4-meter-high wooden fence, enclosing the livestock area and the 2 Sihiyuan, as well as the cave entrance. Leave a large gate and construct a watchtower at each of the eastern and western corners. 4 meters high? Is that feasible? Su Wenxian questioned, her skepticism evident. Rest assured, those 4 slaves understand mortise and tenon joints. They will use sturdy tree trunks as pillars, intersperse them with crossbeams, and nail on thick wooden planks for durability. Li Yong asserted firmly. The watchtowers must reach 5 meters high, allowing us to observe movements 300 meters away, with guards stationed day and night. Roles were quickly assigned. Chen Yao, accompanied by a golden retriever, would oversee perimeter security, patrolling the camp every hour. Wang Jingyi and Lin Wei would man the medical station, preparing a complete set of tools for wound cleansing, suturing, and hemostasis. Su Wenxian coordinated supplies, ensuring each person received their daily food rations and weapons resupply. Li Yang and Yang Lu were tasked with reconnaissance. At dawn the next day, the 4 slaves entered the woods, tools in hand. They operated like tireless machines, chopping, sanding, and assembling, erecting 20 sturdy wooden pillars in mere hours. The connections were seamless. Even Li Yang could not help but marvel at their craftsmanship, which surpassed that of city construction teams. While the slaves built the wall, Li Yang summoned Yang Lu to a secluded grove. He produced the slave staff, lightly tapping it against Yang Lu's forehead while murmuring the hunter-esque technique. Yang Lu trembled, his eyes brightening significantly, the previous dullness replaced with clarity. He glanced down at his hands, suddenly picking up a branch and sketching the terrain surrounding the camp on the ground, marking paths frequented by wild beasts. Master, this bough is not effective, Yang Lu remarked, shaking his head after picking up a nearby simple bamboo bough. He approached a bauhinia tree, using a machete to cut a straight trunk, stripping the tough bark fibers. In less than half an hour, he fashioned a single-piece bough. After testing its draw, the string emitted a satisfying hum. He then crafted a dozen stone arrowheads from flint and affixed them to the shafts. This bow has a range of 50 meters. Yang Lu handed it to Li Yang, confidence radiating from him like that of a seasoned hunter. Li Yang tested the bow, finding its feel vastly superior to the bamboo one, and exclaimed, "This hunter-esque technique is truly remarkable." He outfitted Yang Lu with a bulletproof vest and helmet, passing him the newly crafted bow and poisoned arrows, saying, "Come with me for reconnaissance." The 2 men slipped into the dense forest like leopards on the prowl. Yang Lu led the way ahead, his steps as light as a cat's, occasionally crouching to inspect the ground. After traversing approximately 500 meters, he suddenly pointed to a pine tree, exclaiming, "Look, the bark has been scraped away, it's fresh." Li Yang leaned in closer and indeed discovered a patch of bark missing, revealing the white wood beneath, with edges glistening with moist sap. This was a mark. Yang Lu indicated another tree, where a similar mark was present, continuing to lead towards their camp. Following the markers, the 2 advanced, with Yang Lu using his machete to slash at the nearby trees, thoroughly disrupting the enemy's markings, thus obscuring their precise route. After delving 3 miles into the forest, Yang Lu suddenly pressed Li Yang down, signaling him to crouch. 100 meters ahead, the corner of a tent was faintly visible through the thicket. The 2 crawled forward, peering through the gaps in the foliage. In the concealed underbrush by the sea, 10 green tents were pitched, encircled by a makeshift fence of branches, while 2 men wielding long spears paced back and forth. The scent of smoke wafted from the camp, punctuated by distant laughter. There were a total of 25 individuals, consistent with yesterday's count, but it remained uncertain if others were present. Li Yang whispered, a weight settling in his heart. This group evidently intended to establish a long-term encampment rather than merely passing through. They were cooking with an iron pot. Yang Lu pointed to a fire pit beside the tents, where 2 men were polishing bows and arrows, and another was sharpening a knife. At that moment, a robust voice resonated, belonging to the leader with the compound bow from yesterday. "Tomorrow we shall reconnoiter again, and ascertain the defenses around that camp. Those women are quite appealing, and with ample supplies, capturing them would free us from a life of wandering." Another voice chimed in. "That lad with the crossbow poses a bit of a challenge, and there's also a woman with a gun." "A gun?" scoffed the leader. "It's likely just a worn-out revolver, with few bullets to spare. In a few days, we will encircle them in 3 groups. First taking out the one with the crossbow, then seizing the woman. Remember, act swiftly, do not allow them the chance to strike back." Li Yang and Yang Lu exchanged glances, both recognizing the gravity of the situation reflected in each other's eyes. This group indeed harbored ill intentions and had devised an offensive strategy. "Retreat," Li Yang urged, quietly pulling Yang Lu back. Once outside the enemy's encampment, the 2 hastened their pace and returned to their own camp within half an hour. By this time, a quarter of the wall had been constructed, with 4 slaves standing atop wooden frames erecting a watchtower. Upon seeing them return, Chen Yao hurried over. "What is the situation?" "They've established a camp by the sea and may launch an attack in a few days," Li Yang replied gravely. "They mentioned continuing to scout our camp tomorrow, but I fear they may attempt a surprise assault tonight." The atmosphere in the courtyard instantly grew tense. Su Wenxian distributed weapons to everyone, while Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi, despite their pale faces, silently took up their bamboo bows, their fingers trembling slightly on the poisoned arrows. Li Yang donned his bulletproof vest, slung the mechanical crossbow over his shoulder, and conducted a final equipment check. We will take turns keeping watch tonight. I will guard the unfinished watchtower with Yonglu. In the dead of night, Chen Yao arrived with 2 slaves to change shifts. As darkness gradually descended, the camp was illuminated by a bonfire, and Li Yong stood atop the incomplete watchtower, gripping his mechanical crossbow tightly. Chapter 32, Strengthening Defenses. As dawn broke, Li Yong stepped through the dew-laden grass to the unfinished watchtower. Chen Yao was dozing against a wooden pillar, clutching the revolver tightly, dark circles under her eyes like ink stains. Hearing footsteps, she jolted awake, instinctively raising her gun. "Who goes there?" "It's me," Li Yong replied, holding her wrist. "You've kept watch all night. Was there any trouble?" Chen Yao exhaled in relief, lowering her gun and rubbing her weary eyes. "The wind was strong in the latter half of the night, so I didn't hear anything, but the golden retriever kept barking towards the northwest, as if something was moving in the woods. I stared at it for half an hour, but saw nothing." Li Yong gazed in the direction she indicated. Fog enveloped the dense forest. Only the swaying shadows of trees were visible. "You should return and rest for a while. I will keep watch here. Please have Wei Wei save a portion of breakfast for me." As soon as Chen Yao left, Li Yong summoned the 3 slaves responsible for constructing the tower. "Put in extra effort. We must complete this tower today." The slaves, although not intellectually gifted, possessed boundless strength, swiftly carrying hefty wooden posts. Li Yong directed from the wall, instructing where to add crossbeams and where to secure braces, ensuring that the joints were meticulously fitted. When Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi arrived with lunch, they beheld the scene. The slaves, bare-armed, transported timber, sweat cascading down their darkened backs, while Li Yong stood atop the 3-meter-high wall, chopping off protruding wooden splinters with an axe. "Let us take a break and eat something," Lin Wei called out, her voice laced with concern. Li Yong leaped down to receive a ceramic bowl, the aroma of corn porridge mingling with the scent of cured meat wafting towards him. "You too, don't overexert yourselves," he said, shoveling food into his mouth. "After delivering the water, return to rest. There's no need to keep coming back." By the afternoon of the 3rd day, the wall had risen to 3/4 of its height, resembling a long brown serpent encircling the camp. Suddenly, Chen Yao dashed back from the woods, her police uniform torn by branches. "They're coming." 2 men were circling at the edge of the northwest forest, less than a kilometer from the camp. Li Yong's heart sank as he wiped the porridge from the corner of his mouth. They had indeed found them. It seemed they were here to scout. He ascended the watchtower, squinting towards the northwest. Enhanced vision allowed him to vaguely discern 2 figures moving, hiding behind trees, and he worriedly remarked, "They must have seen the wall. They might attack tonight. Let us exert ourselves. Tonight, we must seal the wall." Su Wenxian tightened her grip on the bamboo bough. As the sun dipped in the west, Li Yong instructed the slaves to light torches, utilizing the flickering flames to hasten their labor through the night. The sound of wooden mallets striking stakes was particularly jarring in the stillness of the night, startling the nocturnal birds into flight. Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi prepared ginger soup, which the slaves eagerly consumed from ceramic bowls, their cold bodies warming instantly. It was not until the following afternoon, with the final post driven into the ground, that the 4-meter-high wall was finally completed. Li Yong circled the wall for inspection. The inner side was reinforced with horizontal beams, the exterior smoothed, and sharpened bamboo stakes affixed to the top. Within the enclosure, spanning nearly 2,000 square meters, were the pig pen, chicken coop, 2 sihiyuan, and the cave entrance, while the watchtowers flanking the main gate stood like vigilant sentinels, steadfastly observing the approach. "My lord, the work is complete," gasped Yonglu, while 5 exhausted slaves collapsed on the ground, their eyes sunken and their chins adorned with stubble. Li Yong patted his shoulder, praising, "Well done, now return and rest well." He turned to Lin Wei, saying, "Prepare more cured meat to replenish their strength." As evening approached, the slaves were roused and their eyes sparkled at the sight of thick slices of cured meat piled in a clay basin. These men, who typically subsisted on sweet potatoes, now devoured the meat ravenously, grease dripping from their mouths. Watching their satisfied expressions, Li Yong mused that while the slave system was indeed cruel, it could yield the most obedient labor force. "Put on your gear." Li Yong tossed 5 sets of bulletproof vests and helmets. Yang Lu took position at the western tower with his bow, while the others armed themselves with shields and batons to guard the main gate. Yang Lu donned his vest and tested the draw weight of his handmade bow, his gaze reflecting the keen intensity of a hunter. Li Yong, observing him ascend the watchtower, silently acknowledged the effectiveness of his archery skills. Yang Lu had indeed become the 2nd most formidable fighter in the camp. Chen Yao was busy inventorying weapons, meticulously packing 30 poisoned arrows into 3 bamboo quivers. The sihiyuan for the slaves had been converted into an armory, storing bows and knives, with De Zhuang assigned to guard it. She pointed to the imposing figure of the 1-meter-80 slave, who immediately straightened up, crossing his arms at the courtyard gate. As night fell, the bonfire atop the wall was ignited, casting light upon the wooden railing. Li Yong stood at the eastern watchtower, using the firelight to discern movements in the grass 100 meters away. The golden retriever lay on the inner side of the gate, ears perked, alert to the rustling outside. The night passed unusually quietly until dawn approached, when Li Yong was replaced by Chen Yao. As she ascended the western watchtower, she suddenly called out urgently, "Li Yong, look to the southeast." Almost simultaneously, the golden retriever sprang up, barking furiously at the darkness, its tone laced with agitation. Li Yong swiftly turned, only to see a cluster of 20 or so flickering shadows moving rapidly towards the wall through the fog-laden forest. Chapter 33. A Resounding Victory. On the watchtower, Chen Yao gripped her revolver tightly, squinting at the edges of the distant woods. Several shadowy figures were stealthily advancing, their makeshift wooden ladder glinting with rough grain in the morning light. At the forefront stood Zhao Hu, a towering man over 9 meters tall, straining to catch a glimpse. Upon recognizing the 4-meter-high wooden enclosure, he let out a muffled sound, as if choked by disbelief. Damn it, they built this in just a few days? Zhao Hu kicked a nearby tree trunk, cursing, what a bunch of useless fools. Can't even guard a simple camp. The men behind him shrank back, hands trembling with their makeshift spears and self-crafted bows swaying in the morning breeze. Brother Hu, shall we find another location? A wiry man murmured, eyeing the sturdy wall. Sturdy my ass. Zhao Hu spat. It's just a few pieces of wood nailed together. Smash it open. We'll take the women and food it will. He pointed at the large door made of thick pine, commanding, Old 3. Take 5 men and ram it with a post. 5 men hoisted a log as thick as a bowl and charged at the door, shouting as they collided with it. The dull thud reverberated, causing the wall to tremble slightly, splinters flying, yet the door remained steadfast, leaving the men with sore hands. Li Yong on the watchtower gripped his crossbow tightly, the bolt already drawn. Yang Lu, shoot the man with the log. Aim for the wrist, he whispered, focusing intently on the target. The sound of Yang Lu's bowstring snapped through the air, the stone-tipped arrow cutting silently through the morning, striking a burly man's wrist. Ah, he cried, dropping the log which fell painfully onto his foot. Chen Yao fired her revolver next. The bullet whizzing past Zhao Hu's ear and embedding itself in a nearby tree, sending splinters flying. Zhao Hu recoiled, cold sweat soaking his back. Damn, that was close. How did that woman shoot so accurately? Desperately trying to maintain his composure, Zhao Hu kicked the trembling man beside him, barking, get moving. We need to form a human ladder to climb in. 7 men rushed forward with the makeshift wooden ladder, but as soon as it touched the wall, arrows rained down from the watchtower. Su Wenxian's poisoned arrow struck a climber's ankle. He had barely ascended half a meter before crumpling to the ground, screaming, and swiftly falling silent. Useless. All of you are useless. Zhao Hu seethed as he watched his men tumble, his eyes bloodshot with rage. He had expected that their numbers would easily intimidate the defenders, but now it seemed the wooden wall was as impenetrable as a tortoise shell, and they could not even touch its edges. What was more alarming was the coordination of the defenders. The crossbow bolts targeted vital spots, the gunfire was precise and suppressive, and even the seemingly delicate woman launched arrows laced with venom. Fire! Bring fire! Zhao Hu bellowed, fixating on the wooden railing. I'll burn this damn wood. 2 men hastily retrieved resin-soaked cloth from their packs and ignited it with flint. The orange flames licked at the cloth, releasing a pungent smoke. With a mighty heave, they hurled the flaming bundle toward the wall. This is bad. Li Yang's pupils constricted. The wall was made of dry hardwood, highly susceptible to fire. Yet they had no water buckets and could only watch helplessly as the fire landed on the wooden railing, igniting into flames half a meter high. Slaves, charge with me. Li Yong grabbed a shield and shouted, smother it. 4 slaves donned in bulletproof vests immediately lifted their shields and followed suit. Li Yong burst open the wooden door, surging forth. The crackling of flames scorching the wood echoed in his ears as he rushed to the fire, slamming his shield down onto the flames. With a loud clap, the flames scattered, but quickly regrouped. Now, form a circle, Li Yong shouted. The 4 slaves promptly arranged their shields into a square, encircling the flames and repeatedly pressing down with the sides of their shields. The damp earth was lifted, gradually covering the flames, and the smoke diminished. Now is our chance. Li Yong seized the moment to raise his crossbow, aiming at the 2 men wielding torches. Unbeknownst to them, he had closed the distance. The bolt flew true, striking the right man squarely in the chest, and he collapsed on the spot. The remaining man dropped the torch with a clatter and hurriedly fled. Yang Lu's stone arrow swiftly followed, striking the throat of a man who was shielding himself with a wooden ladder. Chen Yao's gun also fired, the bullet hitting the fleeing man's thigh, causing him to scream and collapse to the ground, rolling in agony while clutching his leg. 3 were dead, 2 injured. Chun Yao shouted from the watchtower, her voice breathless. Her palms were clammy with sweat, and her fingers trembled slightly around the gun. This was her first time firing 5 shots in actual combat, each one teetering on the edge of life and death. Zhao Hu watched as the last 2 of his men with torches fell, the final thread of resolve in his heart snapping completely. He was not afraid of death, but the futility of such a demise exposed the cowardice that lay deep within him. Run! Damn it, run! He turned and darted into the woods. Moving faster than a rabbit, his earlier bravado vanished completely. Want to escape? Li Yong scoffed. Yang Lu, pursue. Li Yong surged ahead with his golden retriever, his threefold enhanced physique allowing him to cover ground like a cheetah. Yang Lu followed closely, his bow already reloaded. Over here. The golden retriever suddenly barked furiously at the bushes to the left. Li Yong lunged forward, pinning down a man attempting to escape into the underbrush. The man trembled in fear, muttering, "Don't kill me, don't kill me. Cuff him." Li Yong, uninterested in further conversation, handed him over to the approaching slaves. Yang Lu was also swift, darting behind a large tree to block another man's path. The man swung his machete, but Yang Lu easily evaded the blow. With a swift motion, he struck the man's wrist with the tip of his bow, causing the machete to clatter to the ground. Before the man could react, the bowstring had ensnared his neck, tightening just enough to constrict his breath. "Brother Hu, wait for me," a short, stout man cried as he chased after Zhao Hu. But the golden retriever clamped down on his pant leg. He fell to the ground, and as he caught sight of Li Yong approaching, he was paralyzed with fear. Li Yong stepped on his back, ready to call over a slave to cuff him, when a dull thud echoed from ahead. He looked up to see Zhao Hu grappling with Yang Lu. Zhao Hu, relying on his height and strength, had Yang Lu pinned down, raining punches on his helmet like a torrential downpour. Yet Yang Lu's hunter instincts kept him remarkably agile, rolling and dodging, the helmet ringing with each blow but sparing him from serious injury. "Yang Lu, step aside," Li Yong shouted as he strode forward. Upon seeing Li Yong, Zhao Hu suddenly flipped off Yang Lu, gasping for breath as he straightened, deliberately puffing out his chest. "Boy, dare you to duel me? If you win, I'll..." Before he could finish, Li Yang's fist struck his stomach. Zhao Hu recoiled like a prawn that had been kicked, doubling over as bile surged from his mouth. He stared at Li Yong in disbelief. This young man appeared unassuming, yet possessed incredible strength. "A duel?" Li Yong flexed his fist. "I won't need a second punch for you." Zhao Hu, thoroughly enraged, charged at Li Yong, arms outstretched in an attempt to grapple him, but Li Yong effortlessly sidestepped. With his speed amplified threefold, Zhao Hu's movements appeared sluggish in Li Yang's eyes. Bam! Another punch landed squarely on Zhao Hu's cheek. A buzzing filled Zhao Hu's ears. Half his face instantly numb, blood dripping from his nose onto his chest. He staggered back, attempting to create distance, only to be met with a kick to the back of his knee. With a thud, Zhao Hu knelt heavily on the ground, his knee hitting the stone, blurring his vision with pain. He struggled to rise, but Li Yong pressed down on his back, pinning him firmly to the earth. "Weren't you tough?" Li Yang's voice was icy. "Where's that arrogance now?" Zhao Hu gasped, humiliation and fear gnawing at his heart like a venomous snake. He finally recognized that he and this man were not on the same level. Not only did the other have weapons and allies, but in terms of skill, he could easily overpower Zhao Hu. I submit, I submit." Zhao Hu's voice quivered. "Give me a chance to live. I swear I won't dare again." Li Yong retrieved a slave pill from his pocket, pried open Zhao Hu's mouth, and forced it inside. The bitter pill slid down his throat, and Zhao Hu struggled to vomit, but Li Yong held his head firmly. Minutes later, his gaze grew vacant, drool trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Master," Zhao Hu murmured. The former ferocity completely vanished, replaced by the distinctive submissiveness of a slave. Li Yong released his foot and stood up, surveying the area. Chun Yao was busy handcuffing the captives with 3 slaves, while the golden retriever dragged out men hiding in the bushes. A woman attempted to escape into a tree hollow but was yanked out by Yang Lu, screaming in fright, yet lacking the strength to resist. "Count the numbers," Li Yong called to Chun Yao. Chun Yao quickly reported, 5 men are dead, 21 men and 4 women remain here. Li Yong nodded, gazing at the trembling captives with an impassive expression. In this apocalyptic world, showing mercy to enemies equated to cruelty towards oneself. He signaled for the slaves to escort the captives back to the camp, then produced the slave pills, administering them one by one. Watching the once arrogant faces gradually become as vacant as Yang Lu's, Li Yong felt a sense of reassurance. He turned to look at the camp. The flames on the wooden barricade had been extinguished, leaving behind charred marks. Su Wenxian was directing the slaves to apply wet mud to the burned areas, while Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi tended to the injured slaves. "Take the new slaves to work, reinforce the walls," Li Yong commanded Yang Lu. "Yes, master," Yang Lu replied respectfully, orchestrating the new slaves toward the woods. Chapter 34, The Matter at Hand. The following morning, Li Yang set out with Yang Lu and 5 robust slaves to retrieve all usable supplies from Zhao Hu's camp. In this apocalyptic era, these resources were invaluable and needed to be stockpiled. Around noon, Li Yang and his team returned to the village in grand fashion. From a distance, Su Wenxian stood at the gate, awaiting their arrival, dressed in a pristine white shirt paired with a gray short skirt, her long legs encased in black stockings, complemented by black high heels. Upon seeing the abundant supplies Li Yang and the others brought back, her eyes lit up. She promptly took out a notebook and pencil. Striding forward with urgency, "Quick, unload the supplies, and I'll record them." The slaves diligently unloaded the items one by one. Su Wenxian crouched down, meticulously counting 7 tents, 10 machetes, 10 small knives, 5 daggers, 15 lighters, 5 outdoor pots, 25 water bottles, 15 homemade long wooden spears, 2 homemade ladders, 5 homemade bows, 1 compound bow, 30 arrows, 30 pounds of rice, 3 liters of peanut oil, 10 bottles of soy sauce, and 5 bags of salt. As she recited the inventory, she recorded swiftly, the pen scratching against the paper, showcasing her efficient demeanor. Li Yang stood beside her, his gaze inadvertently drawn to Su Wenxian. Sunlight bathed her, accentuating her graceful curves. The black stockings glistening enticingly in the light, stirring a wave of desire within him. He cleared his throat twice and instructed the slaves. "Please move all these supplies into the cave and store them carefully. Be gentle, do not shatter the pots and dishes." "Yes, master," the slaves responded, commencing their task. In the cave, Su Wenxian diligently checked the quantity of supplies. Li Yang approached her slowly, wrapping his arms around her waist from behind. Startled, Su Wenxian nearly dropped the pencil from her hand. Turning her head, she saw it was Li Yang and, with a hint of irritation, said, "What are you doing? You startled me." "Do not worry about the inventory." Li Yang rested his chin on her shoulder, his breath caressing her neck. "With 20 more slaves to assist, we shall not have to toil so hard." Su Wenxian struggled slightly, but could not free herself from his embrace. With a frown, she remarked, "Slaves are simple-minded. They cannot manage the inventory. We will have to rely on ourselves. Besides, with so many more mouths to feed, I fear the newly harvested sweet potatoes and corn will not last until next year." "Do not fret, they will not go hungry," Li Yang smiled. "I plan to have them clear land and plant wheat. Wheat is sown in autumn, and we will reap the harvest come next year. Then we will have ample grain." "Is this the right time to plant wheat?" Su Wenxian inquired, her curiosity piqued. Having grown up in a bustling city, she was oblivious to the proper planting seasons. Li Yang playfully pinched her cheek and teased, "You, a wealthy heiress, surely do not know such things. Fear not, I would not deceive you. Now, we must focus on more pressing matters." Su Wenxian blinked her large eyes in confusion and asked, "What pressing matters?" Without a word, Li Yang suddenly lifted her, gently placing her onto a nearby pile of canvas before leaning over to kiss her. "Making children," he mumbled, "for you are now my wife." Su Wenxian's face flushed crimson from his unexpected advance. She playfully pushed him away, but her gaze darted towards the slaves who were still moving supplies, saying, "There are people around." It was then that Li Yang remembered their surroundings. He called out to Yang Lu, "Yang Lu, take them to clear the eastern wasteland." "Yes, master." Although somewhat perplexed, Yang Lu obediently led the slaves away. The cave fell silent, leaving only the sound of their slightly hurried breaths. Li Yang leaned in to kiss Su Wenxian again, his hands growing restless as he slowly unbuttoned her shirt, revealing her fair skin. Su Wenxian's body trembled slightly, her hands gripping his back tightly, her nails almost digging into his flesh. "Do not tear my clothes," Su Wenxian breathed heavily. Li Yang slowed his movements, gently removing her garments while whispering in her ear, "When we have the opportunity, I will have the slaves craft you new ones, more beautiful than these." Amidst the mountains of supplies, they surrendered to their desires. Initially shy, Su Wenxian gradually relaxed, responding to Li Yang's movements with enticing moans. An hour later, they finally ceased their activities, lying entwined on the canvas. Su Wenxian's shirt had been torn, her skirt wrinkled, and her black stockings were caught at her ankles, presenting a captivating sight. She playfully struck Li Yang, chiding, "It is all your fault. You have ruined my clothes. How will I face others now?" Li Yang chuckled, holding her close and planting a kiss on her forehead. "What is there to fear? No one will mock you. You must be tired. Let me take you back to rest." Su Wenxian nodded, allowing Li Yang to help her adjust her clothing before he took her hand and led her out of the cave. As they reached the entrance, they encountered Wang Jingyi, who was accompanied by 4 female slaves. Upon seeing the disheveled appearance of the couple, Wang Jingyi's cheeks flushed bright red, her eyes evasive. Yet she tactfully refrained from mentioning it, awkwardly stating, "I am preparing to teach these female slaves to weave and sew. Winter is approaching, and we must prepare warm clothing in advance." Su Wenxian's face turned as red as a ripe apple. She quickly withdrew her hand from Li Yang's grasp and stepped forward to Wang Jingyi, exclaiming, "What a splendid idea! Teaching them to make clothes will allow you and Wei Wei to rest easy without such hardship." With that, she grasped Wang Jingyi's hand. "Come, let us fetch the weaving tools and materials from the cave. I shall assist as well." Watching the two women hastily enter the cave, Li Yang cleared his throat, rubbed his nose, and awkwardly remarked, "I will check on how the slaves are faring in their clearing." He ventured to the eastern wasteland of the village, only to be met with a sight that caused him to furrow his brow. Yang Lu was busy directing 20 male slaves, yet they were woefully under-equipped, possessing only 2 hoes and 2 shovels. The remaining slaves were forced to dig with their hands, their fingers bleeding from the effort, making for pitiful progress. This is unacceptable, Li Yang thought to himself, troubled by the lack of adequate farming tools. How could they clear land and cultivate crops with so many people relying solely on their hands? He silently called upon the system. "System, is there a way to procure some farming tools? Hoes, shovels, anything will do. The more, the better." System notification. The host has previously received basic tool rewards. Please find a solution for the remaining tools on your own. What a worthless reward. Li Yang couldn't help but curse. When Zhao Hu brought so many people to attack us, why didn't he reward us with formidable weapons? Something like a rocket launcher would have been nice. This system is truly pathetic. System warning. The host's malicious insults towards the system will result in punishment. Future material rewards will be delayed. Oh, so you dare to retort? Li Yang laughed in anger. If you have the ability, then do not issue any rewards. Who cares? The system seemed to be provoked, responding in a sulky tone. Tomorrow, a batch of farming tools will arrive on the island across the way. The host must collect them personally, or they will not be available later. I knew you would say that. Li Yang rolled his eyes, feeling increasingly lazy. He would have to make the trip himself. Very well, I had planned to go to the neighboring island tomorrow to gather some bird guano for fertilizer. I shall collect the tools while I am there. He turned back towards the village and summoned Zhao Hu along with 9 of the more robust male slaves to the small grove. Li Yang retrieved the slave staff from his space and, gazing at the 10 dazed slaves before him, silently recited the hunter technique, then raised the staff, gently tapping each of their foreheads in succession. Instantly, their expressions sharpened, the previous dullness replaced with a fierce and alert demeanor. Zhao Hu instinctively straightened his back, his hands clenching into fists, adopting a posture ready for battle, his entire aura transformed. "Zhao Hu, from today onwards, you shall lead them in ensuring the village's safety." Li Yang handed him a composite bow and instructed the slaves to retrieve their gear from the cave. Zhao Hu promptly directed the other 9 slaves to don bulletproof vests, helmets, and take up weapons, moving with remarkable efficiency. Li Yang observed as Zhao Hu assigned 2 slaves to the watchtower, one to oversee the east and the other the west, both armed with bows. He stationed 2 more slaves at the village gate, equipped with shields and batons. The remaining 5 slaves followed him, commencing patrols around the village. The entire operation was orderly and well-coordinated, wholly unlike individuals newly imbued with the hunter technique. Li Yang could not help but exclaim, "This hunting technique is indeed remarkable, as it has transformed these slaves into competent guards in an instant. With their presence, he no longer needs to worry about the village being ambushed during future outings." As the sun dipped below the horizon, the village gradually descended into tranquility, with the slaves retreating to their respective courtyards to rest. Only the guards stationed at the watchtower and the entrance remained vigilant in their posts. At dawn the following day, before the sun had fully risen, Li Yang was already awake. He patted Yang Lu on the shoulder and said, "Gather the tools. We are heading to the subordinate island." Yang Lu nodded and swiftly assembled 3 robust slaves, who hoisted shovels, spades, and several empty baskets, following Li Yang to the seashore. On the beach, the wooden boat that had previously transported pigs was ready, quietly moored at the shore. Chapter 35. The Stranded Women Workers. Li Yang, accompanied by the slaves, navigated the wooden boat across the sea, swiftly reaching the island's shore. He was the first to leap onto the sand, then instructed the slaves, "Go and dig for guano stones. Gather a substantial amount. It should suffice for a while." "Yes, master." Yang Lu and the 3 slaves carried the shovels, spades, and baskets, following Li Yang to the cliff where they had previously discovered the guano stones. Upon arriving at the cliff base, the slaves immediately set to work, their tools striking the guano stones with a crisp clatter. Li Yang did not remain idle. He seized a shovel and joined in the excavation. Although the guano stones were hard, they were soon dislodged in chunks with the help of iron tools and placed into the baskets. In less than an hour, 5 baskets were filled to the brim. Li Yang surveyed the pile of guano stones and said, "That should be enough. Let us transfer them to the boat, and then we will fetch the farming tools." The slaves, burdened with the heavy baskets, trudged step by step towards the shoreline. Li Yang followed behind, contemplating his plans for after they acquired the tools. With these iron implements, the speed of the slaves' land cultivation would undoubtedly increase significantly, and by planting wheat, they would have ample provisions for the following year. Upon reaching the designated supply retrieval point, Liang noted from the system interface that the supplies would not arrive for another hour, and he said to Yang Lu, "Let us wait here for a while." His gaze wandered around, and he suddenly recalled the police yacht that had previously rescued Chen Yao. Wondering if there were still usable supplies aboard, Liang decided to investigate with Yang Lu. The two navigated through the dense forest and soon spotted the police yacht stranded on the shore. Just then, Liang halted abruptly. He noticed that beside the police vessel, there was not only a large wooden ship with a cabin, but also a group of people bustling about. Some were kindling fires to cook, others were sewing garments, and 5 women armed with compound bows patrolled the vicinity, their expressions tense and watchful. Li Yang's heart raced as he immediately pulled Yang Lu behind a large tree. Using his enhanced vision from the system to observe closely, he discerned that the group was comprised entirely of women, numbering around 30. They wore matching factory uniforms emblazoned with the words Xin Hua Garment Factory. A group of female workers, he thought, feeling slightly relieved. However, his concern shifted to the 5 compound bows, which appeared formidable and undoubtedly posed a threat. He activated the system. System, what is the background of these women? System prompt. Most of these women are workers from the Xin Hua Garment Factory, with 10 being archery enthusiasts who have won city-level Women's Archery Awards. Their combat abilities should not be underestimated. City-level archery champions? Their combat prowess is indeed formidable. Even low-poundage modern recurve bows could prove lethal in their hands. He glanced at himself and Yang Lu, both unarmored and armed only with a mechanical crossbow and a shovel, and even with the 3 slaves behind them. They were woefully outmatched. We cannot provoke them. Liang hurriedly urged Yang Lu to retreat, suggesting they return to wait for the supplies and avoid trouble. Back at the supply retrieval point, he sat on the beach, gazing out at the distant sea, silently grateful for his restraint. An hour later, a small wooden boat finally emerged on the horizon. Li Yang's eyes brightened as he sprang to his feet, straining to see. On the boat, a large wooden crate was visible, appearing heavy. "They have arrived," Li Yang exclaimed, pulling Yang Lu towards the shore. In no time, the small wooden boat had docked. Li Yang eagerly hopped aboard, but as he steadied himself, he felt a chill beneath his feet. The wooden boat was leaking, seawater seeping in through cracks in the hull. What a travesty. System, you truly are stingy. Li Yang cursed vehemently, frustrated that even the supply vessel was in disrepair. How could they transport the goods back? Initially, he had hoped to sail the boat back directly, but now it seemed they could only transfer the supplies bit by bit. He grabbed a crowbar from the slaves and pried open the large wooden crate. The moment the box sprang open, Li Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. It was filled with an assortment of farming tools, shovels, spades, iron rakes, machetes, iron picks, and even 4 iron plows, all gleaming and new. This is splendid. With these, they need not fear cultivating more land. Li Yang hastily instructed Yang Lu and the 3 slaves. Quickly, move these tools onto our wooden boat. Be swift, for this rickety vessel may sink at any moment. The slaves sprang into action, carefully transferring the farming implements from the dilapidated boat to their own. Just as they were halfway through, Li Yang suddenly heard footsteps approaching from behind. He turned around and was taken aback. 8 women armed with compound bows and 10 others wielding wooden spears and knives were advancing towards them. At the forefront was a woman approximately 1.75 meters tall, muscular, and brandishing a heavy compound bow with pulleys. "Halt!" Li Yang shouted to the slaves, instructing them to ready their shovels and spades in defense. The muscular woman stepped forward, immediately drawing her bow and aiming an arrow directly at Li Yang. The women behind her followed suit, tension thickening in the air. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" the robust woman demanded, her voice resonant and commanding. Li Yang's mind raced, and he finally managed to muster a smile. "We are survivors of the tsunami, residing on a nearby island. I am Li Yang, and these are my companions." He feigned a sigh, adopting a look of helplessness. "My wife used to be a factory worker, forced into grueling overtime by unscrupulous bosses, which has taken a toll on her health. I came here to catch some wild game to help her recover, and unexpectedly stumbled upon these tools." He gestured toward Yang Lu and the others. These individuals are also tsunami survivors, unable to cope with the loss of their loved ones, which rendered them somewhat daft. My wife and I took pity on them and decided to take them in. Upon hearing Li Yang's words, the women displayed expressions of sympathy. They too had been exploited by their employers, working tirelessly for meager wages, many of them now bearing the scars of their grueling pasts. "Leader, he does not seem like a villain," a short-haired woman quietly remarked to the muscular woman. The strong woman's demeanor softened slightly, yet she did not lower her bow. "We are also survivors of the tsunami. We have previously encountered unscrupulous men who harmed a dozen of our sisters, hence our caution." She hesitated, glancing at the farming tools, and somewhat shyly added, "Might we be able to share some of these tools? We too need to cultivate land and plant grains." "Sharing some with you is acceptable," Liang remarked, "but we are also in need of fabric. I wonder if you have any?" "Indeed, we have an abundance of fabric," the robust woman promptly replied. "We are from a garment factory, and fabric is our least scarce resource." She instructed a few women behind her, and soon, 2 rolls of fabric and a box of sewing tools, containing several needles, scissors, and 10 bundles of thread, were brought forth. Upon seeing these, Liang's eyes sparkled with delight. With these needles and threads, there was no longer a need to fashion needles from fish bones, making the sewing of garments considerably more convenient. "Wonderful. We shall exchange these." The transaction was swiftly concluded, with Liang distributing a portion of farming tools to the women, while he himself returned to the wooden boat with the remaining tools, fabric, and sewing supplies. As the wooden boat gently departed from the small island, Liang sat at the bow, tallying the spoils of the day: 30 hoes, 30 shovels, 30 iron rakes, 30 iron picks, 30 machetes, 2 iron plows for oxen, 2 rolls of fabric, and a box of sewing tools. Upon returning to the village, as he unloaded the supplies, he captured the attention of everyone. Su Wenxian, Chen Yao, Wang Jingyi, and Lin Wei all gathered around. Liang recounted the events of the day, and while they were initially anxious, their eyes lit up upon seeing the 2 rolls of fabric. "Splendid. With this fabric, we can craft new clothing," Wang Jingyi exclaimed joyfully. The fabric made from tree bark fibers was far too coarse and uncomfortable to wear, especially for when the child arrives. Lin Wei nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this fabric appears both soft and sturdy, perfect for making winter coats." Liang chuckled. "Let the coarse fabric be for the slaves. We shall don this fine cloth." He then promptly instructed the slaves to transport the supplies back to the cave, while Su Wen took out a ledger, diligently recording each item. The following morning, Liang distributed the farming tools among the slaves. With an ample supply of tools, their pace in clearing the land accelerated significantly. Hoes and shovels were swung, and soon, a vast expanse of land was turned over. Liang did not remain idle either. He took out wheat seeds, soaked them in warm water, and directed the slaves to first bury bird manure for fertilizer before sowing the sprouted seeds. After a week of diligent work, they finally planted 10 acres of wheat fields. Upon returning home, Liang armed himself with a crossbow and arrows, preparing to venture into the woods for some game. However, as he stepped outside, he heard Zhao Hu's alarm from the watchtower. To the southeast, there are figures. Quick, be on guard. Chapter 36, Factory Flower Tian Shaowan. Zhao Hu's urgent shout echoed from the watchtower. "Master, there's a situation. A group of people is approaching from the distant woods." Liang hurried towards the watchtower, shouting as he ran. "Zhao Hu, can you discern who they are? How many are there?" "Not clearly, perhaps a dozen people, heading this way." Zhao Hu's voice was tense. Liang quickly ascended the watchtower, gazing towards the edge of the distant woods, where several figures were indeed slowly approaching, seemingly carrying something. "Quick, call back all the slaves working outside." Liang commanded Zhao Hu. "You take 10 armed slaves to defend behind the village wall, bows strung and ready for battle." "Yes, master." Zhao Hu promptly accepted the order and turned to make arrangements. Liang then called out below, "Su Wenxian, Wang Jingyi, Lin Wei, Chen Yao. Retreat to your rooms and do not come out." Su Wenxian, Lin Wei, and Wang Jingyi, upon hearing the shout, quickly set aside their tasks and hurried indoors. Chen Yao swiftly retrieved a pistol from the cave, checked the ammunition, and cautiously climbed up the watchtower. The heavy wooden gate of the village creaked shut, firmly secured by a stout beam. Standing in the watchtower, Liang fixed his gaze on the increasingly near group. As they drew closer, he gradually discerned their appearances. It turned out to be the group of female workers he had encountered on the small island before. However, the leader was not the burly woman but a petite, fair-skinned, and strikingly beautiful young woman, appearing quite youthful, carefully shielded by 5 women wielding composite bows. Following her were 5 others carrying long wooden spears and backpacks, along with 2 women hurriedly transporting a roll of fabric. Recognizing them as the same female workers from the island, Liang felt a sense of relief, his attention fixating on the beautiful lead worker. Although he had not seen her before, she was indeed quite attractive. Standing beside him, Chen Yao shot him a glare, her tone laced with jealousy. Some people, even with 3 wives, still cannot change their habit of falling for every pretty face. Truly, a dog cannot change its ways. Liang innocently turned his head. "What do you mean? I am merely offering an objective assessment, and she truly is beautiful." Chen Yao became even more irked, snorting through her nose and turning her face away, refusing to engage further. Observing this, Liang quickly assessed the distant beautiful worker once again, then earnestly declared to Chen Yao, "She is indeed very lovely," but he deliberately elongated his tone, watching Chen Yao's tense profile. No one is more beautiful than my Yao Yao. Chen Yao's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her anger dissipating significantly. She playfully nudged Li Yang with her elbow. You rogue, always trying to flatter me. Where is she even close to being as beautiful? Everywhere is beautiful, Li Yang replied earnestly. Her eyes are beautiful. Her nose is beautiful. Her mouth is beautiful. In short, she is beautiful no matter how you look at her. All right, enough of this banter. Let us go down and see what they are here for. Chen Yao nodded and closely followed Li Yang down from the watchtower. Li Yang instructed Zhao Hu to open the village gate, positioning himself within to observe the unfolding situation outside. As the gate slowly creaked open, Tian Xiaowan and her companions promptly lowered their weapons, displaying expressions of urgency. She surveyed the sturdy wooden village before her, internally astonished. This settlement appeared far more impressive than their own camp, undoubtedly showcasing considerable strength. Upon spotting Li Yang stepping out, Tian Xiaojuan's eyes brightened. She quickly stepped forward and, with a pleading tone, inquired, Excuse me, elder brother, are you the one who exchanged 2 rolls of fabric with my cousin a few days ago? A woman beside her, holding a bow, pointed at Li Yang and affirmed, Yes, that's him. Tian Xiaowan immediately bowed deeply to Li Yang, her voice urgent. Greetings, elder brother. My name is Tian Xiaowan. My cousin is ill, suffering from persistent diarrhea and unable to rise from bed. Do you have anyone knowledgeable in medicine here? I beseech you. Please save my cousin. She is the leader who exchanged fabric with you last time. In these chaotic times, medicine was a precious commodity, especially for treating diarrhea. Without it, one could easily succumb to dehydration in the wilderness. Although the cave had stored a considerable amount of medicine, it was reserved for their own people and not to be casually distributed to outsiders. Li Yang lamented, Unfortunately, we also lack medicine for treating diarrhea. Perhaps you could search nearby for some herbal remedies. There is a possibility she may recover on her own. Beep. Potential partner detected. Tian Xiaowan, 18 years old, virgin. Factory flower of Xinhua Garment Factory. Please assist the host actively. The system's notification tone suddenly rang out, prompting Li Yang to roll his eyes. He instinctively scrutinized the Tian Xiaowan before him, clad in a faded factory uniform. Despite its simplicity, it could not conceal her remarkable beauty, fair skin, large bright eyes. She truly deserved the title of factory flower. Tian Xiaowan felt the gaze of Li Yang upon her, her cheeks flushing slightly as she insisted, Brother, my cousin is my only relative. If she were to be gone, I would truly be all alone. If you can save my cousin, I will pledge myself to you in marriage. At that moment, an unexpected happiness washed over her. Just as Li Yang was about to agree, a sudden sharp pain shot through his waist. It was Chen Yao, who had pinched him fiercely and glared at him, whispering, Dare to act recklessly? Be careful, I tell Lin Wei and the others. Li Yang winced in pain, quickly inhaling and clearing his throat to address Tian Xiaowan. Xiaowan, I already have a wife. This wouldn't be appropriate. Tian Xiaojuan's face reddened further as she lowered her head, murmuring, I know. Last time, you mentioned going into the wild to hunt game for your wife. It's all right. I don't mind being your little wife. Chen Yao, overhearing this, pinched Li Yang once more, her tone laced with a hint of unspoken grievance. Oh really? When did you sneak off to hunt game without sharing it with us? This pinch was even more painful, nearly bringing tears to Li Yang's eyes. He hurriedly reassured Tian Xiaowan. Xiaowan, please don't misunderstand. I mean, we actually do have a doctor here. Tian Xiaojuan's eyes brightened with excitement. Really? Could you let her examine my cousin? I can offer you a reward. As she spoke, she gestured for the 2 women behind her to lower a rolled-up piece of fabric, cautiously revealing exquisite silk that shimmered gently in the sunlight. Li Yang hesitated. But our doctor is pregnant, and it would be inconvenient for her to travel to your location. Just then, Wang Jingyi and Lin Wei, both with prominent bellies, emerged, followed closely by Su Wenxian. Hearing Tian Xiaojuan's plea, Wang Jingyi spoke up. I am the doctor here, and I have heard everything. She then produced 3 packets of montmorillonite powder from her pocket, handing them to Tian Xiaowan. This is an anti-diarrheal medication. Let your cousin take 1 packet at a time, mixed with warm water. Once she feels better, she can come to see me. Tian Xiaowan received the medication, tears of gratitude welling in her eyes as she knelt down, her companions following suit. Thank you. We will never forget your kindness. Abandoning the silk, Tian Xiaowan and her companions left, showering them with thanks. Li Yang watched their retreating figures, gingerly touching his painfully pinched waist, and smiled helplessly. Chen Yao shot him a glare, scolding, What are you staring at? Hurry, and put the silk away. Do you intend to keep it as a token for that Tian Xiaowan? Of course not, Li Yang quickly replied. This silk is too fine. It would make a lovely new outfit for you. Chen Yao's cheeks flushed again. She huffed and turned to enter the house, her lips betraying a slight smile. In the courtyard, a large wooden table was set, laden with an array of dishes, tender stewed pork, sauteed greens, fragrant corn cakes, and a bowl of delicious fish soup. Li Yong, Su Wenxian, Wang Jingyi, Lin Wei, and Chun Yao gathered around, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. Lin Wei placed a piece of lean meat into Chun Yao's bowl, smiling. Sister Chun Yao, eat more, you've lost weight lately. Chun Yao's cheeks turned red as she softly murmured a thank you, her head bowed as she picked at her rice. Wang Jingyi added, indeed. Sister Chun Yao is not only beautiful, but also incredibly capable, helping us guard the village. Thank you for your hard work. She shot a meaningful glance at Li Yong. Continuing, the more people in our village, the livelier and safer it becomes. Su Wenxian smiled knowingly, chiming in exactly. When everyone looks out for one another, life becomes all the more enjoyable. We must all watch the children grow up together. Chun Yao, overhearing their implications, felt her face grow even warmer. She buried her head lower, her chopsticks stirring aimlessly in her bowl, unable to take a bite. She sensed their words were subtly endorsing her becoming Li Yang's fourth wife. Feeling both shy and delighted, yet hesitant to express it, Li Yong, oblivious to the deeper meaning, merely believed they were showing concern for Chun Yao, smiling as he remarked, Yao Yao is indeed very capable. With her around, I feel much more at ease. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Chun Yao's favorability has exceeded 50, rewards including an island map. Compass, sextant, and binoculars have been added to the space. Li Yang's heart leaped with joy. Discreetly finishing his meal, he stood, declaring, I'm done. I'm going out for a moment. He quickly exited the courtyard, seeking a secluded spot outside the village. With a thought, he retrieved the island map, compass, sextant, and binoculars from the system space. Unfolding the map, he scrutinized it closely. It clearly marked their current island and the nearby bird droppings island, with a much larger island further away that appeared to be rich in resources. With the compass and binoculars, exploring that larger island seemed feasible. However, with so many matters at hand in the village, there was no rush. Satisfied, he tucked the items away and turned back toward the courtyard. Upon re-entering, he noticed Su Wenxian crouched to the side, retching into her hand. Li Yong and Wang Jingyi exchanged knowing glances and approached her. Wang Jingyi placed her hand on Su Wenxian's wrist, and after a moment, a smile spread across her face. Wenxian, congratulations, you are pregnant. Really? Su Wenxian's eyes brimmed with tears. Li Yong beamed with joy, patting her shoulder. That's wonderful. We will be welcoming a new member. The notification chimed again. Congratulations, host. For completing the blessings of many children task, Su Wenxian is pregnant. Reward, livestock gift pack. Please proceed to the large island to claim it within a year. Li Yong contemplated the system's increasing laziness. Previously, rewards would be delivered to him, but now he had to journey to a distant location to retrieve them. Nevertheless, hearing the mention of a livestock gift pack, he felt exhilarated. Currently, their pig pen was filled with sows. With only an old sow and 2 grown piglets remaining, breeding was impossible, as each consumption meant one less. This livestock gift pack would surely contain more than just pigs, perhaps cows and sheep as well, ensuring a steady supply of meat in the future. Determined to venture to that large island to retrieve the livestock, he approached Su Wenxian, Wang Jingyi, and Lin Wei, saying, I just scouted outside and discovered a large island. I want to explore it to see if there are any useful resources. No. Su Wenxian immediately rejected, her voice firm. It's too dangerous outside. You cannot go. Wang Jingyi nodded in agreement. Yes, we are living well now. There's no need to take risks. Lin Wei, gripping Li Yang's arm, looked at him with concern. What if something happens? What about us and the children? Li Yong resorted to persuasion, pointing towards the pig pen. Look, our pigs are nearly out of food. The game on this island is dwindling, and even wild deer are becoming hard to hunt. Once the children are born, they will need meat to grow strong. How can there be no meat? Wang Jingyi laughed, producing 2 fishing nets from the house. Wen Wei and I have already thought of this. We've been working together to make these nets. You can take the slaves to the seaside to fish. You're sure to catch plenty. Lin Wei remarked. Indeed, there are countless fish in the sea. It is far safer than venturing to the great island. You should abandon such reckless thoughts. Li Yong, still clinging to hope, countered. That great island might harbor many useful supplies, like buckets, which we currently lack. Wang Jingyi dismissed his concerns, saying, even without buckets, we can use clay pots to hold water. They serve the purpose just as well. Lin Wei's stance was resolute. Regardless, you are absolutely forbidden from going. Sailing to that island is perilous. The winds and waves are fierce, and you might encounter sharks. Should you dare to go, we 2 pregnant women might just perish from the shock. Observing their unwavering determination, Li Yong realized further insistence would be futile and resignedly stated, very well. If we are not to go, then we shall not. He understood well that their intentions were for his own good, and the risks of traveling to the great island were indeed substantial. The system had indicated a duration of 1 year. There was no need for haste. Li Yong took the fishing net and instructed Yang Lu and the 4 slaves, "Come, let us go to the shore to fish." Upon reaching the seaside, he chose a spot where the water flowed gently and appeared to be abundant with fish. He distributed one net to Yang Lu while keeping the other for himself. He taught the slaves how to cast and retrieve the net. Then he cast the net into the air. It arched beautifully before splashing into the water and slowly sinking. Gripping the net's rope, Liang waited patiently. After a while, he sensed a tug on the rope, indicating a catch, and quickly began to pull the net back. It was quite heavy. Liang strained to draw in the net, and Yang Lu along with the slaves hurried to assist. Gradually, the net was pulled ashore, revealing a dense array of fish, grouper, red snapper, and several other unidentifiable species, all lively and dazzling. "Splendid!" Liang exclaimed. "Let us cast the net again." They repeated this several times, each haul yielding an abundance of seafood, including numerous crabs and lobsters. Liang also led the slaves to nearby rocks where they discovered some fist-sized abalone and fresh oysters, each plump and succulent. After a busy afternoon, their 2 large bamboo baskets were filled to the brim. Gazing at their bountiful harvest, the earlier disappointment of not venturing to the great island was long forgotten. Upon returning to the village, Liang distributed the seafood among everyone. The slaves took on the task of cleaning, while the women busied themselves with cooking. Soon, the courtyard was filled with a tantalizing aroma. At dinner, the table was adorned with an array of seafood, steamed grouper, braised lobster, stir-fried crabs, as well as grilled abalone and oysters. Everyone gathered around, relishing the feast. Lin Wei picked up a grilled oyster and laughed. "I told you. There are so many delicious things in the sea. We needn't go to any great island." Su Wenxian concurred. "Indeed, this seafood is more delectable than pork. Our children will surely love it." Only Chun Yao quietly ate her meal, her usual vivacity absent, as if burdened by unspoken thoughts. After dinner, the 4 female slaves came to collect the dishes and trash. Liang returned to his room, lying on the bed and gazing at the bright moonlight streaming through the window, feeling content with the current state of affairs. They had food and shelter, numerous caring individuals around, and slaves to assist with chores. With 2 children on the verge of birth, it was indeed unwise to pursue further adventures. Just then, a shadow entered through the door. Liang sat up alertly and inquired, "Who is it?" "It is I," came the familiar voice of Chun Yao. What could she possibly want at this late hour? Chapter 38. Chun Yao's Initiative. Upon hearing her voice, Liang's tense nerves instantly relaxed. He fumbled to light the candle by the bedside, but Chun Yao gently restrained his hand. "No need for light," she said, her voice trembling. Chun Yao found her way to the edge of the bed, the soft fabric of her skirt brushing against Liang's calf, sending a tingling sensation through him. A subtle fragrance wafted through the air, neither floral nor herbal, but uniquely Chun Yao's, a blend of soap and sunshine. "What is it?" Liang swallowed hard, using the moonlight to catch a glimpse of Chun Yao's silhouette. She wore a newly made light blue dress, crafted from fabric Su Wenxian had traded for. The hem fell just above her knees, accentuating her slender waist. Chun Yao remained silent, suddenly reaching out to embrace Liang tightly around the waist. Her cheek resting against his chest, her voice muffled. "Liang, I like you." Liang was taken aback. Feeling the warmth of her body and the rapid beat of her heart, a rush of heat surged from his core to the top of his head. He instinctively wrapped his arms around Chun Yao, his fingers brushing against her smooth back, the fabric of her dress as delicate as a gossamer wing. "I know you have 3 wives." Chun Yao's voice carried a hint of grievance, "but I do not mind. I only wish to be with you." Unable to contain himself any longer, Liang abruptly turned and pinned her beneath him. The moonlight illuminated Chun Yao's face, her eyes sparkling like stars, tinged with shyness yet brimming with anticipation. Their breaths intertwined, and Liang leaned down to kiss her. Chun Yao responded fervently, pouring forth emotions that had long been pent up. The ties of her dress were hastily undone. Liang's hand glided over her delicate skin, causing her body to quiver slightly, yet she showed no signs of resistance. As their bodies melded together, Liang heard his own heart racing alongside Chun Yao's muffled gasps. At that moment, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Partner Chun Yao's affection level has reached 100. Reward for the host. Slave skill, carpentry. Liang paused momentarily, still processing the information when another notification followed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for consummating the relationship with the partner, completing the many children, many blessings task. Reward for the host. Slave skill, shipbuilding. He inwardly cursed the system for its lack of sensitivity, but had no time to ponder, as desire had already consumed him. Although he sensed Chun Yao's unusual assertiveness, even with an air of desperation, he was too engulfed in passion to consider anything else, merely wishing to surrender to this tender embrace. The moonlight outside gradually tilted westward, and the sounds of their breaths began to subside. Liang held Chun Yao close, his fingers tracing through her damp hair, savoring the rhythm of her steady breathing. "What is it?" he asked softly. Chun Yao nestled closer, her voice barely above a whisper. "I just came to a realization." Li Yong smiled gently, choosing not to pry further, and soon fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, Li Yong awoke to gentle touches. He opened his eyes to meet Chun Yao's smiling gaze. Awake? Chun Yao's cheeks were flushed, and though shy, she clung to him tightly. "Yes," Li Yong stretched languidly. Suddenly, Chun Yao sat up, her expression earnest as she asked, "You will take responsibility for me, won't you?" Without hesitation, Li Yong nodded. "Of course, you are now my wife. I will care for you well and ensure you do not suffer." A satisfied smile spread across Chun Yao's face as she propped herself up, planting a gentle kiss on his lips. "Then, could you promise me one thing?" Li Yong frowned slightly. "As long as it is not too excessive and within my ability, I will certainly agree. I wish to see that great island." Chun Yao's eyes sparkled with hope. "I believe my mother may be there. During the tsunami, she left on another patrol boat, and I have not been able to find her." Li Yong felt a pang of difficulty, "But I have already promised Lin Wei and the others." "You promised me just now." Chun Yao, releasing her grip and turning her face away, suddenly backtracked and claimed to be responsible for me. "Humph. I shall ignore you from now on." Observing her indignant demeanor, Li Yong could not help but chuckle. All right, I never said I wouldn't agree. In fact, I am eager to see it myself. Perhaps there are many wonderful things to discover there." After a moment's contemplation, he added, "Next week, I shall accompany you." "Really?" Chun Yao's fury instantly transformed into joy as she leaned in and planted a kiss on his cheek. "I knew you were the best. Love you." Li Yong grinned and playfully pinched her cheek. "Hurry and get dressed. They will be waking up soon." The two swiftly donned their attire. Upon exiting the room, the yard remained eerily quiet, as Lin Wei and the others had yet to awaken. Li Yong turned to Chun Yao, saying, "I need to attend to some matters. You go check on Zhao Hu and their patrol arrangements for today." "All right." Chun Yao responded cheerfully, skipping away like a child who had just received a treat. Li Yong watched her retreating figure, shaking his head helplessly. He too wished to visit the great island. But that rickety little boat meant for transporting pigs was far too primitive. Venturing out to sea would be tantamount to courting disaster. At that moment, he suddenly recalled the two skills awarded by the system last night: carpentry and shipbuilding. Eureka! Li Yong promptly summoned 10 male slaves who had yet to master any skills to the small grove. He produced the slave scepter and indeed discovered the newly added carpentry and shipbuilding skills in the skill list. Li Yong raised the scepter and tapped it against the foreheads of 5 slaves in succession, silently invoking carpentry. He then repeated the process with the other 5, invoking shipbuilding. Instantly, the eyes of these 10 slaves brightened, and their fingers became adept, as if they had an innate understanding of how to wield tools. Li Yong led them back to the cave, retrieving a set of woodworking tools, saws, planes, chisels, and chalk lines, all of which had previously been rewards from the system. Just then, Su Wenxian, who was organizing supplies in the cave, inquired with curiosity, "Li Yong, what are you bringing them here for?" "To craft something," Li Yong replied with a smile. "For instance, wooden barrels." "Wooden barrels?" Su Wenxian's eyes sparkled. "If we could make wooden barrels, it would be immensely convenient for carrying and fetching water. Last time, the wooden wall caught fire due to the lack of a suitable container for water, which nearly led to a disaster." "Exactly. So we must hasten the creation," Li Yong affirmed, retrieving some sturdy ropes from the cave before leading the slaves into the woods to select a spacious clearing. "We shall first create wooden barrels and then construct a small boat," he commanded. The 5 slaves who had mastered carpentry sprang into action. Each assigned clear roles. Some selected suitable timber, others sawed the wood to appropriate lengths, while others smoothed the planks with planes. Their movements were so skilled they resembled seasoned carpenters with decades of experience, even knowing how to mark lines with chalk and carve intricate mortise and tenon joints. In less than an hour, the outline of a wooden barrel had emerged. The slaves seamlessly joined the curved wooden planks without a single nail, relying solely on the mortise and tenon joints for secure assembly. Finally, they added the bottom and lid of the barrel, binding it with hemp rope, culminating in the creation of a finely crafted wooden barrel. Li Yong filled the barrel with water, pleasantly surprised to discover that as the wood absorbed the water, the edges expanded, rendering it completely watertight. "Excellent. This craftsmanship is truly remarkable." The 5 slaves proficient in shipbuilding were equally industrious, sketching the plans for the boat on the adjacent ground, and then cutting the timber according to the blueprints to construct the boat's framework. Their movements were equally deft, with a comprehensive understanding of the boat structure. By evening, 10 brand new wooden barrels were neatly arranged in the clearing, each exquisitely crafted, boasting smooth surfaces and exceptional sealing. The small boat was also nearly complete, measuring 5 meters in length and 1 meter in width, featuring a tiny cabin and an exquisite design, constructed without a single nail. At that moment, One of the shipbuilding slaves spoke up, "Master, this boat cannot be launched yet. It requires a layer of paint for waterproofing, preferably tung oil." Li Yong furrowed his brow, recalling that the Encyclopedia of Island Flora and Fauna mentioned the tung tree, which was found exclusively on the Great Island and was thus currently inaccessible. Reluctantly, he retrieved the encyclopedia and continued to search, finally discovering another plant mentioned later, the lacquer tree. The text indicated that the sap of the lacquer tree could be used to create paint that would waterproof and prevent mold on wooden items, and it was found on the bird-dropping stone island. This lacquer can also be used for shipbuilding, the shipbuilding slave affirmed after reviewing the encyclopedia's description. Li Yong let out a sigh of relief. "Then we shall use lacquer. Tomorrow we will go to bird-dropping stone island to gather some." He instructed the slaves to transport the barrels back to the village. Lin Wei, Wang Jingyi, and Chun Yao were delighted, surrounding the barrels in astonishment. "Did you all make these? This is amazing," Lin Wei exclaimed, running her fingers over the smooth surface of the barrel in disbelief. "With these barrels, it will be much more convenient from now on." Wang Jingyi added cheerfully, "Li Yong, you are truly impressive. You can even make wooden barrels. Just a small feat." Li Yong chuckled. "Next, I plan to craft furniture, but first, I must go to bird-dropping stone island tomorrow to gather some lacquer." Upon hearing that he would be going to the nearby bird-dropping stone island, Wang Jingyi and the others felt relieved but cautioned him, "Be careful and return early." Wang Jingyi turned back and grabbed a handful of herbs from inside, handing them to Li Yong. "When you go tomorrow, take these herbs to the female leader over there, saying they are for her health, to help her strengthen." Li Yong accepted the herbs with a nod. "Understood." Chapter 39, Tian Xiaozhuan's Intentions. As dawn began to break, Li Yong set off with the 5 slaves skilled in shipbuilding. The wooden boat glided across the calm sea, swiftly reaching bird-dropping stone island. "You all spread out and search. Be cautious. If you find the lacquer tree, call for me," Li Yong instructed, taking the lead with his machete. The lacquer tree sap was vital for the nearly completed boat and future furniture. The slaves dispersed, and soon one of them shouted, "Master, over here." Following the voice, Li Yong approached to see a tall tree standing in the woods, its thick trunk covered in gray-brown bark, oozing some milky sap. This was indeed the lacquer tree recorded in the encyclopedia. "Excellent. Let the gathering commence." Li Yong took out the clay pot he had brought to collect the sap. Just then, hurried footsteps approached, accompanied by a woman's voice calling, "Li Yong Gij. Li Yong Gij." Turning around, Li Yong saw Tian Xiaowan rushing towards him with 2 female workers, her expression fraught with urgency. Her hair was somewhat disheveled, and her clothes were damp with dew, making her appear quite disheveled. "Xiaowan, what brings you here?" Li Yong asked in surprise. Tian Xiaowan reached him, breathless. "My cousin. My cousin is experiencing severe diarrhea again, worse than last time. She is nearly at the brink of collapse. I implore you to think of a way to save her." Li Yong furrowed his brow, about to refuse when he suddenly heard the system's prompt in his mind. Ding. Tian Xiaozhuan's favorability rating is at 30. The potential partner task must be advanced. Please respond positively, host. He sighed inwardly and instructed the slaves, "Continue gathering the sap. I will be back shortly." Li Yong Gij, are you truly willing to help my cousin? Tian Xiaowan gazed at him with gratitude. "Let us first assess the situation," Li Yong replied, following her as she led him towards the workers' camp. As they journeyed along, Tian Xiaowan incessantly spoke of her cousin's condition, her tone laced with concern. Li Yong occasionally responded, yet his gaze inadvertently lingered upon her. The morning light filtered through the leaves, casting a soft glow upon her face, where delicate fuzz was distinctly visible, and her skin, fair as fine porcelain, was strikingly beautiful despite her simple work attire, which did little to conceal her enchanting youthfulness. Upon arriving at the female workers' camp, Li Yong promptly went to check on the female leader's condition. She lay in bed, her complexion pallid, lips chapped, and breath faint, clearly gravely ill. Tian Xiaowan brought a bowl of water, eager to feed her cousin, but in her haste, she spilled some, splattering it onto Li Yang's hand. "Oh, I'm so sorry," she exclaimed, hurriedly pulling a handkerchief from her pocket to wipe the water from his hand. Her fingertips, slender and soft, brushed against his skin, causing both to pause momentarily. Tian Xiaozhuan's cheeks flushed instantly, resembling a ripe apple. She quickly withdrew her hand, lowering her head, unable to meet his gaze. With a slight smile at her bashful demeanor, Li Yong took out the herbs given to him by Wang Jingyi and said to Tian Xiaowan, "Brew this into a medicinal soup for your cousin. Observe her condition overnight. And if there is no improvement, we shall consider other remedies." "Thank you, Brother Li Yong," Tian Xiaowan replied gratefully as she accepted the herbs. By evening, the female leader's condition had stabilized somewhat. Tian Xiaowan insisted that Li Yong stay for dinner, although the camp's food supply was scarce. She secretly cooked an egg and pressed it into his hands. "Brother Li Yong, please eat this to replenish your strength." As their hands accidentally brushed, She recoiled as if jolted by electricity. Seizing the moment, Liang grasped her hand and smiled. Such a delightful treat should be savored by you. Tian Shaowan struggled briefly but could not free herself. Her face reddened further as she softly insisted. My cousin said she must express her gratitude to you. So you must eat. Observing her earnest expression, Liang split the egg in half and offered her a portion. Let us share this together. After a moment of hesitation, she accepted the egg and took small bites. They sat side by the campfire, and she suddenly inquired, Brother Liang, what do you typically do in your village? Is it true, as you mentioned, that there is an abundance of food and houses? Indeed, Liang responded with a smile. During the day, those with limited intellect whom I take and tend to the fields, hunt, and fish, while the women weave, cook, and sew at home. In the evenings, we gather to share meals and converse, leading a rather stable life. A glimmer of longing flickered in Tian Xiaozhuan's eyes. That sounds wonderful. Unlike here, where we constantly worry about food shortages and must be wary of ill-intentioned individuals. Her voice softened. If only I could always reside in such a place. Noticing her melancholic expression, Liang reassured her, once your cousin recovers, you may relocate to our village. We have plenty of vacant houses. Her eyes brightened momentarily, only to dim again as she softly murmured, but would I be a burden to you? I've heard you already have several wives. She lifted her gaze, a hint of hope in her eyes. What if I didn't mind being a secondary wife? As long as I can stay by your side and contribute in any way I can, I would be content. Taken aback by her directness, Liang paused, his heart softening as he observed her reddened eyes. Do not overthink it. Focus on caring for your cousin first. Tian Shaowan nodded, falling silent. Yet she continued to nibble at the egg, the corners of her mouth secretly lifting. That night, Liang planned to make do outside the camp. Concerned he might be cold, Tian Shaowan brought him a blanket. Brother Liang, it gets chilly at night. Please cover yourself. As she handed him the blanket, her arm inadvertently brushed against his. Thank you, Shaowan, Liang replied as he accepted the blanket. You ought to rest as well. She acknowledged, yet lingered in place. Eventually whispering, Brother Liang, when my cousin is well, would you take me to your village? I wish to see the fields you cultivate, the pigs you raise, and that beautiful courtyard you mentioned. Of course, Liang smiled. I shall ensure you have a thorough tour. The following morning, upon awakening, Liang found that the female leader's spirits had improved significantly. She was now able to sit up and converse. Brother Liang, words cannot express my gratitude. If you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. The female leader expressed her appreciation. Tian Shaowan, overwhelmed with joy at her cousin's recovery, burst into tears and impulsively threw herself into Liang's embrace. Thank you, Brother Liang. He instinctively wrapped his arms around her, feeling the softness of her form. His heart racing, he gently patted her back and softly said, There, do not cry. Your cousin is well, and that is what matters. Realizing her impropriety, Tian Shaowan hurriedly pushed away, her cheeks aflame, unable to meet his eyes. With a chuckle, Liang remarked, I must return. Others are waiting for me. I will accompany you, Tian Shaowan quickly offered. As they strolled to the seaside, just as Liang was about to board the boat, Tian Shaowan pulled out a packet of dried wild vegetables from her pocket and handed it to him. This is for you. It's quite delicious. Their fingers brushed once more, yet this time, she did not withdraw immediately. Liang gazed at her earnestly, saying, Once your cousin has fully recovered, I shall come to fetch you to visit our village. Tian Shaowan looked up, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, and nodded vigorously. All right, I will await your return. As Liang boarded the boat and turned to glance back, he saw Tian Shaowan still standing on the shore, gazing after him like a stone waiting for her beloved. Chapter 40, A Happy Occasion. By midday, the wooden table in the courtyard was laden with an array of dishes, the corn porridge steaming, sweet-smelling steamed sweet potatoes, and a platter of braised sea fish exuding an enticing aroma. Liang sat with Su Wenxian, Wang Jingyi, Lin Wei, and Chen Yao, sharing a meal and conversing about everyday matters. Liang, have you noticed that the number of male slaves in the village is increasing? Shouldn't we find them wives? Wang Jingyi suddenly remarked, her gaze sweeping over the slaves dining in the courtyard. Liang paused momentarily before laughing. They are simple-minded. What woman would fancy them? That's not quite fair, Wang Jingyi countered. In this post-apocalyptic world, having food to eat is already a blessing. While those slaves may seem a bit foolish, they are honest, diligent workers capable of providing for a family. Lin Wei nodded in agreement. Indeed, if we could find them companions, they might be more grounded and motivated in their work. Liang pondered for a moment, recognizing the validity of their points. That makes sense. However, we need women for that to happen. There are dozens of female workers over on Niao Fenshire Island, but such matters cannot be forced. Just then, a shout from the watchtower interrupted their discussion. Master, the hunting team has returned. Li Yang and the others immediately set aside their bowls and chopsticks, rising to greet them. Yang Lu approached, flanked by 5 hunter slaves, each carrying rabbits and wild chickens, with Yang Lu himself shouldering a plump wild deer, indicating a bountiful haul. Wow, this is fantastic, Lin Wei exclaimed in delight. With so many rabbit pelts and deer hides, we can make quite a bit of warm clothing. Wang Jingyi chimed in. Those rabbits will be perfect for me, Lin Wei, and Wen Xian. We've been eating seafood for too long and could use a change. Li Yang gazed at the array of game before him, his heart brimming with joy. After days of indulging in seafood, he yearned for a change in culinary delight. Yang Lu, swiftly attend to these captures. Those we cannot consume should be salted and hung to cure as cured meat. Yes, master, Yang Lu replied, adding, during autumn. The island's fauna are feasting in preparation for winter, hence the abundance of game. Today, we even encountered a black panther and struck its thigh, but alas, it managed to escape. Li Yang waved his hand dismissively. If it has fled, let it be. Safety is paramount. We are the only settlement on this island. The animals won't venture far. We can hunt again after we finish this meat. Tomorrow, take 5 men to the small river on the east coast and harvest the wild rice there. We must not let it go to waste. Yang Lu nodded. I shall go after lunch. Li Yang was not as hasty, pondering and offering suggestions. It seemed the effect of the slave pills was not merely to transform individuals into mindless laborers. After their meal, Li Yang busied himself alongside 10 slaves skilled in carpentry in the adjoining forest. He appointed one of them, named Amu, as the leader to oversee the group of carpenters. Amu carefully handled a clay pot, diligently preparing the lacquer they had brought back. He first diluted the lacquer with a touch of water, then ground crab shells into powder, cautiously mixing it into the lacquer. Li Yang, intrigued, inquired, Amu, what are you concocting? Amu explained, Master, the powdered crab shell prolongs the setting time of the lacquer, allowing more time for an even application when painting wooden items. It is a crucial component for lacquer work. Li Yang marveled at the intricacy of carpentry. The slaves collaborated, some coating the newly crafted wooden tables and stools with lacquer, while others applied it to a nearly complete small boat. Li Yang joined in, assisting by handing tools and steadying the wooden pieces. At that moment, Zhao Hu, responsible for patrolling, rushed over, breathless, pointing towards the nearby woods. Master, the female workers from before have returned. Li Yang felt a stir in his heart and replied, No matter, yet we must remain vigilant. Zhao Hu, gather 10 hunting slaves within the settlement to prepare. We must not let our guard down. Yes, master. Zhao Hu promptly responded and departed. Li Yang resumed his work with the slaves, and soon enough, he spotted the female leader accompanied by 10 women approaching. Each carried a substantial string of dried fish, and 2 were hoisting a roll of fabric. Among them was Tian Xiaowan, who, upon seeing Li Yang, felt her cheeks flush and her gaze darted away. The female leader approached Li Yang with a smile, saying, Brother Li Yang, we meet again. I am Li Hong, often referred to as Sister Hong. I have come to express my gratitude for you and Dr. Wang Jingyi for healing my ailment, and I have a request to make. Li Yang, taken aback, quickly responded, Sister Hong, you are too kind. In the aftermath of the tsunami, we have all faced hardships. And given that we share the same surname, it is only natural to assist one another. Li Hong beamed. I knew I was right to trust you. She cast her gaze toward the settlement's entrance, her eyes glistening with envy as they fell upon the tidy houses, pig pens, and wood storage. Recognizing that they only bore a single bow, Li Yang understood their genuine intention for the visit and warmly invited, Please, come inside the settlement and rest. I shall treat you all well. Upon entering the settlement, the female workers gazed in awe at the surroundings, their expressions reflecting longing. Tian Xiaowan's eyes sparkled as she admired the beautiful courtyard, her mind wandering to a future where she might share this life with Li Yang. Li Yang led them to the courtyard where Su Wenxian, Wang Jingyi, Lin Wei, and Chun Yao hastily emerged to greet them. After brief introductions, the atmosphere grew amicable. Noticing the newly crafted garments worn by Chun Yao and Lin Wei, Li Hong recognized the good materials but noted the rough craftsmanship and ill fit. Inspiring an idea in her mind, she instructed the female workers to set down the fabric and dried fish, cheerfully stating, These are but small gifts we brought for you, a token of our respect. Suddenly, Li Hong knelt before Wang Jingyi, sincerely expressing, Dr. Wang Jingyi, thank you for saving my life. Wang Jingyi, startled, quickly reached out to assist her. Sister Hong, please rise. As a doctor, it is my duty to save lives. There is no need for such formality. However, Li Hong remained kneeling, continuing, I hope you can assist me once more. Wang Jingyi, puzzled, asked, Is there another person in need of medical attention? Li Hong shook her head, sighing, Xiaowan has endured a difficult life, having lost her father at a young age, relying solely on her mother. When her mother fell ill, Xiaowan worked at a garment factory to earn money for her treatment, but tragically, Her mother passed away before the tsunami struck. I promised her mother to care for Xiaowan and find her a good home. Casting a glance at Tian Xiaowan, she continued, I understand my request may be excessive. But in these dire times, we cannot adhere to old conventions. It is not uncommon for men to take multiple wives. I hope you will consent to let Xiaowan marry Li Yang. Though she is young, she is clever and possesses the finest sewing skills among us. She will undoubtedly prove helpful to you. Wang Jingyi, Su Wenxian, Lin Wei, and Chun Yao exchanged glances, assessing their ill-fitting garments and realizing the necessity of skilled assistance in clothing creation. Furthermore, given Tian Xiaojuan's unfortunate background, she seemed gentle and understanding, and having an additional helping hand in these tumultuous times would be beneficial. The four women retreated indoors to discuss, quickly reaching a consensus. Wang Jingyi emerged, helping Li Hong to her feet, smiling, Sister Hong, please rise. We agree to welcome Xiaowan into our fold. Rest assured, we will treat her as if she were our own sister. Li Hong, overwhelmed with gratitude, rose to express her heartfelt thanks. Thank you so very much. I am grateful on behalf of Xiaowan. Li Yang, observing the unfolding events, remained momentarily bewildered until Chun Yao discreetly pinched him and whispered, You have gained another wife. Are you not pleased? Li Yang sighed in resignation. Isn't this a result of your matchmaking? Chun Yao rolled her eyes. She brings you a wife along with such a bounty of dried fish and fabric. Should you not express your appreciation? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Yang swiftly instructed several slaves to retrieve 500 pounds of sweet potatoes and 500 pounds of dried corn from the cave. The slaves quickly returned with the provisions. Li Yang addressed Li Hong, Sister Hong, please take these provisions back with you, a humble token as a betrothal gift for Xiaowan. Although it may not hold significant value, it is a small gesture of my goodwill. The female workers' eyes brightened at the sight of the food. Having relied on fish, which only left them leaner, they had longed for grain. The sweet potatoes and corn would alleviate their immediate hunger. Li Hong and the women expressed their heartfelt gratitude. As Li Hong glanced at the sky, she remarked, The day grows late. We must take our leave. Li Yang nodded, escorting them to the settlement's entrance. As he watched them depart, he noticed Tian Xiaowan still standing in place. Oh dear, how could we have overlooked you? Li Yang exclaimed, pulling her along in an attempt to catch up. Suddenly, Qin Yao furrowed her brow, blocking his path, and admonished. Have you become foolish after spending too much time with Yang Lu and the others? You wish to send your newly returned wife away so soon? Realizing the gravity of his oversight, Li Yang glanced at Tian Xiaojuan's flushed cheeks, offering an awkward smile. In the courtyard, Su Wenxian, Wang Jingyi, and Lin Wei surrounded Tian Xiaojun, engaging in lively conversation, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Li Yang sat nearby, unable to interject, and could only listen attentively. Chapter 41. A chance encounter with an abandoned house. The morning sunlight streamed through the window panes, illuminating the room as Li Yang awoke and stretched lazily. He rose to brush his teeth and wash his face, and just as he stepped into the courtyard, he saw Tian Xiaojun emerging from Lin Wei's room, clad in a pale blue dress belonging to Lin Wei, which accentuated her fair complexion. Xiaojun, Li Yang greeted with a smile. Did Wei Wei let you sleep with her last night? How was it? Tian Xiaojun nodded, a hint of shyness on her face. It was nice to have a roof over my head. It's much better than being outdoors. Wei Wei talked to me a lot and reassured me that I can stay here comfortably. What did she say? Li Yang asked curiously. Tian Xiaojun's cheeks flushed slightly as she whispered. She said if you bully me, I should tell her, and she would help me teach you a lesson. Li Yang couldn't help but laugh. She certainly got your back. By the way, I plan to try out the new boat I made today. Would you like to join me for a row? Tian Xiaojun's eyes brightened with excitement. Sure, I've never rowed a boat before, but I can't swim. Don't worry. We're not going to the sea, Li Yang reassured her, pointing to the pond by the fields. We'll just test it there, it's very safe. The two made their way to a small grove where numerous finished and unfinished wooden furniture pieces and buckets were displayed. Due to being outdoors, they were covered in dew. Upon seeing Li Yang, Amu hurried over and said, Master, these wooden items are prone to moisture when left outside. It would be best to build a shelter specifically for crafting wood products and another storage area for finished goods. Li Yang found this reasoning sound and promptly called upon 4 slaves skilled in construction. You 4, build a large shed here, and then construct a storage facility in the village for the wood products. If you lack materials, go fetch them from the cave. The construction slaves accepted the task and quickly retrieved tools from the cave, adeptly measuring, digging, setting pillars, and erecting beams. Their movements were systematic, demonstrating their proficiency in building techniques. Li Yang turned to the carpentry slaves. Move the newly constructed boat to the pond. We're preparing to test it. Hearing the commotion, Qin Yao also rushed over, her curiosity piqued. Are you going to test the boat? Yes, Li Yang replied with a smile. We want to see how well it works. Qin Yao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Does this mean we can soon go to the big island? Let us test it first, Liang said. It may not be suitable for that. The small boat was carefully brought to the edge of the pond and gently placed into the water. Amu and 2 slaves were the first to board, picking up the wooden paddles and began to row. The boat glided smoothly across the several hundred square meters of pond, swiftly returning. Master, this boat is basically finished, Amu reported. However, it's quite limited for ocean use. It can only operate along the coast or make trips to Niao and Shire Island. That is still acceptable, Liang nodded. Next, I want you to build a larger boat capable of going out to sea, complete with a shelter from the wind and rain. Amu furrowed his brow. Constructing a large boat is no small feat. We need to build a shipyard by the sea, which will take at least 3 months to complete. Additionally, we need to create sails and master navigation techniques, all of which are challenging. Let us focus on building the boat first, Liang decisively stated. Once the construction slaves finish the storage facility, have them accompany you to the seaside to select a location for the shipyard and commence building the large boat as soon as possible. Chun Yao approached Liang and quietly asked, "Do you really think we can build a boat that can go out to sea?" "Certainly," Liang replied, brimming with confidence. "The carpentry slaves are very skilled, and as long as we have sufficient materials, we will succeed. We just need to figure out how to operate it later. None of us have learned navigation yet." A flicker of disappointment crossed Chun Yao's face, but she quickly regained her spirits. "I know we can't rush it. I want to watch them build the shipyard and keep a lookout to prevent any disturbances." "That is a good idea," Liang agreed. "Take 2 hunter slaves with you and be cautious." "Okay." Chun Yao nodded and turned to find her slaves. Amu came ashore and addressed Liang. "Master, should we move this small boat to the seaside?" "No need for now," Liang replied. "You all go with Chun Yao to focus on the shipyard." Amu complied and left with the carpentry slaves, leaving only Liang and Tian Xiaojun by the pond. Liang boarded the small wooden boat first, and then gently helped Tian Xiaojun onto it. "Don't be afraid, it's very stable." Tian Xiaojun's heart raced as she obediently sat across from Liang, curiously picking up the paddle, eager to try. She found the boat fascinating, with its smooth, polished wood and intricate design, leaving her in awe. "Let us row a circle and see how it goes," Liang suggested, picking up his paddle. Tian Xiaojun shyly nodded and mimicked Liang's movements. Initially, their actions were uncoordinated, causing the boat to wobble in the water, but gradually they found a rhythm, and the boat glided steadily forward. "We really work well together. We've learned quickly," Liang chuckled. Tian Xiaojun's cheeks flushed, and she nodded. "Yes, I thought it would be difficult." "Thank you, brother Liang." "For what?" Liang inquired, puzzled. "Thank you for taking me in and for bringing me out to row." Tian Xiaojun's voice was soft. "I feel very safe here." A notification chimed in Liang's mind, indicating an increase in Tian Xiaojun's favorability towards him, along with a reward, a basic construction guide for electrical facilities, which had been stored in his space. Liang mused to himself about the usefulness of this reward in a post-apocalyptic world, dismissing it without a second thought as he continued to row with Tian Xiaojun. He pointed toward a small river that connected to the pond. "That river leads deep into the island. I haven't been there yet. How about we explore it today?" Tian Xiaojun hesitated. "But I promised Wei Wei I would teach them how to make clothes today." "Forget about them for now," Liang urged. "I'll tell them when we get back. Just wait here while I grab a few things." With that, Liang swiftly returned home to fetch a mechanical crossbow, a quiver of arrows, a machete, 2 bottles of water, and 4 sweet potatoes wrapped in coarse cloth. He quickly returned to the pond and loaded the items onto the small boat. Tian Xiaojun still seemed uncertain. "Maybe I shouldn't go. I promised Wei Wei." As she spoke, she began to move towards the shore. Liang quickly grasped her hand, pulling her into his embrace, the delicate fragrance of youth enveloping him. "Don't worry. I've already spoken to them." He leaned closer to her ear and softly said, "I plan to enclose this pond for fish farming, but I'm unsure what lies upstream in that river. It would be good to explore it for planning." Tian Xiaojun's face flushed a deep crimson, her heartbeat quickening as she softly murmured, yielding to his persuasion. At that moment, the golden retriever ran over, barking excitedly at the boat, its tail wagging joyfully, clearly eager to join. "Since you want to come too, hop on," Liang chuckled as he pulled the dog onto the boat, feeling reassured that it would alert them to any dangers in the wild. The trio, 2 people and a dog, set off in the small boat, leaving the pond and entering the narrow river to the west. The golden retriever perched at the bow, eagerly scanning the surroundings, filled with excitement. The boat glided slowly through the narrow waterway, flanked by dense trees, where small birds occasionally startled into flight, chirping as they ascended into the sky. After about an hour of rowing, the water gradually became shallower, and the trees around them thinned. "Brother Liang, look!" Tian Xiaojun suddenly exclaimed, pointing ahead. Liang followed the direction she pointed, and soon spotted a brick house spanning a small river, with a small dam obstructing the water flow, allowing it to escape only through one side beneath the house. The structure and its roof were overgrown with moss and entwined with vines, appearing to have been abandoned for quite some time. What is that? Tian Shaowan asked curiously. Li Yong furrowed his brow, observing closely for a moment before replying. It seems to resemble an abandoned small hydroelectric station, likely once used for generating electricity. I had no idea such a thing existed on this island. Let us investigate. The two secured their small boat to the riverbank with a rope tied to a tree, then disembarked to approach the house. They had scarcely taken a few steps when the golden retriever suddenly began barking furiously at the house, the sound urgent and filled with caution. Li Yang's heart tightened, and he swiftly drew his crossbow, keeping a vigilant eye on the building while quietly advising Tian Shaowan, "Be careful, there may be danger." Tian Shaowan closely followed behind him, her heart racing with both anxiety and curiosity about what secrets the abandoned house might hold. Chapter 42. The small hydroelectric station. Li Yong held the crossbow, aiming the bolt at the door lock, treading lightly as he stepped on the roots of the grass to minimize noise. Tian Shaowan clutched the hem of his shirt tightly, breathing as softly as possible. With a sudden movement, Li Yong lifted his foot and forcefully kicked the wooden door at the lock. The decayed wooden lock splintered, and the door swung open with a cloud of dust, revealing a foyer draped in cobwebs. He quickly sidestepped behind the door frame, the bolt still trained on the interior. "No one is here," Li Yong whispered, stepping inside. Dust swirled around him, provoking a cough. The furnishings were thickly coated in dust, a wooden table with uneven legs, and several benches askew. A writing desk in the corner still held a rusty pen and a yellowed notebook. On the wall hung a blue work cap, a military green coat, a tin flashlight, and a machete. "It appears no one has lived here for quite some time," Tian Shaowan remarked tremulously, her gaze sweeping over the stove to the right. An iron pot lay overturned on the stove, its base encrusted with charred remnants, while ceramic bowls were stacked together, their rims covered in mold, and a battery stove in the corner gathered dust, its power cord chewed down to a stub by rodents. However, Li Yang's attention was drawn to an object overhead. A glass-covered electric light was affixed to the wall, alongside an old ceiling fan. He reached out and found the switch on the wall, pressing it gently. With a crackle, the bulb flickered a few times, emitting a dim yellow light, and the fan's blades trembled slightly. "It still works?" Tian Shaowan exclaimed in astonishment, covering her mouth. "Let us explore further inside." Li Yong, crossbow raised, moved towards the sound of flowing water. Passing through the foyer, two wooden doors stood side by side. The left door was ajar, revealing glimpses of metallic equipment within. As he pushed open the door, the hum of machinery greeted him. Inside stood several rusted generator units, with a few indicator lights glowing red on the control panel. And nearby pipes dripped water, forming small puddles on the concrete floor. "It is a hydroelectric generator," Li Yong observed, hastening to the control panel to pull open two circuit breakers. With a rumble, the generators surged to life, all the indicator lights illuminating, but within moments, they began to flicker, leaving only two stubborn red lights aglow. Glancing out the window toward the dam, he suddenly understood. The inlet was blocked by debris, preventing sufficient water flow to power the machinery. Li Yong giggled. "I feel an eerie chill in this place." Tian Shaowan clutched his shirt. "Shall we return?" "Fear not," Li Yong reassured her, prying her fingers away. "This place holds great potential. If we can generate electricity, we shall have lights and fans. Help me search for usable items while I inspect the wiring." Kneeling down, he discovered several wires gnawed by rodents behind the machinery, their copper strands exposed. "It is not a major issue. Once connected properly, it will function." Tian Shaowan nodded, biting her lip and cautiously rummaging in the foyer. Just as her fingers brushed the doorknob of the right room, a sudden shriek escaped her lips. "Ah, what is it?" Li Yong spun around, immediately aiming his crossbow at the room. Tian Shaowan flung herself against him, trembling, pointing at the slightly ajar door. "There is a corpse inside." Li Yang's heart raced, and he swiftly embraced her soft back to provide comfort. "Do not be afraid. I am here." The girl in his arms shivered like a fallen leaf, warm tears soaking into his shirt. Ding. Tian Shaojuan's affection level 20, total 70. He held her close as they approached the door, gently pushing it open. A skeletal remains curled upon the floor, its clothing reduced to tattered rags, while a moldy blanket lay piled on a nearby wooden bed. The wardrobe in the corner stood ajar, revealing a leather jacket inside. Most conspicuous was a double-barreled shotgun hanging on the wall, accompanied by a string of bullets, while a black pistol and a dagger rested on a table beside the bed, alongside a dusty radio. "Do not be afraid," Li Yong guided Tian Shaowan outside. "Wait for me in the foyer while I investigate." "No, I do not want to be alone." She clung tightly to his arm, tears welling in her eyes. "I want to go with you." Ding. Tian Shaojuan's affection level 10, total 80. With a sigh, Li Yong tousled her hair. "Be good and watch from the doorway." He stepped over the bones, retrieving the shotgun from the wall, its barrel well maintained. On the nightstand lay a silver revolver, Upon opening the chamber, he found 3 bullets still inside. He opened a drawer to discover 2 boxes of unopened bullets, 50 rounds each, and half a box of loose rounds, totaling 133 rounds. In a lower compartment, he uncovered 4 large boxes of shotgun shells, each containing 20 rounds, plus 20 scattered in a cloth bag, amounting to 100 rounds in total. Excellent. Li Yang rejoiced inwardly, his gaze falling upon a large wooden box beneath the table. He dragged it out and opened it to find 10 black walkie-talkies neatly arranged, each marked with a range of 50 kilometers and rechargeable. He casually picked one up and plugged it into a nearby outlet. The red light illuminated, indicating it was charging, and a radio. Li Yang connected the radio's power source, and as he turned the frequency knob, it crackled to life, the indicator light also shining brightly. He then opened the wardrobe, revealing 2 pairs of intact brown hiking boots, albeit one size larger than his own. Several tactical jackets and quick-dry pants hung on hangers, the fabric still robust to the touch. Under the bed, he struggled to pull out a row of wooden boxes. Inside one lay a large bundle of insulated wire. The second box contained light bulbs, lamp sockets, and several flashlights. The third was filled with electrical tools, voltage testers, insulating tape, a small electric drill, and wire strippers. The remaining boxes at the back of the bed were temporarily inaccessible. Li Yang secured the shotgun and pistol to his waist and turned to exit the room. Tian Shaowan rushed to meet him, her eyes red. "Are you done? Let us leave. I am truly frightened." "All right, let us go now," Li Yang replied with a smile, taking her hand. As they stepped out of the small house, Li Yang whistled, "Xiao Jin, we are heading home." The forest was eerily silent, with no familiar response from the golden retriever. He called out several times, but only echoes answered. "What should we do? Xiao Jin is missing," Tian Shaowan exclaimed, nearly in tears. "Perhaps it ran back on its own." Li Yang embraced her gently, offering comfort. "Let us return to the village. Perhaps it awaits us at the entrance." Tian Shaowan nodded, half convinced. Li Yang placed the hunting rifle and handgun onto the boat, retrieving 2 sweet potatoes from his backpack, and handed one to her. "First, let us have something to eat." Tian Shaowan quickly consumed her portion and drank a few gulps of water, urging, "Let us depart. This place is too frightening. When I saw the bones earlier, my legs went weak. We shall return tomorrow to retrieve the remaining items." Li Yang untied the boat and picked up the oar. "I'm not coming back. I'd rather die than return." Tian Shaowan shook her head vehemently, akin to a rattle drum. "If you wish to go, then you go alone." Observing her fearful and angry demeanor, Li Yang could not help but chuckle. "Very well, tomorrow you can stay in the village and make clothes with Wei Wei and the others." As the sun set, the small boat finally glided back to the village's pond. Upon nearing the shore, they spotted Lin Wei, Wang Jingyi, Su Wenxian, and Chun Yao standing at the entrance, their expressions rather grim. "Where have you been, Li Yang?" Lin Wei was the first to rush forward, hands on her hips, her belly slightly protruding beneath her skirt. "You've been running around with Shaowan all day. Do you have any idea how worried we were?" "Indeed," Wang Jingyi added, frowning. "What if something had happened?" Tian Shaowan immediately dashed into Lin Wei's embrace, her voice choked with tears. "Sister Wei Wei, we discovered an abandoned house, and there were human bones inside. It terrified me." "Dead people?" Su Wenxian gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Just as Li Yang was about to explain, he suddenly recalled the golden retriever. "By the way, has Xiao Jin returned? It went out with us, then disappeared." Lin Wei paused for a moment. "No, we haven't seen it all day." Li Yang's heart sank. The golden retriever was always sensible and never strayed without reason. He gazed into the increasingly darkening woods, an ominous feeling washing over him. Chapter 43, The Dawn of Electricity. The following day, at the break of dawn, Li Yang gathered 10 robust slaves, 5 to assist with transportation and 5 to handle miscellaneous tasks. He intentionally brought along the system's reward, the fundamentals of electrical construction. Armed with crowbars, ropes, and carrying poles, they set off to retrieve items from the hydroelectric station. With a firm command, the group marched towards the upstream of the small river. Instinctively, Tian Shaowan followed, but Lin Wei quickly pulled her back. "Have you forgotten yesterday's events?" Tian Shaowan suddenly realized and hastily hid behind Lin Wei, her heart still racing as she watched Li Yang's figure vanish into the woods. Upon returning to the abandoned hydroelectric station, the morning mist had yet to dissipate, rendering the brick house even more eerie. Li Yang first instructed the slaves to dig a deep pit beside the house, then personally entered the room containing the bones. Carefully, he wrapped the remains in a piece of canvas, silently uttering a prayer for peace, before carrying the canvas out and placing it in the pit, directing the slaves to cover it with soil. "Now, let us address the generator," he declared, clapping his hands as he entered the turbine room. The indicator lights on the machine flickered weakly. Consulting the fundamentals of electrical construction, he crouched beside the unit to examine it. The diagrams in the book were clear and detailed, covering everything from circuit principles to troubleshooting. He quickly identified the issues. Several wires had been gnawed through by rodents, and the inlet filter was clogged with branches and silt, resulting in insufficient water flow to drive the turbine at full speed. "You lot, clear the debris from the inlet," Liang instructed, pointing at several slaves. He then told the rest, "Find a knife and some insulating tape." The slaves sprang into action. Some took machetes to clear the debris at the water inlet, while others rummaged through the toolbox to hand tools to Liang. Following the electrical diagrams in the book, he meticulously stripped the chewed wires, revealing the copper cores beneath. The insulation had aged and become brittle, so he carefully trimmed the ends to ensure a clean fit, matching the live and neutral wires by color, finally wrapping them securely with insulating tape. After more than an hour of labor, the wires were finally connected. Meanwhile, the debris at the inlet had been cleared, and the crystal-clear water surged toward the turbine through the diversion channel. Liang took a deep breath and flipped the electrical switch once more. With a thunderous roar, the generator emitted a deep rumble, and the turbine began to spin rapidly. The indicator lights on the machine glowing steadily, no longer flickering. He stepped into the main hall, tentatively pressing the switch on the wall. The overhead light burst to life with a satisfying snap, illuminating the space far more brightly than the previous day, its warm yellow glow instantly dispelling the shadows within, even causing the ceiling fan to gently rotate, stirring the dust on the floor. "We did it," Liang exclaimed joyfully. Although the slaves did not comprehend the principles of electricity, they cheered at the sight of the illuminated light. The next task was to inventory and transport the materials. Liang directed the slaves to carefully pack the fragile electrical devices. 10 military walkie-talkies were tenderly placed into wooden boxes, while the radio equipment was wrapped in soft cloth. He also instructed the slaves to move the beds, revealing several large boxes beneath, which were indeed filled with treasures. In addition to the previously seen wires, bulbs, and electrical tools, there were rolls of insulating tape, bundles of fine iron wire, and numerous power strips. These wires were of utmost importance. Liang touched a thick wire roll. It should be sufficient to bring electricity to the village. He directed the slaves to divide the wires into several bundles, which they carried on carrying poles, while he sorted the tools like electric drills and testers into boxes, leaving no stone unturned, even including 2 pedestal fans from the corner. He packed all the outdoor clothing and mountain boots he deemed wearable. By midday, all transportable materials were loaded onto makeshift wooden frames, carried or shouldered by the slaves as they marched triumphantly toward the village. Liang conducted a final inspection of the hydroelectric station, shutting off the main switch, leaving only one light in the machine room as a marker, contemplating that this would become a secondary stronghold in the future. Upon reaching the riverside near the village, Liang directed the slaves to load the materials onto the small boat, making several trips across the river. The primary task for the afternoon was to set up the electrical lines. He measured the area around the village with a tape measure, plotting the shortest route from the hydroelectric station to the village. Following the riverbank would allow them to avoid the dense woods while facilitating the installation of utility poles. "First, we shall fell 20 appropriately sized tree trunks to serve as utility poles," Liang instructed the slaves. "Each should be 5 meters long, sharpened at the base, and buried 1 meter deep." The slaves promptly took axes to the woods, while Liang, accompanied by 2 slaves, began processing the wires. He cut the thick cable in half, stripped the outer insulating layer, revealing the multi-stranded copper core, and secured the connections with a crimping tool. Though it was his first time performing such work, with the fundamentals of electrical construction as his guide, he executed the tasks proficiently. Days later, the utility poles were erected, evenly spaced along the riverbank. The slaves carried the wires, starting from the first pole, gradually pulling the wires taut and securing them to pre-nailed porcelain insulators. Liang oversaw the operation, periodically using a level to ensure the poles remained vertical, ensuring the cables would not sag. "Be careful, do not snap the wires," he reminded them as he observed the slaves straining to pull the cables. After several more days, the wires finally reached the village entrance. Liang crossed the cable over the wooden wall, erecting 2 utility poles within the village, extending the line to the main house of the courtyard. He first connected a leakage switch and then created a rudimentary circuit, attaching one wire to a light bulb and the other to the neutral line. He then asked someone to go to the hydroelectric station to turn on the power. With a click, as the switch was pressed, the light bulb in the courtyard suddenly illuminated, casting a bright glow that instantly filled the entire room. Lin Wei, Wang Jingyi, and others, who were busy sewing, were startled, followed by an eruption of delighted shrieks. "It's lit. It's really lit," Wang Jingyi exclaimed, her eyes glistening with excitement, as she realized they would no longer need to light candles at night. Liang chuckled, saying, "This is just the beginning. We still need to connect the wires to the watchtower and the warehouse." He then led the slaves in their continued efforts, distributing the wires to various key locations. The watchtower was equipped with 2 high-powered bulbs, and each pigsty and chicken coop had one as well. Even the yard where the slaves resided was adorned with a light. When the last bulb flickered to life, the entire village basked in a warm glow, creating a particularly cozy atmosphere in the night. Watching all of this, Li Yong was filled with a sense of accomplishment. This was electricity in a post-apocalyptic world. The following morning, Li Yong distributed the fully charged military walkie-talkies among the group, one each for Su Wenxian, Wang Jingyi, Lin Wei, Chen Yao, and Tian Xiaojun, keeping one for himself. He also handed one to Zhao Hu, who was guarding the village, and another to Yang Lu, who was responsible for hunting. From now on, anyone going out must carry a walkie-talkie to maintain contact, he instructed. Su Wenxian, fiddling with her device, suddenly remembered something and said to Li Yong, "The diary we brought back from the hydroelectric station, I read a few pages, and it seems to be written by a geologist named Qian Shi. It contains a lot of information about this island, such as where the hot springs are and where iron ore can be found. I'd like to organize the diary. It might be useful to us." "Good." Li Yong nodded, recognizing the importance of this information. "I'll leave that task to you." Chen Yao, holding the radio, added, "I studied a bit of radio communication at the police academy, and I might be able to tune into other channels. If we can reach the outside world, we'll know if the Huaxia government still exists, and criminal gangs might also be using radios, giving us a chance to anticipate their movements." Li Yong supported her idea, saying, "That is a brilliant suggestion. Just let me know what equipment you need." Everyone diligently attended to their roles, adapting to life with electricity. Li Yong prepared to take the slaves to find the golden retriever when he suddenly heard a series of barks at the village entrance. Rushing outside, he was taken aback to see the golden retriever wagging its tail, followed closely by 7 or 8 Chinese rural dogs of varying sizes, all appearing somewhat cautious. "Xiao Jin," Li Yong called, and the golden retriever immediately leaped into his arms, seeking affection. He noticed that one of the black rural dogs wore a dog tag around its neck. Carefully, he took out a sweet potato to entice it closer and then removed the tag, which was engraved with the characters Shi Tu. Shi Tu? Li Yong's heart stirred as he recalled the diary's contents, in which Qian Shi frequently mentioned a dog named Shi Tu. It appeared that these dogs had all belonged to Qian Shi, and the golden retriever must have discovered them, explaining its delayed return. Tian Xiaojun also rushed out, and upon seeing the dogs, exclaimed, "These dogs are so adorable. We can keep them. They can guard the house and help with hunting." "Absolutely. Let us take them all in," Li Yong responded with a smile. Chapter 44, Terrifying Footprints. The cold wind swept past the village walls, producing a haunting sound. Li Yong stood atop the watchtower, gazing at the leaden gray sky, his brow furrowed. The temperature had plummeted in recent days, and the ground was coated with a layer of frost each morning. At this rate, snow would likely fall soon. This dreadful weather left him wondering just how cold it would become. He tightened his leather coat around him and surveyed the courtyard. Lin Wei, Wang Jingyi, Su Wenxian, Chen Yao, and Tian Xiaojun were gathered around the charcoal fire, sewing fur coats, while 4 female slaves helped pull the fabric. Although they were all clad in thick fur garments, they still rubbed their hands together and occasionally shivered. Looking at the slaves working outside, Zhao Hu patrolled the village walls with the hunting slaves, stamping his feet to keep warm. The carpenters were deeply engrossed in their work, their breath forming frosty clouds in the air. Even Yang Lu, usually the most hardy, had tucked his neck into his collar. Most slaves possessed only one fur coat, and some were even wearing thin linen garments, which were woefully inadequate against the biting cold. It was imperative to gather more fur without delay. Li Yong resolved this firmly, especially concerning Lin Wei and the other pregnant women. If they were to get cold, it would be disastrous. The village's warm clothing relied entirely on fur, and although the previously traded fabric could be fashioned into garments, it offered no protection against the wind, which was insufficient to withstand the piercing chill. He quickly descended the watchtower and made his way to the courtyard. The women were laughing and chatting around the charcoal fire upon his entrance. Tian Xiaojun promptly offered him a cup of hot water. "Brother Li Yong, it must be very cold outside, right?" "Yes, it's likely to snow soon," Li Yong replied as he took the cup. "I plan to take Yang Lu and the others out hunting to gather more fur. Otherwise, we won't survive the winter." Wang Jingyi set down her needle and thread, advising, "Be careful and don't go too far. Don't worry, we'll just wander around the island." Li Yong assured with a smile, "When we return, we'll cook some meat for you." Lin Wei covered her mouth and laughed. "We can't wait. Hopefully, you can bring back some soft fur to make little bedding for the baby." Li Yong acknowledged her request and turned to find Yang Lu. Soon, 10 strong and robust slaves had gathered in the courtyard, each carrying bows, arrows, spears, and ropes. The golden retriever and several Chinese rural dogs followed closely, wagging their tails at Li Yong's feet. After 2 months of training, these dogs had become quite affectionate towards the people, especially the black rural dog named Shi Tu, which stuck closely to Li Yong. Li Yang strapped on his mechanical crossbow and secured the silver handgun, while Yang Lu hoisted Zhao Hu's composite bow. The remaining slaves carried homemade bows and arrows or wielded spears. The group set out from the village with great enthusiasm. They first arrived at the hydroelectric station, which had been tidied up, with one room filled with spare wires and tools, and another room laid with straw, serving as temporary quarters for the guarding slaves. The two station slaves quickly approached as Li Yang and the others arrived. "Get us some water and a few bags of sweet potatoes," Li Yang instructed. The slaves moved quickly, filling water bags with cool boiled water and retrieving 10 bags of sweet potatoes from the storage room. Li Yang led the remaining hunting slaves deeper into the island, following the river upstream. "Master, there aren't many animals around here in winter." Yang Lu pointed toward a towering mountain in the distance. "We haven't been there. There might be something big." Li Yang gazed in the direction he indicated, spotting the mountain that rose sharply into the clouds, with several oddly shaped large birds circling above, their size quite impressive. "All right, let us check that out." The group walked forward, crunching through the thick layer of fallen leaves, the sound echoing beneath their feet. The slaves, feeling the cold, tucked their necks into their collars, silently trailing behind Li Yang, while a few dogs energetically led the way, occasionally stopping to sniff the ground. After approximately an hour, a rustling sound suddenly emerged from the woods ahead, prompting the hunting dogs to emit low growls of warning. Li Yang immediately raised his hand, signaling everyone to halt. Crouching low as he gripped his composite bow, cautiously moving forward, Yang Lu and several slaves swiftly raised their weapons, anxiously gazing into the depths of the forest. Through the gaps in the foliage, Li Yang spotted two large birds, nearly a meter tall, pecking at the ground. They possessed broad, thick beaks and plump bodies, their feathers a dull gray, giving them a clumsy appearance as they waddled about. "What kind of birds are these?" Li Yang pondered, having never encountered such creatures before. They were larger than turkeys and remarkably unique in appearance. At that moment, the two large birds seemed to sense the commotion, abruptly lifting their heads and scanning their surroundings with vigilance, before awkwardly flapping their wings and attempting to flee. "Shoot!" Li Yang commanded in a low voice. Being the first to release his bowstring, the arrow flew forth, striking one of the birds squarely in the wing. The bird let out a pitiful cry and collapsed on the ground. The other slaves followed suit, launching arrows that simultaneously struck the second bird, causing it to stagger a few steps before crashing to the earth. "Wonderful!" Li Yang grinned as he approached, giving the fallen bird a kick. "These two will surely provide us with a hearty meal." He squatted down to examine the creatures closely, discovering their bodies were laden with fat, soft to the touch, and their undercoats remarkably thick. The more he looked at these birds, the more familiar they seemed. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his mind, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "I've seen this in a documentary. This is a dodo bird. But didn't dodo birds go extinct hundreds of years ago? How could they appear on this island?" Li Yang was filled with shock and confusion. After some contemplation, he speculated that perhaps the island's remoteness and isolation allowed these dodos to survive, even escaping the devastation of a tsunami. "What a treasure we've stumbled upon," Li Yang joyfully remarked, noting the bird's ample fat and thick fur, ideal for making warm clothing. He instructed the slaves, "First, transport these two large birds back to the village so that Su Wenxian and the others can determine how to process the pelts." Two slaves promptly stepped forward to lift the dodo birds and began to depart. Watching the two slaves vanish into the woods, Li Yang turned to the remaining individuals and said, "Let us continue onward, striving to secure more game." Yang Lu pointed towards a valley ahead, stating, "Master, beyond that ridge lies a sprawling meadow. There may be herds of deer." Li Yang nodded, "Excellent. Let us quicken our pace." The group pressed on, the mountain path growing steeper and the cold wind intensifying, making it difficult to keep their eyes open. The slaves trudged along, their breaths visible in the frosty air. The golden retriever and Sure too raced ahead, occasionally stopping to bark fiercely at the mountain summit. Not long after, the pack of dogs suddenly erupted into frantic barking at a dense thicket, their voices urgent and alert. Li Yang signaled for everyone to halt, then crouched low, cautiously approaching the bushes. Parting the undergrowth, he discovered 3 plump rabbits and 2 squirrels huddled together in a tree hollow, shivering in fear from the barking dogs. "Excellent." Li Yang quickly instructed the slaves to capture these little creatures. Although small, neither their meat nor fur should go to waste. Continuing forward, they soon found themselves at the foot of the mountain. At that moment, Li Yang noticed the dogs nearby suddenly grow tense, retreating behind the group and whimpering softly at a patch of grass, their fur standing on end. Something is amiss. Li Yang promptly raised his compound bow, signaling for everyone to be on guard. He cautiously approached the grass, peering in, only to take a sharp intake of breath. Lying in the thicket was a massive gray bear, over 4 meters long, its enormous body riddled with wounds, its flesh gnawed upon in a disarray, and its innards mysteriously vanished, exuding a nauseating stench. It was a dead bear. Yang Lu exhaled in relief, stepping forward to inspect it. Its size was terrifying. And even if it had been alive, they might not have been able to contend with it. The other slaves also relaxed, engaging in hushed discussions. However, Li Yang's brow furrowed, and he spoke gravely. Such a colossal bear, even the terrestrial tigers and lions would not dare to provoke it lightly. The creature capable of slaying it must be even more fearsome. The faces of the group turned pale in an instant. Li Yang knelt down, carefully scrutinizing the surrounding terrain, soon discovering a series of enormous footprints in the mud. Each print measured over a meter long, shaped like two massive claws, deeply embedded in the earth by more than 20 centimeters, indicating the owner's immense size. What manner of creature is this? Li Yang gasped. It was far larger than the African elephant, and while the footprints resembled those of a chicken's foot, they were clearly indicative of a carnivorous beast. He stood up, gazing towards the direction where the dogs were barking. The trees there were unusually dense, seemingly concealing some terrifying entity. We must leave quickly. Li Yang frowned. This place is too perilous. Let us return to the village at once. If such a gigantic creature truly inhabits this island, our village is in grave danger. The slaves, equally frightened by the massive footprints, turned at Li Yang's command, hastily retracing their steps, their pace noticeably quickening. The pack of dogs stayed closely at their side, remaining vigilant as they barked at the thicket but dared not approach any closer. Chapter 45, The Crisis Approaches. Li Yang hurriedly led the hunting party back to the village. Upon reaching the entrance, he saw Su Wenxian anxiously pacing with a tattered diary in hand. Clad in a fur coat and homemade rabbit fur boots, her hair slightly disheveled. Her eyes brightened at the sight of Li Yang as she hurried towards him. Li Yang, something terrible has happened. Su Wenxian thrust the diary into his hands, explaining, I just read in the diary about Qian Shi's accounts of this island. Every winter, a bipedal carnivorous beast larger than an African elephant appears, particularly fearsome. And it only comes out at night. Our village is in danger. Li Yang's heart tightened as he hastily accepted the diary. Su Wenxian trembled, pointing to a page that bore hasty handwriting. As winter nights approach, the giant bipedal beast emerges, standing 2 zhang tall, with teeth like blades, leaving a path of annihilation in its wake. The more he read, the more his brow furrowed. I saw a dead bear in the mountains, and nearby there was a gigantic footprint. It could very well be left by this creature. At that moment, Chen Yao, Lin Wei, Wang Jingyi, and Tian Xiaojun emerged upon hearing the commotion. Lin Wei turned pale at the mention of a carnivorous beast larger than an elephant. Grasping Li Yang's arm in urgency, what should we do? Such a terrifying creature, shouldn't we leave at once? Wang Jingyi echoed her concern. But the 3 of us are pregnant and can't travel far. What if we encounter danger on the way? Tian Xiaojun, frightened, directly hid in Li Yang's embrace, clutching his clothes tightly, her body trembling slightly. Li Yang patted Tian Xiaojun's back, speaking sternly. If it comes to that, we will seek refuge on Bird Guano Stone Island and endure the winter there. Bird Guano Stone Island. Chen Yao interjected, noting that there was a grounded patrol boat there, providing ample space for the pregnant women, likely offering shelter for some time. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, Su Wenxian suddenly pointed to another page in the diary, her face ashen. No, we cannot. Qian Shi wrote that Bird Guano Stone Island is even more dangerous. Every winter night, numerous 4-legged carnivorous creatures come ashore, making life impossible for all terrestrial beings. Qian Shi mentioned that several of his biologist friends perished there. The women gasped in horror, and Lin Wei's legs grew weak, nearly causing her to collapse. Li Yang swiftly supported her, forcing himself to remain composed as he analyzed. Everyone, do not panic. The fact that Qian Shi was able to establish a hydroelectric station on our island, and that his dog survived, indicates that this island is not as perilous as we might think. At the very least, it is safer than Niao Fenshur Island. During my previous visit there, I indeed did not encounter any terrestrial animals, which corroborates the claims made in the diary. Upon hearing his words, the group's emotions were somewhat steadied. However, Tian Xiaowan suddenly burst into tears, burying her face in Li Yang's embrace, stammering, Brother Li Yang, my cousins are still on Niao Fenshur Island. What should we do? They might be devoured by the monsters in the sea. Li Yang gently patted her head, reassuring her, do not worry. We will go and bring your cousins to the village. Chen Yao also nodded in agreement. It would be perfect to have those female workers come over. Many of them are skilled archers and possess formidable combat abilities. Together, we can better defend the village against that bipedal carnivore. There is strength in numbers, and it is far superior to facing threats alone. Thus, it was decided. Li Yang resolved to set out to retrieve them early the next morning. At dawn, Li Yang, accompanied by 10 slaves, and Su Wenxian, Chen Yao, and Tian Xiaowan, boarded a boat towards Niao Fenshur Island. Upon reaching the shore, they spotted Li Hong fishing with 5 female workers. Their movements were deft, and in no time, They had caught several large fish. Upon seeing Li Hong approached with a smile. "Brother Li Yong, what brings you here today? Are you here to gather Niaofensure?" Tian Xiaowan hurried over, grasping Li Hong's arm anxiously. "Cousin, this island is very dangerous. We must leave with Brother Li Yong at once." Li Hong looked puzzled. "Xiaowan, what is the matter? Isn't this island quite safe?" Li Yong stepped forward, speaking earnestly. "Sister Hong, we discovered in a diary yesterday that each winter, four-legged carnivorous creatures come ashore. Almost all terrestrial life on this island has been devoured. The reason you have not noticed is that the time has not yet arrived." Li Hong was taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, she realized the truth. Apart from marine creatures, there were scarcely any terrestrial animals visible on the island. She took the diary from Su Wenqian, and as she read further, her expression grew increasingly grave. Su Wenqian, flipping through the diary, pointed out relevant entries, explaining. This diary was found in an abandoned hydroelectric station on the island, once inhabited by a geologist named Qian Shi. Look here. Qian Shi mentioned that his friend was attacked by a monster from the sea on this island, leaving no trace of his remains. Li Hong's hands began to tremble. She closed the diary and approached Li Yong, her eyes reddening. "Brother Li Yong, you saved me before, provided us with food, and now you are willing to take us in. I truly do not know how to repay you. With so many of us, will we be a burden to you?" Dismissing her concerns with a wave of his hand, Li Yong replied, "There are dangerous creatures on our island as well, and we need to strengthen our defenses. Your arrival will aid us in confronting these threats. It is only right that we assist one another." Li Hong no longer hesitated and promptly led them to the female workers' camp. The camp was constructed along the shoreline, featuring several grass huts, and further inland. Plots of land were cleared for cultivation, growing wild vegetables and wheat, all surrounded by a fence, appearing quite orderly. Yet, Li Yong understood that such defenses would be utterly inadequate against the monsters from the sea. After Li Hong and Su Wenqian explained the situation to the female workers, they quickly believed them and began to pack their belongings. Li Yong spotted a large wooden boat with a cabin not far from the police boat, looking relatively intact, and joyfully inquired, "Can this boat still sail?" Li Hong confirmed, "This was the boat we used to escape. It has diesel fuel and is operational. When the tsunami struck, I, along with several archers and my cousins from the garment factory, used this boat to flee here." "Wonderful," Li Yong exclaimed. "With this boat, our relocation will be much quicker." Everyone worked together to load supplies into the boat's cabin. The female workers had quite a bit of cargo, including clothing, food, weaving tools, and seeds. Li Yong directed the slaves to handle the items carefully while he assisted in lifting some of the heavier boxes. By noon, everything was aboard the vessel. Li Hong tallied the number of people, confirming that all 37 were present, and reported to Li Yong, "Brother Li Yong, we are ready to depart." Li Yong nodded, feeling a sense of reassurance as he gazed at the boat laden with people and supplies. With the addition of these 37 individuals, especially the 10 skilled archers, the village's defensive capabilities had significantly strengthened. Just as the boat set sail, Li Yong heard a sharp crack behind him. Turning around, he saw the fence of the winter wheat field swaying as if something had crashed against it. Clenching the mechanical crossbow in his hand, he gazed at the diminishing outline of Niaofensure Island. Suddenly recalling the final line from Qian Shi's diary, "The winter night sea will rise to devour the shadows of humans." Tian Xiaowan instinctively nestled closer to him, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothing. "Brother Li Yong, look over there." She pointed to a wooden box in the corner of the cabin, from which a piece of cotton cloth emerged, adorned with a pink cherry blossom pattern. "I was preparing to make you a piece of clothing." Just as Li Yong was about to respond, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. The affinity with partner Tian Xiaowan has reached 100. Reward. A volume of beast defense technique has been stored in the space. Note. Engaging in the first mating with this partner will yield even greater rewards. Very well. I shall wait. Li Yong embraced Tian Xiaowan's delicate form, inhaling her unique, youthful fragrance, unable to resist kissing her soft lips. Tian Xiaowan's face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly buried her head into his fur coat. Chapter 46, A Fateful Night. When the boat reached the shore, it was nearing dusk, with the setting sun painting the sea in shades of orange. Standing at the water's edge, Li Yong turned to gaze back at the distant Niaofensure Island, sharpening his enhanced vision bestowed by the system. On the brown sandy beach, he observed several 2-meter-long creatures moving about. They resembled gigantic frogs, their slimy skin glistening with an oily sheen, and their enormous mouths filled with sharp teeth, clumsily writhing as they crawled across the island. Li Yong furrowed his brow and turned to the others. "I do not know whether they will swim over to this island. Everyone, hurry up and move the supplies. We must act swiftly." Although Li Hong and the others could not discern the distant scene, the gravity of Li Yang's tone sent a chill through them. prompting them to hastily gather their belongings. The 37 female workers divided into several teams, some carrying cloth, while others shouldered food, hastening toward the village as dusk fell. Before long, Yang Lu arrived in a small wooden boat from another direction, his face pale as he shouted, "Master, Niaofenshire Island is swarming with monsters. Brown frogs with sharp teeth, it's terrifying." His words struck like thunder, causing the female workers to tremble in fear. Li Hong gritted her teeth and shouted, "Do not panic. Quickly move the supplies. Once we are inside the village, we will be safe." Tian Xiaowan clutched Li Yang's clothing tightly, her fingertips turning white. "Brother Liang, I'm scared. Do not fear. I am here." Li Yang gently patted her hand. "Let us return." Seeing Tian Xiaowan utterly frightened, he decided to carry her, striding purposefully toward the village. At the village entrance, Lin Wei, Wang Jingyi, and Su Wenqian had already been waiting. Upon seeing Tian Xiaowan's pale face in Li Yang's arms, they rushed over. "What happened? What is wrong?" "Niaofenshire Island is overrun with sea beasts." Li Yang set Tian Xiaowan down. Fortunately, the female workers managed to evacuate in time. They are currently moving supplies. "Quickly, prepare some hot food and accommodations." "Understood. We will take care of it right away." Lin Wei grasped Tian Xiaowan's hand. "Xiaowan, do not fear. Come with us. I will make you some hot porridge." Tian Xiaowan nodded through her tears, glancing back several times as she followed them into the village. At this moment, Chen Yao approached, her expression grave. "I have taken Zhao Hu and the others to inspect the city defenses and have moved the bows and spears to the lookout tower. Go on, stay vigilant." Li Yang nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly returned to the shore. On the beach, the female workers were collaborating with the slaves to lift a large wooden box containing their most cherished weaving machines. Li Yang rolled up his sleeves and joined the transport team. Just then, a series of deep, beastly roars emanated from the depths of the island. The sound was unlike any known animal, resembling the grinding of massive stones, accompanied by a metallic tremor that sent chills down one's spine. "Speed up," Li Yang bellowed. "Once we reach the stockade, we will be safe." The group, startled by his shout, hastened their movements. As night fell, the last box of supplies was finally brought into the stockade. 37 female workers huddled in the courtyard, all visibly shaken. Upon seeing the 4-meter-high wooden wall, they breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Wei and Su Wenqian brought hot sweet potato porridge and grilled fish, and everyone gathered around the campfire, savoring their meals in small bites. Li Hong approached Li Yang with a bowl of porridge, her eyes slightly red. "Brother Li Yang, I cannot express my gratitude adequately. From now on, our female workers team will follow your lead. We are all family. Such formalities are unnecessary," Li Yang replied, waving his hand. "Could your 10 expert archers join the guard team? They can take turns with Zhao Hu and the others on night watch." "Of course," Li Hong responded immediately. "I will arrange it right away." As the night deepened, the beastly roars echoed from the island's interior, a constant reminder of danger that gnawed at everyone's nerves. Li Yang returned to his room, where the ceiling light cast a warm yellow glow. He retrieved the book Wild Beast Defense Techniques from his pocket and carefully studied it under the light. The book detailed various defensive measures, such as creating barricades with thorns and logs to effectively block large beasts, and applying a venomous liquid to arrowheads to combat sleek-skinned monsters. It even contained designs for traps specifically meant to ensnare bipedal giants. A gentle knock at the door interrupted his reading. "Who is it?" "It's me, Xiaowan," came Tian Xiaowan's voice, tinged with a sob. "I can't sleep. The roars outside are so frightening." Li Yang opened the door to find Tian Xiaowan standing there in a light pink cotton nightgown, trembling, with moisture glistening in her large eyes. "Come in," he said, stepping aside to let her enter. "Or would you like to sleep with me tonight?" Tian Xiaowan abruptly looked up, her cheeks flushing crimson, but she nodded gently, nervously twisting the hem of her dress. The two lay on the bamboo bed, with a fist-width space between them. Tian Xiaowan cautiously edged closer to Li Yang, resting her head on his chest and whispering, "Brother Li Yang, what are you reading?" The intoxicating scent of the young girl wafted into Li Yang's nostrils, causing him to swallow hard. He glanced down at her, her nightgown accentuating her petite yet proportionate curves, the neckline revealing a glimpse of her creamy skin. "I am reading about how to deal with beasts," he replied, raising the book in his hand. "It mentions using poisoned arrows and traps against those monsters." "Really?" Tian Xiaowan's eyes brightened, then dimmed again. "But they are so large." "Do not fear. We have the stockade and many people," Li Yang reassured her, gently stroking her hair, his fingertips brushing against her soft earlobe. "As long as I am here, nothing will happen to you." Tian Xiaowan gazed up at him, her eyes clear yet filled with innocent affection. "Brother Li Yang, you are so kind. Without you, my cousin and I would not have survived." She paused, her voice barely above a whisper. "I want to be like Wei Wei and give you a child." "All right," Li Yang said, captivated by her lovely face and petite form. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he flipped her onto her back. Tian Xiaowan gasped, then quickly shut her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly. Li Yong kissed her lips. At first, she was a bit shy, her teeth clenched, but she gradually relaxed, clumsily responding to him. Li Yong hastily pulled down his pants and lifted her nightgown, eager to begin. "It hurts," she murmured, her brow furrowed, tears welling in her eyes. Li Yong slowed his movements, softly soothing her in her ear. "Do not be afraid, it will be over soon." He handled her delicately, with the tenderness one would reserve for a rare treasure. Tian Xiaowan clutched his back tightly, her nails nearly digging into his flesh. Amidst the pain was an inexplicable warmth. Outside, the beastly roars continued, while inside the room felt like another world, filled only with hurried breaths and the girl's soft gasps. The next morning, Li Yong awoke first. The morning light filtered through the window, illuminating Tian Xiaowan's sleeping face, which was flushed and adorned with a faint smile. The bamboo bed bore dark red stains, and Li Yong hurriedly sought a cloth to clean it, a wave of peculiar satisfaction washing over him. A notification chimed. "Congratulations, host, for completing the blessings of mini offspring mating task. A combat supply package has been awarded, expected to arrive at the island's coast in 6 hours. Please collect it promptly. This system is becoming increasingly lazy. I must retrieve it myself." Li Yong silently grumbled, yet could not suppress his anticipation. A combat supply package might contain firearms and ammunition. Valuable assets indeed. He placed a gentle kiss on Tian Xiaowan's forehead and quietly dressed. Upon exiting the courtyard, he found Chun Yao reinforcing the wooden walls alongside Zhao Hu and the female workers. Li Hong directed 10 skilled archers in setting up compound bows on the lookout tower and rushed over to Li Yong upon seeing him. "Brother Li Yong, there are too many female workers. The current accommodations are insufficient. Can we add a few more rooms?" "Let's reinforce the stockade walls first," Li Yong replied, observing the heightening wooden barrier. "Once the walls reach 5 meters, we can consider building additional houses." Just as he spoke, Zhao Hu hurried over, brandishing a branch, and drew a massive footprint in the dirt. "Master, last night while on watch, I saw a shadow pass by outside the stockade, taller than the walls. This footprint was found in the fields, identical to the one near the dead bear." Yang Lu leaned in for a closer look, his face turning pale. "This is it. That bipedal giant has set its sights on our stockade. What is there to panic about?" Li Yong spoke in a firm tone. "Amu, take 10 carpenter slaves to gather thorns and create barricades. The rest of you follow me. We will coat the arrowheads and spear tips with venom." The group immediately sprung into action, the stockade bustling with activity. Li Yong directed the slaves to dig a trench outside the walls while instructing the female workers to soak their spun hemp ropes in pine resin to prepare for making incendiary devices. By noon, a shout came from the lookout tower. "Master, there is a lifeboat on the beach." Li Yong felt a surge of excitement, and, accompanied by Yang Lu and 3 slaves, rushed to the shoreline. Upon reaching the beach, they beheld an orange lifeboat stranded on the shore, with a large wooden box half the height of a person resting atop it. The sand was littered with numerous tracks, the footprints displaying webbed impressions clearly left by 4-legged sea beasts. They truly have swum to this island. Li Yong furrowed his brow, gripping his handgun tightly, and approached the box to investigate. In the next chapter, the fate of the stockade hangs in the balance. Yang Lu swung an axe decisively at the lock on the box, producing a sharp crack as the iron lock shattered. Grasping the lid firmly, he heaved it open, the sound of friction accompanying the reveal. Foam padding enveloping mechanical components glistened in the sunlight, the silver-gray metal shell radiating a cold, hard gleam. "What is this?" Yang Lu crouched down, rummaging through the contents, lifting a piece resembling a propeller base, inspecting it from various angles. It did not resemble a weapon, but rather seemed akin to a toy car part. Li Yong also crouched, his fingers gliding over a component with an electrical interface. "Exercise caution, remove all the components, and arrange them sequentially on the beach." 8 slaves swiftly gathered around, meticulously tearing apart the foam and plastic bags, laying out the parts one by one. As the components gradually covered the sandy shore, Li Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. Wings, fuselage, propellers, battery packs, control modules. These scattered pieces began to form a cohesive silhouette. He seized the manual pressed at the bottom of the box. The bold letters on the cover proclaiming military drone stood out vividly, and his fingers swiftly flipped through the pages. A flight endurance of 24 hours. Equipped with a 92 Type pistol and 2 822 Type grenades, featuring night vision reconnaissance and offline control capabilities. It is a drone. Li Yong suddenly looked up. There are 4 in total. Initially, he lamented the system's stinginess for not providing heavy weaponry, but upon seeing the terms night vision reconnaissance and offline control, he instantly recognized the immense value of these devices. On this perilous island, The ability to ascertain surrounding movements in advance is undoubtedly more useful than several machine guns. Quickly, wrap them in canvas, handle them with care, and transport them all to the village. Upon returning to the village, the sun had already passed its zenith. Lin Wei was in the yard, drying animal hides with Tian Xiaojun and several female workers. When they saw the slaves carrying the canvas-wrapped items, they hurriedly approached. "What treasures are these? Worth your utmost caution." "Found them by the sea." Li Yong pulled back a corner of the canvas, revealing the drone's black fuselage. A military drone, capable of soaring into the skies for reconnaissance, able to see clearly at night. When that bipedal giant approaches, we will be able to detect it immediately. A drone? Chen Yao, who had just finished inspecting the arrows at the lookout tower, brightened at the mention and quickly walked over. "I have studied basic drone operation at the police academy, including emergency landings and target locking." Lin Wei also approached, gently touching the propeller. "I have played with aerial drones before. The feel of this control stick should be quite similar. Your operational experience is truly fortunate," Li Yong remarked. "Henceforth, you two will be responsible for the drone operation, specifically monitoring the island. We also need to establish a military center, to be located on the eastern side of the courtyard, consolidating the drone takeoff and landing area, radio equipment, and armory together. I will serve as the commander, with Chun Yao as the deputy commander, responsible for tactical coordination." "How does that sound?" "No problem." Chun Yao immediately stood at attention, instinctively assuming the posture from her police academy training. For the next 3 hours, Li Yong, accompanied by 4 nimble slaves, assembled the drone in the open space. The component interfaces were designed with military-grade precision, snap-fit connections fitting seamlessly, with color-coded wiring for differentiation. Li Yong followed the manual step-by-step, first securing the fuselage frame, then installing the lithium battery pack, and finally attaching the nose equipped with a miniature camera. When the propeller of the 4th drone successfully unfurled, the sunset had already painted half the sky crimson. "And there are these." Yang Lu dragged 2 ammunition boxes from the bottom of the wooden crate. Upon opening, he found them neatly stocked with 509mm pistol bullets and 100 grenades with fuses, their black casings exuding a matte finish, radiating a sense of lethal intimidation. Li Yong surveyed the bullets and grenades, which were precisely the munitions meant for the drone. He picked up a control handle, the palm-sized display lighting up with a green glow. Pressing the power button, the propeller of the first drone immediately whirred to life, stirring up a gentle breeze in the twilight. "Yao Yao, you go ahead and give it a try." "All right." Chen Yao took a deep breath, grasping the handle with both hands, gently pushing the joystick. The drone wobbled as it ascended, tilting left just 2 meters off the ground, nearly colliding with a nearby firewood pile. She quickly adjusted the direction, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, and after 3 attempts, she barely managed to keep the drone circling above the yard. "Let me give it a try." Lin Wei took the handle, her fingertips deftly gliding over the joystick. The drone seemed to come alive, first skimming along the rooftop, then suddenly diving down, weaving between the drying animal hides, finally hovering steadily 30 centimeters above Li Yang's outstretched palm, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the observing female workers. "Impressive." Li Yang couldn't help but praise. "Your skills are remarkable." Lin Wei's cheeks flushed slightly as she maneuvered the drone back into the air, exclaiming, "The screen displays everything so clearly. I can even see the rabbits on the ridge." Li Yang leaned closer to observe the display screen, the moats beyond the village, the distant rice fields. Even the birds flitting through the trees were vividly visible. Li Yang exclaimed with excitement. "With this device, whether bipedal giants or sea beasts, as long as they approach within a kilometer of the village, we will detect them immediately." He encouraged the two to continue practicing while he walked towards the woodworking shop. Amu was leading 10 slaves in assembling a giant caltrop according to the illustrations from Beast Defense Techniques. This contraption, made from hardwood as thick as a bowl, measured 10 meters long and 3 meters high. 3 main poles intersected in a triangular formation, their tips sharpened like spears, with over 20 short spikes nailed diagonally on the sides. "Let's raise it outside the village for a trial," Li Yong directed the slaves. 8 slaves shouted in unison as they lifted the nearly 1,000-pound structure, setting it securely on the inner side of the moat. Li Yong climbed up the lookout tower to survey the scene. The top of the caltrop reached 2/3 the height of the wooden wall, forming a cross-defense with the over 4-meter-high wooden barrier. Even if a 4-meter-high carnivorous giant dared to charge the wall, it would first have to contend with the sharp wooden spikes. "Raise the wooden wall by 3 inches." The foreman of the construction slaves shouted from below. Li Yong looked down to see several slaves stepping on scaffolding, passing up wooden planks, the sound of hammers ringing out continuously. New rafters were already emerging atop the wooden wall, and in a few days, it would be raised to 5 meters. The military center was temporarily established in the courtyard, with plans to construct a complete military center in the future. Li Yong informed the arriving Su Wenxian. Tian Xiaojun will sleep with me. And you and Chun Yao should move your belongings to Wang Jingyi's room, clearing space for the drones and weapons. Su Wenxian nodded in agreement, quickly leading the female workers in tidying up, while Tian Xiaojun also went to assist. Firearms, ammunition, bows and arrows, and the 20 newly crafted poison spears were moved to the 2 rooms on the west side. In the command room, a simple island map was hung on the wall, with 4 drone controllers and a radio set placed on the table, alongside a row of walkie-talkies. The room was also equipped with electrical outlets for charging devices at any time. Li Yong organized the combat personnel of the village. 10 hunter slaves, including Zhao Hu, and 10 female archers, including Li Hong, formed the backbone of the village. Yang Lu commanded the remaining 15 male slaves as reserves, while 4 female slaves followed the directives of Lin Wei and Wang Jingyi. As night fell, fearsome beast roars echoed outside. The village's defenses were still incomplete, prompting everyone to return indoors, concluding a day of labor. Zhao Hu and Li Hong's guard team became serious, first checking the village walls, then preparing sufficient weapons for the lookout tower and the inner walls platforms. Some resin-soaked hemp ropes were also stored in ceramic jars. After dinner, Chun Yao piloted 1 drone towards the seaside, while Lin Wei operated another for reconnaissance deeper into the island. After inspecting the lights in the lookout tower and village walls, confirming everything was in order, Li Yong returned to the courtyard. He sat beside the table in the command center, fixated on the display screens before the 2. Everything was normal at the hydropower station. The lights were still on. Lin Wei pointed at the screen, where the hydropower station lay quietly in the night, illuminated only by the yellow glow of the bulb at the entrance. Li Yong had just lifted his cup of water when Chun Yao suddenly screamed, "Look! By the sea!" On the screen, a swarm of 4-legged sea beasts was crawling ashore from the waves. They measured 2 meters in length, their deep brown skin gleaming as smoothly as that of a frog. Their large mouths occupied nearly half of their faces, revealing rows of dagger-like fangs. As they crawled, their limbs splayed out, their bellies nearly touching the sand, leaving behind slick trails that seemed endless. "Look at how many there are." Li Yang's heart tightened. Chun Yao magnified the image and counted, her voice trembling. "Too many to count. They've already crossed the beach." The outpost was less than 2 kilometers from the sea, and these creatures could spot it at any moment. "We must increase our vigilance tonight," Li Yong declared sternly. "Yao, you won't sleep tonight. Stay with me to monitor the situation outside." Just as Li Yong was about to order Zhao Hu to strengthen the eastern defenses, Lin Wei's excited voice rang out. "Li Yong, come quickly. A bipedal giant has appeared, and not just one." Upon seeing the screen, Li Yong gasped. 3 colossal creatures were lumbering through the woods, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. They were significantly larger than the dead bear, their heads nearly grazing the branches above. Their forelimbs were short, while their hind limbs were stout and powerful, with tails that whipped about, occasionally emitting low growls. "Dinosaurs!" Li Yong exclaimed in shock. "How can there be dinosaurs on this island?" Qian Shi had recorded information on this type of large bipedal dinosaur. Beside him, Su Wenxian, clutching her diary in terror, said, "He mentioned this is a yite long, a large carnivorous dinosaur that hunts in packs and possesses night vision capabilities. They become extremely fierce at night." Watching the yite longs grow closer on the screen and glancing at the sea beasts that had already entered the woods, Li Yong felt a chill run down his spine. He grabbed the walkie-talkie and pressed the talk button, speaking tensely. "Zhao Hu, Li Hong, all personnel on guard, pay attention. The sea beasts and bipedal giants are approaching. Prepare for battle at all times. Repeat, all personnel on guard, prepare for battle." Chapter 48, A Dual-Line Blood Battle. 10 minutes later, the combat personnel had armed themselves and prepared at their respective positions. "Everyone, take your places." Li Yang's roar echoed through the night as he shoved Su Wenxian into the command center, instructing her, "Keep an eye on the radio and drone equipment. Don't come out." Chun Yao was already controlling a drone to track their return. The screen displayed a dense mass of sea beasts crossing the first trench, their brown bodies gleaming under the lights. "The eastern wall is under the most pressure," Chun Yao exclaimed anxiously. "The sea beasts are gnawing at the wooden fence." "Zhao Hu, fire attack!" Li Yong immediately shouted, seizing the walkie-talkie. To the east of the wall, Zhao Hu was thrusting a poison spear at a sea beast that had climbed onto the fence. The creature's fangs nearly grazed his wrist. Upon hearing the order, he kicked aside a clay pot, and the resinous rope ignited into flames as he grabbed a burning strand and threw it over the fence. The nearby slaves quickly followed suit, launching fiery projectiles into the air that landed among the sea beasts, eliciting piercing cries. "Good," Li Yong praised, watching the screen intently. He then turned to Lin Wei, instructing, "The west side is yours. Keep the drone at a distance and toss a grenade to test the yite long's reaction." Lin Wei's fingers trembled on the controls as she took a deep breath, Aim for the gap between the three Yite Longs and press the launch button. The grenade dropped from the drone's wings, arcing through the air before detonating on the ground, showering the Yite Longs with dirt. They were enraged. Lin Wei screamed, stumbling back as the Yite Longs accelerated, their powerful hind legs thundering against the ground, closing in on the western wall, just 500 meters away. Li Hong, prepare poisoned arrows. Aim for their eyes. Li Yong grabbed another walkie-talkie. On the lookout tower, Li Hong had already knocked an arrow. 10 female archers lined up, their arrows coated with a dark green deadly poison. When the first Yite Long charged at the wooden wall, she released the bowstring, and the arrow flew with a whoosh. Striking its left eye, the Yite Long let out a deafening roar, its massive head violently crashing against the wall, causing splinters to fly as a crack appeared in the western wooden wall. Quick! Use barricades to block the gap. Li Yong rushed down from the command center, grabbing a spear and sprinting toward the west side. Tian Shaowan had followed him out, holding a stack of arrows. As she saw Li Yong pass by, she tiptoed and slipped a sweet potato into his pocket, saying, "Eat this when you lack strength." Li Yang's heart jolted. And just as he was about to tell her to go back, a Yite Long's claw reached through the crack, nearly snagging Tian Xiaojuan's skirt. He pushed her aside, stabbing the spear into the beast's claw, and dark green blood splattered all over him. "Amu, bring the carpenter slaves to reinforce the west side." The urgency in Li Yang's voice was palpable, pulling Tian Shaowan toward the courtyard. "Get inside. Lock the door." Tears mixed with dirt streamed down Tian Xiaojuan's face. But she clung tightly to his arm. "No, I want to help you pass arrows." "Listen." Li Yong pried her fingers away, and as he turned, he saw the drone controlled by Chun Yao diving down. The handgun beneath its wings fired, bullets striking the mass of sea beasts, causing blood to spatter. "Chun Yao, raise the drone higher. Don't let the sea beasts reach it." Before he finished speaking, an exceptionally large sea beast leaped up, biting down on the drone's wing. The screen spun violently before turning to static. The first drone was destroyed. "Damn it." Chun Yao slammed the control panel angrily, seizing another backup device as the second drone took flight. "Lin Wei, keep an eye on the west side. I'm heading to support the east." The flames on the eastern wall dwindled, and more sea beasts climbed over the corpses of their fallen comrades. Zhao Hu's arm was deeply gored by a beast's fangs, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain, wildly swinging a burning log. "Yonglu, take 5 slaves to the east for a rotation." Li Yang's voice had grown hoarse as he watched the crack in the west side widen, the roars of the Yite Longs ringing painfully in his ears. "Move all the lights to the west side. Blind their eyes." The slaves ran, carrying electric lights, and the bright beams illuminated the Yite Longs, causing them to retreat in agitation, their attacks visibly slowing. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yong directed the carpenter slaves to place a log, thick as a bull's mouth, horizontally across the crack, firmly securing it. "Brother Li Yong, we run out of poisoned arrows." Tian Shaowan ran over with the last bundle of arrows, her hair singed by sparks. Li Yong took the arrows and tossed them toward the lookout tower. Just as he looked up, a Yite Long violently swiped its tail, snapping the wooden pillar of the lookout tower. Li Hong and 2 female workers fell from the swaying structure, but fortunately landed in a pile of hay prepared below. "Sister Hong," Li Yong shouted, grabbing a mechanical crossbow from the ground and firing. The steel bolt whistled through the air, embedding itself in the Yite Long's neck, though it merely grazed its skin. "Don't worry about us. Hold the wall." Li Hong struggled to rise, her arm twisted unnaturally, clearly broken. She picked up a bough from the ground and continued shooting with her uninjured left hand, her arrows lacking strength, but accurately distracting the Yite Long's focus. At that moment, dawn began to break in the east. The assault of the sea beasts suddenly diminished as they appeared to fear the impending sunrise, beginning to nervously pace in place. Chun Yao seized the opportunity to maneuver the drone, diving and firing with precision, the bullets from her handgun exploding the skulls of several sea beasts. "Hold on. Dawn is approaching." Li Yang's voice had become hoarse, and as he wiped the blood from his face, he realized that splintered wood had cut into his forehead. The Zidalong on the west side grew increasingly frenzied, as a third beast crashed violently against the reinforced logs, the hemp rope snapping with a resounding pop. Li Yong watched helplessly as the beast's sharp claws reached in, seizing a carpenter slave who could not evade in time. The slave's scream abruptly ceased, blood dripping from the claws, staining the ground beneath the wall. "Throw the grenade. Quickly," Li Yong yelled as he lunged toward the command center, grabbing the last grenade, pulling the pin, and hurling it towards the crevice. A tremendous explosion echoed. The Zidalong's claws were blown to bits, and it staggered back in pain, its massive body colliding with another Zidalong. The 2 injured beasts finally hesitated, warily observing the flames beyond the stockade. At that moment, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the summit of the volcano on the island's western side. The Zidalong let out a defiant roar as if scalded, turning to retreat toward the volcano. The sea beasts also withdrew like a receding tide, leaving behind a gruesome array of corpses and a foul odor. Li Yang collapsed onto the ground, watching the sun gradually rise above the mountain, feeling as though all his strength had been drained. The stockade leaned precariously. The fence gnawed into disarray, and the surviving individuals leaned on one another, their faces indistinguishable between blood and tears. Chun Yao piloted the last drone in a circle, the screen devoid of any signs of life. Trembling, she turned off the device and sat beside Li Yang, her shoulders heaving. We held our ground. Li Yang gazed at the sun rising steadily, exhaling a heavy breath, having momentarily secured their position in Chapter 49, the emergence of resources. The soft light of dawn penetrated the smoke, casting a golden hue over the ruins of the stockade. Last night, a slave had been killed by a Zidalong. And early this morning, Yang Lu buried him before taking the other slaves to deal with the carcasses of the sea beasts. These creatures appeared grotesque, their flesh emanating a foul stench, and they dared not consume it, burying it instead to serve as fertilizer. Leaning against a makeshift wooden frame, Li Yang winced as Wang Jingyi cleaned the wounds on his back with strong alcohol, the stinging sensation causing him to grind his teeth. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Bear with it. This wound is too deep. If not cleaned properly, it will become infected. Wang Jingyi's voice was gentle yet resolute, her abdomen already displaying a noticeable curve, yet her movements remained steady. Beside her, Tian Shaowan held a clean cloth, her eyes red-rimmed. Stealing glances at the gory wound on Li Yang's back, her small hands clenched so tightly that her knuckles turned pale. Yao, can the drone still fly? Li Yang asked, suppressing his pain. After a night of fierce battle, 2 of the 4 drones had been destroyed, and the remaining 2 were riddled with bullet holes. Their propellers stained with the dark green blood of the Zidalong, and deep claw marks marred the sides of their bodies, evidently having been swept by the beast's talons. Chun Yao was meticulously inspecting the drone, wiping the grime from its body when she looked up, and said, "It can still fly, but the battery is only half charged. We need to recharge it quickly." She pointed at the control panel screen, where a piece was chipped off, exposing the internal wiring, continuing, "Last night's battle was too intense. Many areas remain unexplored, especially near the volcano. There may be sulfur mines. Once the battery is charged, we will immediately take to the skies for reconnaissance." Li Yang said solemnly, "We must find more resources as soon as possible, especially materials to reinforce the stockade and medicines for treating wounds. Currently, there are 3 breaches in the stockade, temporarily blocked by barricades, but they can hardly withstand multiple assaults." Wang Jingyi finished bandaging Li Yang's wound with a clean strip of cloth, the tied fabric immediately becoming stained with blood. She frowned and said, "I have very little anti-inflammatory medicine left. Zhao Hu's leg wound has become infected, and Yang Lu's arm needs a splint. If we cannot find more herbs, it may cost lives. I remember that Qianshir's diary mentioned iron or veins and hot springs on the island. Perhaps there are medicinal herbs near the hot springs." Su Wenxian emerged from the command center, holding the tattered diary. She flipped to a page and pointed to an illustration. "Look, here is a drawing of a red vine, with a note stating it grows near hot springs and can heal wounds. It could be the herbs we need." Li Yang leaned closer to examine it. The vine in the illustration coiled around a rock, its leaves heart-shaped, and the stem was a vibrant red, distinctly different from common herbs. By midday, the drone was finally recharged. Lin Wei volunteered to operate the drone, her skills having greatly improved during last night's battle. The drone ascended slowly, heading toward the volcano. "The image is so clear," Lin Wei exclaimed. On the screen, the island's terrain was vividly displayed, dense forests unfurling like a green carpet, winding rivers meandering through the woods, and steep cliffs sparsely covered in vegetation, revealing gray rocks. As the drone flew over a valley, a blanket of white mist suddenly enveloped the screen, shrouding the scene in obscurity. "What is that?" Tian Shaowan curiously leaned in, pointing at the mist on the screen. "Could it be miasma?" Qianshir's diary mentioned miasma in the valley, which can cause poisoning if inhaled. Lin Wei adjusted the drone's altitude, deftly maneuvering the control stick. The drone ascended slowly, piercing through the mist, revealing a sight that left everyone astounded. A steaming hot spring appeared on the screen, with white water splashing from the spring head, resembling boiling water. The rocks surrounding the spring were a peculiar orange-red hue, and several unfamiliar herbs grew tenaciously at the water's edge, one of which was the red vine winding around the stones. "This is precisely the herb Su Wenxian mentioned. It's a hot spring, and there are herbs." Su Wenxian exclaimed excitedly. "This herb is known as blood vine, and is remarkably effective for treating wounds, especially those inflicted by beast bites." Li Yang immediately commanded, Wei, mark the location. We will send people to gather the herbs this afternoon, and also investigate the hot spring to see if we can utilize it for winter heating." The temperature at night has already dropped below zero, and the slaves are shivering with cold. The drone continued flying toward the volcano, crossing a dense coniferous forest, where a range of black mountains came into view on the screen, their peaks blanketed in pristine white snow. Soon, they discovered the iron or veins Su Wenxian had mentioned. On the screen, the exposed rocks glistened a dark red, resembling a massive ruby. The presence of iron ore indicates the potential to forge iron tools, significantly enhancing the strength of the stockade, whether for weapons or tools. With iron implements, they could create sturdier spears and arrowheads, and even reinforce the stockade walls with iron plates. Even more astonishing was the fact that no traces of Zidalong were found near the iron or veins. Only a few wild rabbits darting between the rocks. Excellent. This place is very safe. Chen Yao exclaimed, we can establish a mining site here. Li Yong nodded and instructed Lin Wei to explore other areas with the drone. As the drone flew over a dense forest, a group of wild boars suddenly appeared on the screen, numbering over 20, some of which were large with protruding tusks, foraging through the underbrush, uprooting tree roots and turning the ground into chaos. A herd of wild boars. Li Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. The availability of meat during winter was assured, and the wild boar hides could be transformed into protective armor. He promptly instructed Lin Wei to mark the location. Once the fortifications were repaired, he would organize a hunting party to capture them, and with traps, they should be able to catch a considerable number. In the afternoon, Li Yong dispatched Yang Lu, accompanied by 5 slaves, to the hot springs to gather medicinal herbs. Although Yang Lu's left arm was still bound in a bandage, his spirits had significantly improved. Leaning on a sturdy stick, he confidently assured the completion of the task. Before they set off, Li Yong thoughtfully provided him with a hunting rifle, cautioning him to fire it at the first sign of danger and to prioritize safety over bravado. Li Yong also directed Zhao Hu to lead 10 slaves to reinforce the fort walls. They felled robust logs from the nearby woods, binding them into rafts with hemp ropes, and manually transported them to the breach. Despite his limping gait, Zhao Hu led the charge, commanding the slaves with fervor. Meanwhile, Amu guided the carpenter slaves in crafting mining tools, using resilient oak to fashion the wooden handles for the pickaxes, affixing newly polished iron heads atop them. Su Wenxian, alongside Tian Xiaowan, organized the information gleaned from the Qianshi diary, classifying the resources mentioned and inscribing them onto a wooden board. Tian Xiaowan carefully sketched a map with charcoal, marking the locations of the hot springs, iron mines, and wild boar herds. Lianggu, look here. She pointed at the board. There's a salt mine on the island, near the western coastline, where the salt naturally crystallizes, requiring no refinement. With this salt mine, we won't have to frequently travel to the sea to boil salt, saving us time and effort. Su Wenxian exclaimed joyfully. As dusk fell, Yang Lu returned with the slaves, each burdened with heavy baskets filled with blood vines and several rocks from near the hot springs. The water there is scalding enough to cook eggs. We can easily channel it into the village, Yang Lu expressed with enthusiasm. Moreover, the soil around the hot springs is incredibly fertile. We brought back some soil, and look, it contains abundant humus, ideal for cultivating crops. Li Yong observed the collected blood vines and rocks, their vivid crimson hue oozing a viscous liquid reminiscent of blood from the cut ends. He instructed Wang Jing-yi to immediately prepare a medicinal paste from the blood vines. Wang Jing-yi crushed the vines, mixed them with some lard, and simmered the concoction in a clay pot over a low flame, soon filling the air with a rich herbal aroma. As soon as the paste was applied, the slaves reported significant relief from their pain, and the swollen wounds visibly receded. Wonderful. This herb is truly effective, Li Yong proclaimed with delight. Tomorrow, we will plan the extraction of the iron ore and assess the feasibility of channeling the hot spring water into the village. Night fell once more, and Wang Jing-yi and Lin Wei deployed the drone for reconnaissance. The coastline showed no sign of sea beasts, and there were no traces of the Yait Long to the west of the village. It seemed the previous night's assault had dealt them a heavy blow, and they were disinclined to attack again, allowing for a restful night. Li Yong stood atop the watchtower, his enhanced vision surveying the tranquil woods. However, he knew these creatures could return at any moment, and preparations were imperative. Chapter 50, An Unexpected Visitor. As dawn broke the next morning, Lin Wei hurried to the courtyard with the drone controller in hand. After a night of charging, the drone was fully powered. She cautiously set it on the ground and pressed the start button. The propellers whirred to life, propelling the drone skyward until it became a mere speck in the heavens. Fly eastward and see if there are any traces of the Yait Long deep within the forest, Li Yong instructed, standing nearby, his back wrapped in thick bandages. Though he still felt some pain, it no longer hindered his movements. Lin Wei nodded, deftly maneuvering the controls. The drone navigated through the dense forest, its camera scanning the ground. Suddenly, a massive cavern appeared on the screen, its entrance concealed by vines and underbrush, revealing only a shadowy void. "We found it," Lin Wei exclaimed excitedly, lowering the drone's altitude to focus on the cave's entrance. Inside, 3 Yight-Long were curled up, their wounds still seeping blood. Particularly the one with a severely injured neck, breathing heavily, clearly in dire condition. Liang leaned closer to the screen, his furrowed brow relaxing. It appears these creatures are gravely wounded and unlikely to attack the village in the near future. Now is an opportune time to hunt wild boars and secure their hides for armor, ensuring ample meat for the winter. He turned to Lin Wei, instructing her to keep a watchful eye on the Yight-Long pack, alerting them immediately via radio if there was any movement. He then addressed Chen Yao, directing her to continue using the drone to scout other parts of the island for new resource points. Understood, they both replied in unison. At that moment, Su Wenxian approached with an empty salt container, her brow furrowed. "Liang, we're running low on salt. It will last us a maximum of 2 weeks. Should we continue boiling it by the sea, or should we extract it from the salt pond noted in the Qianshi records?" After a moment's contemplation, Liang replied, "Boiling at the sea is labor-intensive and yields little. Yang Lu, take 5 slaves to the salt pond and harvest as much as possible to ensure we have enough for the winter." He unfastened a mechanical crossbow from his waist and handed it to Yang Lu. "Be cautious. Use this at the first sign of danger and do not act recklessly." "Rest assured, Master, I will accomplish the task," Yang Lu assured, taking the crossbow. Having arranged these matters, Liang picked up his hunting rifle and addressed the 10 slaves. "Follow me to hunt wild boars. Move swiftly and aim to return before noon." Amu. Continue leading the slaves to fortify the walls. Ensure the breach on the west side is sealed before nightfall. Zhao Hu, Li Hong, you are responsible for guarding the village. No one is permitted to venture out without permission. Liang issued his commands, and everyone swiftly set to work, the village bustling with activity. He led his contingent of 10 slaves to the forest where the wild boars resided, the sound of their grunting audible from a distance. He radioed Lin Wei. "Is there any movement from the Yight-Long?" "No, they are still sleeping in the cave, completely motionless." Lin Wei's voice crackled through the radio. Chen Yao added, "The drone has scouted the area. There are no large predators near the wild boar herd, just some rabbits and wild chickens." "All right, let us proceed." Liang signaled for the slaves to spread out and form a perimeter. He raised his rifle, targeting the largest wild boar, and pulled the trigger. With a resounding bang, the bullet struck the boar's head, and it collapsed immediately. The other boars, startled, scattered in all directions. The slaves swiftly released poisoned arrows, which whistled through the air toward their targets. Although their aim was somewhat off, the sheer number of arrows ensured that several boars fell, writhing in agony as the dark green venom took effect. Liang moved continuously, firing his rifle repeatedly, each shot resulting in another boar downed. The slaves, armed with spears, herded the panicking boars back into the fray. The forest echoed with the sounds of gunfire, the cries of wounded boars, and the shouts of slaves, creating a lively cacophony. After laboring for much of the day, Liang and the slaves successfully hunted 5 wild boars. Wiping the sweat from his brow as he surveyed the sprawled carcasses, he declared, "That will be sufficient for today. We can return in a few days for the rest. Let us bring these back." The slaves nodded in agreement, pairing up to hoist the hefty boars as they made their way back to the village. Each boar was a formidable weight of over 300 pounds, straining the slaves. Yet none dared to complain. Upon returning to the village, the slaves immediately commenced the task of processing the wild boars, skinning, eviscerating, and dividing the meat with great enthusiasm. Liang stood beside the pile of wild boar hides, his brow furrowed in concern. Crafting leather armor requires specialized skills, otherwise, the resulting armor would lack durability and fail to serve its protective purpose. "What troubles you, Brother Liang?" Tian Shaowan inquired, approaching with a bowl of water. Her curiosity piqued by his troubled expression. Liang gestured toward the wild boar hides and replied, "The creation of this armor poses a challenge. None among us possess the necessary expertise." Tian Shaowan examined the hides thoughtfully and said, "I have seen illustrations of armor crafting in Yi Shou Fan Yu Shu. I believe making leather armor is not overly complicated. Mastering the techniques of tanning and stitching should suffice." At that moment, Li Hong also approached, smiling as she added, "Xiaozhuan's sewing skills are unparalleled here." Before working at the garment factory, she spent some time at a leather factory. It will be no trouble for her to lead the women in making the armor. Tian Shaowan, feeling a bit bashful, remarked, "I once tailored armor for a group of enthusiasts of ancient armor at the leather factory. Though it was a replica, the craftsmanship was the same." Upon hearing this, Li Yang's spirit soared, and he decisively declared, "Wonderful. Shaowan, you shall lead 15 seamstresses with experience in garment making to craft the leather armor. Request any tools you need, and I will arrange to procure them." "I will do my best," Tian Shaowan replied, nodding vigorously, her eyes sparkling with confidence. At that moment, Yang returned with 5 slaves, laboring under the weight of heavy burdens filled with pristine white salt. Liang approached, picked up a piece of salt, and tasted it. The salinity was just right. Without impurities, far purer than the salt obtained from coastal boiling. Indeed, this salt is of excellent quality, Liang remarked with satisfaction. Su Wenxian, this salt will suffice for our needs throughout the winter. Hurry and arrange for the wild boar meat to be cured. Certainly, Su Wenxian responded with a smile, promptly leading several women to begin their work. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the room. Liang, come quickly. A group of people is being pursued by a Yite Long. Li Yang's heart raced as he dashed into the command center. On the screen, a ragged group was being chased by 3 Yite Longs. 2 among them faltered and were seized by the beasts, meeting their demise amidst a gruesome display of blood. Quick! Attack with the drone, Liang shouted. Lin Wei immediately took control of the drone, diving down as the onboard firearm discharged in rapid succession. The bullets striking the Yite Long's wounds and eliciting agonized roars from the creatures. She pressed the bomb button, and 2 grenades landed precisely among the Yite Longs, detonating with a thunderous roar that sent the beasts retreating. Seizing the opportunity, the remaining individuals scrambled to escape, looking up at the drone in the sky, waving their hands in gratitude while shouting something. Activate the communication function, Liang instructed Lin Wei. She pressed a button, and the drone speaker relayed Li Yang's voice. Follow the drone to my village. You must arrive before dark, or you will face danger. An elder among the crowd, carrying a backpack, quickly called out, Thank you for your assistance, sir. We shall follow. Liang observed the elder closely through the drone's camera. His hair was gray. He wore tattered glasses, and his clothes were stained with mud and blood, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. I am Qian Lin, a paleontologist. The elder shouted as he ran. I am Liang. Hurry along. Do not delay, Liang urged. Qian Lin swiftly led over 10 individuals in pursuit of the drone, and they finally reached the village just before nightfall. Liang and the others hurriedly emerged to greet them, and seeing the gaunt and battered faces of the newcomers, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Thank you for saving our lives, Qian Lin said passionately, shaking Li Yang's hand. Do you have a mobile phone? Our phones lost signal a year ago, and I wish to call the research institute to send someone for us. Su Wenxian could not resist asking. Are you not aware of the tsunami? The group stared in shock, their faces displaying disbelief. Tsunami? What tsunami? We have been conducting research on another island, and one day, all communication abruptly ceased. We had no idea what had transpired. Only when resources on that island were exhausted did we set sail and arrive at this larger island, only to discover the presence of dinosaurs. Liang briefly recounted the tsunami incident and added, We have been trying to contact the outside world via radio, but received no response. Suddenly, Chen Yao dashed out excitedly, holding a notebook. I received some vague information on the radio, sporadic transmissions, but I could clearly hear the phrases distress and dinosaur virus. Upon hearing this, Qian Lin's expression turned grave. Our expedition team came to study the mutated viruses in this region. We never anticipated encountering such a situation. If even the radio has only provided this information, it suggests that a serious crisis is unfolding in the outside world. At that moment, the slaves who had gone fishing returned, carrying several massive scales, each measuring over a meter in length, dark green with tough bumps scattered across their surfaces. Master, we found this by the sea. We do not know what creature it belongs to. Qian Lin picked up a scale and scrutinized it, growing paler by the moment. This is not from any known animal. Based on the size and density of the scales, this creature must be at least 20 meters long and is an unknown amphibious species. The people present gasped, exchanging glances, a wave of inexplicable fear washing over them. This island seemed to be far more perilous than they had ever imagined. Chapter 51. The proud university student the following morning. A simple breakfast was laid out in the courtyard, corn porridge, steamed sweet potatoes, and several plates of pickled vegetables. Just as Liang set down his bowl and chopsticks, he noticed Zhao Hu leading 7 unfamiliar individuals toward him. It was Qian Lin and his group, rescued the previous evening. After a night of rest, the 7 had changed into clean clothing and appeared much improved. The 6 elderly men, their hair graying, exuded vitality, their eyes bright despite the wrinkles etched upon their faces. Among them, a young woman stood out, clad in a newly changed blue dress that fell just below her knees, revealing her slender, fair legs. Her long black hair was styled in a ponytail, accentuating her sun-kissed, yet still strikingly beautiful face, her figure curvaceous and alluring, a quintessential embodiment of grace. Brother Liang, allow me to introduce, Qian Lin said, stepping forward quickly and gesturing toward the young woman. This is my daughter, Qian Shuiying, a student at Huaxia University of Biology. Her biological research papers are quite well regarded in the academic community. Last year, she accompanied me on my expedition to this area and unexpectedly became trapped here. Beep. Potential partner detected. Qian Shuiying, 24 years old, university student. The system notification rang out suddenly, causing Li Yang to pause momentarily, instinctively scrutinizing Qian Shuiying. She was indeed quite attractive, with delicate features, a high nose bridge, and naturally pink lips, though her eyes bore a hint of subtle pride. I did not properly introduce myself last night. My name is Li Yang, he said, retracting his gaze politely. I was previously working on a construction site. Qianlin chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Working on a construction site is still a respectable job. Look at this village and the fields outside. Everything is managed meticulously. You are quite capable at such a young age, truly commendable. His gaze toward Li Yang brimmed with satisfaction, as he secretly contemplated that in this apocalyptic world, if his daughter could align herself with someone so resourceful, their future would be secured. Li Yang smiled and got straight to the point. In our village, we have a rule that everyone must contribute. No one can live off others. Indeed, Qianlin quickly replied. Although we old folks are engaged in scientific research, we are also capable of farming and raising livestock. In the past, during field investigations, we would be away for a year or more, relying solely on our own crops for fresh vegetables. That's good. Li Yang nodded, his gaze falling on Qian Shuiying. Her hands were fair and delicate, her nails neatly trimmed, clearly indicating she had never done any heavy labor. Qianlin noticed Li Yang's thoughts and hurriedly intervened. My daughter has been pampered since childhood and has never faced hardship. I hope you can give her some time to adjust. It's all right. We all go through this, Li Yang said politely. Observing the elderly men, who were not suited for heavy lifting or repairing wooden walls, he suggested, since you are skilled in growing vegetables, why not tend to the vegetable fields outside? We have planted some winter vegetables and wheat that need care. Wonderful. This is our forte, Qianlin exclaimed joyfully. I refuse. Qian Shuiying interjected suddenly, her brow furrowed, her tone laced with disdain. The vegetable fields are filthy, full of mud and insects. I want to go. Li Yang's expression darkened slightly as he patiently explained. Our village has limited food supplies and faces the threat of monsters. Each person must contribute to survive. I don't care. I simply want to do such dirty work. Qian Shuiying stamped her foot. Qianlin laughed awkwardly and pulled his daughter's arm. Shuiying, don't be willful. How about this? You could assist her instead. Like helping with the work. I plan to go dig iron ore. It's not suitable to bring her along. After pondering, Li Yang added, perhaps she could accompany my wife in crafting leather armor. It's clean and relatively easy work. Qian Shuiying opened her mouth to protest, but was silenced by Qianlin's stern gaze. He whispered a few words in her ear, and although her face displayed reluctance, she ultimately remained quiet. Li Yang felt speechless, thinking to himself, meeting for less than 3 sentences, and you've already deducted my points? What does that mean? In this apocalypse, throwing a tantrum like a spoiled princess is useless. I have my own wife. There are plenty of accomplished women who surpass her in every aspect. He suppressed his grievances and called out to the slaves. Gather your baskets and pickaxes. Follow me to the iron ore vein. Wei, activate the drone and keep an eye on the nest of the Yite Long. Notify me immediately if there is any movement. Yao. You will control the drone and guide us. Stay vigilant for any disturbances. Understood. Lin Wei and Chun Yao replied in unison, swiftly activating the drone. Li Yang set off with 10 slaves, the drone leading the way, with Chun Yao's voice occasionally relaying information through the intercom. There's a thicket ahead about 500 meters, steer clear of it. A few wild goats are on the left slope, but they're not dangerous. Upon reaching the iron ore vein, Li Yang directed the slaves to begin excavating. The iron ore lay exposed on the surface, easily dislodged with a pickaxe, and the slaves quickly filled several baskets. Dear, Wei and I are keeping watch at the village. If you're tired, take a break and let the slaves work. Chun Yao's voice came through the intercom. All right, Li Yang replied with a smile, then sat down on the ground to rest. Shortly after, Su Wenqian's authoritative voice echoed from the intercom. Dear, come back early today. I've prepared rib soup for you. You must drink it. Okay. I'll return once I've collected enough. Li Yang felt warmth in his heart. After some time, Tian Xiaojuan's gentle voice chimed in. Brother, I miss you. Is the iron ore heavy? When you return, I'll give you a massage. Not heavy. Li Yang's earlier discontent dissipated. After digging for about 2 hours and seeing that the baskets were full, he instructed the slaves to head back. Throughout the return journey, Chun Yao's drone continuously updated them on their surroundings. As they neared the village, the drone spotted a large bear foraging ahead, prompting Li Yang to lead the slaves to circumvent the danger successfully. Upon returning to the village, night had fallen. Chun Yao, Lin Wei, Wang Jingyi, Su Wenqian, and Tian Xiaojun had prepared dinner and were awaiting his arrival. You must be exhausted today. Sit down and rest. Tian Xiaojun hurriedly poured a cup of hot water for Li Yang. He sat down, picked up his chopsticks, and discussed the day's events with his partners. That Qian Shuiying is too much. When asked to make leather armor, she claimed it stinks and would rather sit idly than work. Lin Wei couldn't help but complain. Wang Jingyi frowned as well. She can't endure even a little hardship and throws tantrums. I truly wonder how Professor Qian raised his daughter. Su Wenxian sighed. If she continues like this, trouble is inevitable. Tian Xiaojun softly added. I tried speaking to her, but she ignored me, saying we are savages. Li Yang placed a piece of rib into his mouth and mumbled. Ignore her. Give her some time. If it doesn't work out, we can discuss it later. After all, we're not lacking her. With 5 wonderful women by his side, there was no need to waste time on Qian Shuiying. After dinner, Li Yang returned to his room, where Tian Xiaojun had already made the bed. He lay on the bed, flipping through the armor-making diagrams in beast defense techniques, while Tian Xiaojun massaged him and followed along. After a while, Tian Xiaojun pointed at the text in the book, saying, the leather armor needs to be soaked in salt water for 3 days to remove the grease before it hardens. Li Yang took her hand. Smiling, you've worked hard today making armor. Let us study something else and rest early. I'm not tired. Tian Xiaojun shook her head, her petite body melting into Li Yang's embrace. The softness of her form pressed against his abdomen caused him both pressure and pleasure. She pointed at an illustration of armor in the book, saying, tomorrow I can make a sample for you. I promise it will be both sturdy and beautiful. Our little Xiaojun is truly remarkable, Li Yang said, somewhat taken aback. I used to think you were timid and a hindrance. I never expected you to be so capable. Blushing from the compliment, Tian Xiaojun lowered her head and nuzzled against Li Yang's chest. Li Yang felt warmth in his heart, rolling over to pin her beneath him and kissing her fervently. As he kissed her, his hands instinctively slipped her skirt away, with moonlight streaming through the window, illuminating her fair skin. Tian Xiaojun let out a soft moan, her arms tightly wrapping around his neck as they reveled in the warmth of the night. The following morning, Li Yang awoke, stretching lazily and gazing at his adorable wife still asleep. Unable to resist, he leaned in for another kiss. An alert chimed. A female object has been detected approaching the island, expected to arrive at the eastern coast in 1 hour. Please prepare for rescue. Note, this object possesses characteristics favored by most men, with an excellent figure and has even won a beauty pageant. What? Favored by most men? An excellent figure? A beauty pageant winner? Goodness. Could it be that the system is aware that my points have been entirely deducted by Qian Shuiying, and thus this morning it deliberately sent a stunning beauty as compensation? System, you are exceedingly gracious. I shall reluctantly accept. Only 1 hour remains. Li Yang hastily donned his attire, contemplating how reliable the system's description seemed this time. Surely, it could not be something as mundane as a pig, cow, sheep, or dog. For such creatures bear no resemblance to the coveted black straight long hair. Chapter 52, He Jichong. The golden rays of dawn gently caressed the beach. Li Yang, accompanied by Yang Lu and 4 slaves, made their way to the seaside. 10 minutes remained. Li Yang eagerly watched the time displayed on the system interface. He Jichong, a beauty pageant champion. Most men would undoubtedly be enamored. This time, it must be a stunning woman. He Jichong represents a classic trope in ACGN, characterized by black stockings, long legs, and straight black hair, complemented by the visage and figure of a beauty pageant winner. Just imagining it sends a thrill of excitement coursing through him. Although he was already surrounded by 5 attentive women, for the sake of humanity, a personal sacrifice to care for another beauty was a trivial matter. For the advancement of human civilization, he would go all out. Master, what are you anticipating here? Yang Lu inquired curiously. Li Yang couldn't help but chuckle. You wouldn't comprehend even if I told you. Yang Lu scratched his head and pressed on. Is something good coming our way again? Mind your own business. Li Yang replied with a grin. Let me be clear. This beauty is definitely not for you. If you desire a woman, you may negotiate with those ladies to see who is willing. Yang Lu's face flushed crimson as he sheepishly chuckled. Master is jesting. I wouldn't dare. Just then, a small black suddenly appeared on the distant horizon. Li Yang stood upright, his heart racing. Squinting, he enhanced his vision, gradually bringing the dot into focus. It was a rudimentary wooden boat, with a large wooden chest, taller than a person, precariously fastened to it, swaying with the waves. It's here, Li Yang exclaimed with excitement. But upon further reflection, he sensed something amiss. Previously rescued individuals had all been seated in lifeboats, such as when Su Wenxian floated ashore on an inflatable raft. Only animals or objects would be shoved into wooden crates or barrels, like the one containing farming tools. Or the last time when the system claimed a blonde female was actually a golden retriever stuffed into a barrel. This time, it couldn't possibly be wrong. A beauty pageant champion, He Jichong, adored by men. Surely this could not be a pig, cow, sheep, or dog. As the wooden boat drew nearer, he once again employed his enhanced vision, discerning the wooden grain on the chest with clarity. Suddenly, A black tendril floated out from a crack on the side of the chest. Thick and silky, it swayed gently in the sea breeze. Hair. Black long hair. Liang leaped up, his previous unease evaporating. I knew it. The system did not deceive me this time. It must be a black, straight, long-haired beauty. He slapped his thigh, laughing heartily to the point of tears. Yang Lu and the slaves gathered around, excitedly pointing at the boat, exclaiming, Master, there's a boat. And a big chest. It must contain something valuable. You are not to touch anything inside that chest, Liang said sternly. That beauty is mine. Anyone who dares to lay a finger on it will find themselves with a broken leg. The slaves quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, master. Suddenly, a thought struck Liang. What if the beauty were unclothed and these slaves saw her? He hurriedly waved his hand. You all hide in the bushes behind the beach. Do not come out without my command. Though puzzled, the slaves obediently scurried toward the underbrush. Liang then breathed a sigh of relief, straightening his crumpled shirt and fixing his hair in the seawater, pondering what to say when he finally met the beauty. The wooden boat thudded against the rocks and came to a halt. Liang rushed forward in a flurry, shouting, Hey Ji Chong beauty, do not be afraid. I am here to rescue you. Before he reached the boat, a pungent odor assaulted his nostrils, nearly causing him to gag. Liang furrowed his brow in contemplation. The last time he saved Su Wenxian, she had been adrift for quite some time, and her beautiful black stockings had also carried an odor. A beauty pageant champion, after all, must have a solid foundation. Lingering in the sea for so long, a bit of smell is to be expected. She would simply need a good wash. He held his breath and jumped onto the wooden boat, rushing to the chest and tearing away the hemp rope binding it. With a creak, the chest lid was lifted. Liang peered inside and gasped. He recoiled, nearly tumbling into the sea. Inside the chest was not a beauty, but rather a pitch-black mare. Its sleek, shiny black mane cascaded down to its knees. What he had mistaken for long black hair was, in fact, its fluffy tail. This mare possessed an exquisite physique, with long, straight limbs and smooth, flowing muscle lines, resembling a finely crafted work of art. A steed bestowed upon a hero, indeed. This was something every man with dreams of heroism would admire. Yet, no matter how beautiful, it remained a mere horse. Upon seeing Liang, the mare's large, damp eyes glistened with tears, and she let out a soft whinny, as if imploring for help. Her gaze carried an undeniable spirit, yet Liang could only feel exasperation. System, come out here, he thundered inwardly. Is this what you call black straight long hair? This is your beauty pageant champion? Are you mocking me? Host, please remain calm. This system has never uttered a falsehood. Black, straight, long, these descriptors are accurate. Fine, system, you win. But how do you explain the beauty pageant champion? This system is honest and never lies. To know what follows, please await the next installment. All right, I shall see how you explain this. Liang trembled with indignation and hurriedly called the slaves to assist. The slaves emerged from the bushes, climbing onto the boat, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Master, it's a horse. With a horse, we can transport goods and even have a mount. Liang took a deep breath, delivering a sarcastic remark. Indeed, how splendid it is to have this horse. He glared at the mare, which indignantly flicked its tail. What are you all standing around for? Quickly, get it ashore. He barked. The slaves hastily disassembled the wooden planks. The mare, seemingly famished, weakly took steps, being carefully supported to the beach by the group. Yang Lu excitedly stroked the horse's neck. This horse is truly robust. It can certainly haul a substantial load. Indeed, you are correct. Liang responded. Now, let us move that chest back as well as this wooden boat. They will prove useful. As the slaves lowered the chest, a pungent stench wafted up. Upon inspection, they discovered it was filled with horse manure, with a large bag hanging from the chest wall. Liang yanked down the bag and rummaged through its contents. Saddles, reins, stirrups, whips, and various horse gear were all present. Now this is more like it. Liang's mood improved slightly. With these, he could patrol on horseback. As he continued to search, he unexpectedly unearthed several certificates from the bottom of the bag. Sweat Blood Horse Pedigree Certification, Equestrian Competition, Champion Horse, Horse Beauty Pageant Champion. What the hell? Liang exclaimed, nearly choking on his breath as he gazed at the Beauty Pageant Champion certificate bearing the mare's photo. There truly exists a horse beauty pageant? System, are you even human? You guessed correctly. This system is not human. The system has never deceived its host. Is it possible that you are overthinking? Liang sighed, grasping the reins of the mare, which obediently followed him. Master, we have discovered something in the grass. Yang Lu suddenly shouted, pointing towards the thicket behind the beach. Upon approaching, Liang's hair stood on end. In the grass lay several enormous footprints, measuring over a meter in length, with webbed impressions along the edges, deeply embedded in the sand. Following the trail into the woods, vast swathes of wild grass were flattened, and several small trees, as thick as a bowl, were snapped in half. Most alarming of all was a fallen tree trunk, from which dangled a dark green scale, the size of a shield, resembling the scales of the unknown amphibious creature that Qianlin had mentioned earlier. This 20-meter-long monster has reached the island. Quickly, bring the horse and supplies. We must return to the village. The group, filled with urgency, hoisted their belongings and hurried back. Chapter 53, The Shadow of the Behemoth. As Li Yong led the mare into the village, the creaking of the wooden fence startled the women who were busy at work. Su Wenxian was kneeling on a stone, scrubbing animal hides, her eyes widening as she pointed at the mare, her voice rising in pitch. Is that a horse? A live horse? Lin Wei, seated in the courtyard adjusting a drone, turned sharply at the commotion. She rushed over to the mare, cautiously poking its rear with a finger, then recoiling as if shocked. Laughing, it really is a horse. I've only seen one in the zoo. Wang Jingyi, emerging from the medical room while supporting her waist, halted in her tracks upon seeing the mare, exclaiming, I've seen them in documentaries, but I never imagined they would be so majestic in reality. Tian Xiaojun, clutching a stack of leather armor to be sewn, sprinted over but suddenly stopped before the mare, timidly extending her small hand to gently tug at its tail. The mare snorted gently, startling her into hiding behind Li Yong, where she peeked out, her eyes gleaming like two black grapes. I found this by the seaside, Li Yong remarked, observing the women's delighted expressions, his previously soured mood dissipating. I want to ride the horse, Lin Wei exclaimed, reaching for the reins. Having ridden a carousel in an amusement park as a child, she was certain that a real horse would be far more exhilarating. I want to ride too. Su Wenxian hurried over, subtly nudging Lin Wei aside with her elbow. I've seen female knights in movies, looking so impressive in armor. Li Yong, glancing at the two expectant women, quickly intervened. You cannot. You are both pregnant. What if you were to fall? Jingyi, don't you agree? Wang Jingyi gently caressed her belly, nodding with a smile. Indeed, it is unwise to ride. A fall is no trivial matter. But we can. Tian Xiaojun immediately raised her hand, her face brimming with anticipation. Neither Yao Yao nor I are pregnant. Yes. Chen Yao straightened her back, casting a smug glance at Su Wenxian. I shall go first. The horse clearly recognizes its owner. I must build a bond with it. Why should you go first? Tian Xiaojun pouted, clutching Li Yang's clothing tightly. I touched its tail just now. It favors me. That was just a tug, Chen Yao retorted, playfully pinching Tian Xiaojun's nose. Did you not see it jump in surprise? I should go. I know how to tame horses. I don't care. I want to ride first. Tian Xiaojun tugged at Li Yang's arm, swaying him side to side, the tip of her braid brushing against his wrist, carrying a faint scent of soapberry. Chen Yao's expression darkened, crossing her arms as she turned away. Fine. It's clear someone favors the younger one, always wanting to give her the best things first. Caught between the two, Li Yong found himself both amused and exasperated. He took Chen Yao's hand, feeling its chill, realizing she was genuinely upset. Yao Yao, please don't be angry, he whispered in a tone only they could hear. Xiao Jun is younger. You, as her elder sister, should let her have this. Later, I will have her massage your back, and tonight, I'll accompany you to the watchtower to gaze at the stars, all right? Chen Yao's shoulders remained tense, yet the corners of her mouth softened slightly. Who cares about stargazing with you? Then how about I carve you a wooden hairpin? I'll use rosewood, and I promise it will be more beautiful than Su Wenxian's. Li Yong gently squeezed her palm. Now that's more like it. Finally, Chen Yao turned back, a smile breaking through as she ruffled Tian Xiaojun's hair. Let Xiao Jun ride first. Sister will yield to you. Thank you, Yao Yao. Tian Xiaojun beamed, rising on her tiptoes to plant a kiss on Chen Yao's cheek. Li Yong finally breathed a sigh of relief, just as Qianlin returned from the vegetable field accompanied by 6 elderly men. Their pant legs were splattered with mud, and their straw hats were askew. Upon spotting the mare, Qianlin's glasses slid down to the tip of his nose. Good heavens! This is a Hanshuabauma. He quickly approached, cautiously lifting the mare's mane to reveal skin glowing faintly red beneath. Look at this sweat, laced with blood. It's akin to Guan Yu's red hair. Guan Yu's red hair? Li Yang's eyes lit up. He had been captivated by Guan Yu's steed while playing Sangwa Kuning Zhuan, often staying up all night to obtain the legendary horse. Does that mean this mare can travel 1,000 miles in a day, effortlessly crossing rivers and ascending mountains? Pretty much. Qianlin grinned, his beard curling in delight. This horse has a well-proportioned body, with muscular limbs. It is undeniably a fine steed. Look at its hooves. They are a size larger than typical horses, providing a steady gait. Since it is black, we shall name it Hei Tu Ma. Li Yang's imagination began to conjure images of himself riding the horse, a hunting rifle slung over his shoulder, patrolling the land. Simply magnificent. What a splendid name. The group chimed in unison. The mare seemed to understand, eagerly pawing at the ground. Master, regarding the scale, Yang Lu interjected, entering with a massive scale in hand, interrupting the joyous atmosphere. The edges of the scale glimmered ominously, coated in a viscous liquid that exuded a faint, fishy odor. Li Yang's smile vanished instantly as he accepted the scale. This morning, we discovered enormous footprints on the beach, over a meter in length, alongside broken trees of considerable girth. These must have been left by the amphibious giant we speculated about earlier. Qianlin's smile faltered as he examined the scale in the sunlight, his demeanor turning serious. This creature can easily snap trees of this size. Its weight exceeds 10 tons. Everyone, follow me. The group trailed behind Qianlin to a small room in the slave yard, the dwelling of the 6 elderly men. The room was modest yet tidy. Adorned with yellowing anatomical charts, a microscope and glass test tubes on the table, and a few damaged ancient tomes stacked in the corner. Most notably, there was an iron box containing rusty surgical tools and tweezers. These are the tools of our research team. Qianlin pointed to the microscope. I analyzed the previous scale, which contained whale mucus, but the skin patterns are more akin to that of an ancient dragon whale. He opened a tome filled with illustrations of whales. Considering your descriptions of the limbs, I suspect it to be a mutated variant of the ancient whale, capable of reaching 20 tons, armored in scales, and with limbs that could easily breach our wooden walls. Li Yang's heart sank as he approached the window, gazing at the wooden walls being reinforced outside. Those towering wooden barriers, over 4 meters high, appeared as fragile as paper before a 20-ton behemoth. He returned to Fetch Islands, a botanical encyclopedia and beast defense techniques. Qianlin took the book, his fingers swiftly flipping through the pages, stating, "These 2 volumes may contain clues that could assist us." Li Yang immediately rushed to the military command center, where Chun Yao and Lin Wei had already activated the drone. The screen illuminated, and Lin Wei maneuvered the drone to trace the tracks along the beach towards the rear mountain. Suddenly, the image jolted violently. Lin Wei quickly steadied the control stick, revealing a colossal creature within the frame. It measured approximately 20 meters in length and 5 meters in height, resembling a whale, yet equipped with crocodilian limbs. Its back cloaked in dark green scales. It stood motionless amidst the trees, its skin's creases blending seamlessly with the bark, making it nearly indistinguishable at a cursory glance. "It's Ayuzujiang," Qianlin exclaimed, his voice laden with incredulity. However, its size was even larger. Adorned with scales that defied any known biological record. It's right behind the village. Li Yang's palms were slick with sweat, should it charge towards them. It could effortlessly annihilate the entire settlement. "Professor Qian, what are its habits?" "It is hypothesized that the Yuzujiang employs an ambush feeding strategy," Qianlin explained, pointing at the screen. "They are slow and unable to chase down prey, so they disguise themselves as trees, merging with the forest. When unsuspecting animals come to rest beneath them, they suddenly pounce, crushing and devouring their prey, akin to a spider weaving a web." "What if we drop a few grenades from the drone to show it our might?" Lin Wei suggested, gripping the control stick tightly. "No," Li Yang immediately countered. "The power of grenades might suffice against an YTLing, but against a creature weighing several tons, it would merely be a tickle. If we provoke it, it could rampage into the village and obliterate everything." The group exchanged glances, none able to conceive a solution. Su Wenqian furrowed her brow and proposed, "What about digging a pit? We could excavate a 10-meter deep hole to trap it." "That's not feasible," Qianlin shook his head. "We lack an excavator, and manually digging a pit of that depth would take months. Moreover, the noise would undoubtedly alert it, leaving little hope of capturing it." "How about using poison arrows?" Chun Yao suggested. "Our poisoned arrows can incapacitate an YTLing. Perhaps they would work on it as well. Its skin is too thick, and the scales too hard. Poisoned arrows would struggle to penetrate," Li Yang rebutted. "Furthermore, its size renders any amount of venom ineffective. What if we coated a wild boar in poison to lure it?" Su Wenqian continued. Qianlin again shook his head. "Its digestive system must be exceptionally strong. Ordinary poisons would be ineffective, and we lack sufficient quantities." Tian Shaowan innocently remarked, "Why not pretend to be prey to lure it away?" Qianlin sighed. "That's impossible. Humans cannot outrun such a colossal beast. It may appear slow, yet it can cover 3 to 4 meters per second. We would never escape." The room fell silent, the only sound being the drone operator's beeping. Li Yang gazed at the motionless giant on the screen, a weight pressing upon his chest, making it hard to breathe. This creature resembled a ticking time bomb, its explosion imminent and unpredictable. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh. "I have an idea." The group turned to him in unison, a flicker of hope igniting in their eyes. "My plan is to use the HITM to lead it away." "No. What if the Yuzujiang injures it?" Chun Yao exclaimed. Li Yang grasped Chun Yao's delicate hand. "Consider it. The Yuzujiang relies on ambush hunting, hence it is sensitive to living creatures. The HITM is swift. If we chart the route carefully, it can easily evade it, leading the creature to the deep sea area in the east, ensuring it does not return." "But But the horse would be frightened. Tian Shaowan interjected anxiously. Liang ruffled her hair. Shaowan, prepare the finest fodder for the HITM and speak kindly to it. It will surely listen to you. Tian Shaojuan's cheeks flushed as she whispered, I'll give it a try. Su Wenxian's gaze darted between the YUZUJ-ing on the screen and the HITM in the yard. How will we plan the route? What if it changes direction and charges back to the village? I've already thought it through, Liang replied. Starting from the village, we'll follow this river valley, flanked by cliffs on either side. Its massive size will hinder its ability to turn. Once we reach the river mouth, we'll veer east where there are shallow reefs exposed at low tide, perfectly positioned to obstruct it. Qian Lin's brow furrowed in concentration. Although the YUZUJ-ing is slow, it possesses great explosive power. You must maintain a distance of at least 30 meters while riding. Its jaw can open 2 meters wide, capable of swallowing both you and the horse in one bite. Rest assured, Professor Qian, Liang assured him. Just then, Qian Shuiying passed by the door, overhearing their conversation and hesitating for a moment before stepping inside. The stirrup's fixing bolt may be faulty. I noticed the left stirrup wobbling as I passed. The group was taken aback, surprised by her initiative. Shun Yao hurried to the horse and discovered that the bolt of the left stirrup was indeed half loosened, a potentially disastrous situation if it were to detach mid-ride. Thank you, Shun Yao said, her tone noticeably softer upon returning. Qian Shuiying's face turned slightly red as she lowered her head and quietly added, My grandfather once studied ancient warhorse equipment. I've seen related materials. Su Wenxian observed her earnest demeanor and quietly remarked to Liang, It seems she is not just a tempestuous person. Liang remained silent. With preparations complete, Tian Shaowan brought a bowl of salted fodder, and the HITM feasted eagerly, its gentle voice saying, HIT, be good. And when you go out with your brother, make sure to run fast. Subsequently, Liang mounted the horse, tugging on the reins, and the mare immediately understood. Raising her head and neighing, I'm off. Liang gently squeezed the horse's belly with his legs, and the HITM sprang forth like an arrow. In the command center, the group watched the screen intently as Lin Wei piloted the drone closely behind Liang. In the footage, the HITM leaped, its dark mane billowing in the wind. Approaching the rear mountain, Liang slowed his pace, enhancing his vision. The YUZUJ-ing remained motionless among the trees, the dark green scales glinting coldly under the sun. Were it not for the slight undulation of its back, it could easily be mistaken for a massive rock. Liang reined in the reins, halting the HITM 30 meters from the YUZUJ-ing. Almost simultaneously, the creature stirred. Its enormous head slowly turned. Murky eyes fixated on the HITM, its jaw slightly agape, revealing rows of serrated teeth. Now's the time, Liang urged, tightening his legs against the horse's belly, and the HITM understood, swiftly darting toward the river valley. The YUZUJ-ing emitted a thunderous roar, its limbs heaving as it lumbered after them. Indeed, its speed was not swift. Yet each step caused the ground to tremble slightly, trees on either side swaying violently. It's gaining on us. Lin Wei's fingers flew over the controls. Only 25 meters to go. Understood, Liang replied, seizing the walkie-talkie. Have the drone create a distraction. Lin Wei promptly directed the drone to dive, the gust from its wings sweeping toward the YUZUJ-ing's eyes. The colossal beast angrily lashed its tail, striking the nearby rock face with a resounding crack, sending debris flying and startling the HITM into a sudden acceleration, nearly throwing Liang off. That was close. Liang gripped the reins tightly. He glanced down at the entrance of the river valley, now within reach. Just then, an unexpected event occurred. The HITM reared up suddenly, its front hooves stepping into a pit. Though shallow, it caused the horse to stumble a few steps. The YUZUJ-ing seized the opportunity and surged forward, casting a colossal shadow over Ly-ing in an instant. Attack! Ly-ing urgently called for assistance via the walkie-talkie. Almost simultaneously, the drone controlled by CHNYO unleashed gunfire upon the YUZUJ-ing. Its movements momentarily faltered, evidently disrupted by the bullets. Hurry! Ly-ing patted the neck of HITM, the mare, who, despite her injuries, stumbled swiftly into the river valley. The YUZUJ-ing bellowed a few times and, as it regained its composure, found Ly-ing and HITM already deep within the gorge. After a moment's hesitation, it followed, its massive form causing the surrounding rocks to crackle ominously. The journey ahead unfolded smoothly. Though HITM had injured her foreleg, she still galloped with remarkable speed. Upon reaching the river mouth, Ly-ing adhered to their plan and veered eastward, where the shallows and rocks indeed obstructed the YUZUJ-ing's path. It lingered at the outer edge of the rocks for a considerable time before, in reluctant defeat, it turned back and slowly swam into the depths of the sea. As Lying rode HITM back, the setting sun painted half the sky in hues of crimson. To commemorate their successful diversion of the menacing creature, Lying produced his cherished stash of cured meat to share with everyone. After dinner, he made his way to the lookout tower. Do you remember watching the stars with me? CHNYO looked up and felt a surge of joy upon seeing him. I remember everything you said. Lying took a seat beside her. I know my mother cannot possibly still be alive, hence I have no desire to venture to that great island. CHNYO rested her head on his shoulder. Why? Lying felt her tears trickle onto his shoulder. After winter, when the monsters recede, we shall visit there. CHNYO nodded and kissed Lying's cheek, saying, Darling, you are now my sole family. I cannot bear the thought of you coming to harm. I nearly fainted when I saw you almost being devoured by the YUZUJ-ing through the drone. How could you be the only one? You shall soon gain another family member, Lying replied, leaning in to kiss her soft lips. CHNYO, curious, broke free and asked, What family member? Lying did not respond. Instead, he embraced her tightly, laying her gently on the wooden floor, where passion ignited the moment, rendering everything natural and inevitable. Half an hour later, CHNYO playfully punched Lying, exclaiming, Were you doing this on purpose? Chapter 55, The Return of the Sea Beasts. A month after the YUZUJ-ing's departure, the village experienced a rare tranquility. Lying stood in the courtyard, attempting to don the newly crafted leather armor. This batch of protective gear, meticulously sewn by T.N. Shioju-in and Chien Su-Ying along with the other women, was nothing short of exquisite. The breastplate, crafted from the tanned hide of wild boars, enveloped his upper body entirely, while the joints of the leg and arm guards were adorned with polished beast bones, ensuring both agility and durability. After donning his previous bulletproof vest and helmet, Lying moved his limbs. Although slightly cumbersome, he felt an undeniable sense of security. This armor is quite impressive, he remarked, swinging his arm, the connection between the arm guard and breastplate emitting a satisfying click, indicative of its resilience against an attack from an YTL-ing. CHNYO approached, tapping his breastplate, which produced a dull thud. However, it is rather heavy. You will struggle to ride in this. She adjusted the strap of his helmet and added, Its defensive capabilities are indeed robust. Had you worn this last time, your back would not have been injured. Lying chuckled as he grasped her hand, saying, Thus, we owe our gratitude to our great benefactors. He glanced towards T.N. Shioju-in and Chien Su-Ying, who were organizing leather materials. Over the past month, Chien Su-Ying seemed transformed. She not only learned to mend leather armor, but also assisted Chien-Lin in sorting ancient texts. Her arrogance diminished significantly, and she occasionally shared laughter with T.N. Shioju-in. The wooden walls had also been reinforced. The previously 4-meter-high fence was raised by another meter, topped with sharpened wooden stakes, while 3 layers of wooden horse traps encircled the exterior, coated in thick pine tar, creating the illusion of a slumbering behemoth from a distance. ZHOH was busy directing the slaves to fill the gaps in the traps with stones, each one fitting perfectly. Lying, come here for a moment. SW emerged from the command center, clutching a ledger. Her belly had grown rounder, necessitating support with her hands while walking. We need to reevaluate the food and supplies in the cave. I suggest counting the population. Moving forward, any births must be registered to facilitate equitable distribution. Lying nodded in agreement, whistling to gather everyone. Moments later, men, women, and children congregated in the courtyard, forming a dense crowd. SW began tallying on a wooden board with a charcoal pencil, reciting aloud, 34 men, 44 women, a total of 78 people. Her brow furrowed as she continued. Based on current consumption, our food supply will only last another month, and we may not endure the winter. Daily rations must be reduced. Let us proceed as you suggest, Lying decisively stated. From now on, you shall oversee the entry registration and supply distribution. Do not hesitate to request assistance if needed. He surveyed the crowd, raising his voice. The island must harbor wild fruits and edible tubers. Wying L. Take 10 hunters to scout for resources and mark any discoveries. LNWI. CHNYO, coordinate with the drone while searching for food. Also patrol the surroundings. Report immediately upon spotting any YTL-ing or other creatures. Understood. The crowd responded in unison, each person setting to work. However, the tranquility was short-lived. In the afternoon, LNWI's startled voice echoed from the command center. Lying, come quickly. The beach is teeming with sea beasts. Lying's heart sank as he rushed into the command center. On the screen, a throng of sea beasts crawled ashore from the sea, surging toward the village like a black tide, numbering at least several thousand, more than double the last assault on the village. Their bodies glistened with an oily sheen, claws gouging deep trenches into the sand. Why are they coming ashore during the day, and in such vast numbers? Yang's brow knitted. The previous attack had occurred under the cover of night, leading him to believe these creatures feared light. Ln and 5 other elders arrived swiftly, their faces paling upon witnessing the sea beasts on the screen. These are mutated forms of ancient lizards. Ln pointed at the screen, his voice trembling. Fossil records indicate that these creatures are social and highly aggressive. Once they initiate an attack, they do not relent. We have experienced this once. We have the knowledge. Yang remained composed, instructing SW use the walkie-talkie to notify Yang and the others to return to the village immediately. ZHOH. Gather everyone at the wooden walls and prepare for defense. The commands rippled through the village, and the previously leisurely populace instantly tensed in anticipation. Yang returned with the hunters, while the slaves rushed towards the wooden walls, brandishing spears and bows. Women filled clay pots with pine tar and hay. Yang climbed atop the wooden wall, gazing down at the awaiting crowd. The men donned leather armor, due to a shortage of bulletproof vests. Priority was given to the frontline warriors, each armed with wooden spears and stone arrows coated in deadly poison. Yang, this is for you. Yang handed over a mechanical crossbow along with a quiver of poisoned bolts. Rest assured, master. Yang received the crossbow, expertly loading it with arrows. Yang gripped his shotgun, checking the magazine. He glanced toward the distant beach, where the swarm of sea beasts had begun to crest the sand dunes. Fortunately, the YTL have not approached. CHNYO piloted the drone, and the screen displayed the YTL nest on the opposite side of the island, which remained undisturbed. That was the only piece of good news. Yang inhaled deeply, unsheathing his machete and preparing the tar canisters, ready to unleash them upon the approaching beasts. In the afternoon, the throng of sea beasts finally reached the base of the wooden walls. The formidable sea beast in the front row suddenly leaped up, its forelimbs crashing violently against the wooden wall, producing a resounding thud that sent tremors through the wooden boards beneath Yang's feet. Following closely, a wave of sea beasts surged forth like an unstoppable tide, piling upon one another as they attempted to scale the wooden barrier. Release the arrows, Yang bellowed. Pulling the trigger, the deafening roar of the shotgun reverberating against the wooden wall. A bullet struck the eye of one sea beast, emerald blood gushing forth as it emitted a piercing shriek, tumbling down from the heap of beasts, crushing several of its kind beneath it. Arrows rained down like a torrential downpour, the poisoned stone arrows finding their mark on the sea beasts, leading to their swift demise. One sea beast, roaring as it climbed over the barricade, had its forelimb impaled by a sharp wooden stake. Yet it continued to frantically swipe its claws until Yang Lu's arrow pierced its eye, causing it to crash down. Throw the resin jars. At Li Yang's command, dozens of clay jars flew down from the wooden wall, shattering among the sea beasts and splattering scalding resin upon them, igniting a fierce blaze instantly. The air filled with chilling screams, the burnt bodies emanating a noxious stench. However, the sheer number of sea beasts was overwhelming. As the front ranks fell, the rear ranks quickly surged forward, and soon several beasts climbed over the stacked corpses onto the wooden wall. Be careful, Liang shouted, swinging his knife to strike at the forelimb of a sea beast. The creature howled as it lunged at him. Liang sidestepped just in time, and a nearby slave thrust a spear into its abdomen, the weapon sinking deep, causing the beast to emit a mournful cry before plummeting from the wall. The battle escalated in ferocity. Sea beasts continued to ascend the wooden wall, only to be forcefully repelled by the warriors. Yang Lu's crossbow bolts found their targets with unerring accuracy, each shot piercing the bodies of the sea beasts. Once the bolts were exhausted, he drew his machete. Engaging in hand-to-hand combat with the beasts that had scaled the wall, his leather armor splattered with emerald blood. Li Yang's shotgun quickly ran out of ammunition. He discarded the weapon and wielded his machete, slashing left and right. His leather armor absorbed several blows, yet the immense impact left his arms numb. He witnessed a slave being bitten by a sea beast, the leather armor torn open, blood gushing forth, as nearby individuals hurriedly dragged him away, and another immediately filled his place. Hold on, Li Yang roared, they are retreating. The dying rays of the setting sun cast an eerie orange hue over the battlefield. The piled bodies of sea beasts beneath the wooden wall reaching half a man's height, emerald blood forming small streams. The onslaught of the sea beasts gradually waned. Perhaps due to heavy casualties or fear of the encroaching night, the front ranks began to withdraw, slowly retreating back to the beach like receding tides. We won. A voice called out, and the wooden wall erupted with thunderous cheers. Leaning on his blade, Li Yang gasped for breath, sweat mingling with blood dripping onto the wooden planks, splashing tiny droplets. He glanced down at his leather armor, noticing several deep gashes on the breastplate, nearly penetrating through. looking around at the warriors. Each appeared as if they had emerged from a pool of blood, their armor damaged, bodies wounded, yet every face radiated the joy of victory. Hurry to repair the wooden wall and tend to the wounds. Liang shouted to those below, we will take turns keeping watch tonight. No one is to slack off. Chapter 56, a new chapter for the stockade. In the early hours after the sea beast's retreat, the village was awakened by a gentle rustling sound. When Liang opened his eyes, Tian Shaowan was perched by the window, exclaiming in delight, brother, it's snowing. He draped a garment over himself and approached the window, observing large flakes of snow cascading from the leaden sky. Overnight, the entire world had been enveloped in a pristine white blanket. The contours of the wooden wall faintly visible amidst the snowy haze, and the distant mountain forest reduced to undulating lines of snow. It's so cold. Tian Shaowan rubbed her frostbitten hands, noting that this snowfall was heavier than last winter's. Liang donned a heavy fur coat and stepped outside. The snow instantly enveloped his ankles, crunching softly beneath his feet. In the courtyard, female workers excitedly gathered snow in wooden basins, preparing to melt it for laundry, while the men wielded brooms to clear a path beneath the wooden wall. Liang, Lin Wei, wrapped in a bearskin cloak, rushed out from the command center. Yao and I just conducted a reconnaissance with the drone. Aside from the usual hares and mountain chickens, there isn't a single yeti in sight. Chun Yao followed closely behind, holding up images captured by the drone. In the expansive white snowfield, only sporadic animal tracks were visible. The valley where the yeti nests were located lay barren, even the accumulated droppings hidden beneath the thick snow, leaving no trace. Strange, where have those creatures gone? Yang Lu approached, broom in hand, questioning how they had been rampaging on the beach just yesterday, yet were now nowhere to be found. As the discussion unfolded, Qian Lin and 5 other elders approached, the old professor cradling a yellowed ancient text, the title Paleobiology barely legible on the cover. I know the reason, he declared, shaking off the snow from his cloak, flipping to a page in the ancient text, and pointing at the illustration. Look here, the morphology of the sea beast and the wandering whale exhibits characteristics of ancient life. Particularly, the blood sample from the sea beast, which I have analyzed, is extremely temperature sensitive. It begins to decay above 15 degrees and congeals into clumps below 0 degrees. Liang leaned in for a closer look. Noting the ancient lizard depicted in the illustration bore a resemblance to the sea beast, with annotations written in fine script stating, afraid of cold, prefers temperate climates. Are you suggesting these mutated creatures can only operate between 0 and 15 degrees? Precisely, Qian Lin adjusted his snow-dampened glasses. I surmise they only come ashore during the transition from autumn to winter, as that is when the temperature is most favorable for their survival. Now that it has snowed and temperatures have dropped below 0, it is only natural for them to hide. What about during the transition from winter to spring? Su Wenxian inquired, approaching with her hands on her hips. The temperatures will also rise above 0 then. Thus, that period could also be when the monsters may reappear. Qian Lin closed the ancient text, his tone grave. We must not let our guard down. Yet Li Yang felt a sense of relief, stepping through the snow to gaze upon the world transformed in silver. At least we need not worry about the monsters all winter long. It is the perfect time to expand the stockade. However, our food supply remains insufficient. Su Wenxian produced a ledger, stating that during yesterday's inventory, the supplies in the cave would only last until the end of the month, with wheat waiting until spring for harvest. Then we shall proceed with a dual approach. Li Yang proposed, Yang Lu, take the hunters out to hunt. Winter beasts are rich in fat, perfect for stockpiling meat and oil. Li Hong, you lead the female workers to search the forest for edible wild fruits and roots, but do not wander too far. He turned to the slaves, the rest of you, follow me. Before the military command center's map, Li Yang used charcoal to draw a larger circle outside the existing stockade wall. We will construct a double-layered stockade. The inner stockade will house me and you few women, along with the warehouses, cave supplies, armory, and conference room. The outer stockade will accommodate the female workers, slaves, and Professor Qian. The outer wall will rise to 5 meters high, with 10 watchtowers, and we will also plan for a medical room, lumber mill, weaving workshop, and breeding grounds within the outer stockade. I will go delegate the slaves. Zhao Hu immediately responded. 5 architectural slaves and 10 carpentry slaves will ensure the outer wall is erected within half a month. With the command given, the entire stockade buzzed with activity. The hunting party shattered the tranquility of the snowy landscape, as Yang Lu led his team into the vast forest. Li Hong guided the female workers, wielding small shovels in search of edible plant roots beneath the snow. The slaves carried logs, shouting in unison against the biting wind as they drove stout pine trunks into the frozen earth. Li Yang trod upon the snow-covered ground as he surveyed the construction site, occasionally pausing to instruct the laborers on the proper angle for adjusting the logs. As dusk approached, Yang returned with the hunting party, a sled drawn by dogs laden with plump wild boars, the largest weighing an impressive 300 pounds. Master, there is no shortage of game this winter, Yang exclaimed as he jumped down from the sled. We found a wild boar den in the valley and managed to take down 5. Shortly thereafter, Li Hong arrived with the female workers, their wicker baskets brimming with brown chestnuts, still damp with earthy soil. Brotherly, the chestnut trees on the back mountain are laden with fruit, enough for us to feast for an entire week. Li Hong wiped the sweat from her brow. Her cheeks flushed from the effort of digging through the deep snow. That's wonderful, Li Yang replied, his spirits lifted. Qian Shuiying approached, clutching a copy of Dao Yu Dong Ji Bao Ka, her cloak dusted with snowflakes and her nose reddened from the cold, yet her eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother Li Yang, the book states that the northeastern corner of the island is home to vast quantities of wild kudzu, whose roots are edible and whose fibers can be woven into cloth. Su Wenxian's eyes brightened, and she hurried over. Kudzu cloth? That is indeed a valuable resource. Our current animal hides are insufficient for making winter garments, and the fabric brought by the female workers is nearly exhausted. If we could establish a stable supply of kudzu, we would no longer need to worry about clothing. Without delay, Li Yang made a decisive proclamation. Yang, take 5 hunters and 10 female workers with you. We shall venture to the northeastern corner tomorrow. The following day, the footprints in the snow were soon blanketed by fresh flakes as the group trudged through the knee-deep snow, ultimately discovering the patch of wild kudzu in the northeastern corner. The withered vines sprawled across the snow, resembling slumbering serpents. As they shoveled away the snow, they uncovered robust kudzu stalks, some as thick as a man's arm. This is it, Qian Shuiying exclaimed, crouching down to slice open a stalk with a peeling knife, from which a milky sap began to ooze. The roots lay buried deeper, requiring a pickaxe to extract. Everyone sprang into action. The hunters wielded pickaxes to break the frozen earth, while the female workers diligently cleared away the dug-up kudzu roots. By the time they returned to the settlement, night had fully descended. Tian Shaowan and the female workers were busy in the weaving workshop, soaking the kudzu stalks in hot water and pounding them with wooden mallets until the pure white fibers were released. Brother Li Yang, these fibers can be spun into thread once dried, Tian Shaowan exclaimed, holding up a strand of kudzu fiber. The spinning and weaving machines we brought will come in handy. Li Yang immediately turned to Zhao Hu. Construct the clothing factory tomorrow, using the finest timber, and build a heated bed to ensure the female workers are not cold. Chapter 57. The Arrival of New Life. 2 months slipped by in a flurry of activity. The heavy snowfall long ceased. The expanded settlement now appeared revitalized, encircled by 5-meter-high outer walls that securely protected the inner compound. 10 watchtowers stood as vigilant sentinels at the corners of the walls, the guards bundled in thick animal pelts, watchfully scanning the horizon. The warehouses within the compound were filled with provisions. Smoked wild boar meat hung from the beams, and sacks of chestnuts and kudzu roots were piled high like small hills. Neatly stacked bundles of kudzu cloth in the corner emanated a faint aroma of grass and wood. Su Wenxian, checking the final entry in the inventory ledger, wore a satisfied smile. Li Yang, we have enough food to last until spring. Li Yang was overseeing the installation of newly crafted wooden fences by the laborers when he heard her words and turned, brushing the wood shavings from his hands. That's splendid. His gaze swept across the inner compound, where Tian Shaowan and the female workers busily operated the sewing machines, their rhythmic sounds filling the air. Qian Lin and the older men tinkered with minerals in the laboratory, the soft clinking of glassware occasionally breaking the silence. Shun Yao and Lin Wei were adjusting the intercom system in the command center, everything proceeding in an orderly fashion. At that moment, Lin Wei suddenly doubled over, clutching her abdomen, a look of pain flushing her face. My stomach hurts terribly. What's wrong? Li Yang's heart leapt, and he rushed over to support her. Lin Wei's forehead was already slick with cold sweat, her grip on Li Yang's arm trembling slightly. Wang Jingyi hurried in, steadying Lin Wei's waist, her fingers gently pressing on her abdomen, her expression turning grave. She is going into labor. Labor? So soon? Li Yang was immediately filled with alarm, glancing at Wang Jingyi, whose own belly was similarly rounded. Jingyi, can you manage? Should I fetch someone else? I'm fine. I know what to do. Wang Jingyi took a deep breath and instructed Su Wenxian and Chen Yao. Wenxian, heat some water, boiling hot. Yao, bring clean kudzu cloth and scissors. And remember to disinfect the scissors with alcohol. Chen Yao, flustered, rushed out to gather the supplies, nearly colliding with the doorframe in her haste. Though more composed, Su Wenxian's hands trembled slightly as she grasped the water jug. Tian Shaowan, hearing the commotion, arrived to find Lin Wei in distress, her eyes widening in alarm as she stood helplessly to the side. Is there anyone here who knows how to assist with childbirth? Li Yang called out desperately, surveying the flurry of activity around him. Are there any female workers who have given birth before? Moments later, 5 older female workers rushed in. Their hands calloused, yet their expressions steady. "We are here to help. We've all given birth ourselves." The lead worker rolled up her sleeves and efficiently laid down kudzu cloth on the bed. "Quickly, help Lin Wei onto the bed," Wang Jingyi directed. Li Yong carefully lifted Lin Wei onto the bed, her breathing growing increasingly labored, cold sweat soaking her hair. "You all need to leave. It's not appropriate for men to be here," Wang Jingyi instructed Li Yong. Reluctantly, he stepped outside, his heart tightening with anxiety as he paced before the door. Inside, Lin Wei's cries of pain pierced the air, each one striking Li Yang's heart like a whip. Su Wenxian entered with hot water, soon returning with an empty basin, her face etched with concern. "Jingyi says everything is all right. We shouldn't worry." Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until a sudden, resounding cry of an infant shattered the stillness of the settlement. Li Yong jolted, rushing to the door just as it creaked open. Wang Jingyi emerged, cradling a rosy little bundle, exhaustion etched on her face, but a smile of triumph shining through. "It's a girl, and she is healthy." Li Yong gingerly took the child, swaddled in a soft towel, her eyes still closed, but her tiny mouth opening wide, emitting soft coos. His heart swelled with an unaccustomed warmth, a sweetness he had never known before. "How is Lin Wei?" he whispered, careful not to disturb the sleeping infant in his arms. "She is a bit weak and has fallen asleep," Wang Jingyi replied, rubbing her lower back. "Quickly, prepare the baby supplies. It's time for her to be fed." Li Yong suddenly remembered, turning on his heel to dash towards the cave. He rummaged through the supplies, retrieving a crib, formula, bottles, diapers, and several packs of baby wipes. Racing back to the room with an armful of necessities. Tian Shaowan, Su Wenxian, and Chun Yao had already gathered around the bed, gazing tenderly at the sleeping Lin Wei and the swaddled infant, their faces aglow with warmth. "I've already thought of a name," Lin Wei murmured as she awakened, her voice still faint. Looking at the child in Li Yong's arms, her eyes sparkled with maternal affection. "Let us name her Li Zihan." A beautiful name. Li Yong placed the child in the newly assembled crib, marveling at her tiny fists, his heart brimming with sweetness. Grateful that he had salvaged the batch of baby supplies from the sea, for otherwise, he would have been at a loss. Su Wenxian, caressing her own round belly, smiled and remarked, "I wonder if mine will be a boy or a girl." "It will certainly be a boy, destined to inherit the family business as a domineering CEO." Li Yong teased, eliciting laughter from everyone. "And what about Sister Jingyi?" Tian Shaowan inquired curiously. Chun Yao eagerly interjected, "I suspect it will be a girl. And then Zihan will have a companion." The 2 young girls gathered around the crib, chattering animatedly. Wang Jingyi approached softly, saying, "The baby has just been born and needs tranquility. You should step outside for a while." Once everyone had exited, she turned to Li Yong, stating, "Lin Wei has just given birth and requires ample rest. Do not disturb her." "Jingyi, you are also pregnant. Do not overexert yourself," Li Yong remarked, feeling a pang of sympathy at her fatigued appearance. "I will summon Shaowan to assist you. Shaowan is busy overseeing the clothing factory. She hardly has time." Wang Jingyi replied, gently caressing her belly. "However, I have already selected 5 female workers to train as medical personnel, so in the future, when someone in the village falls ill or gives birth, we won't be so flustered." "That's wonderful," Li Yong breathed a sigh of relief. "You mentioned Lin Wei needs nourishment. I will ensure someone brings back wild chickens and rabbits daily to prepare nourishing soup for her." As he stepped out of Lin Wei's room, a sudden system notification echoed in Li Yang's mind. "Congratulations, host, on completing the task of having many children, successfully procreating 1 offspring. You have earned a chance for a spin on the prize wheel." "Another chance to win something?" Li Yong paused, surprised. Previously, system rewards had always been direct provisions. He had not anticipated this new twist. He hurried back to his room, closed the door, and opened the system interface. A massive wheel appeared before him, adorned with an array of enticing prizes: a Rolls-Royce Phantom, a private yacht, a helicopter, a luxurious villa, an all-encompassing skill package, a forging package. 100 tons of cement, 100 tons of rebar, and 100 pairs of shoes. Li Yang's lips twitched. The first 3 prizes were utterly useless on this island, lacking fuel, roads, or an airport. Winning them would merely yield a heap of scrap metal. He fervently wished the pointer would not land on any of those options. Taking a deep breath, he clicked the spin button. The pointer whirled rapidly, and his heart raced in tandem. As the pointer gradually slowed, it glided past the Rolls-Royce Phantom, the helicopter, and the yacht, ultimately coming to a steady stop on the forging package. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the forging package. Curious about the forging package, Li Yong opened the system space and indeed found a red gift box, inscribed with "Please open" in an open area. He immediately thought of the back mountain and hurried there. In a wide expanse of snow, Li Yong clicked to use the box. With a loud pop, it opened. revealing a plethora of tools and materials: an anvil, a hammer, clamps, refractory bricks, refractory cement, and several thick books titled Forging Manual, Smelting Furnace Design, and Forging Skill Book. Upon opening the Forging Skill Book, a torrent of extensive knowledge surged into his mind, detailing every step from smelting iron or to forging iron implements with remarkable clarity. He accessed the slave staff and discovered that he had indeed gained a new skill: forging technique. Unfortunately, he had no new slaves at present. Otherwise, he could have created specialized forging slaves. "This is fantastic," Li Yang exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. These tools were precisely what he needed. He quickly returned to the village, calling upon several slaves to help transport the items back. "Where did this come from?" Chen Yao inquired, pointing at the pile of pristine forging tools. "I found them in the back mountain. They might have been left behind by previous inhabitants." Li Yang casually fabricated an explanation, and no one questioned it further. Over the next 5 days, Li Yang, alongside the slaves, erected a blacksmithing workshop in the open area outside the village, constructing a remarkably sturdy smelting furnace with refractory bricks and cement. Once all was prepared, he retrieved the accumulated iron ore from the cave and began to grind, smelt, and forge according to the instructions in the forging manual. The molten iron cooled in the mold as Li Yang swung the hammer, the ringing sound echoing as sparks flew, melting the surrounding snow. After considerable effort, a sharp iron spearhead finally took shape, gleaming with a cold, harsh light. "This spearhead is significantly sharper than a wooden one," Yang Lu remarked, weighing it in his hand, amazed. "With this blacksmithing workshop, we will never lack for iron weapons in the future." Wiping the sweat from his brow, Li Yang felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Just then, Chen Yao hurried over, her expression grave. "Li Yang, the drone has detected a large wooden sailing ship on the southern coast, and there are a group of men and women on board. At least 10 men armed with shotguns." Li Yang's smile vanished instantly. He stood up abruptly, his gaze sharpening. "We cannot ascertain if they are friend or foe. We must immediately enter a state of alert." The tranquility of the village seemed poised to shatter once more. Chapter 58, A Dangerous Transaction. "Everyone, return to the village and enter a level 1 alert." Li Yang's voice cut through the wind and snow. The slaves who were chopping would drop their axes. Hunters hastily carried their prey, and even the seamstresses in the clothing factory abandoned their needles. In the inner village's open space, over 70 individuals quickly formed ranks. Li Yang stood atop the watchtower, scanning the tense faces below. "We only have 2 pistols, 1 shotgun, and the rest are bows and sharpened wooden spears." With the newly forged iron spearhead, and even considering Yang Lu's mechanical crossbow, engaging directly would be akin to throwing eggs against a stone. He pointed to the 5-meter-high village wall behind him, its wooden spikes glinting ominously. "Our strength lies here, with 3 layers of chevaux de frise and wooden walls, alongside the crossfire from the watchtower. We must rely on our fortifications for defense. If we can avoid conflict, we shall." Chen Yao tightened her grip on the black revolver at her waist, the grip slick with perspiration, and said, "Even with 4 drones capable of shooting and dropping bombs, if a fight breaks out, we would suffer heavy losses. Thus, we must convey to them that we are not to be trifled with, yet do not seek confrontation." Li Yang donned a tactical bulletproof vest and unveiled their most formidable weapons. 27 male slaves sprang into action, clad in black bulletproof vests over coarse linen garments. Though slightly stretched, they exuded an air of grim determination. Silver-black helmets shielded their heads, obscuring most of their faces, leaving only their vigilant eyes visible. Yang Lu, with the polished shotgun slung over his shoulder, had the barrel wrapped in non-slip cloth. Zhao, who wielded the mechanical crossbow, with 12 poisoned bolts glimmering ominously in the quiver. 25 slaves readied their bows, while 10 female archers stood atop the village walls, poised for action. Li Yang conducted a final inspection of the silver revolver, ensuring the 6 chambers were filled with bullets. In the afternoon, a sentinel atop the watchtower suddenly called out, "East Coast. The wooden ship has docked." Li Yang hurriedly ascended the watchtower, his gaze fixed on the scene unfolding below. The large wooden sailing vessel was slowly mooring alongside the dock. Its hull bore evident repair marks, yet was polished to a shine. The fabric of the sail, though faded, appeared impeccably neat. A group of individuals stealthily disembarked, glancing back every few steps, their movements decidedly vigilant. 10 men and 10 women. As Li Yang counted, his frown deepened. All the men carried shotguns, identified as Remington M870s, capable of penetrating bulletproof vests at close range, while the women brandished handguns, with machetes sheathed at their waists. Chen Yao leaned closer to observe. "The jackets are from Colombia, and the quick-dry pants are from the north. They are all from reputable outdoor brands. Their travel bags are bulging, and their strides are steady, indicating they do not appear famished. They are not refugees. This is an organized reconnaissance team, Li Yong remarked tensely. Such equipment suggests a substantial base behind them. These 20 individuals may merely be the vanguard. The group swiftly discovered the wooden vessel in the dock, and the robust leader abruptly raised his hand to signal a halt. Clad in an olive-green windbreaker, the scar on his face glared menacingly under the sunlight. "This boat is new," he murmured to those beside him, indicating that there were indeed living souls nearby, capable of constructing such vessels. A tall, slender man brushed his fingers along the boat's edge, noting fresh wood shavings. It had been used no more than 3 days prior. The leader narrowed his eyes, gazing towards the faint outline of the nearby village. "Let us go and investigate. Stay sharp, load your shotguns, and disengage the safeties." 20 men fanned out in a semicircle, advancing in pairs while keeping their weapons trained ahead. When the 5-meter-high village wall came into view, the leader's steps came to a sudden halt. Wooden spikes bristled atop the wall, archers stood vigilant in the watchtower, and 2 armed military drones hovered ominously in the air. "Damn, we've encountered tough opposition." A chill ran through the leader. He had contemplated many survivors, but had never seen such fortified defenses, especially not with those military drones, which were clearly formidable assets beyond the reach of ordinary outposts. "Who are you? Why have you come to Li Jiajai?" Li Yang's voice echoed. The leader inhaled deeply, gradually lowering his shotgun and signaling his companions to do likewise. He understood that a forceful approach would be tantamount to suicide, and he forced a smile. "My name is Zhang Meng. We are survivors of a tsunami, venturing out in search of supplies. If we encounter other outposts, we aim to engage in trade, with no ill intentions whatsoever." He exchanged a glance with his comrades, and 5 men promptly set down their backpacks, retrieving 30 cans, 10 fruit knives, and 5 pairs of old shoes, arranging them in a line upon the snow. "These are legitimate goods. Let us trade and coexist peacefully, shall we?" Li Yong scrutinized the supplies. The cans gleamed in the sunlight. The blades of the fruit knives glistened with a silver sheen, and although the old shoes were soiled, the tread was still deep, all items desperately needed by the village. He turned to Chen Yao. "Keep an eye on things. I will go down to meet him. Be cautious." Chen Yao grasped his arm, sensing a dangerous glint in the eyes of the opposing group. Li Yong patted her hand gently before descending the watchtower. He instructed the slaves to bring a roll of hemp cloth from the clothing factory, and, accompanied by 5 slaves clad in bulletproof vests, exited the village gate. The snow crunched beneath their feet as they approached one another, and he could even detect a faint odor of machine oil clinging to them, a scent indicative of regular firearm maintenance. "I am Li Yong." He halted and gestured for the slaves to unfurl the cloth. "This roll of cloth can be exchanged for your items on the ground. What do you say?" Zhang Meng's 5 female companions immediately surrounded him. One with short hair knelt, her fingers repeatedly brushing over the cloth. Then she brought it to her nose to inhale deeply. She turned to Zhang Meng. "Captain, this is pure handmade hemp cloth. It can be fashioned into clothes and quilts, much lighter than animal hides." Zhang Meng's eyes brightened. The women in their outpost had been complaining about a shortage of fabric, and this hemp cloth was a timely solution. He discreetly assessed the slaves behind Li Yong. Though the police insignia on their vests was indistinct, it was evident they were of standard issue, deepening his wariness. Zhang Meng inquired further. "May I take a look at its length?" Li Yong gestured for the slaves to spread the cloth, revealing a brown expanse on the snow. 1 meter wide and 10 meters long. Li Yong announced the dimensions, his gaze never leaving the shotgun at Zhang Meng's waist. 10 cans and a pair of shoes for 1 roll. Zhang Meng proposed a price, calculating in his mind that these items were of little value at the outpost. But the cloth was practical and worth it. At least 20 cans, 2 pairs of shoes, and 2 small knives. Li Yong stood firm, recognizing Zhang Meng's desire for the cloth and deliberately raising the stakes. "This fabric was painstakingly woven by the women in our village, and it took 3 days just to process the hemp." Zhang Meng hesitated, deeming the offer not unreasonable. "Fine, I will take 5 rolls. Do you have that many?" "Yes." Li Yong waved toward the village gate, and 4 slaves promptly rushed out carrying the cloth. Zhang Meng also sent someone back to the boat for the supplies. Soon, a mountain of 100 cans, 10 small knives, and 10 pairs of old shoes were piled up in the snow. During the exchange, Li Yong noted the swift movements of the opposing group. The fingers of those handing over the items were calloused, and there were traces of gun oil on their palms, clearly seasoned hands accustomed to handling firearms. A pleasant cooperation. Zhang Meng hoisted the cloth, a broad smile on his face, pondering how this seemingly inconspicuous group possessed such excellent fabric. He would need to investigate the origins of this village further. Once the wooden sailboat vanished over the horizon, Li Yong immediately instructed the slaves to return the supplies to the inner village. Su Wenxian had been waiting at the entrance with an account book, her pen swiftly gliding across the paper. 100 cans, 60 of which were luncheon meat. 40 were fish cans, 10 stainless steel fruit knives, and 10 pairs of outdoor shoes, sizes ranging from 40 to 44. The women gathered around the cans, marveling. Tian Shaowan picked up a pair of old shoes, exclaiming, "These shoes are far warmer than the animal hide ones I'm wearing." Qianlin chuckled. They seemed quite straightforward in their trading, not at all like villains. Straightforward because they likely believe they cannot overpower us. Li Yong picked up a can. Consider this. Would refugees carry extra pairs of old shoes? Chen Yao's expression shifted abruptly. Are you implying that 8 out of 10 of these shoes are likely stolen? Li Yang's voice turned icy. And as for the cans and knives, their nonchalance in trading these items indicates they possess ample stock. Their strength undoubtedly surpasses ours. He cast a glance towards the blacksmith shop and instructed, relay the message. Everyone must work in shifts to forge 20 iron spearheads and 50 iron arrows as swiftly as possible. Chapter 59, Armament Inventory. Military Command Center. Li Yong spread out the schematics of Zhang Meng and his group's equipment on the wooden table, the charcoal rendered outlines of shotguns and handguns emanating a chilling aura. Chen Yao stood beside him, arms crossed, her fingertips unconsciously tapping the table. Those 20 men are all armed. The Remington M870 shotgun boasts formidable close combat power, and their outpost may very well harbor even more weaponry, possibly grenades or rifles. Li Yang's knuckles rapped against the drawing of the shotgun. Even without heavy weaponry, a volley from 10 shotguns would shatter our wooden walls. We must ascertain their capabilities and urgently enhance our firepower. He rose and donned his fur coat, stating, to the armory. The wooden door of the armory swung open at Li Yang's command. He pressed the switch on the wall, and the overhead incandescent lights buzzed to life, illuminating the room brimming with weaponry. 2 handguns hung on the wall, a shotgun leaned in the corner, and modified handguns were secured to the mounts of 4 drones, while wooden crates overflowed with ammunition and grenades. Wenxian, please conduct an inventory. Li Yong gestured for Su Wenxian to retrieve the account book. Her pen swiftly danced across the paper, her voice clear and composed. There are a total of 4 standard handguns, with Li Yong and Chen Yao each holding 1, and 2 mounted on drones, all utilizing 9mm parabellum rounds, with 320 rounds remaining. 1 Remington M870 shotgun, with 52 rounds of 12-gauge ammunition. 65 grenades. Chen Yao picked up a shotgun shell, remarking, after enduring 2 monster attacks, we have expended a considerable amount of our ammunition. Henceforth, refrain from using firearms unless absolutely necessary. Li Yong rehung the handgun, suggesting that hunting should shift to bows and crossbows. Once the iron arrowheads are forged, their efficacy will rival that of handguns, and they can be reused. Li Hong, who was inspecting the crossbow arrows, nodded in agreement. I tested them with female archers. Iron arrows can indeed penetrate the skull of a wild boar. But we must accelerate the forging process. As the last words faded, the overhead incandescent light flickered twice before abruptly extinguishing. The darkness instantaneously enveloped the armory, and everyone instinctively reached for their weapons, the sound of their breathing echoing distinctly in the silence. What is happening? Chen Yao's voice was laced with vigilance. Li Yong located a flashlight in the corner, its beam piercing through the gloom. Do not panic. It is most likely an issue at the hydroelectric station. He called out to Zhao Hu outside. Take 2 slaves and accompany me to investigate. The footprints in the snow were quickly concealed by the fresh snowfall as Li Yong led his companions, trudging through the snow toward the small hydroelectric station. The generator continued to hum, yet sparks erupted from the joints of the transmission lines, the insulating sheath cracked by the frost, emitting wisps of white smoke. It has short-circuited. Li Yong removed his gloves and, using his bare hands, peeled back the damaged wires, searching for a piece of insulating cloth. A slave handed him a roll of tape, and Li Yong swiftly secured the connection. The moment he pressed the switch, the lights in the distant village flickered to life one after another. Rubbing his frostbitten hands, he furrowed his brow even deeper. This hydroelectric station is crucial, yet exceedingly fragile. Upon returning to the command center, the others awaited anxiously. Chen Yao approached immediately. Did the lines freeze again? Yes, but the more troubling issue is its location. Li Yong circled the hydroelectric station on the map. It lies outside the village walls. If Zhang Meng's group intends to make a move, the first thing they will target is the power here. Without electricity, the drones cannot recharge, and even illumination becomes problematic at night, effectively granting the enemy an opportunity for a surprise attack. I have a solution. Qianlin interjected. Recalling the research island where we previously stayed, which is equipped with solar photovoltaic panels and energy storage batteries, along with numerous electrical devices. If we can retrieve them, we can free ourselves from dependence on the hydroelectric station. How far is the research island from here? Li Yang's eyes instantly brightened. It is separated by a strait, roughly a few dozen nautical miles in a straight line. Qianlin recollected, There is a research vessel at the west coast that we previously used for transport. It should still be operational, and there should be plenty of fuel left. There is no time to lose. We shall depart first thing in the morning. Liang grabbed his hunting rifle. Professor Qian, will you join us? Qian Lin shook his head, coughing twice. My old bones cannot withstand the exertion. Let Shuiying accompany you. She is familiar with that vessel and knows the layout of the research institute better than I do. Standing quietly in the corner, Qian Shuiying raised her head at his words. Her cheeks flushed softly under the light. I can go. I am proficient with the vessel's operating system. Splendid. Liang exclaimed, grasping her hand. Her fingertips were icy yet possessed a delicate touch. I shall count on you. Qian Shuiying recoiled as if scalded, her ears burning a deep crimson. Ding. Qian Shuiying's favorability level, 10. Current total favorability, 10. Liang was taken aback. This girl had been in the village for over 2 months, and she finally held some affection for him. Truly a slow burn. He cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. Prepare yourself. Gather ample canned goods and water. We shall set off at dawn. The next day, before dawn broke, they rose early. 10 slaves swiftly shouldered their packs. Yang Lu inspected the bowstring of the mechanical crossbow, while Li Yang secured a silver revolver at his waist, tucking away a box of spare ammunition. As they reached the village entrance, Chun Yao emerged, carrying a travel bag and gripping the black revolver. What are you doing here? Li Yang frowned. The village cannot afford to lose you. If anything happens, we will rely on your command. Chun Yao's eyes were slightly red, yet she feigned composure. I want to accompany you. It would be good to have someone to watch over you on the way. Listen to me. Return. Li Yang ruffled her hair, softening his tone. This side is more critical. Remember to send out plenty of sentries, especially at night. Do not let your guard down. Chun Yao bit her lip, ultimately nodding. Then you must return early. Li Yang acknowledged her, leading the team into the swirling snow. As they traversed the snow-covered forest, Qian Shuiying walked beside him, occasionally warning him of hidden ice beneath their feet. She spoke little, yet always managed to indicate the safest path at critical moments. Li Yang then realized that this seemingly delicate girl was far more reliable than he had initially thought. Upon reaching the west coast, the sun had risen fully. Qian Shuiying guided them into a dense thicket, parting the foliage to reveal a 16-meter-long research vessel. The hull was blanketed in a thick layer of fallen leaves, but no obvious damage was present. The glass of the cockpit, though dusty, remained intact. This is it. Qian Shuiying leaped onto the ship, expertly lifting the hatch. I will check the engine. You all clean the deck. Li Yang followed her aboard, noting a thin layer of ice coating the steel deck. As he directed the slaves to clear the leaves, he caught a faint whiff of diesel. Upon inspection, he found 5 neatly stacked barrels labeled with 0 diesel at the bottom of the hold, their weight appearing sufficient. It can be started. Qian Shuiying poked her head from the cockpit. We just need more fuel. The slaves hurriedly filled the fuel tank, while Li Yang entered the cockpit. Although the control panel was dusty, the instruments still glowed, and the sea chart marked the location of the research island in red ink. How long until we arrive? If the winds are favorable, we should reach by evening. Qian Shuiying adjusted the course, her fingers nimbly dancing over the buttons. I have traveled this route countless times with my father, so I am quite familiar. The research vessel slowly departed the shore, cracking through the ice with a soft crunch. Li Yang stood on the deck, gazing at the increasingly distant island, his mind calculating the number of photovoltaic panels. If there are enough, they could not only provide lighting for the village, but perhaps also recharge the drones. By evening, the outline of the research island appeared on the horizon. It was a larger island than their current residence, with an abandoned lighthouse standing on the shore, its structure entwined with vines, the light atop extinguished long ago. The island's forest was lush and vibrant, even in winter. The research institute lay nestled in the valley behind the lighthouse. Qian Shuiying pointed toward the lighthouse. However, it is dark now, and the ascent is treacherous, covered in loose stones. It would be better to wait until early morning to go. I will follow your lead. Li Yang nodded in agreement, instructing the slaves to lay out sleeping bags in the hold for the night, taking turns to keep watch. Yang Lu, you will take 1 person for the first half of the night, while the other 2 will cover the latter half. Dinner will consist of canned goods. Li Yang opened a can of luncheon meat and handed it to Qian Shuiying. Try this. It was traded from Zhang Meng's group and tastes quite good. Qian Shuiying accepted the can, taking small bites, and suddenly remarked softly. In the past, the research institute stocked plenty of these canned goods, but as supplies dwindled, we eventually finished them. If only we had a village like yours back then, perhaps. Do not dwell on the past. Li Yang interrupted her, his tone resolute. This time, we will retrieve the photovoltaic panels, and our lives will only improve. You should rest now. There are bunks below the cabin. Qian Shuiying nodded, clutching the can as she retreated into the hold. Li Yang gazed out at the pitch-black sea, the outline of the lighthouse flickering in the night. He frowned. contemplating the urgent need to relocate the Research Institute's equipment. Otherwise, if anyone spotted the lighthouse, they would undoubtedly come to investigate the island. Chapter 60. The Secrets of the Research Island. In the morning, Li Yang stepped onto the beach, navigating the rocky shoreline. He surveyed the surroundings, observing the dense forest winding along the coastline, while the distant ridges were shrouded in morning mist, concealing any signs of construction. The Research Institute lay hidden within the valley, invisible from the sea. Qian Shuang approached him, her climbing pack slung over her shoulder. We need to cross that ridge ahead and navigate around 3 streams to reach it. Li Yang nodded and called out to the 10 slaves behind him. Draw your machetes, clear the obstacles, and follow closely in Miss Qian's footsteps. The group plunged into the dense forest, the morning mist swirling among the foliage, visibility barely 5 meters. Qian Shuang led the way, her mountain knife rising and falling, severing the obstructing vines with ease, revealing a mountain path blanketed by fallen leaves. This path had evidently not been traversed for a long time, as the decaying twigs beneath their feet emitted a crisp snap, and startled mountain chickens occasionally burst from the underbrush, fluttering into the sky. Thus, they proceeded, stopping occasionally, circumventing 3 rushing streams. Suddenly, Qian Shuang raised her hand to signal, "We have arrived." The group followed her gaze to find a gray-black 3-story building standing quietly amidst the verdant trees, its roof almost entirely covered by deep blue solar panels, with 2 neat rows of photovoltaic panels arranged in front. Above the entrance, a tarnished brass plaque reading Hai Dao Sheng Wuyan Jiusuo was still legible despite its rust. "This is quite an impressive scale," Yang Lu exclaimed in astonishment. Li Yang hurried to the building's entrance and asked, "Shuang, is the key still functional?" Qian Shuang retrieved a string of brass keys from the side pocket of her backpack. Approaching the iron gate, she chose the largest key, inserting it into the lock. With a soft click, the rusty iron door slowly creaked open. "I locked it securely before leaving last year. I cannot believe it still opens." Entering the courtyard, Qian Shuang walked straight to the distribution box under the porch and pulled the main switch. A humming sound of electricity resonated from within the building, and the corridor's fluorescent lights flickered to life. "There's power," Li Yang exclaimed, raising his eyebrows in delight as he rushed into the first-floor hall. The reception desk in the center of the hall was covered in dust, and the nearby sofa was draped in white cloth. "It seems the solar panels have been functioning all this time, and the storage batteries are intact," Li Yang remarked. Qian Shuang pushed open the door on the left. "This is the main laboratory." The scene behind the door revealed 5 black desktop computers neatly arranged on a long experimental table, while glass petri dishes filled with biological specimens soaked in transparent liquid lined the shelves against the wall, where the outlines of fish and reptiles could be faintly discerned. Dust coated the satellite television and air conditioning unit in the corner. These computers are dedicated for research, far superior in configuration to ordinary home computers. Qian Shuang approached a computer and gently blew the dust off the keyboard. "This contains all the research data of the island's organisms, along with my father's experimental records." She pointed to the monitoring screen. "These 10 closed-circuit cameras can cover the area around the Research Institute." Li Yang walked over to the air conditioning unit and pressed the power button. The compressor hummed to life, and although the air it blew carried a hint of dust, it was undeniably warm. "Even the air conditioning works. I'll check the fan next." He moved to the nearby electric fan, which whirred steadily as its blades began to turn. "With an electric fan, we need not fear the heat in summer. The furniture is also usable." Qian Shuang opened the door to the adjacent lounge. Inside, the iron-framed beds, wardrobe, and desk, although covered in white cloth, showed no signs of significant damage. "Everything here was painstakingly gathered by my father over 3 years, and the quality is exceptional. If it weren't for the canned goods running out last winter and being completely cut off from the outside world, we could not bear to leave. These items are crucial for our village." Li Yang's gaze swept across the laboratory. "We must transport everything back. The photovoltaic panels can solve our power issues, while the computers and monitoring equipment can enhance our vigilance, and the air conditioning and fan can improve our living conditions. However, there is too much." Qian Shuang pointed to the large centrifuge in the corner. "This piece of equipment alone weighs several hundred pounds. A single research vessel cannot possibly carry it all at once. There are at least 200 solar panels on the roof, plus the 2 rows on the ground, totaling over 230 panels, each not light. Then we will transport in batches," Li Yang decided. "The first batch will disassemble the ground and roof solar panels. Transport the 5 computers, monitoring mainframe, satellite television, and the lightest experimental equipment. We will mark the furniture and large instruments for the next trip. Your father and the others understand this equipment. Let them assess which are more critical." "Agreed." Qian Shuang nodded in agreement. "If these items are discovered by other survivors, they will either be discarded as scrap or looted entirely. Taking them ensures they will serve a purpose." For the next week, the entire research island resonated with the sounds of tools clashing. Liang organized the slaves into teams. The strong were tasked with dismantling the solar panels, carefully wrapping each panel in soft cloth to avoid scratches during transport. The meticulous slaves packed the computers and monitoring equipment, separating the mainframes and screens into wooden boxes lined with straw. Qian Shuang directed the others to sort through experimental records and specimens, carefully boxing the most valuable biological samples. The research vessel made 3 round trips to complete the first transport. Liang specifically constructed a dock beside the shipyard on the east coast, using sturdy timber for pilings and laying thick planks on top, allowing 2 vessels to dock simultaneously. He assigned 2 experienced slaves to guard the shipyard, one to watch over the boats and diesel, and the other to keep watch, leaving behind a walkie-talkie. When the last batch of solar panels arrived at the village, excitement surged through the community. Under Li Yang's command, the slaves meticulously laid the solar panels across the roofs of both the inner and outer village like assembling a puzzle. Qianlin's courtyard was transformed into a new research institute, where the old professor and 5 elderly men installed and calibrated the microscopes, incubators, and other equipment, beginning their research on the marine creature scale samples on the very first day. The military command center was revitalized, with 5 computers lined up on a long table, connected to 10 closed-circuit cameras installed around the village, transmitting clear footage to the monitoring screens. Zhao Hu and Li Hong took turns on duty, ensuring that no disturbance went unnoticed. Chun Yao manipulated the mouse, magnifying the monitoring images until even the rabbits in the woods 100 meters away were clearly visible. Li Yang sat beneath the air conditioning vent in the military command center, feeling the warm air brush against his cheeks, comfortably squinting his eyes. Since the installation of air conditioning, even with snowflakes drifting outside, the room remained around 20 degrees, allowing them to sleep without wrapping in thick animal skins. Professor Qian, now that we have electricity and equipment, can we begin the research on biological mutations? Qian Lin, adjusting a silver instrument, looked up, excitement sparkling in his eyes. Of course. I have already asked Shuang to organize the previous experimental data, intending to start with the blood samples of the marine creatures. Perhaps we can discover their weaknesses, such as what chemical substances they fear. He suddenly smacked his forehead and added, by the way, there is a box of signal flares at the old lighthouse, previously used for distress signals, still effective for at least 5 more years. There is also a searchlight on the tower, which should still work with the solar panels, illuminating far into the night. Why didn't you mention such important items earlier? Li Yang immediately stood up. The signal flares could be used for distress signals or warnings, and the searchlight could illuminate enemies during night defenses. We'll retrieve them first thing in the morning. The next morning, before dawn fully arrived, Li Yang boarded the research vessel with 5 slaves and Qian Shuang. After 3 hours of sailing, the silhouette of the research island reappeared on the horizon. Ahead lay the dock. Qian Shuang pointed toward the rocky area ahead. Li Yang's gaze fell upon the dock, his expression suddenly darkening. Beside the reef lay an unfamiliar wooden sailboat, slightly smaller than Zhang Meng's vessel. The sails were furled atop the mast, and several dark garments were drying on the deck, indicating that someone had indeed set foot on the island. Li Yang's hand instinctively moved toward the handgun at his waist. Shuang, take 2 slaves and navigate the boat to the secluded bay to the north. Keep in touch via the intercom, and ensure you do not reveal your position. Qian Shuang's face turned pale. We should investigate the situation. Li Yang patted her shoulder reassuringly. Do not worry, we will be cautious. If any danger arises, we will retreat. Chapter 61, Outwitting the Enemy. Li Yang crouched low as he maneuvered through the waist-high thicket, followed closely by Yang Lu and the 2 slaves, who gently cleared obstructing branches with their machetes while their crossbows were already cocked, aiming forward. As they approached within 100 meters of the research institute, Li Yang suddenly raised his hand, signaling for them to stop. He crawled behind a dense holly bush and enhanced his vision to look ahead. Before the rusted iron gate of the institute stood 2 men clad in dark tactical jackets, their backs turned as they smoked. Black hunting rifles leaned against their shoulders, and at their feet lay a crowbar and a sledgehammer, clearly having just pried open the door. Damn it, this lock is tough. I almost threw the hammer away, complained the man on the left, discarding his cigarette, but in grinding it underfoot. When we stumbled upon this place yesterday, I thought we had struck gold, but it turns out to be such a hassle. The man on the right leaned against the doorframe, rubbing his frostbitten hands. Be grateful. Boss Zhang Meng said that as long as we retrieve the equipment here, each of us will be rewarded with 2 cans of luncheon meat. I heard there are solar panels in this research institute, which is just what our base needs for power. Li Yang's heart sank. Zhang Meng's men. They had indeed set their sights on the resources of the research island. He gestured for the others to lower their bodies and continued to eavesdrop. Do you think there might be other treasures on this island? The man on the left glanced around. When we came yesterday, I think I saw a lighthouse to the north. Who cares if there are or not? Let's empty this place first, replied the man on the right, flicking ash from his cigarette. Boss said over 600 of us are waiting for supplies, especially from that Lee family stronghold. Once we gather intel, we'll strike. I've heard there are plenty of women and food in their village, and then. The rest of his words were drowned out by a raucous burst of laughter, but Li Yang's expression darkened. Over 600 people? That was a formidable force. Thankfully, they had already evacuated the core equipment of the Institute. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Suddenly, a frantic cacophony erupted from within the Institute. Damn it! There's nothing here. A furious voice shouted, accompanied by the sound of shattering objects. The two guards immediately stood at attention, aiming their guns at the entrance. 8 men streamed out, led by a burly figure with a vicious scar across his face, brandishing a hunting rifle. This man was none other than Yi Li, the small leader of this group. He kicked a stone aside and bellowed. The equipment has been completely cleared out. Not even a single computer left behind. Zhang Meng will surely flay me alive. Brotherly, there might still be something left, suggested a lanky subordinate, pointing toward the distant lighthouse. That lighthouse looks quite old. It might be hiding supplies. Yi Li followed his gaze and spat vehemently. Let us go check it out. 10 men, rifles in hand, cursed as they headed toward the lighthouse. Li Yang observed their retreating figures, his brow furrowing. The signal flares and searchlight in the lighthouse were critical strategic resources that must not fall into their hands. More importantly, this group had already set their sights on the Li family stronghold. They had to be weakened at this moment. Follow them, Li Yang signaled to Yang Lu, keeping a safe distance to avoid detection. The 4 moved stealthily like phantoms, using trees and rocks for cover. The mountain path grew steeper, and the silhouette of the lighthouse became increasingly distinct, its glass top glimmering under the sun. Yi Li and his men appeared oblivious to being followed, grumbling about their misfortune, entirely unaware of the looming threat behind them. As they reached the first level of the lighthouse, Li Yang suddenly halted, a glint of determination in his eyes. Yang Lu, bring 2 slaves and follow me. We are heading to the coast, he whispered, and the 4 hastily retraced their steps, the damp sand still bearing the imprints of Yi Li's group. Li Yang pointed to the wooden sailboat moored beside the reef, its anchor deeply embedded in the sand, and the mooring line tied to a wooden post on shore. Row the boat out to sea and anchor it 20 meters away. Yang Lu and the slaves quickly untied the lines, and together they pushed the wooden sailboat into the water. The frigid seawater reached their calves, causing them to shiver. Yet none dared to utter a word. Once the boat was stabilized, Li Yang retrieved the intercom. Shuiying, please respond if you hear me. Received. What is the situation? Qian Shuiying's voice was tense. Li Yang recounted everything he had seen and heard, then instructed, they are at the lighthouse and will soon return to the coast. You and 2 slaves should remain on standby in the northern bay. If you see anyone swimming, aim your arrows at them. Do not kill, just pressure them into surrendering. Understood. After setting the ambush, Li Yang, along with Yang Lu and the slaves, concealed themselves behind the rocks at the shore. The safety on his handgun was disengaged. His finger resting on the trigger, his heartbeat synchronized with the rhythm of the waves. Before long, footsteps approached from the lighthouse. Yi Li and his men came rushing toward them, 2 subordinates hoisting a heavy wooden crate, another carrying a massive searchlight, their faces brimming with pride. Damn it, finally. Our trip wasn't in vain. This crate of signal flares will last our base 6 months. Yi Li's booming voice echoed along the shore. When they reached the water's edge and spotted the sailboat adrift in the sea, their expressions instantly changed. What is going on? Yi Li roared as he rushed toward the water's edge. Is it that you didn't anchor the boat properly? Looks like we might have forgotten. But how could the boat drift away? One subordinate pondered. What do we do now? Another asked. What else can we do? Swim over and retrieve the boat. Yi Li pointed at 5 of his capable subordinates. You 5, hurry. The 5 men cursed as they stripped off their outer garments and shoes, diving into the water clad only in their shorts. The icy water elicited cries of discomfort, yet they pressed on toward the sailboat. Just as they reached the halfway point, Li Yang suddenly stood up from behind the rocks, aiming his handgun at Yi Li's back. Don't move. Yi Li and the remaining 4 men froze, raising their hands as they slowly turned around, shock etched across their faces. Yang Lu and the slaves advanced, aiming their arrows at their faces, the sharp iron tips causing them to tremble. Drop your weapons, Li Yang commanded sternly. Yi Li gritted his teeth, reluctantly tossing his hunting rifle to the ground, and his subordinates followed suit. The slaves swiftly gathered all the firearms, piling them atop the rocks. On the water, the 5 swimmers had barely reached halfway when Qian Shuiying, accompanied by her slaves, aimed their bows at them. Don't move. Raise your hands. The 5 men, seeing the arrows aimed at their chests, had no choice but to comply, surrendering and swimming back to the shore under guard. Who are you? Yi Li glared at Li Yang, his eyes fierce. Do you know who we are? We are the Crusaders. Our base has over 500 people, more than 100 of whom are trained soldiers. If you know what's good for you, let us go. Otherwise, the Crusaders will raise your stronghold." Liang chuckled coldly, stepping closer to him. "Crusaders? Zhang Ming's men. Did you not just mention an attack on the Li family stronghold? I am Liang, the chief of Li Jiazhai." Yi Li's countenance instantly turned ashen. Quickly feigning composure, "It's a misunderstanding. Just let us go, and I assure you the Crusaders will not lay a finger on Li Jiazhai. We can even engage in trade." "Trade is unnecessary," Liang retorted, extracting a small porcelain vial from his backpack, containing the slave pill. He grasped Yi Li's chin, forcibly administering the pill, stating, "This is a gift prepared for you." Yi Li struggled to expel it, but was firmly restrained by Li Yang's grip upon his throat. Soon, his gaze became vacant, drool trickling from his lips, laughing foolishly like a simpleton. Yang Lu and the transformed slaves mimicked this act, feeding the remaining 9 men the slave pills, turning the once menacing thugs into vacuous fools. Qian Shuiying approached with 2 slaves, escorting the captives. And upon witnessing the scene before her, she gasped and covered her mouth. "What has happened to them? What did you give them?" "Fool's pill," Liang casually explained, stowing away the vial. "A scientist once provided it, originally intended for the animals in a zoo, to render them docile and non-aggressive." Qian Shuiying nodded skeptically. Zoos do use drugs to control wild beasts, but this seems to be an illicit substance. In this apocalyptic era, who cares about legality? Liang gently patted her shoulder, emphasizing that safeguarding oneself and the village was paramount. Qian Shuiying gazed at the dazed slaves, nodding slightly, though a flicker of complex emotion crossed her eyes as she trembled, saying, "But the Crusaders number 5 or 600. If we capture their men, they will surely retaliate. When soldiers come, we shall block them. When water comes, we shall bury it," Liang asserted, moving towards the rocks to tally their spoils. 5 hunting rifles, 5 handguns, 10 daggers, along with 100 rounds of shotgun ammunition and 100 rounds of handgun ammunition, complemented by signal flares and searchlights found in the lighthouse, yielded a bountiful harvest. He directed the newly transformed 10 slaves to transport the goods onto the research vessel, feeling relieved as he observed their numbed obedience to commands. Despite offending the formidable Crusaders, not only had they preserved crucial supplies, but also diminished the enemy's strength while acquiring urgently needed weaponry. This transaction was far from a loss. Now, it was vital to hastily return with the supplies to the village and prepare for the impending battle. Chapter 62, The Rise of Iron. The evening glow bathed the docks of the east coast in a warm golden hue. The research vessel creaked to a halt at the dock, and Liang leapt ashore. "Carefully unload the supplies. Do not jostle the firearms," he commanded the slaves trailing behind him. 10 unfamiliar men, forming a disheveled line, followed, their vacant stares and silly grins drawing curious glances from the busy slaves at the dock. As the group entered the village, Chen Yao, overseeing the women drying cloth, and Su Wenxian, counting supplies, approached, their gazes scrutinizing the unfamiliar men. "Liang, who are these people?" Chen Yao inquired first, instinctively resting her hand on the pistol at her waist, eyeing the men clad in tactical jackets with caution. Liang wished to quell any panic, offering a vague explanation. "Survivors we encountered who attempted to seize our vessel. They have been subdued and administered the fool's pill. Now they are quite obedient." This was not his first time employing such tactics against foes, and the villagers were long accustomed to it. Su Wenxian nodded, refraining from further questions, turning her attention to the boxes being transported by the slaves. "What are these?" "Spoils of war," Liang replied, lifting a wooden crate to reveal 5 hunting rifles and 5 handguns neatly arranged, alongside a bag filled with heavy ammunition. With a sudden spark of excitement, Chen Yao picked up a hunting rifle, skillfully pulling back the bolt to inspect the barrel. "Wonderful. Now our village has 13 guns and over 500 rounds of ammunition. With these signal flares, our defenses at night are significantly enhanced." However, Liang could not share in her joy. He stroked the cold barrel, Yi Li's words echoing in his mind. 500 to 600 people, over 100 trained warriors. This level of firepower was woefully inadequate against such overwhelming numbers. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his concerns. "Wenxian, please register these 10 slaves." Su Wenxian produced a ledger, her pen swiftly gliding across the paper, with them included. "Our village now has 84 people. Oh wait." Suddenly recalling something, she added with a smile, "Lin Wei just had a daughter, so it should be 85. Liang nodded, though his expression bore little trace of mirth. He led the 10 slaves, including Yi Li, to a grove outside the village, away from the crowd, where only the whispering of the wind through the leaves could be heard. He retrieved the slave scepter, tapping it gently upon the foreheads of the 5 slaves in succession. A pale blue light flickered, and their vacant expressions sharpened with focus. "You will henceforth be responsible for forging iron tools. Liang regarded them, inquiring, "Who among you possesses the greatest strength?" A burly slave stepped forward, introducing himself. "I am Tynyo." "Very well, you shall serve as the forging team leader." Liang clapped a hand upon his shoulder, guiding him and the other four to the blacksmith shop, for their future relied upon their ironworking skills. He then turned to the remaining 5 slaves, tapping them with the scepter once more, this time emitting a soft green glow. "You 5 will be tasked with hunting and transporting minerals, with Yi Li as your team leader." Liang fixed his gaze upon the scarred man at the front, stating, "I will provide you with weapons. Your daily mission is to extract iron ore and scout the surrounding area." Yi Li mechanically nodded, his former ferocity replaced by a blank, obedient demeanor. Liang calculated briefly. With the added hunters, the village's number of capable fighters barely reached 30, comprising 17 hunters and 10 female archers led by Li Hong. Faced with the Crusaders' 600, this force was akin to a drop in the ocean. He gazed toward the distant mountains, clenching his fists, determined to devise a means to strengthen their power. Upon returning to the village, Liang promptly assigned Tynyo to replace the temporary blacksmith. Stepping into the blacksmith shop, he was greeted by the rhythmic clanging of hammers upon an anvil. Tynyo and the 4 slaves surrounded the anvil, wielding hammers to strike the glowing iron. Sparks flying as a sharp iron spearhead swiftly took shape. Their movements were fluid and practiced, as if they had been seasoned blacksmiths for decades. Every strike precise and force and angle. "Impressive." Liang couldn't help but exclaim. With such skilled forging slaves, the supply of iron tools was finally assured. He turned to Yi Li, saying, "Follow me. I will equip you with weapons." In the armory, Liang retrieved a hunting rifle and 30 rounds. Handing them to Yi Li, "Use this, and be mindful of conserving ammunition." He distributed long iron spears to the other 4 slaves, their tips gleaming with a chilling light. "You will be responsible for escorting the transport of iron ore. Use your spears for defense in case of danger." After arranging the forging and hunting duties, Liang led the construction slaves to the tallest watchtower. The searchlight was affixed to the top of the tower. Upon connecting the power, he pressed the switch, and a brilliant beam of light pierced the twilight, illuminating the clearing before the village as if it were midday, even revealing branches in the woods 100 meters away. "Excellent. With this at night, we need not fear monster ambushes," the watchful slave exclaimed excitedly. Liang nodded in satisfaction, just as Su Wenxian's voice called from below. "Liang, come down for dinner." In the courtyard of the Nei, a wooden table was set, and the aroma of delicious food wafted through the air. To Li Yang's surprise, Qian Shuiying was also seated at the table, engaged in conversation with Tian Shaowan, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Professor Qian and the others were still busy at the research institute, so they had sent Shuiying over to join the meal. Lin Wei explained softly while cradling the child in her arms. Liang took a seat at the empty spot and discreetly checked Qian Shuiying's affection level through the system, 40. Although the increase was gradual, it was nonetheless progress. The wild boar meat on the table was somewhat tough, prompting Su Wenxian to frown and remark that only an old sow remained in the pig pen, making reproduction impossible. It would be ideal to find a boar for mating. Wild boars and domestic pigs could interbreed. Qian Shuiying put down her chopsticks and replied earnestly, although the offspring would retain the wild nature of the boar, growing slowly and proving less cost-effective for domestication. An idea sparked in Li Yang's mind, recalling the livestock gift package indicated by the system months ago. Located on that large island, with the research vessel now available, an expedition there was entirely feasible. He silently calculated that once he arranged the village's defenses in a few days, he would organize an exploration. The dinner concluded in a relaxed atmosphere, and after checking on the sleeping child and discussing village matters with his several wives, he returned to his room. Tian Shaowan had already prepared the bed. The air conditioning was set to a cozy warmth, making the room quite comfortable. As he lay in bed, a system alert suddenly flashed through his mind. More children. More blessings. Reproducing offspring can earn rewards. After the intimate moment with Tian Shaowan, the system had rewarded him with a drone. If he could make her pregnant, perhaps he'd receive even more powerful weapons to counter the threat posed by the Crusaders. Tian Shaowan, Liang beckoned the girl beside him. Her cheeks flushed instantly, resembling a ripe apple. Liang Gij, Tian Shaojuan's voice was as soft as a whisper, yet she did not shy away. "For the village, we must hurry to have a child," Liang said as he held her tightly in his embrace. Tian Shaowan softly responded with a gentle her arms encircling his neck. Liang laid her on the bed, slipping off her clothing, and the two of them seemed tireless in their efforts to conceive. He savored the warmth in his arms and silently prayed that this reward would prove beneficial to the village. The following morning, Liang awoke feeling somewhat drained. Chapter 63. Chun Yao is pregnant. Tian Shaowan was still soundly asleep, her long eyelashes resembling delicate fans, a faint smile gracing her lips. indicating a peaceful slumber. Unable to resist, he reached out to gently caress her cheek while simultaneously checking the system's assessment. Ding. Partner Tian Xiaowan. Affection level 100, not pregnant. He sighed. These past 2 months had been consumed with defending against sea beast attacks and preparing for the Crusaders, leaving little time for procreation. It seemed he would need to work harder in the future, as the rewards from the more children, more blessings system were crucial for the village's survival. He rose quietly and went to the window, gazing outside. On the lookout tower, a familiar figure stood with her back to him, occasionally bending down to cover her mouth as if she were about to vomit. It was Chen Yao. Li Yang's heart raced, and he quickly activated the system scan. Ding. Partner Chen Yao, affection level 100, pregnant for 2.5 months. Pregnant. Li Yang's eyes brightened instantly, joy flooding his heart. He suddenly recalled that night over 2 months ago when he and Chen Yao had been intimate on the lookout tower. He had not anticipated that it would truly lead to this. However, why had she not informed him and kept it so hidden? He hurriedly exited his room, quickly ascending the lookout tower. Upon hearing his footsteps, Chen Yao turned around, and upon seeing him, straightened herself with a forced smile, trying to mask her discomfort. Darling, what brings you here? I was just inspecting the situation outside. Her complexion appeared somewhat pale, with faint dark circles under her eyes, clearly indicating that morning sickness had deprived her of rest. Li Yang's gaze fell upon her slightly protruding belly, his tone laced with mild reproach. Are you pregnant? Why didn't you tell me? Chen Yao's eyes flickered momentarily, instinctively taking a step back and waving her hand. No, you must be mistaken. That's impossible. Still trying to deceive me? Li Yang stepped forward, gently grasping her hand. I just saw you about to be sick, and your belly is showing. Silly girl. Being pregnant is a blessing. Why conceal it? Chen Yao's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head and murmured, I was just feeling unwell from something I ate. I have indeed gained a bit of weight lately. Li Yang frowned, speaking seriously. All right then, let us go to the medical room for an examination. We need to confirm if it's really just weight gain. I won't go? Chen Yao quickly protested. I still have to stay on duty. The lookout tower can't be left unattended. Li Yang shook his head helplessly and carefully picked her up. Listen, if you're pregnant, you mustn't overexert yourself. What if something happens to the child? Chen Yao leaned against him, her nose tingling as tears welled up in her eyes. I just wanted to help share the burden. I know that Zhang Meng's Crusaders could attack at any moment, and there are so few fighters in the village. How can I rest at a time like this? You're aware of the Crusaders? Li Yang was taken aback. Shuiying told me. Later, I asked the 10 new slaves, confirming there are over 500 of them, along with more than 100 armed warriors. Chen Yao wiped her tears and continued. Darling, I used to be a police officer. I understand how terrifying it is to face over 100 trained men with firearms. Our village's firepower is simply insufficient. Do not fear, I will find a way. Li Yang soothed her while gently patting her back. Right now, your well-being and that of our child is the most important thing. Resting well during your pregnancy is the greatest help you can provide me. Let's first go to Jingyi for an examination. Chen Yao nodded in his arms, no longer resisting. Li Yang carried her down from the lookout tower and headed straight to the medical room. Upon reaching the entrance, a middle-aged woman in a white coat approached them. She was one of the 5 female doctors trained by Wang Jingyi, named Huang Min. Mr. Li Yang, Miss Chen Yao, Huang Min greeted with a smile. Doctor, Wang mentioned she is nearing her due date, so she is resting at home. I will be in charge of the clinic for now. Jingyi is indeed thoughtful. Li Yang sighed with relief, placing Chen Yao on a chair. Dr. Huang, can you check for pregnancy? Please help us confirm if Chen Yao is indeed expecting. Huang Min chuckled heartily. Rest assured, I delivered 8 children before the apocalypse. I have ample experience. Jingyi has also taught me a great deal about detecting fetal heartbeats and taking pulses. She took Chen Yao's hand, her fingertips resting on her wrist, closing her eyes to feel carefully. After a moment, she lifted her head, a broad smile brightening her face. Congratulations. Miss Chen Yao is indeed pregnant, already 2 months along, and the fetal condition is stable. As she spoke, Huang Min retrieved a bottle of calcium tablets and several packets of herbs from the medicine cabinet. These are nutritional supplements prepared by Jingyi. The calcium tablets prevent leg cramps, and the herbs can help alleviate morning sickness. You should ensure ample rest, avoid heavy lifting, and maintain a light diet, minimizing greasy foods. She rambled on about pregnancy precautions, and Chen Yao listened intently, gradually radiating a maternal glow. After leaving the medical clinic, Li Yang escorted Chen Yao back to her room, adjusting the air conditioning to a comfortable temperature and pouring her a cup of warm water. Ah Yao, you shouldn't go on patrol anymore. Stay home and rest well. If you feel restless, you can check the military center's surveillance or use drones for patrolling. Leave the lookout tower duties to Li Hongjia. Chen Yao gazed at his concerned expression, warmth blossoming in her heart as she obediently nodded. All right, I will listen to you. Before long, the door swung open. Lin Wei entered, cradling a child, accompanied by Wang Jingyi, Su Wenxian, and Tian Xiaowan, each bearing a small package. "Io, we heard you were expecting, so we brought you some gifts." Lin Wei smiled as she handed over a quilt adorned with lotus embroidery, stating, "I stitched this myself. It will keep you warm at night." Su Wenxian unveiled a fluffy hat, saying, "This is made from wild rabbit fur. It will keep you warm in winter and can be used once the baby arrives." Blushing, Tian Xiaowan presented a loose-fitting garment, exclaiming, "This is a maternity outfit I crafted, made from the softest hemp cloth for comfort." Wang Jingyi, with her prominent belly, approached and gently patted Chun Yao's shoulder, adding, "These are some baby socks I have saved. They are all made of pure cotton and very soft." Overwhelmed by the generosity of her friends, Chun Yao could not hold back her tears, exclaiming, "You are all so kind to me. We are family. Of course, we must take care of you," replied Li Yong with a smile, offering her a tissue. "We must continue to thrive in this world, together watching our children grow." Wang Jingyi moved closer to Chun Yao, checking her pulse once more, and assured her, "The fetus is healthy. Indeed, you are 2.5 months along. You must ensure you rest well and maintain a cheerful disposition. Jingyi, you are also nearing your time. Do not overexert yourself," Li Yong expressed with concern. Wang Jingyi smiled softly. "I am well aware and will manage everything accordingly. The 5 new doctors at the clinic are quite capable. They can handle minor ailments." Su Wenxian added with a grin, "Indeed, Jingyi is quite clever. She has arranged everything well in advance." Wang Jingyi then glanced at Li Yong and the other sisters, saying, "Could you all step outside for a moment? I have a few private words to share with Chun Yao." Understanding the need for their privacy, Li Yong led the others out of the room. Just as he closed the door, the system's notification tone chimed. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of procreation, rewarding you with a combat supply package, which will arrive at the North Coast in 8 hours. Please be attentive to receive it." A combat supply package? At this critical juncture, with the looming threat of the Crusaders, this package was indeed a timely boon. What treasures might this combat supply package contain? Perhaps powerful weaponry or more advanced defense equipment. Whatever it was, it would significantly bolster the village's strength, providing an edge in the impending battle. Chapter 64, Mechanical Reinforcements. North Coast. Li Yong rode forth on his black rabbit steed, followed by 10 walking slaves, trudging through the ankle-deep snow. Occasionally, he glanced down at the system interface, where the countdown indicated that the combat supply package would arrive in 2 hours. It awaited just beyond the woods ahead. Li Yong reined in his steed, which obediently halted. He recognized this woodland. Previously, Tian Xiaowan had brought the female workers here to dig for kudzu roots, leaving behind numerous signs of excavation. With yellowed vines faintly visible in the snow, the slaves leaned against the trees, resting and rubbing their frozen, reddened hands. Yang Lu, however, was not idle. He crouched down, his fingers brushing over the tracks in the snow, his brow furrowing with concern. "Master, these footprints seem unusual." Li Yong dismounted and approached him, asking, "What is it? Are they from the women who dug for kudzu?" "No." Yang Lu pointed to several distinct shoe prints. "These tracks were made within the last 3 days, all belonging to men. The tread is deep and does not resemble those from our village. Most importantly, we have not set foot on the North Coast in the past 2 weeks." A sense of dread washed over Li Yong as he crouched to examine the prints closely. These footprints were larger than ordinary shoe prints, with serrated treads along the edges, clearly left by professional outdoor boots. "Outsiders have landed on the island." Li Yang's voice turned icy. Could it be the Crusaders? They had mentioned investigating our village. It is highly likely. Yang Lu continued to follow the tracks a few steps forward before suddenly stopping. There are no more traces. It seems to end here. The footprints stretched to a dense thicket where they vanished entirely. Li Yong surveyed the surroundings. The woods were thick, overgrown with underbrush, a perfect hiding spot. "We must send the hunting team with tracking dogs to investigate, ensuring we ascertain whether these intruders remain on the island." The two returned deeper into the woods, where the slaves had started a fire. Leaning against a sturdy pine tree, Li Yong gazed out at the sea. Time ticked by, and as the system's countdown reached 0, a small black appeared on the horizon. "It has arrived," Li Yong exclaimed, rising abruptly. The duck drew nearer, gradually revealing the outline of a wooden ship. His eyes widened in anticipation. What formidable weaponry could it contain? Perhaps a rocket launcher capable of demolishing wooden walls, or a precise and lethal rifle. Even a few advanced drones would be welcome. The wooden vessel soon reached the shore, and the slaves hurriedly dragged it onto the beach. Li Yong approached swiftly. Noticing the ship carried 5 large wooden crates, each half a person tall, tightly wrapped in thick plastic. The slaves worked together to transport the crates into the woods. Li Yong took out a small knife, carefully slicing open the plastic wrap to reveal sturdy wooden boards inside. He fetched a heavy iron bar and forcefully pried open the crate lid with a loud clatter. Inside, it was packed with white foam, concealing various components, making it difficult to discern their exact nature. Yang Lu leaned closer, his eyes widening. This looks like drone parts. Li Yang, uncertain, picked up a component with metallic joints, scrutinizing it from different angles. It doesn't resemble a drone. They don't have this many mechanical joints. Let's take everything out first. The slaves busily unloaded the components from the 5 crates, spreading them across a prepared cloth. As the parts accumulated, a rough outline gradually emerged. It was, astonishingly, a mechanical dog. Li Yang picked up the accompanying manual, its cover boldly stating Spirit Hound, military combat mechanical dog, constructed from bulletproof materials. It could be paired with the QBZ-95 assault rifle, utilizing 58mm rifle ammunition, with a 24-hour endurance, a combat radius of 50 kilometers, and a load capacity of 100 kilograms. It could be operated manually or intelligently, equipped with thermal imaging and facial recognition capabilities. Even more thrilling, aside from the mechanical dog parts, the crate contained 1,000 rounds of rifle ammunition, with 2 mechanical dogs per crate, totaling 10 dogs and 5,000 rounds of ammunition. Li Yang rubbed his hands together in excitement. Quickly, let us assemble them according to the manual. Under the guidance of the instructions, Li Yang and the slaves began assembling the mechanical dogs. Soon, one after another, imposing mechanical canines took shape. They were entirely black, their streamlined bodies exuding strength. With red lights flashing from their head cameras and QBZ-95 assault rifles mounted on their backs, resembling war machines from the future, Li Yang grasped the control handle, inputting his facial information as per the manual. Beep, identity verification successful, highest privileges granted. The 10 mechanical dogs simultaneously raised their heads, their red glowing eyes scanning the surroundings. Recording friendly faces, the slaves stepped forward one by one, and after being scanned, the electronic voice chimed again, friendly identities recorded. Li Yang issued a command, activate intelligent mode. Follow me. Command received. The mechanical hounds marched in unison, their metallic paws trailing behind Li Yang, moving steadily without slipping even on the snowy ground. Their extraordinary load-bearing capacity was evident as Li Yang instructed the slaves to place components and ammunition upon their backs, and they continued to move with agility. Observing the 10 impervious mechanical hounds, Li Yang felt a surge of joy with their presence. He was confident in defending the encampment even against an army of over 200 crusaders. As they made their way back, the rhythmic sound of the mechanical hounds' footsteps echoed through the snow, capturing the curiosity and awe of the slaves along the path. Upon returning to the camp, Chen Yao and Su Wenxian awaited at the entrance, and even Professor Qian Lin had arrived. Are these robots? Tian Shaowan timidly extended her hand, hesitating to touch the cold exterior of the mechanical hound. They are military-grade mechanical hounds, Chen Yao responded, her eyes shimmering with excitement. I have seen similar civilian models at the police academy, but I never expected to encounter a military version here. One of these could equal the firepower of an entire squad, tireless and unyielding to injury. Su Wenxian nodded in agreement. Before the apocalypse, our company was considering the development of commercial robotic dogs. This military technology is far more advanced and incredibly practical. They can operate in various environments and possess night vision capabilities. Li Yang chuckled as he patted the hound's head, confident that even if the enemy concealed themselves in the woods at night, they would be detected by thermal imaging. None would escape. He commanded the mechanical hounds to deliver supplies to the military warehouse and then took them to a clearing outside the camp for training. Meanwhile, Chen Yao busied herself at the military command center, connecting the hound's displays and receiving equipment to the computer. Soon, the computer screen displayed the hound's perspective, revealing even distant birds in the trees with crystal clarity. Can you see clearly? Absolutely. Li Yang shouted to one of the mechanical hounds to test its night vision capabilities. He led the hound into the dimly lit woods, and the computer screen instantly switched to green thermal imaging mode, allowing the outlines of trees and rocks to emerge distinctly. The enemy's night attack is utterly impossible. After returning to the camp, Li Yang tested the hound's running speed, discovering they could outrun humans effortlessly on both flat and rugged terrain. Undeterred by complex landscapes, these mechanical hounds could be operated manually or via computer intelligence. The next step was to acclimate them to the island environment and train them in tactical coordination. By the way, they have facial recognition capabilities. We need to input everyone's faces into the system quickly, Chen Yao reminded. Li Yang promptly took one of the hounds and began recording the facial information of everyone in the camp, advising them, in the future, if you encounter a mechanical hound on patrol, simply show your face. There's no need to fear. Early the next morning, Li Yang operated all 10 mechanical hounds to conduct a search across the island, while Chen Yao and Lin Wei controlled drones from the air in coordination. The thermal imaging function of the hounds proved invaluable in the woods, swiftly uncovering several wild rabbits hidden in a cave 3 kilometers to the northeast. An abnormal heat source detected. A notification suddenly popped up on the computer screen. Liang immediately switched to the perspective of that specific hound, revealing a concealed encampment within dense woods where 5 men sat around a campfire, each wielding a hunting rifle. Crusader scouts. Liang's expression grew grave. These individuals had concealed themselves exceptionally well. The surrounding trees were thick enough that the drones could not detect them from above. He zoomed in on the image, faintly hearing their conversation. One man, holding a wireless communicator with an antenna, reported, "The Li family encampment has a total of 84 people, with fewer than 30 capable of combat, approximately 10 rifles, and the lookout tower changes shifts every 2 hours." Upon hearing this, Liang felt a chill run down his spine. These men had thoroughly assessed the encampment's situation. Their military training was evidently high, and their reconnaissance skills were formidable. Chen Yao expressed her concern. "We cannot rule out the presence of professional military personnel among them." Liang nodded, his gaze fixated on the enemies displayed on the screen. "We are in trouble. I hope these mechanical hounds can help us fend them off." On the screen, the 5 men finished their report and began packing up their camp, evidently preparing to retreat. Chapter 65. A Great Victory Over the Crusaders. Morning. 3 wooden sailboats docked in the rocky area along the eastern shore. Zhang Meng, flanked by 100 armed personnel, each brandishing either a hunting rifle or concealing a handgun, with machetes glinting in the morning light, shouted at the top of his lungs, "Stay alert. That dilapidated encampment has only about 10 rifles and 30 capable men. Taking it down is as easy as crushing an ant. Remember, the women belong to everyone, and all food, firearms, and ammunition must be surrendered. Anyone caught hoarding will face my wrath." The 100 men fanned out in a crescent shape, trudging through the snow towards the encampment. Their movements lacked professionalism but exuded the ferocity of ruthless brigands. At that moment, Li family encampment was on high alert. Liang stood atop the tallest lookout tower, the figures of the enemy becoming increasingly clear. He commanded through the intercom, "Attention all units. The enemy is 1,000 meters from the encampment. Mechanical hounds, move to the designated ambush positions. Drones maintain low-altitude concealment." Received. In the command center, Chen Yao typed frantically on the keyboard as the mechanical hounds took their positions, the thermal imaging revealing that the enemy was lightly armed with no heavy weaponry. Behind the wooden walls, 28 men and 10 female archers held their breaths, readying 6 hunting rifles and 7 handguns, aiming towards the open ground outside. Yang Lu tightened his grip on the mechanical crossbow, while the 10 female archers readied their compound bows. 500 meters, shouted the sentry atop the lookout tower. Zhang Meng's group halted 100 meters from the encampment. He stepped to the front, hands on his hips, surveying the wooden walls with a scornful smile. "Liang, stop hiding and come out to surrender." He produced a tin megaphone, his voice echoing across the open ground. "I know your dilapidated encampment has only a handful of rifles and 30 men. Those with sense should open the gates. Surrender the women, food, and firearms, and I might grant you a swift death." His armed followers erupted in raucous laughter, some even firing shots into the air, bullets whizzing past the encampment and startling several birds into flight. "Otherwise, when we storm in, the men will be slaughtered to feed the dogs, and the women will be stripped and turned into camp whores." A one-eyed man shouted viciously, smoke still rising from his hunting rifle. Behind the wooden walls, Liang scoffed coldly and shouted, "Zhang Meng, do you think this ragtag group dares to spout such arrogance? I believe it is you who should be the one to surrender. Damn you, you're asking for it." Zhang Meng roared in fury, waving his hand, "Attack. The first one through gets 3 women." 100 armed men surged forward like a tide, the sound of hunting rifles echoing loudly as bullets struck the wooden walls, splintering the wood. They brandished makeshift ladders, charging through the snow towards the gates, their battle cries deafening. "Open fire," Liang commanded. 6 hunting rifles fired back simultaneously, their bullets accurately targeting the foremost enemies. Cries of pain erupted as 3 brigands fell, blood staining the snow. Following this, 7 handguns fired in succession, suppressing the enemy's advance. "Loose the arrows," Yang Lu shouted immediately afterward. 20 iron arrows fell like raindrops, piercing limbs and necks. A ruthless bandit had just raised his shotgun when 2 iron arrows pierced his shoulder, causing him to scream in agony as he fell into the snow, his weapon clattering to the ground. "Throw the pitch can," Liang commanded, pointing at the enemy near the wooden wall. Dozens of clay pots arced through the air, shattering among the crowd, scalding pitch mingling with sparks as it splattered onto the foes, igniting a fierce blaze in an instant. "Help! I'm on fire!" A bandit, engulfed in flames, rolled in the snow, his horrific cries causing those behind him to instinctively halt. Zhang Meng watched his team slow advance with an increasingly grim expression. He had not anticipated such fierce resistance from this ramshackle stronghold, where a mere 10 firearms seemed to unleash the firepower of 50. Useless. Charge forward. Concentrate fire on the stronghold's gate. Over 60 shotguns turned their barrels, a barrage of bullets unleashed upon the wooden door. The cacophony of gunfire merging into a single thunderous roar. The wooden door was soon riddled with numerous holes, splinters flying as the frame began to loosen. Hold the line. Liang shouted into the radio. Chen Yao, are you ready? At your command. Just as the Crusaders were about to breach the gate, Liang abruptly gestured, initiate counterattack. In the command center, Chen Yao pressed the enter key with determination. 10 mechanical hounds, which had long been lying in wait in the nearby woods, sprang to life, dashing out like black lightning. Their head-mounted cameras locked onto targets, while the QBZ-95 assault rifles on their backs spat flames, the rapid-fire sound quickly overpowering the roar of shotguns. What the hell? The foremost bandit turned back just in time to be struck in the chest by a hail of bullets, blood gushing as he fell. The mechanical hounds maneuvered through the hail of gunfire, shotgun pellets merely leaving faint white marks on their steel frames. They split into 2 groups. 5 charging at the main Crusader force, while 5 flanked to the side, their crossfire instantly tearing a breach in the enemy ranks. And drones. Someone shouted, pointing at the sky. 2 drones dove from above, grenades whistling as they descended. Boom, boom. 2 resounding explosions echoed, smoke enveloping the area as 7 or 8 bandits were left mangled and bloodied. Zhang Meng gaped at the seemingly invulnerable mechanical beasts, his legs turning to jelly as he nearly knelt in shock. Damn, we've hit a hard patch. How could this broken stronghold possess such things? Retreat. Get the hell out. Zhang Meng roared, turning to flee, the earlier bravado gone. The Crusaders were in complete disarray, the armed personnel scattering like headless flies toward the sea. Liang maneuvered 5 mechanical hounds swiftly around to their rear, cutting off their escape route to the boats. The iron line tightened suddenly, bullets from assault rifles weaving a deadly net, as fleeing bandits fell one after another, struck down. Charge with me. Liang hoisted his shotgun and was the first to burst through the stronghold's gate. More than 20 male slaves followed closely behind, raising their weapons, brandishing iron spears and machetes as they pursued the disintegrating enemy, forcing them to surrender. The battle soon came to a swift conclusion. The snow was stained crimson. Over 40 corpses sprawled haphazardly. The remaining 56 bandits knelt in surrender, more than 10 of them severely injured, groaning helplessly on the ground. Zhang Meng was pinned down by Yang Lu, struggling in vain against the grip. Liang approached, aiming his shotgun at Zhang Meng's head. Zhang Meng, do you now recognize my prowess? Zhang Meng, bloodied and tear-streaked, pleaded, Li Yi, spare my life. I was blind to your might, and shall never dare again. Whatever you desire, whether women or food, I shall provide. Liang, uninterested in further banter, waved to the slaves. Bind him and take him back to the stronghold. He turned to assess the spoils of war, discovering over 70 captured shotguns, more than 50 handguns, bullets scattered everywhere, along with numerous backpacks filled with canned goods and compressed biscuits. Suddenly, a notification sound from the system echoed. Host has actively protected the camp and females. Completing the defense task. Reward, a large bottle of slave pills, contains 300 pills, and a building gift package, which can be deployed at any specified location. Li Yang's mind opened the system interface, revealing a description of the building gift package. It contained 100 tons of cement, a cement mixer, wheelbarrows, and a complete set of construction tools. His eyes brightened. These materials could be utilized to enhance the stronghold's defenses and even construct cement roads. Upon returning to the stronghold, in a secluded corner, Liang unhesitatingly took out the slave pills and forcibly administered them to the 56 captives, their gazes quickly becoming vacant. Su Wenxian took out a notebook, registering the 56 individuals, bringing the total population of the stronghold to 141. Subsequently, Liang and Su Wenxian counted the firearms and ammunition. Including the existing stock, the stronghold now possessed 87 shotguns, 60 handguns, 568 shotgun shells, and 134 handgun rounds. Not counting the ammunition carried by the 10 mechanical dogs and 2 drones. Excellent. Not only have we gained over 50 men, but also more than 100 firearms. The strength of the stronghold has significantly increased, Liang proclaimed happily. However, Su Wenxian frowned. But with so many more people, we will run short on food. Nearby, Yang Lu suggested, the Crusader force has been routed. We could demand food from their encampment. Liang pondered for a moment before rejecting the idea. No. I learned from the captives that today's attackers were not their main force. There are still over 400 of them remaining. It won't be easy. Our food supply is limited. Su Wenxian remarked. The shipyard has recently constructed several wooden boats, and the clothing factory has produced many fishing nets. Let's send the slaves to fish in the sea. Liang responded. As for the rest, I will devise a plan. Chapter 66. The Shipyard Prosperity. The morning light filtered through the window cracks, illuminating Tian Xiaojuan's face. Her eyelashes fluttered as she nuzzled restlessly against Li Yang's embrace. Li Yang gazed down at her reddened earlobes, tightening his hold as the warmth of last night's intimacy lingered on their skin. Xiaojun. His fingers wandered mischievously to her waist. Tian Xiaojun shuddered, hastily pressing down on his hand. Her cheeks flushed crimson, exclaiming, "Li Yang Gij, stop it. We have a meeting today to discuss food issues. The Crusaders have just been repelled, and there is much to be done. The matter with the Crusaders is momentarily resolved. We can spare this time," Li Yang countered, rolling over to pin her beneath him, his nose brushing against her neck. "We must seize the opportunity to conceive a child. Look, even Chun Yao has won, and you must put in more effort." Tian Xiaojun felt flustered by his words, her voice softening in plea, "But we might be late." Before she could finish, Li Yang's kiss silenced her words. The temperature in the room rose gradually, the warm air from the air conditioning unable to mask the heat radiating from their bodies. As Tian Xiaojuan's soft moans intertwined with Li Yang's low laughter. Over half an hour later, Li Yang emerged from the room, feeling refreshed, while Tian Xiaojun blushed as she tidied her disheveled clothing, softly reprimanding him for his lack of restraint. The military command center was already bustling with people. The 56 newly transformed slaves stood in a crooked line in the corner, their eyes filled with a dull reverence, still clad in the seized tactical jackets. "Li Yang, we must urgently resolve the housing and food issues for these new slaves." Su Wenxian approached with a ledger, her brow slightly furrowed. "The wooden houses in the outer stronghold are already full. If we squeeze any more in, they will have to sleep outdoors." Li Yang glanced out the window. The snow had yet to melt. Initially intending to construct several houses using the reward of cement, the frigid weather has rendered the cement unusable, necessitating a temporary halt. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested that 25 slaves should erect simple wooden huts in the outer encampment, followed by the establishment of a dining hall and kitchen to centralize meal preparation, thereby conserving fuel that would otherwise be wasted by individual households. This proposal was met with enthusiasm. Su Wenxian's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to the efficiency of a company canteen under unified management. She pointed to a somewhat plump middle-aged woman in the crowd, saying, "This worker named Zhang Chunhua claims she has considerable experience from her time in a garment factory's dining hall." Li Yang immediately gestured for Zhang Chunhua to approach, instructing her to lead 2 female workers and 2 male slaves in overseeing the dining hall and kitchen, ensuring that daily provisions were collected from the warehouse to provide warm meals, particularly nutritious ones for pregnant women and the injured. Zhang Chunhua, taken aback by the trust placed in her, nodded vigorously, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will do my utmost." After the meeting, Li Yang led 56 new slaves to a small grove outside the encampment. He retrieved the slave scepter and gently tapped each slave's forehead, their expressions gradually becoming clearer and focused. 20 of them accompanied a Jin to learn construction, while the remaining 36 followed Yang Lu to study hunting and agriculture. Li Yang's voice resonated through the grove as he approached Zhang Meng, the once formidable crusader leader, now reduced to absolute subservience. "Zhang Meng, you shall serve as the team leader for the hunting slaves, commanding 30 individuals to guard the dock, tasked with fishing and maintaining vigilance." Observing the system panel displaying a loyalty level of 100 brought Li Yang a sense of reassurance. "Yes, master." Zhang Meng stood tall. Li Yang beckoned him closer and inquired sternly, "Be honest with me. How many remain at the Crusaders' stronghold? What heavy weaponry do they possess?" Zhang Meng promptly divulged all pertinent information. "Master, the Crusaders' base is located on Haiyan Island in the south, with over 400 individuals, including more than 50 ex-soldiers led by someone named Lao Hu, a ruthless man with a history of mercenary work in the Middle East. They possess 10 AK-47 assault rifles, 10 American M72 rocket launchers, and a variety of shotguns and handguns, which could muster an effective force of 300 in combat." Li Yang's brow furrowed at the mention of AK-47s and rocket launchers, realizing that if such heavy weaponry were employed against the encampment, the wooden walls would be utterly inadequate. "How do they sustain themselves?" he queried. "By plundering." Zhang Meng answered without hesitation, explaining that survivors from 3 nearby islands were coerced into tribute, with non-compliance resulting in death. Their visit to Li Jiazhai was also under Lao Hu's orders, intending to seize women and provisions for the winter. Li Yang fixed his gaze on Zhang Meng, suddenly stating, "Should you dare to betray me, your fate will be dire. I am utterly loyal to my master. There is no doubt," Zhang Meng proclaimed, kneeling in the snow, his forehead striking the ground. Li Yang smirked coldly, gesturing towards a boulder half his height. "Then prove your loyalty by striking your head against that stone." Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Meng rose and charged at the rock. A dull thud echoed as blood streamed from his forehead, yet he appeared oblivious to the pain, intent on continuing his assault. Enough. Liang halted him, instructing him to tend to his wounds before proceeding to the dock with his team. Observing Zhang Meng, bloodied yet obedient, Liang marveled at the effectiveness of the system's slave pill, transforming even the most ferocious bandit into a docile servant. However, the thought of the rocket launchers on Haiyan Island filled him with dread. The cement fortress must be constructed as swiftly as possible. Upon returning to the encampment, Liang sought out the construction slave captain, Jian. Take 30 construction slaves to erect the housing, dining hall, and toilets in the outer encampment using wooden planks and thatch, ensuring they provide shelter from the wind and snow. Yes, master, Jian responded, and the slaves immediately set to work with fervor. Liang, accompanied by Yang Lu, Zhang Meng, and 35 hunting slaves, proceeded to the dock. Amu was already busy with 10 carpenter slaves repairing the vessels. Upon noticing Li Yang's approach, he swiftly greeted him, Master. The leaks in these 3 wooden sailboats have been mended, and the research vessel's diesel is sufficient for a few more trips. The motor of the large wooden boat for the female workers is leaking oil, which is currently being fixed. The dock housed 8 vessels of varying sizes, 3 of which were confiscated Crusader sailboats, alongside a research ship, a large wooden boat for the female workers, and 5 vessels either constructed or drifted in from elsewhere. Liang pointed to a vacant area by the shore. Zhang Meng, station 30 hunting slaves here. Amu will teach you how to fish with nets, and all daily catches must be delivered to the dining hall. He then indicated the warehouse, which contained 20 hunting rifles and 50 bows, instructing them to distribute these among themselves, patrol during the day, and stand guard at night, reporting any suspicious boats immediately. Yes, master. Zhang Meng and the slaves responded in unison. The following 3 days were filled with activity at the dock. Although Zhang Meng was not particularly astute, he learned diligently and quickly mastered the techniques of casting and retrieving nets. The 30 hunting slaves were divided into 5 groups, taking turns to fish at sea and consistently bringing back several dozen pounds of fish daily, including cod, pomfret, and a few large mackerel, significantly alleviating the encampment's food scarcity. Liang also arranged for electrical wiring to be brought from the encampment to the dock, installing lights and surveillance, ensuring the dock remained illuminated at night. Jian, along with the construction slaves, erected a 3-story watchtower adjacent to the dock, complementing the existing watchtower in the encampment, equipped with searchlights and intercoms. 3 days later, the dock had gained a semblance of structure, housing 50 individuals. 30 hunting slaves were responsible for fishing and vigilance, while 10 carpenter slaves maintained the vessels, and 10 construction slaves continued fortifying the defenses. Liang stood atop the watchtower, observing the bustling slaves and the returning fishing boats, feeling a measure of reassurance. Although the threat from Haiyan Island lingered, the encampment's food supply had stabilized, and their defenses had been strengthened. At noon, sunlight bathed the newly constructed dock. Liang climbed the steep stairs to the watchtower. Zhang Meng, holding binoculars, was scanning the sea. Upon noticing Li Yang's arrival, he promptly set down the binoculars and respectfully bowed. Master, have there been any unusual occurrences today? Liang approached the lookout point, casting his gaze toward the distant horizon. Following the recent battle, everyone remained vigilant, aware that remnants of the Crusaders could retaliate at any moment. A scar from his earlier injury still marked Zhang Meng's face, yet his gaze was resolute. This morning, 2 Crusaders approached, unarmed, seemingly to gather intelligence. They were quite animated upon seeing me, inquiring about the situation, to which I replied that I had pledged allegiance to Li Jiazhai and urged them to abandon their dark ways. What was their response? Liang pressed. The 2 were perplexed and insisted I return, claiming that Lao Hu would not treat me poorly. Zhang Meng's tone dripped with disdain. Amu, unable to tolerate the conversation, shot an arrow into one of the intruder's thighs, declaring, "This is Li Jiazhai's territory. If you dare return, you will be killed." The 2 men, terrified, fled back to their vessel, limping away. Well done, Liang acknowledged with a nod, inwardly marveling at the immediate effectiveness of the slave pill. The once mighty Crusader lieutenant now bowed to him, even fiercely confronting former allies without hesitation. Just then, 3 wooden sailboats appeared on the horizon, heading toward the dock, their holds brimming with fish, shimmering in the sunlight. The fishing team has returned. Zhang Meng excitedly pointed towards the fleet and shouted. Liang hurried down from the lookout tower. Upon arriving at the dock, a buoyant slave responsible for fishing rushed over, exclaiming, "Master, today is our lucky day. We've caught a significant number of lobsters near Bird Guano Island, the largest as thick as an arm." Excellent. Liang approached the ship and saw the hold filled with green lobsters and numerous shimmering fish. Select the largest ones and send them to the inner courtyard for the ladies to replenish their strength. All right. The slaves immediately set to work. binding the largest lobsters with straw rope and placing them in a bamboo basket. As Liang entered the village carrying the bamboo basket, he spotted Lin Wei briskly approaching, cradling a child. Her face radiated an unmistakable joy. Liang, hurry, Xiaowan is pregnant and is at the clinic. You must go see her. Really? Li Yang's heart leapt with joy, and he quickly handed the bamboo basket to Zhang Chunhua beside him. Sister Zhang, please take care of the lobsters and prepare a dish for everyone. With that, he dashed towards the clinic. Inside, Su Wenxian was assisting Tian Xiaowan to sit on a chair while Dr. Huang Min was taking her pulse. Upon seeing Li Yang enter, Tian Xiaojuan's cheeks flushed instantly, resembling a ripe apple. How is it? Li Yang asked eagerly. Dr. Huang Min withdrew her fingers and smiled. Congratulations, Miss Tian Xiaowan is indeed pregnant, already a month along. The fetus is stable, but she needs to rest more and avoid heavy labor, consuming more nutritious food. That's wonderful. Xiaowan, you are amazing, Li Yang exclaimed, moving to Tian Xiaojuan's side and gently supporting her shoulder. Come, I will take you back to rest. Wait, Su Wenxian interjected, shaking her head in exasperation. Li Yang, you are too clumsy to care for anyone. Xiaowan should move in with me. It will be more convenient for me to look after her. Also, you need to hurry and have a separate room built for Xiaowan. The current courtyard cannot accommodate so many people. Li Yang agreed, recalling that when the courtyard was constructed, he had never anticipated such an expansion of family. Now, Chen Yao, Wang Jingyi, Su Wenxian were all pregnant, and Tian Xiaowan had also conceived, clearly necessitating a more spacious residence. All right, I will find a Jian. He sought out a Jian, the slave in charge of construction, instructing him to gather a few skilled slaves to build another courtyard adjacent to the inner courtyard, ensuring high-quality materials. A Jian patted his chest, promising to complete the task, and soon began bustling about, the sounds of sawing and hammering echoing. Upon returning to his room to assist Tian Xiaowan in organizing her belongings, Li Yang suddenly heard the system notification chime. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of procreation, contributing to human reproduction. Partner Tian Xiaowan is 4 weeks pregnant. Reward, a resource distribution map with detection capabilities. This map can only be used in the mind and cannot be materialized. A resource distribution map? Li Yang's eyes brightened, and he immediately opened the map in his mind. A clear map of the island gradually unfolded, indicating the locations of various resources. Green dots represented edible plants. Red triangles indicated minerals, and blue squares denoted energy sources. When his focus settled on energy, a prominent blue square lit up on a small island to the southeast, marked with the word diesel. Fantastic! Li Yang clenched his fist in excitement. The fuel for the research and diesel-powered ships had always been a significant issue. Every voyage required meticulous planning. With this diesel resource point, he would no longer need to fret about fuel. He must explore this island as soon as possible. That evening, a seafood feast was laid out in the inner courtyard. Zhang Chunhua's culinary skills were exceptional, with the lobsters steamed with garlic, the fish boiled into a delicious soup. Alongside stir-fried squid and salted shrimp, the aroma wafting throughout the village. Qian Lin and 5 elderly researchers were also invited, and everyone gathered together in joyful camaraderie. Congratulations to Xiaowan, Lin Wei said, placing a lobster claw on Tian Xiaojuan's plate with a smile. Now we have another little one to keep us company. Tian Xiaowan shyly lowered her head, delicately nibbling on the lobster, her face glowing with happiness. Qian Shuiying, sitting nearby, observed the tender care bestowed upon Tian Xiaowan. A flicker of envy crossing her eyes. Qian Lin, noticing, sipped the fish soup and slowly remarked to Li Yang, Li Yang, what do you think of our Shuiying? Li Yang paused, glancing at Qian Shuiying, whose cheeks flushed instantly as she hastily lowered her head, pretending to sip her soup. Miss Shuiying is quite capable and has assisted the village significantly, Li Yang replied earnestly. That's good to hear. Qian Lin set down his bowl and chopsticks, speaking seriously. In these times, it is quite similar to ancient days. It is normal for men to have multiple wives. More people mean more strength and the potential for more children. I just spoke with Lin Wei and the others. They all think highly of Shuiying. Lin Wei and the others nodded in agreement. Su Wenxian smiled and added, Indeed. Sister Shuiying is knowledgeable and understanding, and she gets along well with us. Li Yang felt somewhat helpless. He understood their goodwill. Yet the threat from the Crusaders had not been entirely alleviated, leaving him little inclination to consider taking a concubine. Professor Qian, ladies, I appreciate your intentions, he sighed. However, with the Crusaders still numbering in the hundreds and potentially seeking revenge, such matters can wait. Look, Chen Yao, Jingyi, and Wenxian are all pregnant. And Xiaowan has just conceived. My mind is solely occupied with how to protect the village and ensure your safety and that of the children. The group recognized the validity of his concerns and ceased their persuasion. Li Yang shifted the topic, saying, by the way, the fishing team discovered an island in the southeast today, which appears to have houses. I plan to explore it tomorrow. I want to go with you. Qian Shuiying suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with anticipation. Lin Wei immediately interjected. If you go, ensure to bring plenty of manpower. Take the mechanical dogs along. And have 10 armed hunters accompany you for safety. Rest assured. Li Yong nodded. I intend to bring 10 slaves and 2 mechanical dogs, setting out on the research vessel. Shuiying is familiar with operating the ship, which will be a great help. Qian Shuiying eagerly nodded, her cheeks flushed with excitement. The next morning, at dawn, Li Yong boarded the research ship with 10 fully armed slaves and Qian Shuiying. The mechanical dogs were secured on the deck, their dark muzzles aimed at the sea, ready to respond to any sudden occurrences. Li Yong stood at the bow, gazing at the distant horizon, filled with anticipation. Chapter 68, Island Diesel. The outline of the island grew increasingly distinct. When the research ship was about a kilometer away, Li Yong squinted and activated his enhanced vision, faintly making out the scattered brick and tile houses along the shore, with people paddling wooden rafts to fish, children and women playing on the bank. There are indeed people. He was somewhat taken aback, instinctively reaching for the pistol at his waist. In this post-apocalyptic world, encountering a community was exceedingly rare. However, the purpose of this expedition was to secure fuel, and he must ascertain the situation. Qian Shuiying quickly raised binoculars to look, her brow furrowing gradually. Their clothing is very tattered. Most are draped in animal skins, suggesting a poor standard of living. As the research ship drew closer, the people on the shore noticed the unfamiliar vessel. The children who had been playing on the shore suddenly screamed and dashed up the hill, while the women sorting the fish hurriedly packed up to hide. Moments later, over 50 strong men wrapped in animal skins emerged, wielding wooden spears, bows, and stone axes, forming a neat line at the water's edge, vigilantly staring at the research ship. It appears that they are not easily provoked. Qian Shuiying set down her binoculars. Li Yong gazed at the rudimentary weapons and remarked, it has been nearly a year since the tsunami. Without an industrial base, clothing and ironware will only diminish with use. Unlike our village, which can weave cloth and forge iron, maintaining a basic quality of life. Do not fear. We possess firearms, and should a conflict arise, they will gain no advantage. He signaled to Yang Lu behind him, and 10 armed slaves immediately readied their weapons. The research vessel slowly anchored 5 meters from the shore. Among the crowd on the beach, an elderly man with white hair approached, leaning on a wooden staff. The elder gestured for those behind him to lower their weapons and whispered a few instructions to a nearby man. Soon, a group of robust men carried 5 baskets of fresh fish towards them, setting them down beside several intricately woven rattan baskets. In the frigid weather, wild beasts had hidden away in the mountains, and fish were scarce in the sea. The elder ingratiatingly said, our village on the mountaintop has been unable to gather the tribute for this month. Please, esteemed brothers of the Crusaders, negotiate with Brother Hu. These rattan baskets are sturdy and durable. Can we use them as a substitute? We promise to make up the difference next month. They misunderstood. Qian Shuiying whispered, what if they discover we are not Crusaders? Will they treat us as invaders? What should we do? Perhaps we should retreat? Let me think. Li Yang's gaze fell upon the resource distribution map in his mind, where a blue square clearly indicated the mountaintop's location. The diesel was right there. We must not give it up. These people have long suffered under the oppression of the Crusaders and surely harbor deep resentment towards them, making it an opportune moment to rally them to our cause. Moreover, our research vessel and your identity provide excellent cover. I will claim to be Captain Li Yong of the research escort team, and you shall be Researcher Qian. The slaves will be security personnel from our institute. Stating that we are from a national biological research organization conducting an investigation on the island. Qian Shuiying nodded repeatedly and quickly returned to the cabin, emerging shortly after with a bright red flag, which she firmly secured to the ship's bow. The words Huaxiao National Investigation Team in yellow immediately captured the attention of everyone on the shore. Li Yong stepped to the front of the ship. We are not Crusaders. My name is Li Yong, the supervisor of the National Biological Research Escort Team. This is Researcher Qian Shuiying. We come from a legitimate research institution. After the tsunami, we established a base on an island and took in many survivors. Our purpose here is twofold, to conduct scientific research and to see if any of our compatriots require assistance. Qian Shuiying raised her work identification from the research institute, displaying it to the shore while smiling. Do not be afraid. We are here to help you. Those armed individuals are merely security personnel from our institute, tasked with ensuring our safety and will not harm the common folk. The crowd on the shore was momentarily taken aback, murmuring amongst themselves. The white-haired elder approached, scrutinizing the ship's flag and then examining Qian Shuiying's tidy light gray research uniform and identification, which were certainly not the belongings of the Crusaders. The elder's wariness gradually dissipated as he conferred quietly with several robust men bearing bows and arrows. You truly are not Crusaders? The elder still seemed uncertain. Certainly not. Li Yong replied earnestly. The Crusaders are marauding brigands. How could we possibly be of the same ilk? They recently attacked our research island, but we repelled them. You repelled the Crusaders? The shore erupted into a cacophony of astonished exclamations. A young man with dark skin pushed to the front, excitedly exclaiming, "They have hundreds of guns." Did you really defeat them? Indeed, Li Yong asserted with confidence. We have the support of state-sponsored research capabilities in advanced weaponry. Dealing with them is a trivial matter. The white-haired elder trembled with excitement, waving his hand towards the crowd. It is the National Investigation Team. Quickly, bring the women and children out. He turned to Li Yong and bowed deeply, saying, "My name is Yuan Ping, and prior to the tsunami, I was a researcher at the Agricultural Research Institute. These individuals are all survivors of the tsunami. We have built a village on the mountaintop, which we call Shandingjai. Unfortunately, a few months ago, the Crusaders intruded, seizing our ironware, shoes, clothing, and stored food. When we failed to provide the required 10 baskets of food last month, they killed 3 of our men and abducted over a dozen young women." As he spoke the last words, Yuan Ping's tears flowed freely, and the men behind him gritted their teeth in anger. The news of Li Yang's victory over the Crusaders rapidly spread through the crowd, igniting a sense of admiration and hope in their eyes. Yuan Ping regained his composure and called out, "Everyone, please come ashore." The research vessel slowly approached the shore, and Li Yong left 3 slaves and 2 mechanical dogs to guard the ship, leading Qian Shuiying and the rest down the gangway. "By the way, Professor Yuan," Li Yong inquired after disembarking, "have you encountered any mutated creatures since the tsunami? Perhaps marine beasts?" "How could we not? By late autumn, a multitude of marine beasts appeared along the shore, darkening the horizon, and they were quite terrifying. We had no choice but to build our village on the mountaintop. Strangely enough, those marine beasts, no matter how they rampaged by the shore, dare not ascend the mountain." Qian Shuiying's eyes brightened as she remarked, "This may be related to the geology or vegetation on the mountain. If we can identify the substances that frighten the marine beasts, it would greatly aid the research institute. Director Li, we must collect some plant, rock, and soil samples to take back." "You are right," Li Yong replied as he looked towards Yuan Ping. "Professor Yuan, may we explore the geological environment surrounding Shandingjai?" "Of course." Yuan Ping nodded eagerly. "Feel free to investigate. Do not hesitate to ask for anything you may need." Shandingjai was larger than anticipated, with dozens of thatched cottages built against the mountainside, their roofs thickly covered with straw and wisps of smoke rising from chimneys. Though humble, the village was well kept, with dried fish and wild fruits hanging from the eaves and neatly stacked firewood at the corners, brimming with life. Upon hearing about the arrival of the National Investigation Team, the villagers flocked to the roadside, while children curiously clung to their parents' legs, examining Li Yong and the others' attire. Qian Shuiying, carrying a sample box, occasionally paused to dig into the soil with a small shovel, collecting plant specimens and diligently recording the collection sites and times. Meanwhile, Li Yong engaged in casual conversation with Yuan Ping, inquiring about the farming and hunting conditions in Shandingjai, all the while discreetly refreshing the resource distribution map with his thoughts. As his gaze swept over the center of the village, the blue square on the resource map precisely aligned with the largest thatched cottage, indicating a significant quantity of diesel, with a small arrow pointing underground. He discreetly scrutinized the cottage, noting that its walls were made of rammed earth, and at the entrance stood 2 robust men wielding wooden spears, guarding it more vigilantly than the other cottages, with several strings of dried herbs hanging from the eaves. This diesel was either hidden by Shandingjai to evade the Crusaders' plundering, or they were entirely unaware of its presence beneath them. In either case, this diesel must not fall into the hands of the Crusaders. Otherwise, once their fleet secured a sufficient fuel supply, Li Jiazai would find itself in a perilous position. However, with over 200 people in Shandingjai, although they lacked firearms and ironware, they possessed numerous bows and arrows and held the advantageous high ground, making a direct theft unwise. It was already too late. We must return to the research island before nightfall to report our findings. Li Yong smiled at Yuan Ping, saying that they would visit again next time to exchange insights on agricultural technology and the study of mutated organisms. Although Yuan Ping felt reluctant to part ways, he refrained from insisting on their stay and warmly escorted them to the dock. "Director Li, Researcher Qian, you must come again. We await your good news." As the research vessel departed from the island, the setting sun bathed the sea in golden hues. Standing at the bow, Li Yong gazed at the distant peak of the mountain village, contemplating how to procure the diesel fuel. Upon returning to Li Jiazhai, he promptly convened a meeting at the military command center, detailing the situation in the mountain village. "They have over 200 people, long oppressed by the Crusaders, and they harbor favorable sentiments towards us. This could be a valuable ally, especially since they possess a considerable stockpile of diesel." Chen Yao nodded gravely. We have only 3 barrels of diesel left in our dock, enough for the research vessel to make 3 more voyages. If we can obtain the diesel from the mountain village, our vessels can sail freely, and our defensive capabilities will significantly improve. However, a forced seizure is not feasible. They outnumber us and know the terrain well. If conflict arises, we would not fare well and may inadvertently push them towards the Crusaders. I understand, Liang replied. We need a comprehensive strategy that secures the diesel while winning over this stronghold. Chapter 69. The enemy fleet observes. In the early morning, the dining table within the inner village was laden with steaming dishes, the aroma of brown rice mingling with the savory scent of dried fish, enveloping the warm air. Seated at the head of the table, Liang carefully fed the warm rice porridge to the swaddled Li Zihan with a small wooden spoon. Drink slowly, don't rush. He gently coaxed. The little one smacked her lips, her curious, dark eyes fixed on him, her tiny fists gripping his fingers tightly. Lin Wei, seated beside him, smiled as she wiped the rice porridge from the child's mouth. This little one slept soundly through the night. Such a good girl, not a peep. The fishing team has indeed had a bountiful catch these past few days, Su Wenxian chimed in while serving everyone. Zhang Meng and his crew cast a large net near the coast, and they accumulated over 20 baskets of dried fish. That should last us for quite a while. Once the weather warms up, we can dry even more. Liang set down the spoon, gently stroking Li Zihan's soft hair, feeling a wave of warmth. That's good. With ample food, we can rest easy. He turned to Wang Jingyi, seated across from him. Jingyi, is your due date approaching? Wang Jingyi caressed her round belly, a smile of anticipation gracing her face. Yes, in about half a month. Don't worry. As a doctor, I have everything prepared for the delivery. But you are the one giving birth. You can't deliver your own baby, can you? Liang said, a hint of concern in his tone. You're the only one in the village with obstetric knowledge. Who will assist you? Don't worry, Su Wenxian interjected with a laugh. Jingyi has already taught Huang Min. She has given birth to 8 children, so her experience is unparalleled. Over these past few months, she has learned a great deal from Jingyi about the delivery process. So everything will be fine. Wang Jingyi nodded in agreement. I've written down the precautions and steps for delivery. Huang Min learns quickly. She even knows about sterilization and suturing now. With her here, you can rest assured. Liang finally relaxed, just as he was about to say more. Hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the courtyard. Zhao Hu rushed in, clutching a walkie-talkie, his face etched with anxiety. Master, this is bad. There's trouble at the dock. The warmth of smiles vanished instantly, replaced by a tense atmosphere. Liang immediately stood, taking the walkie-talkie. What happened? Speak slowly. Captain Zhang Meng had just communicated through the walkie-talkie, stating that several wooden sailboats had appeared offshore, drifting without coming ashore, their intentions unclear. Zhao Hu, panting heavily, asked if they should dispatch a boat to intercept. Don't rush. I'll go take a look, Liang reassured him, calming the startled Li Zihan before handing her to Lin Wei, grabbing his coat from the back of the chair as he headed outside. I'll go with you. Chen Yao immediately stood, her hand instinctively moving to her holstered pistol. You are pregnant. You cannot go. Liang pressed a hand on her shoulder. Stay home. I will notify you immediately if there is news. Although Chen Yao's belly was not yet prominent, he could not allow her to take any risks. Chen Yao bit her lip, reluctantly nodding. Just be careful. Contact me immediately if anything happens. Liang hurried out of the inner village, racing with Zhao Hu towards the dock on the eastern coast. As they approached the shoreline, the sea breeze grew stronger. Atop the dock's lookout tower, Zhang Ming anxiously scanned the surface of the sea through binoculars. Spotting Li Yang's arrival, he shouted, Master, over there. Li Yang swiftly climbed the lookout tower, enhancing his vision. In the distance, 3 wooden sailboats were gliding smoothly across the water, small yet remarkably stable. The most conspicuous feature was the black cross insignia emblazoned on their sails, unmistakably the mark of the Crusaders. Indeed, it was them. Li Yang observed intently as the sailors aboard the ships scanned the area with binoculars, evidently surveying the island's terrain. Several men armed with AK rifles stood at the bow. They are scouting, Li Yang muttered, a wave of unease washing over him. Their demeanor suggested that this was not a mere reconnaissance but a prelude to a considerable offensive. Zhang Meng, standing beside him, seethed with anger. These scoundrels. They dare return after the last encounter failed to inflict any serious harm. Master, should I lead the fleet to sink them? That is not an option. Li Yang promptly dismissed the idea. They are merely observing. Striking now would only alert them, and they likely possess rocket launchers. Our vessels would not withstand even a single shot. The Crusader ships had anchored 3 kilometers from the shoreline, neither approaching nor retreating. They were undoubtedly attempting to ascertain our defensive arrangements and the distribution of troops on the island, Liang concluded. Zhao Hu, pacing anxiously, exclaimed, What should we do? We can't just let them scout us, can we? They have AKs and rocket launchers, and with their numbers, if they decide to attack, Our wooden walls won't hold. Liang remained silent, his brow furrowed as he gazed toward the sea. The Crusaders' sudden appearance was no coincidence. It was likely a counteroffensive after their previous defeat. Or they may have discovered the connection between Shanding Zhai and Li Jiazhai, fearing a potential alliance. Zhang Meng, order all vessels to return to port and cover them with tarps to conceal our dock strength. Liang quickly commanded, instructing all lookout towers to heighten vigilance. Reporting enemy ship movements every 10 minutes. Understood. Zhang Meng replied immediately, seizing the walkie-talkie to relay the orders. The Crusaders armed with AK rifles and rocket launchers posed a significant threat to the village, particularly the rocket launchers, which could devastate wooden walls. Moreover, with their superior numbers, should they launch an all-out assault, our village's limited forces would be insufficient. We must acquire diesel from Shanding Zhai as soon as possible, Liang thought. Gritting his teeth. Only with ample fuel can our vessels maneuver flexibly, whether for resource relocation or proactive strikes. Stay alert to their movements. Report any anomalies immediately. Liang added, patting Zhao Hu on the shoulder. Let us return to convene. We must devise a strategy to respond. Chapter 70. Renaming and Transformation. The lights in the military command center burned through the night, as Liang stood before the map, his fingertips tracing the maritime domain of the Crusader vessels. His brow deeply knitted. As dawn breaks outside, he turns to face the gathered crowd, his voice hoarse from a sleepless night. The Crusaders are lurking at sea, and we must prepare thoroughly. There is a matter I wish to discuss with all of you. From this day forth, we shall abolish the term slave. Su Wenqian pauses momentarily, gripping the ledger, before nodding in agreement. It is high time that we do so. Our village is increasingly resembling a legitimate stronghold, and referring to individuals as slaves is indeed inappropriate, making us no different from the Crusaders. Henceforth, we shall refer to them as Jaimin. Liang speaks firmly, asserting that regardless of their previous identities, those who arrive at Li Jiazhuang become family. We must present our village as a bastion of scientific survivors from Huaxia, publicly declaring it as a state-supported research institution. This will attract more survivors and instill fear in the hearts of the unscrupulous. Chen Yao adds, I concur. We possess research vessels, mechanical canines, and esteemed researchers like Professor Qiao and Shui Ying, which entirely justifies this designation. Henceforth, we shall proclaim that we are executing the national mission of island research and survivor assistance. The crowd resonates with agreement, and the atmosphere grows increasingly spirited. Liang glances at the sky outside. Time is of the essence. Shui Ying and I shall head to the southeast island today, striving to bring the inhabitants of the mountaintop village over. They are familiar with the island environment and possess agricultural expertise, which would greatly benefit our village. After breakfast, Liang and Qian Shuiying, accompanied by Ten Jaimin, board the research vessel. The ship slices through the sea, leaving behind a white wake. Standing at the bow, Qian Shuiying's hair dances in the sea breeze. Will Professor Yuan and the others be willing to relocate? After all, they have lived there for a year. Absolutely. Liang replies with unwavering confidence. The threat of the Crusaders remains, and the mountaintop village has no defenses to speak of. We are fortified with high walls, mechanical canines, and ample food. They have every reason to accept our invitation. Upon reaching the southeast island, they find Yuan Ping fishing by the shore with the villagers. Spotting the familiar vessel, he approaches with a smile. Director Li, Researcher Qian, what brings you here again? We have urgent matters to discuss. Liang gets straight to the point. The Crusader ships are prowling our waters, and they appear poised for a large-scale assault. While your mountaintop village is situated at a high elevation, its defenses are weak. If the Crusaders launch an attack, the consequences could be dire. I wish to invite all of you to move to Li Jiazhuang, where we can unite for mutual protection. He elaborates on the defenses of Li Jiazhuang. 5-meter-high reinforced wooden walls, 10 watchtowers, 10 armed mechanical canines, hundreds of guns, and ample ammunition. In terms of provisions, there are enough dried fish, grains, and wild vegetables to sustain everyone. A clinic with professional doctors, a garment factory to produce new clothing, and heating for the winter. Yuan Ping grows increasingly excited, while the villagers behind him murmur, their eyes glimmering with anticipation. A woman cradling a child cannot contain her curiosity. Will we really be able to move over? There are more than 200 of us. Of course. Liang assures her earnestly. We have just expanded the outer village and are constructing new housing and a dining hall, sufficient to accommodate everyone. Professor Yuan, as an agricultural expert, will be able to oversee farming and ensure that everyone is fed. Yuan Ping can no longer contain his excitement and calls out to the villagers. Did everyone hear that? This is a tremendous opportunity. We will no longer be subjected to the Crusaders' oppression. The villagers erupt into thunderous cheers, and several elders are moved to tears. Grasping Liang's hand, Yuan Ping gratefully declares, Director Li is truly our savior. To be honest, We have some valuable resources hidden in our village that may aid you. There are 1,000 barrels of diesel stored in a cave behind the mountain, remnants from a gas station prior to the tsunami. We have been afraid to use them for fear of being discovered by the Crusaders. 1,000 barrels of diesel. Li Yong feigned surprise, exclaiming, "That is excellent. With this diesel, our ships will be able to sail freely, and our machinery will function properly." Over the next 3 days, everyone from Li Jiazhuang and the mountaintop village mobilizes. 5 wooden boats and the research vessel take turns transporting the villagers' supplies and the 1,000 barrels of diesel to Li Jiazhuang. The diesel barrels are carefully unloaded, and under Li Yang's direction, dozens of strong villagers carry them to a concealed cave in the back mountain of the village, sealing the entrance with stones and leaving only a small opening for passage. Guarded by a designated individual, this ensures that the diesel supply at the dock will last for a long time. Chen Yao gazes at the records in the ledger, her face lighting up with a smile. There is no need to worry about fuel for the research vessel, diesel wooden boats, or potential future machinery. Li Yong is directing villagers to construct new thatched cottages in the outer village when he suddenly brightens. By the way, in the waters near Niao Fenshur Island, I wonder if the police patrol ship that Chen Yao escaped from is still usable? A police patrol ship? Qian Shuiying asks curiously. That vessel has a steel hull, which must offer far superior defense compared to wooden boats. Indeed, Li Yong promptly gathers Yang Lu and Qian Shuiying, declaring, "We shall set off immediately. With that patrol ship, the Crusaders' wooden vessels will be no match for us." The research vessel carries the trio towards Niao Fenshur Island, and in a bay, they indeed spot the gray police patrol ship, its hull covered in a thin layer of seaweed but showing no obvious signs of damage. Li Yong and Yang Lu board to inspect it. The engine, though dusty, remains intact. It can be started. Qian Shuiying exclaims excitedly as she adjusts the control panel. The fuel tank is empty, but once we add diesel, we can set sail. Yang Lu and the villagers immediately use a fuel line to refuel the patrol ship. And as the engine roars to life, the vessel slowly departs the bay, following the research ship back to the dock at Li Jiazhuang. Observing the neatly arranged ships at the dock fills Li Yong with a sense of accomplishment. 1 police patrol ship, 1 research vessel, 1 medium-sized diesel wooden boat, 3 wooden sailboats, and 5 small wooden boats. Our maritime strength is beginning to take shape. He announces, "From this day forth, we shall establish a maritime escort team, with Yang Lu as the captain, training daily in navigation, marksmanship, and tactical coordination." However, the joy does not last long. Su Wenxian approaches Li Yong, her expression grave. The stored food supplies are running low. The influx of over 200 new residents has greatly increased consumption. The dried fish and chestnuts will last at most another 2 weeks, and the wheat will not be ready for harvest until spring. Li Yong gazes out at the distant sea, his brow furrowing once more. He suddenly recalls the livestock gift package previously awarded by the system. They had been unable to retrieve it without ships. Now, equipped with sufficient vessels and fuel, they can certainly go collect it. I have made a decision. Once the maritime escort team has trained sufficiently, we shall venture to the northern large island to scout for new food resources. Chapter 71. The Northern Island Warship. The engine of the police patrol ship emits a steady rumble as it cleaves through the morning mist towards the northern large island. Li Yong stands on the bridge, gazing at the island's outline drawing nearer, his heart filled with both anticipation and trepidation. Beside him, Chen Yao cannot contain her excitement, her fingers tightly gripping the railing. Though her belly has begun to show, she still beams with joy. "We are finally arriving. You promised me that once you found the time, you would bring me to see the northern island. I will certainly keep my promise," Li Yong assures her, taking her hand. "But we must be cautious. This island is vast, and we cannot predict what it may conceal." Qian Shuiying, adjusting the navigation equipment, turns back with a smile. "Rest assured. The patrol ship's radar is highly sensitive. It can detect any vessels within 10 kilometers. If danger arises, we will be alerted." Dressed in a pragmatic research outfit with her hair tied back in a ponytail and a hint of engine oil on her face, she appears even more spirited. The following afternoon, the northern large island finally comes into clear view. All aboard cannot help but gasp in awe. This island is a staggering 10 times larger than the one they inhabit, its coastline meandering and intricate. The lush vegetation envelopes the entire mountain, devoid of any snow, presenting a striking contrast to the surrounding frozen seas. To their astonishment, through the telescope, they can discern herds of cattle and sheep scattered across the slopes, and even a few plump white pigs foraging in the woods. Livestock. An abundance of livestock. Chen Yao excitedly pointed into the distance, exclaiming that with these animals, their village's food problem would be entirely resolved. Li Yang's eyes also sparkled. This was undoubtedly the livestock bonanza the system had previously hinted at. He silently rejoiced at his timely decision to come, as their food supplies were indeed running low, and these pigs, cattle, and sheep were like a timely blessing. The patrol ship gradually approached the shore. Suddenly, Liang furrowed his brow, pointing towards a bay to the left. What is that? The others followed his gaze and beheld a gray warship quietly docked in the bay, its hull adorned with thick armor and the gun barrels on its deck gleaming ominously. A few figures clad in military uniforms were seen moving about. What sent chills down their spines was the sight of rocket launchers and heavy machine guns prominently displayed beside the bridge, their metallic sheen blinding in the sunlight. It is a warship. Qian Shuiying swiftly retrieved her binoculars, her expression turning grave. There are people aboard, dressed in military attire, and they seem to have spotted us. Indeed. The figures on the warship quickly converged, with some raising rifles and others shouldering rocket launchers, the barrels slowly swiveling towards the patrol ship. Liang counted. There were at least 30 figures on the deck, all female soldiers, their movements brisk and their eyes vigilant, clearly trained professionals. At the forefront was a woman in her 50s, her hair streaked with gray yet meticulously styled, her posture erect as she observed them through binoculars. Bang! A gunshot shattered the air, and a signal flare shot up into the sky, trailing a red flame. Moments later, a deafening explosion erupted as a shell detonated just 10 meters from the patrol ship, sending massive waves crashing against its hull. Turn around. Quickly turn around, Liang urged. The firepower was terrifying. Even without the rocket launchers, that artillery piece alone could easily sink the patrol ship. Qian Shuiying immediately turned the helm, and the patrol ship traced an arc on the water's surface, preparing to retreat. However, Chen Yao suddenly grasped Liang's arm, her eyes filled with pleading. Don't retreat. Liang, wait a moment. My mother was a veteran. Perhaps, just perhaps, they are part of her unit. Are you out of your mind? Liang exclaimed, alarmed. That is a warship, armed to the teeth. Sinking us would be child's play. I just want to confirm. Chen Yao's eyes glistened with tears. You promised me before that you would help me find my mother. She gently shook Liang's arm, her tone laced with a childlike appeal. Just this once, please? Liang, gazing into her expectant yet anxious eyes, felt his resolve soften. After a moment's contemplation, he suddenly asked, Do you have your police badge? The one from when you were an officer. I do. Chen Yao quickly retrieved a small, laminated booklet from her backpack, which bore a photo of her in uniform. Have 2 slaves take the lifeboat over, show them the badge, and ask if they recognize Chen Yao's mother, but don't mention our identities. Liang instructed, maintaining distance. If there is any danger, retreat immediately. The 2 slaves promptly lowered the lifeboat and paddled towards the warship. Everyone held their breath, fixated on the gray warship, their hearts racing. Time seemed to freeze, each second stretching into an eternity. Finally, the lifeboat began its return journey. The slaves paddled furiously, their faces betraying their barely contained excitement. Master, they were thrilled to see the badge. The leading woman said we could approach the shore. Chen Yao's tears welled up instantly. It's mother. It must be her. Be cautious. Let us get closer first. Although Liang was equally exhilarated, he remained vigilant. The patrol ship slowly approached the warship, and Chen Yao, holding the binoculars, trembled slightly with anticipation. Upon catching sight of the woman waving from the bow, she suddenly covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Mom. It really is my mom. Liang quickly commanded, approach the shore. The 2 vessels docked alongside one another, and Liang supported Chen Yao as they climbed aboard the warship. The leading woman hurried forward, clad in a crisp military uniform. Her epaulets signifying her rank as a regiment commander, her features bearing a striking resemblance to Chen Yao. Yao Yao. The woman's voice quivered as she embraced Chen Yao, her tears soaking the collar of her uniform. Mom, I've missed you so much. Chen Yao wept in her mother's arms like a child. Liang stood to the side, waiting for the mother-daughter duo to regain their composure before stepping forward to respectfully bow. Greetings, mother-in-law. I am Liang, Chen Yao's husband. Han Shui wiped her tears, scrutinizing Liang carefully, her gaze gradually softening, even breaking into a faint smile. Good lad, you've taken good care of my daughter. Look at how far along she is. It seems you Haven team mistreated her. She patted Liang on the shoulder, saying, My greatest concern in life has always been her. Knowing she has found a good home brings me peace. Mom, how did you end up here? Chen Yao finally calmed down, grasping her mother's hand as she inquired. During the tsunami, I was conducting drills with the female soldiers at the port. Han Shui sighed, explaining that the warship had been swept here by the waves, and the 30 sisters had survived, guarding this island for nearly a year. There is an abundance of livestock here, and strange creatures in the sea, though they dare not venture up the mountain, making it quite secure. Qian Shuiying had already disembarked, crouching at the shoreline to collect soil and plant samples. Upon hearing that the sea creatures do not approach the mountain, her eyes sparkled. Commander Han, do the sea creatures dare not come near this island? I am studying biological mutations. May I collect some samples? Of course, you may. Han Shui smiled and nodded. confirming that this island was indeed peculiar. The sea creatures lingered only along the shoreline and never ventured up the mountain, though they couldn't explain why. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yang interjected, "Mother-in-law, Chen Yao and I have established a village on the southern island, sheltering over 400 survivors, providing food and shelter with solid defenses. You should come back with us. There is strength in numbers, and we can look out for one another." "Absolutely," Han Shui replied without hesitation. "We have longed to reunite with the main force, but we lack diesel fuel, so the warship cannot set sail." "We have diesel," Li Yang exclaimed with a smile. "Enough to bring the warship back to the village." In the following 2 days, the female soldiers selected a batch of the most robust cattle, sheep, and pigs to board the ship, while Li Yang instructed Qian Shuiying to mark the locations of the remaining livestock on the island, planning to return for another transport. As they set sail, the warship led the way, with the patrol ship closely following behind, its massive hull cleaving through the waves with great momentum. Upon returning to the dock, Zhao Hu had long been waiting at the pier, and upon seeing the warship, he was instantly stunned. "Master, is that a warship? How did you manage to acquire this? This is incredible." He hurried forward, his expression turning tense. "After you left, a crusader ship visited once, and there was an exchange of gunfire, but fortunately, they did not dare to launch a strong assault, and no one was injured." Upon hearing this, Han Shui became irate. Slamming her hand against the cannon of the warship, "Those crusaders? The ones who steal things? If they dare to come, we'll sink them. Our warship is armed to the teeth. Let them experience our might." Li Yang looked at the warships, the patrol vessel, the research ship, and the diesel wooden boat lined up at the dock, then at Han Shui and the resolute faces of the female soldiers. A surge of unprecedented confidence welled up within him. With this strength, not to mention the crusaders, even if a more formidable enemy were to come, it would be futile. Chapter 72. The warships take formation. Quickly, herd all the cattle and sheep down. Li Yang directed the slaves to drive the more than 20 cattle and sheep, along with over 10 pigs brought back from the northern islands, to the shore. These animals, having spent the journey on the deck, were instantly invigorated by the sight of the lush green grass, galloping with glee, prompting a chorus of cheers from the villagers. Yuan Ping had already prepared a pasture on the western side of the village, enclosing a large area with rough wooden fences. "This is splendid. With these livestock, our worries about meat and dairy are alleviated." The old professor, observing the leisurely grazing yellow cows, excitedly stroked his beard, declaring that he would arrange for the construction of a barn and pig pen, ensuring they would be well-fed and robust. Accompanied by Chun Yao, Han Shui toured the village, her keen eyes scanning the 5-meter-high outer walls and the 10 watchtowers, also inspecting the armory's weapon reserves. Indeed, the defensive structures are solid, and the arsenal is more comprehensive than I had anticipated. She approached the mechanical dogs, curiously examining these iron creations. "Are these combat robots? Your technological resources are impressive." "They are military mechanical dogs, capable of coordinating with rifles in combat," Li Yang explained, noting that they had previously repelled the Crusaders' attacks. The mention of the Crusaders caused Han Shui's expression to turn icy. "Are they the bandits Zhao who spoke of earlier?" "Yes. They occupy the southern islands with several hundred men, equipped with AK rifles and rocket launchers." Li Yang's tone grew serious. "Their ships even came yesterday and exchanged fire with us." Han Shui snorted disdainfully, exclaiming that it was perfect timing for them to experience the might of our battleship's main cannon. She commanded the female soldiers behind her to refuel the battleship with diesel. "Check the main and secondary cannons, and ensure that they take turns on guard duty tonight to prevent any surprise attacks from the bandits." "Yes." The female soldiers responded in unison. They promptly dispersed to inspect the cannon barrels and clean their weapons with nimble and practiced movements. After ensuring the comfort of Han Shui and the female soldiers, Li Yang entered the inner village. Tian Shaowan and Su Wenxian were surrounding Chen Yao, eagerly inquiring about the experiences from the northern islands. Upon seeing Li Yang enter, Tian Shaowan approached him with a smile, saying, "Li Yang Gij, Professor Yuan mentioned that those cattle and sheep will start producing milk next month. We will finally be able to enjoy fresh milk. And pork too." Su Wenxian flipped through the account book, anticipating that once the pigs were fattened, they would improve everyone's diet, especially for Jing Yi and Yao, who needed extra nourishment. Wang Jingyi gently touched her round belly, saying, "Aunt Han seems so formidable." She looked more impressive than generals on television when she was instructing the female soldiers. Speaking of her mother caused Chen Yao's face to flush with happiness. "My mother was once the commander of a female soldier regiment. Leading troops into battle is her forte. With her here, we need not fear the Crusaders anymore." As evening approached, Li Yang convened an emergency meeting at the military command center. Han Shui sat in the main seat, lightly tapping her fingers on the map. According to Zhao Hu's report, 5 ships from the Crusaders came yesterday. conducting a probing attack before retreating, indicating they are testing our defenses. She raised her eyes to look at everyone. I suspect they may launch a large-scale attack while we are still settling in after bringing back the battleship. What should we do? Lin Wei asked with concern. Wali Zihan in her arms seemed to sense the tense atmosphere and began to cry softly. We must adopt a proactive defense, Han Shui stated, suggesting that we position the patrol boats at the critical throat of the eastern coastline, where the main cannon's range can cover the entire shoal. Upon spotting enemy ships, we shall open fire immediately. Yang Lu will lead the hunters and mechanical dogs to guard the outer walls, while female soldiers will monitor the sea surface from the watchtowers, establishing a land-sea joint defense. Li Yang nodded in agreement. I will instruct Iron Bull's forging team to expedite the production of iron arrows and iron spears, and ensure all combat personnel are equipped with bulletproof vests. How is Qian Shuiying's research on the beast repellent agent progressing? There has been progress. Qian Shuiying adjusted her glasses, excitedly stating that she had extracted a special component from the plant samples collected from the northern islands, which should deter sea beasts if they catch a whiff. I have arranged for mass production, and applying it to the wooden walls will effectively defend against sea beast attacks. After the meeting concluded, Chen Yao pulled Han Shui to the watchtower. The sunset's afterglow enveloped the mother and daughter, outlining their warm silhouettes. Mom, you have no idea how scared I was during the tsunami. I thought I would never see you again. Chen Yao leaned against her mother's shoulder, her voice choked with emotion. Han Shui gently patted her back, tears glistening in her eyes. Silly child, how could I ever leave you? At that time, we were rehearsing at the port, and the tsunami struck so suddenly. The battleship was swept here, and it was not easy for the 31 female soldiers to survive. We supported each other to establish our foothold on this island, and I never expected that when I saw you again, you would already be a mother. His name is Li Yang, and he treats me very well. Chen Yao said, blushing. He built this village from scratch and has sheltered many survivors. I can see he is a reliable young man, Han Shui smiled, saying he is responsible and capable. I trust him to take care of you. Just then, a sentinel from the watchtower suddenly shouted, enemy ships. A large number of enemy vessels have been spotted on the eastern coastline. Han Shui and Chen Yao immediately stood up, and Li Yang hurriedly ascended the watchtower with his men. Through the telescope, 10 wooden sailing ships were approaching menacingly, their bows equipped with rocket launchers, and the decks crowded with armed bandits. It was indeed the fleet of the Crusaders. Just in time, Han Shui's eye sharpened, and she turned to the female soldiers, commanding them to take their positions. Aim the main cannon at the leading ship, and prepare the secondary cannons for interception. The female soldiers quickly assumed their battle stations, the sounds of the cannon bolts being pulled back echoing through the air. Yang Lu led the hunters and mechanical dogs into combat readiness. 3 kilometers away, reported the gunners. Measure the distance. Load the shells. Han Shui's voice was steady and powerful. Target locked. Fire. At Han Shui's command, the patrol ship's main cannon roared to life. A shell trailing an orange-red tail streaking through the air, accurately landing beside the leading ship and creating a massive water spout. Although it did not directly hit, the tremendous shockwave caused the wooden ship to rock violently, sending bandits tumbling into the sea with cries of despair. Excellent shot. The crowd erupted in cheers. The Crusaders' fleet was evidently unprepared for artillery fire, their formation thrown into chaos. Launch the patrol boats, Li Yang ordered. The patrol boats and battleship launched simultaneous assaults. The fierce battle raged for an hour, and under the bombardment of the battleship's main cannon and the firepower of the patrol boats, the Crusaders suffered heavy losses, with 3 wooden ships sunk and the remaining vessels fleeing in panic. The villagers cheered and waved their weapons in jubilation, while the female soldiers stood proudly on the battleship's deck, receiving accolades for their victory. Li Yang approached Han Shui, watching the retreating enemy ships, and sighed with relief. Mother-in-law, we owe this success to you and the battleship. Han Shui wiped the smoke from her face, smiling as she remarked, from the captives. We learned that the Crusaders are based on the southern islands, with 2 affiliated villages nearby. It is still too early to eliminate them. Chapter 73, Relocating to a New Island. As the ice and snow melted, the warm spring breeze finally dispelled the chill of winter. Tender green shoots emerged, and the entire island brimmed with vibrant life. However, this vitality did not bring peace. As the temperature rose to 15 degrees, signs of sea beasts reappeared along the coast. Roar, a deep growl resonated from the seaside, as dark sea beasts surged towards the village like a tide. The thunderous roar of the Yeti Rex mixed with the sounds, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The villagers stood tense behind the wooden walls, gripping their weapons, but unlike before, they did not panic. Qian Shuiying had already sprayed a special beast repellent solution around the wooden walls and docks with the female workers. The light green liquid exuded an unusual herbal fragrance. As the first sea beast approached the wooden wall, Its nostrils twitched violently, as if it had caught a whiff of an exceedingly foul odor, causing it to retreat in terror and frantically scratch at its nose with its claws. The following herd of sea beasts exhibited the same anxious response, pacing restlessly 10 meters away from the wooden barrier, too fearful to advance another step. Even the most ferocious of the Tyrannosaurus rex merely roared from a distance, its massive head swiveling cautiously, never daring to cross the invisible barrier formed by the beast-repelling agent. It was truly astonishing. Zhao excitedly patted the wall, marveling that these creatures dared not approach. Liang, standing atop the watchtower, observed the wandering sea beasts outside, yet his brow remained furrowed. Professor Qianlin, leaning on his cane, joined him, his expression grave as he noted the bizarre reactions of the sea creatures. This is not right. Their response to the beast-repelling agent is excessively intense, as if they were specifically engineered to fear this substance. They are likely not the result of natural mutation, but rather artificially created. Artificially created? Li Yang's heart sank. Are you suggesting that someone is orchestrating all of this from behind the scenes? Qian nodded, sighing. It's hard to say, but such targeted fear is no coincidence. Notice how they appear punctually every year, restricted by temperature and specific scents. It seems much like a programmed response. Li Yang gazed at the restless sea beasts beyond the wall, his tone heavy, regardless of whether they are naturally mutated or artificially created. This annual turmoil makes it impossible to produce with peace of mind. We have only just begun to make progress. We cannot remain indefinitely restrained by these monsters. I have an idea. Han Shui ascended the watchtower, her gaze directed northward, towards the northern island we visited last time. It is not only abundant in livestock, but also harbors an uninhabited town with hundreds of houses, ample enough for all of us to reside. Most importantly, the sea beasts on that island never come ashore, making it a far safer environment than here. Are you suggesting we relocate to the northern island? Li Yang's eyes sparkled. Yes, Han Shui affirmed. As the population of our settlement has grown to over 400, the resources on this small island will eventually be insufficient. The northern island is vast and fertile, with an existing town, making it ideal for long-term development. This proposal stirred Li Yang's interest, prompting him to convene a meeting with the core members. When the idea of migrating to the northern island was presented, nearly everyone expressed unanimous agreement. Professor Yuan Ping was the first to raise his hand. I support this. The soil on the northern island is incredibly fertile. It will surely be suitable for farming, allowing us to finally cultivate crops on a large scale. Su Wenxian nodded in agreement. The consumption of food in our settlement is increasing, and relying solely on hunting and gathering is not a sustainable solution. With fertile land, we can completely resolve our food issues. Just as the group fervently discussed the details of the relocation, Zhao Hu rushed in, panting. Master, good news. Madame Jingyi is about to give birth. Li Yang's heart tightened, and he immediately dashed to the medical facility. Inside, Wang Jingyi lay on the bed, while Huang Min and several female workers busily attended to her. Chen Yao and Lin Wei also hurried over, anxiously waiting outside the door. Before long, a loud cry of a newborn shattered the tense atmosphere. It's a boy. Huang Min emerged, cradling the swaddled infant, her face beaming with joy. Li Yang stepped into the room, where Wang Jingyi, though pale, radiated maternal tenderness in her eyes. He gently held the child, who had his eyes shut tight and tiny fists clenched, utterly adorable. You have worked hard, Jingyi. Wang Jingyi smiled weakly. Let us give him a name. Let us call him Li Zian, strong as a rock. Li Yang softly replied, leaning down to kiss the child on the forehead. Congratulations on completing the blessing of many sons task. Your partner, Wang Jingyi, has given birth to a boy. Reward, 50 tons of rebar and 100 sets of rebar processing tools. Li Yang's heart soared with joy. This rebar will perfectly complement the cement we have for constructing the new town. Half a month later, as temperatures steadily rose, the sea beasts gradually retreated. As if on cue, and the coastline returned to tranquility. Li Yang promptly initiated the relocation plan, and he and Qian Shuang were the first to board the research ship heading to the northern island for reconnaissance. Upon returning to the island, they meticulously inspected the town's condition. Although the hundreds of houses were somewhat dilapidated, their main structures remained intact. The town boasted hospitals, schools, stores, and other complete facilities, surrounded by vast, flat land and dense forests. This is perfect, Qian Shuang exclaimed, stating that with a little renovation, the houses could accommodate everyone. Upon returning to the settlement, the relocation process officially commenced. Slaves transported supplies, livestock, and diesel to the new island in batches, while Han Shui led the female soldiers in navigating a warship to ensure safe transport. After a month of diligent work, all personnel and materials were successfully transferred to the small town on the northern island. Li Yang and his wife settled into the town's finest two-story villa, featuring a spacious living room, bright bedrooms, and even a small garden. Su Wenxian and Chun Yao busied themselves with cleaning and arranging. Their faces radiant with happiness as they gazed upon their cozy new home. Professor Yuan Ping had already begun surveying the land. The soil here is incredibly fertile. I have selected several plots to plant wheat and vegetables. Before long, we will be able to enjoy our homegrown food. Zhao Hu and Amu also arrived to report. Master, the seaside location is very suitable for building a dock and shipyard. We have already begun planning. Excellent. Li Yong replied with a smile. Under the pretense of surveying the terrain, he ventured into an uninhabited cave deep within the island. Retrieving the construction gift package awarded by the system, 100 tons of cement piled into a small mountain, alongside brand new mixers, dump trucks, and other construction tools, as well as 50 tons of rebar and processing equipment. When Li Yong and the others discovered these materials, they were left astonished. So much cement and rebar. A Jian exclaimed excitedly, rubbing his hands together. With these, we can build a dock that is as solid as a fortress. Li Yong appointed a Jian as the construction team leader, tasking them with utilizing the cement and rebar to construct the dock, shipyard, and a cement road connecting the dock to the town. The female soldiers and slaves collaborated, with some mixing cement, others laying rebar, and still others leveling the road. As the entire town bustled with activity, filled with laughter and joy. 3 months later, the new dock and shipyard were officially completed. With a wide cement road linking the dock to the town, and the town's houses restored, with saplings planted along the streets. Li Yong strolled through the town with Chun Yao, Wang Jingyi, Lin Wei, Su Wenxian, and Tian Xiaojun, taking in the tidy streets, busy people, and distant pastures, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment. It's beautiful. Lin Wei, holding Li Zihan, smiled and remarked that it was far better than the previous settlement. Once the three of you also give birth, the home will be even livelier. Li Yong looked at Su Wenxian, Chun Yao, and Tian Xiaojun's slightly rounded bellies. His eyes filled with anticipation. Chun Yao gently caressed her belly, yet her tone turned serious. We cannot be careless. The Crusaders' influence has not been eradicated. We must swiftly enhance our strength. Li Yong nodded, his gaze sharpening. Rest assured, once everything is settled here, we will mobilize next month to completely eliminate them. Chapter 74, Signal for Reinforcements. The spring sun bathed the training ground of the northern island, as dust swirled amidst the synchronized shouts of commands. Han Shui, clad in camouflage training gear with a pistol at her waist, stood atop a platform directing the training. 30 female soldiers stood tall, their rifles moving in unison with the commands. Behind them, 100 able-bodied men were arranged in 10 rows, practicing assassination techniques under the guidance of Yang Lu, their wooden spears striking the scarecrows with muffled thuds. Focus, everyone. Han Shui bellowed. The marauders of the Crusaders wield real firearms, not mere wooden posts. Slacking now will lead to certain death on the battlefield. The female soldiers executed their movements with even greater precision, while the men intensified their thrusts. Li Yong stood at the edge of the training ground, observing the increasingly cohesive unit with a nod of satisfaction. He turned to Qian Shuiying, who was diligently noting down the training data, and remarked, with Aunt Han's training, our combat effectiveness is bound to improve significantly. Qian Shuiying responded. Captain Han's methods are highly professional. They are far more effective than our previous aimless practices. I will compile the training data into a standardized process. Her gaze lingered on Li Yong for a moment before shyly shifting away, leaving a tiny ink blot from her pen on the notebook. Li Yong smiled. During their time surveying the terrain and planning the town together, their interactions had increased, and her demeanor towards him had noticeably warmed. A notification chimed. Ding. Qian Shuiying's affection level is at 50. Rewards include 1 notebook and 10 boxes of pencils, now stored in your space. Upon hearing this, Li Yong felt invigorated. The notebook and pencils would be invaluable for recording and teaching, precisely what the town required. Meanwhile, in the newly established military center, Chun Yao was adjusting the radio while wearing headphones. The transceiver emitted a crackling sound. Suddenly, a faint distress signal broke through the noise. This is Bay Village. We are under the control of the Crusaders. Requesting assistance. Repeat. Chun Yao quickly adjusted the frequency and took out paper and pen to record the message. After more than half an hour of patient deciphering, she finally understood the content of the distress signal and hurried to find Li Yong. Li Yong, there's a distress signal from Bay Village. They are on the large island near Haiyan Island, under the control of the Crusaders. Li Yong and Han Shui were inspecting the newly constructed armory, where captured AK rifles, rocket launchers, and ample ammunition were neatly arranged. Upon hearing Chun Yao's report, they exchanged glances and immediately proceeded to the military center. Chun Yao retrieved the decrypted information. Bay Village has over 500 survivors, including teachers, lawyers, communication technicians, and mechanics. They report that the number of Crusaders controlling the area is small, but they are armed with shotguns and a few wooden boats. Over 500 skilled survivors? Li Yang's eyes brightened. This is crucial for our new town. We must rescue them. Han Shui added. Haiyan Island is the Crusaders' stronghold, and Bay Island is nearby. Likely a subordinate outpost. Their forces should be limited, making it an opportune moment to strike, rescuing the survivors while weakening the Crusaders' strength. The three quickly devised a rescue plan, led by Han Shui. 20 female soldiers and 50 able-bodied men would set sail for Bay Island aboard a warship and a medium-sized diesel wooden boat, a police patrol vessel, 10 machine guns, 5 rocket launchers, and a portion of their forces would remain to guard the new town, ensuring safety at the rear. Li Yang and Qian Shuang would also accompany them, responsible for command and technical support. Before departure, Li Yang meticulously inspected the main gun of the warship, while the gunner carefully polished the barrel to ensure accuracy. Qian Shuang carried a sampling box filled with communication equipment and emergency medical supplies. Don't worry, we will be back soon, Li Yang reassured Wang Jingyi and Lin Wei, who had come to see them off. Take care of the home front. The warship sounded its horn and set sail, closely followed by the diesel wooden boat, braving the waves toward the south. During the journey, Qian Shuang continuously adjusted the radio, hoping to establish a stable connection with Bay Village. Li Yang sat on the deck, admiring her focused profile, and handed her a piece of compressed biscuit. Take a break. We have quite a distance to cover. Qian Shuang accepted the biscuit, softly murmuring her thanks before taking a small bite. I wonder how the people of Bay Village are doing. I hope we arrive in time, she expressed with concern. Rest assured, with Aunt Han leading us and the main gun of the warship, we will surely succeed in rescuing them, Li Yang comforted. Once we bring them back, we can establish schools and repair machinery, accelerating our development. Qian Shuang nodded, gazing at the distant sea as she quietly said, working with you brings me great peace of mind. Immediately, her cheeks flushed, and she hastily looked down. Ding! Qian Shuang's affection level is now at 60. Li Yang felt a surge of joy in his heart. Just as he was about to speak, Han Shui approached. We are 2 hours away from Bay Island. Prepare for battle deployment. The warship slowed down, gradually approaching the waters off Bay Island. Through the binoculars, 3 wooden boats of the Crusaders were docked at the pier, where several marauders languidly leaned against the sides, smoking, utterly oblivious to the impending danger. Now, Han Shui commanded, and the warship's main gun thundered to life. The shell struck the center of the Crusaders' wooden boats with pinpoint accuracy, resulting in a deafening explosion that shattered the vessels into splinters. The marauders on the pier were sent into a panic, hastily grabbing their shotguns to retaliate, but they were no match for the warship's firepower. Land, Han Shui ordered. The landing craft was lowered, and the female soldiers and able-bodied men stormed ashore with rifles in hand. The Crusaders had never encountered such a formidable display. They resisted momentarily before scattering in disarray, quickly annihilated. The villagers of Bay, hearing the gunfire, hid in their homes. Upon seeing the uniformed female soldiers and armed rescuers, a bespectacled middle-aged man timidly stepped forward. Are you the Huaxiao National Army? We are the survivor rescue team, here to save you, Li Yang declared. The Crusaders have been eliminated. You are safe now. The villagers erupted in cheers, surrounding them as they made their way into the village. The village chief, a mechanic named Zhou Ming, shook Li Yang's hand excitedly. Wonderful. We have been under the control of the Crusaders for nearly 6 months. They took our food and forced the men to work on Haiyan Island. Thank you so much. Among the 500 survivors were over 10 teachers, 5 communication technicians, 10 mechanics, as well as numerous doctors and farmers, residents who had survived the tsunami by taking refuge on a merchant ship arranged by the government. These skilled individuals are exactly what we need, Li Yang exclaimed. We have established a new town on the northern island and welcome you to settle there. Zhou Ming and the villagers readily agreed, gathering their simple belongings and boarding the warship and diesel wooden boat in batches. On the return journey, Qian Shuang engaged with the communication technicians about radio technology, her face radiant with excitement. Li Yang observed her animated discussions with the technicians, finding her earnestness particularly captivating. Just then, a system notification chimed. Ding! The host has successfully rescued the survivors of Bay Village, expanding the hope for human survival. A mysterious gift package has been awarded. The package will arrive at the original dwelling island in 10 days. Please be vigilant to collect it. A mysterious gift package? Li Yang felt a thrill of anticipation, wondering what surprises awaited him this time. Upon returning to the new town, the villagers warmly welcomed the arrival of the Bay Village survivors. Li Yang arranged for them to stay in the vacant houses in the town, while the teachers immediately began planning the school, and the mechanics volunteered to assist in repairing the warships and various equipment, breathing new life into the entire town. Chapter 75, The Final Battle at Haiyan. The coastline of Haiyan Dao emerged hazily from the morning mist, its jagged black rocks resembling the fangs of a colossal beast, surging menacingly with the waves. Li Yong stood upon the deck of the warship, gazing at the island where the main force of the Crusaders was entrenched, his fingers unconsciously caressing the silver revolver at his waist. Han Shui approached him, unfurling a hand-drawn defense map upon the deck. According to the accounts of captives, the Crusaders had positioned 5 rocket launcher sites along the cliffs on either side of the dock, with 10 AKs guarding the wooden barricades. And their main force consisted of over 200 bandits wielding shotguns and handguns. Mark the locations of the rocket launchers. Li Yang's gaze fell upon the red dots on the map. The ship's main cannon would first eliminate these hard targets, while the female soldiers with rocket launchers would clear the remaining fire points, and the militia would launch a 3-pronged assault from the left and right flanks, as well as the frontal beachhead. As the warship slowly approached the coastline, a piercing whistle suddenly cut through the thick fog. Enemy ships spotted. Open fire. The Crusader lookout roared, and shadows sprang forth from behind the cliffs, with 10 rocket launchers gleaming coldly in the morning light. Aim at the rocket launcher sites. Hurry. Han Shui commanded sharply. The ship's main cannon boomed, 3 shells piercing through the fog with a shriek, accurately striking the cliffside. Boom, boom. Amidst the explosions, 2 rocket launcher positions were instantly engulfed in debris, and the bandits who narrowly escaped destruction panicked and attempted to relocate, only to be precision targeted by the female soldiers' rifles, their cries echoing in the chaos. Deploy the landing craft, Li Yong signaled, and the landing craft carrying 50 female soldiers surged towards the beach like arrows released from a bow. The female soldiers donned bulletproof vests, their rifles belching flames as the rocket launcher operators shouldered their launchers, effectively demolishing the machine gun nests behind the wooden barricades. First wave of militia, follow me. Yang Lu raised his shotgun high, and 200 militia members armed with shotguns leaped from the landing craft, wading through waist-deep water towards the shore. The Crusaders' shotgun bullets rained down like a tempest, splashing the seawater, and amidst the yells of the fallen militia, the momentum of the charge remained unbroken. Li Yong, accompanied by Qian Shuiying and the communications team, established a temporary command post behind the rocks at the beachhead. As Qian Shuiying adjusted the radio, a sharp whistling sound suddenly pierced the air. A rocket soared towards the command post. Watch out. Li Yong instinctively threw her to the ground as the rocket exploded beside the rocks, searing debris striking his back painfully. Are you all right? Qian Shuiying struggled to rise, tears welling up as she noticed blood seeping from Li Yang's back. I'm fine. Just as Li Yong attempted to stand, he realized Qian Shuiying's calf was wounded, blood soaking through her pant leg. You're injured. Don't worry about me. Commanding the battle is paramount. Qian Shuiying gritted her teeth, trying to stand but gasped in pain. Han Shui immediately shouted, Medic, come quickly. She took over Li Yang's command. The second wave of militia flanked from the left, neutralizing the AK stronghold on the right. Li Yong sheltered Qian Shuiying in a concealed spot behind the rocks, cautiously tearing open her pant leg. The wound was deep, with shrapnel embedded in the flesh. Bear with it. He retrieved a first aid kit, carefully extracting the shrapnel with a knife, applying hemostatic powder, and tightly bandaging the injury. Throughout the process, Qian Shuiying bit her lip in silence, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. Why are you so foolish? Li Yong tenderly wiped her sweat, saying, This place is dangerous. You should remain on the warship. I want to be with you. Qian Shuiying's voice trembled, tears finally spilling as she confessed, Just now, I thought I was going to die. Li Yong, I like you. I have liked you since the first time I saw you on Kuyen Dao. I was afraid that if I didn't say it now, I would have no chance left. Li Yong was taken aback, gazing at her pale, yet resolute face. A warm current surging within him. The system prompt chimed. Ding. Qian Shuiying's affection level increased to 40, current total affection level 100. As the notification faded, another popped up. Ding. Received a medical care package, including an operating table, shadowless lamp, a full set of surgical instruments, and emergency medical supplies. Silly girl. Li Yong grasped her hand tightly, his gaze gentle yet resolute, saying, Once we win this fight, I will marry you. Qian Shuiying's eyes sparkled with newfound hope, a blush gracing her pale face. At that moment, fierce combat raged on the beach. The female soldiers penetrated the Crusaders' defenses like daggers, their rocket launchers accurately dismantling fire points one after another. Although the 10 AKs were fierce, they gradually faltered against the militia's overwhelming tactics. A bandit armed with an AK barely showed his head before 3 militia members simultaneously took aim and fired, causing him to fall with a scream. Han Shui personally charged forward with her rifle. When her ammunition ran out, she drew her handgun, precisely targeting the enemies within the fortifications. Charge with me. Let us take their command post. After ensuring Qian Shuiying's safety, Li Yong seized a shotgun and rejoined the fray. He directed the militia to use captured rocket launchers to bombard the Crusaders' core stronghold, and the wooden barricades collapsed in the ensuing explosions. The remaining bandits, seeing their defeat imminent, surrendered en masse, casting down their weapons. Only their leader, Lao Hu, along with a handful of core members, retreated to a cave in the hillside, resisting stubbornly. Deploy smoke grenades, Leon commanded. Within the thickening smoke, the female soldiers and militia alternated in providing cover, gradually tightening the encirclement. Lao Hu frantically swung his AK in a spray of bullets, but a precisely aimed rocket struck the cave entrance, sealing it with debris. Capture him alive, Leon called out. The militia detonated explosives to breach the cave, and as the smoke cleared, they found Lao Hu buried beneath the rubble, lifeless. With his core members either dead or injured, the battle finally concluded. The setting sun bathed the sea in a crimson hue, and the beach was strewn with captured weapons and surrendering bandits. Li Yong assessed the outcome, having eliminated over 120 crusaders, capturing 316, and seizing 10 AKs, 7 intact rocket launchers, over 200 shotguns, and a substantial cache of ammunition. Escort the captives aboard, Li Yong ordered, instructing that the core members and Lao Hu's body be dealt with accordingly. The evening breeze carried the scent of blood across the sea. Li Yong stood on the deck of the warship, observing the captives being led aboard, his heart devoid of the joy of victory. Burdened only by a profound sense of responsibility, Han Shui approached him, offering a jug of water. It has been cleared. The threat of He Yin Dao has been eliminated. How is Shuiying? Li Yang's foremost concern remained Qian Shuiying's injury. The medic reported that the wound was treated promptly, showing no signs of infection, but she needed ample rest. Han Shui smiled, saying, "You're quite fortunate. This girl truly has feelings for you." Li Yong chuckled softly, turning to head towards the cabin. Qian Shuiying lay asleep, a faint smile gracing her pallid face. He gently tucked her in, his heart swelling with tenderness. Set sail, Li Yong commanded the helmsman. The warship slowly departed from He Yin Dao, navigating towards the northern island. Chapter 76, A Day of Great Joy. At the northern island's dock, 30 wooden vessels laden with captives sequentially approached the shore. Over 300 crusader prisoners were bound together, heads bowed as they stood on the sand, some trembling, others glaring defiantly at the surrounding new town, their lips curling in defiance. Li Yong stood atop the dock's platform, Han Shui at his side with a rifle in hand, her keen gaze sweeping over the captive throng. These 200 men must be dealt with. Han Shui pointed at the group of burly men bearing scars from knives. They had just interrogated a few, all of whom had committed murder, having overrun 3 survivor camps and slaughtered no less than 200 individuals. Keeping them alive would only invite further calamity. It would be wiser to execute them immediately to prevent future troubles. Upon hearing the term execution, the captives on the beach began to stir restlessly. A few of the robust men even attempted to struggle against their restraints, only to be struck harshly on the back with the rifle stocks by the female soldiers, causing them to grimace in pain. Li Yong raised his hand, retrieving a small porcelain vial containing the slave pill from his pocket. "There is no need for bloodshed. I possess a more effective solution," he declared, gesturing to the slaves behind him to bring forth the 200 scarred, fierce-looking men. The slaves promptly moved forward, roughly dragging the designated captives aside. Li Yong personally approached, prying open their mouths and administering the slave pill one by one. In less than 15 minutes, the once ferocious men exhibited vacant stares, drooling at the corners of their mouths, and began to laugh foolishly. Their previous hostility entirely dissipated. Han Shui gazed in astonishment, stepping closer to poke one of the burly men's arms. The man merely stared at her blankly, devoid of any awareness of resistance. "What sort of drug is this?" "It's more effective than a bullet." Li Yong explained that it was a forbidden substance discovered at the Research Institute, originally intended for training zoo animals. Chen Yao elaborated that even the fiercest lions and tigers would become docile after consuming it, making it perfect for dealing with these bandits. Han Shui marveled. "I truly am ignorant. I never anticipated the existence of such a remarkable substance." Li Yong surveyed the 200 dazed new slaves, calculating silently in his mind. Coupled with the nearly 100 previous slaves, he now possessed a total of 300 utterly obedient individuals. Once he confiscated all firearms and ammunition on the island and initiated training, he would have the foundation of a reliable army. He promptly commanded Zhao Hu, "Take these slaves to the barracks. Provide them with ample food and drink, and starting tomorrow, let Tainyo teach them blacksmithing and farming, while Yang Lu will oversee their firearm training." With the captives dealt with, the new town gradually returned to order. The mechanics of Bay Village had commenced repairs on the warships, while teachers constructed makeshift blackboards in the open air. The sounds of children reading intermittently filling the air with vitality. Upon returning to the villa, Qian Shuiying was seated in the courtyard, engrossed in a book. Li Yong approached and sat down beside her. She immediately closed the book, her cheeks flushing slightly. "Have you finished everything?" she asked. "Yes. You need not worry about the Crusaders anymore, Li Yong replied with a smile. Just then, Qian Lin entered the courtyard, leaning on his cane. Upon seeing the two, he grinned widely. I knew there was something between you two. I've already discussed it with everyone. 5 days from now is an auspicious date, and we will arrange your wedding. Qian Shuiying's face turned crimson, and she toyed with the hem of her clothing, softly murmuring, I will listen to father. On the 5th day, the new town was adorned with colorful decorations, and lanterns made of red cloth hung outside every household. Li Yong, clad in a new garment specially tailored by Professor Yuan Ping, with a bright red flower pinned to his chest, welcomed Qian Shuiying into the villa amidst the crowd's cheers. She wore a stunning red dress, hastily crafted by Su Wenxian and Tian Shaoan overnight, enhancing her snow-like complexion and picturesque features. Although the wedding was simple, it was exceptionally lively. Han Shui and the female soldiers presented captured jade pendants as gifts, while Professor Yuan Ping contributed a bag of newly cultivated wheat seeds. Even the youngest, Li Zihan, was cradled in Lin Wei's arms, babbling congratulations. Qian Lin sipped the tea offered by Li Yong, wiping away tears as he expressed, at last. My lifelong concern is resolved. With Shuiying following you, I feel at ease. The festivities continued until late into the night, with guests gradually dispersing. In the new house, red candles flickered brightly as Li Yong gently grasped Qian Shuiying's hand. Her fingertips felt cold yet trembled slightly. Do not fear. I will treat you well from now on, he whispered tenderly. Qian Shuiying looked up, her eyes glistening with tears, and nodded faintly. Li Yong then kissed her, pressing her down onto the bed, slowly unfastening the buttons on her dress. The two embraced passionately as Li Yong held her tightly, igniting their shared intimacy. The following morning, Li Yong awoke to the morning light, finding Qian Shuiying still asleep beside him, her cheeks flushed with satisfaction. He lowered his gaze to the bloodstains on the sheets, a wave of tenderness swelling within him. At that moment, the system's prompt notification suddenly sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host on completing the task of procreation with multiple offspring. Successfully mating with partner Qian Shuiying. Reward, a motor vehicle package. Due to its large size, please collect it at the land port located 500 nautical miles to the north. Li Yong felt a surge of joy and promptly opened the resource map with his mind. At the northernmost point of the map was indeed marked a land area, with a red dock symbol and the words motor vehicle storage inscribed nearby. It seemed the time had come to explore further afield. He leaned down to kiss Qian Shuiying's forehead as she slowly opened her eyes, filled with affection. You're awake? Li Yong said with a smile. Rest assured, I will always treat you well. Qian Shuiying shyly nestled into his embrace, intending to say something when suddenly, a fierce argument erupted outside, punctuated by the sound of gunfire. Li Yong sprang up, seizing the handgun from the bedside and rushing out into the courtyard. Outside the villa, on the street, Yang Lu was leading 30 slave soldiers armed with hunting rifles, intently watching a wooden cabin, its doors and windows tightly shut, from which the sounds of a man's screams emanated. Master, you've arrived, Yang Lu called out to Li Yong, hurrying to report. There's a man from Bay Island inside, who secretly concealed a hunting rifle. Just now, he shot old Wang next door and stole his stored food. Li Yong furrowed his brow, recalling that among the survivors from Bay Island were some individuals of a more obstinate temperament. In their haste to rescue them, they had overlooked conducting a thorough investigation. Listen inside, surrender immediately, he shouted at the wooden cabin. A mocking voice replied from within. What right do you have to control me? In this world, those with guns are the leaders. Want food? Come and take it from me. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a gunshot rang out, a bullet whizzing past Yang Lu's ear and striking the wooden wall behind him, splintering it. Seeking death, Li Yong's expression darkened as he charged forward. Kill, without mercy. The slave soldiers immediately rushed toward the wooden cabin, and as they kicked open the door, the man inside began firing wildly in resistance. A slave soldier fell, screaming as a bullet pierced his shoulder, blood instantly soaking his clothing. Yang Lu reacted swiftly, shooting the man in the thigh, and the slave soldiers surged forward, pinning the screaming man to the ground. Li Yong rushed over to check on the injured slave soldier, whose face was pale and breathing weak. Quick, take him to the hospital. In the newly constructed hospital, the operating table, shadowless lamps, surgical instruments, and other equipment were all present, courtesy of the previous system's medical reward package. Huang Min and several survivor medics immediately sprang into action, extracting the bullet and stitching the wound under the shadowless lamp. Watching the equipment operate smoothly, Li Yong breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they had these tools, or the slave soldier would likely have met a dire fate. After dealing with the man's corpse, Li Yong stood at the hospital entrance, gazing at the bustling town. His brow furrowed. As the population grew increasingly diverse, it was imperative to establish rules promptly, strictly prohibit firearms, and create order, Otherwise, such chaos would only escalate. He turned to Han Shui and declared, "Tomorrow, gather everyone. We must establish regulations." Chapter 77, The Land of Hope. As the morning sun bathed the town of Hope, Li Yong stood in the central square, observing Su Wenxian tallying the population from her ledger. After the rescue of Bay Island and the downfall of the Crusaders, the population of the town experienced an explosive increase, with the square densely packed with people. Each face bore the anticipation of a new life, yet concealed a hint of unease. "Dear, I have completed the count." Su Wenxian swiftly approached Li Yong, presenting the ledger. "With the addition of over 300 newly captured prisoners, our town now boasts a total of 980 souls." 980, Li Yong murmured. This figure signifies a greater responsibility and heralds more potential hazards. The recent incident involving a resident of Bay Island, who concealed a firearm and committed murder, remains vivid in memory. It is imperative to eliminate any lurking dangers. Convey my orders. All residents must return to their homes and open their doors for inspection. Li Yong commanded Zhao Hu, instructing the soldiers to meticulously search for weapons and hazardous materials. Any individual found in possession of firearms or ammunition shall face severe punishment. Understood. Zhao Hu promptly led 200 slave soldiers to disperse, conducting house-to-house searches. Clad in uniform and wielding shotguns, the soldiers maintained a serious demeanor, swiftly restoring order throughout the town. The results of the searches left everyone in a cold sweat. In just one morning, the slave soldiers unearthed numerous knives, 15 handguns, over 300 rounds of ammunition, and even several homemade grenades from the residents' homes. As these weapons were piled in the square, their metallic gleam pierced every onlooker's eyes. "This is far too dangerous," Chen Yao remarked, her heart racing at the sight of the weapons. If these items fall into the hands of those with ill intentions, the consequences would be catastrophic. A complete ban on firearms is essential. Han Shui's expression was grave. In this apocalyptic world, human nature is unpredictable. With so many weapons circulating, chaos is inevitable. Li Yong inhaled deeply, stepping to the center of the square to announce loudly, "From this day forth, our town shall implement a ban on firearms. All weapons and ammunition must be surrendered to the armory for centralized storage. Anyone found hoarding weapons will be dealt with ruthlessly." As his words echoed, a stir arose among the crowd. A few men from Bay Island stepped forward, led by a bespectacled middle-aged man. He defiantly shouted, "By what right do you impose a gun ban? We have the right to self-defense. This is tyranny. We demand democracy and a new election for leadership." His outcry was met with agreement from a dozen or so other men, plunging the scene into chaos. Li Yong furrowed his brow and barked, "Silence." The 200 slave soldiers behind him raised their rifles, the dark muzzles aimed squarely at the unruly crowd. The sound of a gun bolt being pulled back instantly silenced the commotion. The previously boisterous men turned pale, instinctively retreating a few steps. "I am a reasonable man," Li Yong stated. "Now, I offer you a chance. Those who harbor dissent may step forward, and I guarantee no harm will come to you." The square fell silent, no one daring to take a step closer. The leading troublemakers shrank back, discreetly blending into the crowd. "Very well," Li Yong nodded in satisfaction. "Since there are no objections, you must all comply with the arrangements. We must unite to build this town, ensuring everyone's survival. From this day forth, I shall be the lord of this island. You need only follow my directives." The crowd dispersed in silence, none daring to voice further dissent. Han Shui approached Li Yong, patting him on the shoulder. "Good son-in-law, well done. In this apocalyptic era, there are no laws. The strongest dictate the law, and might is the most effective means. It is indeed a necessary approach." Li Yong sighed. Human nature is far too complex. Without an iron fist, it cannot be restrained. If you aspire to be the king of this island, dissent will inevitably arise. Han Shui's tone turned serious. "You and your family must remain vigilant. One must always guard against treachery." Li Yong nodded. "I understand. Shortly, I will arrange for an area around the villa to be cleared, erecting a 5-meter-high wall and stationing a strong garrison to transform it into our core area." "That is the right course," Han Shui approved. "Constructing a palace is essential. The surrounding houses can be allocated to trustworthy individuals, such as myself, the female soldiers, your army, and the previous residents of Li Jiazhai. The new population can reside on the outskirts, ensuring both safety and manageable governance. I also plan to establish granaries and armories within the palace, as well as a conference hall and various departments," Li Yong added. "In the future, agriculture, industry, commerce, and other affairs must be overseen by specialized individuals to prevent the previous chaos." Chen Yao's eyes widened in astonishment. "Doesn't this resemble a kingdom? In the apocalypse, managing such a large population necessitates a comprehensive system," Han Shui explained. "Li Yong has done exceptionally well. He confiscated all weapons and established his own army. allowing the island to develop according to his vision. Otherwise, the fragmentation would only lead to internal strife, ultimately undermined by external forces. In the ensuing days, Liang began to implement new policies. He mandated that residents perform labor duties, designating 50 individuals daily to construct the palace and walls. The farmland surrounding the town was allocated to families, with each required to submit half of their harvest as tax annually. Departments such as agriculture, industry, and commerce were established, assigning responsibilities to individuals with specialized skills. Under the supervision of the slave soldiers, palace construction progressed rapidly. The 5-meter-high wall rose from the ground, adorned with watchtowers and firing ports. Inside the walls, granaries, armories, and conference halls were successively completed, along with several spacious buildings designated for departmental offices. Liang and his family's villa was situated at the heart of it all, surrounded by the most elite slave soldiers. 3 months later, the palace was officially completed. Liang stood atop the wall, surveying the entirety of Hope Town, his heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment. He turned to Han Shui, Chen Yao, and others beside him, declaring, "From this day forth, this island shall be officially named Hope Island, and our nation shall be called the Kingdom of Hope." The residents stood below the wall, gazing at the flag fluttering in the wind atop the wall. Though no one cheered, each person's gaze grew resolute. They beheld the army beside Liang, the fortified defenses, and the glimmer of hope for a stable life. In this apocalyptic world, perhaps a strong leader is the best guarantee for survival. Chapter 78, Peaceful Residing on the Island. The mornings on Hope Island brimmed with vitality. The streets of the town buzzed with activity. Professor Yuan Ping led farmers, tools in hand, towards the fields. The wheat along the ridges had already sprouted green ears, while cucumber vines sprawled over the bamboo trellises in the garden. Smoke curled from the blacksmith shop, where the forging team, led by Tai Nyo, clanged away as they crafted farming tools, sparks dancing in the morning light. By the dock, Zhao Hu directed fishermen unloading freshly caught sea fish, the shimmering schools of fish writhing in bamboo baskets, drawing children to gather around in excitement. Within the palace, warmth enveloped the scene. Liang sat at a stone table in the courtyard, watching Su Wenxian teach Li Zihan to take his first wobbly steps. The little one staggered toward his father's embrace, laughter ringing clear and bright. Tian Xiaowan and Chun Yao approached, carrying freshly prepared breakfast. The aroma of steamed corn mingled with the rich scent of milk, wafting through the air. "Try this. It's made from our own corn," Tian Xiaowan beamed, offering a golden ear of corn. Liang took a bite, the sweet juice bursting in his mouth. "Delicious. Professor Yuan's corn is indeed exceptional." He turned to Wang Jingyi, who held Li Zian. "Jingyi, how do you feel today?" "Much improved. This little one is becoming quite the eater." Wang Jingyi gently pats the child's back, her eyes radiating maternal warmth. Qian Shuiying sits nearby, cradling a botanical guide, occasionally engaging in discussions with Lin Wei about the newly planted flowers in the garden. Relishing this rare leisure, Liang instinctively opens the system resource map. The motor vehicle gift package on the northern coast still glimmers with a blue light. He is contemplating when to claim it when his gaze suddenly sweeps to the lower left corner of the map. On the island of Lijiazai, where he previously resided, a conspicuous red package marker catches his eye, marked as unclaimed. "Almost forgot." Liang slaps his thigh. This is the mysterious grand gift package awarded by the system after rescuing Bay Village. He immediately gathers Yang Lu and 10 slave soldiers, commandeering a police patrol ship to head to Lijiazai Island. Upon the patrol ship's arrival at the shore, Liang spots a massive container by the coastline. The silver-gray container is exceptionally eye-catching under the sun, adorned with a fragile goods label. This is it. Liang approaches the container and pries open the door with a crowbar, revealing neatly stacked, tightly wrapped components inside, accompanied by a thick manual. Rainbow 10 large drone. Liang picks up the manual, his pupils suddenly constricting. A wingspan of 20 meters, capable of carrying 10 missiles, equipped with solar panels, with a year-long endurance. This is truly an aerial weapon. Upon returning to Hope Island, Liang immediately summons the town's mechanics. Zhou Ming's eyes nearly pop out of his head upon seeing the components and manual. This is a military-grade large drone. I previously participated in a similar project at the Huaxiao National Aircraft Research Institute. He caresses the wing components, his eyes sparkling with excitement. With this, our reconnaissance range can expand thousands of times, and we can strike targets from a distance. Our military strength will experience a qualitative leap. Immediately construct a dedicated airport, hangar, and maintenance workshop. Whatever manpower and materials are needed, do not hesitate to speak up. Liang orders without delay. Over the next half-month, the entire town mobilizes. The slaves level the land and pour the cement runway, while the mechanics build the hangar and maintenance workshop. Qian Shuiying leads the communication technicians to debug the drone's control system. When the 300-meter-long cement runway and spacious maintenance workshop are completed, Zhou Ming and his team commence assembly of the drone. The sound of components clicking together, the buzzing of wiring connections, and the clanging of tools intertwine. And after 3 days and nights of relentless effort, a colossal drone with a wingspan of 20 meters is finally assembled. It shines in silver, its wings covered in deep blue solar panels, and the missile launchers beneath its belly glimmer with a cold light, resembling a poised eagle. On the day of the test flight, the entire town gathers at the airport to watch. Li Yang stands before the control console in the maintenance workshop. Zhou Ming stands beside him, guiding. Start the power, check the engine, unlock control permissions. As the commands are issued, the propellers of the Rainbow 10 begin to spin slowly, gaining speed and whipping up gusts of wind. Take off. Li Yang presses the control stick, and the drone shoots into the sky, circling above the airport before soaring towards the sea. On the maintenance workshop screen, real-time footage captured by the drone reveals the coastline, fields, and the town's full view. Even the fishing boats in the distance are clearly visible. It is a success. The crowd erupts in cheers. Zhou Ming wipes the sweat from his forehead with excitement. Both endurance and payload are up to standard, the solar panels are functioning properly, and the weapon system awaits testing. In the following days, Li Yang and the mechanics operate the Rainbow 10 to scout the surrounding islands. The drone flies over various islands, transmitting footage back to the console. Some islands are desolate, featuring only dense forests and exposed reefs. Others have coastlines teeming with marine beasts, engaged in savage battles that stain the waters with blood. The most astonishing sight is a large island where herds of Triceratops and Brontosaurus appear on the screen, roaming the plains, their massive bodies causing the ground to tremble with each movement. Are these dinosaurs? Professor Qianlin adjusts his glasses, astonished. They must be mutated species that have adapted to temperatures above 15 degrees, enabling them to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. The drone continues its flight, discovering an oil exploration well in the waters near the lower right side of the northern coast, its framework standing tall against the sea breeze. With the outline of oil storage tanks nearby, there is oil. Zhou Ming exclaims joyfully. With oil, we no longer have to worry about diesel. When the drone reaches the northern coast, everyone holds their breath. The screen displays a sprawling villa complex, with a city of towering skyscrapers inland. Although most buildings are overgrown with weeds and appear abandoned, hints of former grandeur are still visible. This must have once been a major city. However, the very next moment, the image shakes violently. A pack of velociraptors bursts forth from the derelict buildings, moving with incredible speed, their claws glinting menacingly as they besiege a lone Triceratops. The Triceratops emits a painful roar, but is quickly torn apart by the velociraptors. These mutated creatures have the audacity to come ashore. Han Shue's expression grows grave. It is too dangerous here. Yet Li Yang's gaze remains resolute. The greater the danger, the richer the resources may be. Oil motor vehicles. Supplies within the city. These are crucial for the development of Hope Nation. How much of the beast control agent does the Biological Institute have left? Enough to equip a reconnaissance team. Qian Shuiying nods. We can refine another batch to ensure safety. Good. Li Yang decisively states. Let us prepare to scout the northern coast. Have Zhou Ming lead the vehicle maintenance, Yang Lu select elite warriors, and Qian Shuiying handle the preparation of the beast control agent and medical supplies. We set off 3 days from now. Chapter 79. Treasure hunting on the northern coast. 3 days later, as the sun rises, 2 diesel wooden boats carrying 50 elite warriors depart from Hope Island, escorted by a police patrol ship. Li Yang stands on the deck of the patrol ship, gazing at the approaching northern coast, his heart brimming with anticipation. Along with the 20 slave soldiers led by Yang Lu, the team comprises 5 mechanics, including Zhou Ming, Qian Shuiying, and 3 medical personnel, each laden with ample supplies and weapons, with beast control agent spray hanging at their waists. Half an hour remains until they reach the designated landing point. Han Shui observes the coast through binoculars. The footage transmitted by the drone shows minimal velociraptor activity in the area, yet everyone must remain vigilant. Li Yang nods, calling out to the soldiers behind him. Stay alert. Maintain formation upon landing. If we encounter enemies, spray the beast control agent first. Do not fire unless absolutely necessary. Conserve ammunition. Yes. The soldiers respond in unison, gripping their hunting rifles and spears tightly. The boats gradually approach the shore, where the beach is littered with chaotic footprints, clearly indicating the presence of large creatures. Li Yang leaps off the boat first, his feet sinking into the cool sand, immediately signaling everyone to spray the beast control agent. The pale green solution wafts into the air, forming an invisible barrier. Mechanics, follow me to scout the warehouse. Yang Lu, take 10 men to keep watch. Qian Shuiying will provide medical support. Li Yang swiftly assigns tasks, and everyone springs into action. Advancing along the abandoned road, the villas on either side are overrun with vines. Most of the glass shattered, and the weeds in the yards towering taller than a person. Zhou Ming points to a villa's garage. Such upscale neighborhoods usually have underground fuel reserves. We might just find gasoline. At that moment, a sudden roar echoed from the intersection ahead, as 7 or 8 velociraptors burst forth from the abandoned supermarket, measuring 3 meters in length and adorned with slate-gray scales. Their razor-sharp claws etched deep gashes into the asphalt, while their crimson eyes fixated intently on the group, evidently drawn by the scent of humanity. "Spray the beast repellent," Liang shouted, swiftly pressing the trigger of the sprayer. The warriors promptly formed a circle, shielding the mechanics and medical personnel within. As a dense mist of the repellent enveloped the area in a verdant haze, the velociraptors halted 5 meters from the group, seemingly detecting an acrid odor, anxiously pivoting in place while scratching at their noses with their claws, yet hesitating to advance further. "Effective," Qian Shuiying breathed a sigh of relief. However, the leading velociraptor was unusually large, roaring as it attempted to breach the barrier of repellent, its sharp claws nearly striking the frontline warriors. "Fire," Liang commanded decisively. The sound of gunfire erupted as bullets struck the velociraptor's head and torso with precision. The tremendous impact sent it staggering backward, emitting a painful howl, its dark blood splattering onto the asphalt. Observing this, the remaining velociraptors finally turned in fear, darting into a nearby alley and disappearing from sight. "Check for casualties," Liang called out, hastening to the injured velociraptor and delivering a final shot to ensure its demise. "No one is injured," Yang Lu reported after conducting a brief inspection. Noting only that a warrior's spear had been shattered by a claw, Liang felt a wave of relief wash over him as he gazed at the velociraptor's lifeless body. His brow furrowed. They were more ferocious than anticipated. Everyone must remain vigilant. "Zhou Ming, quickly check for any oil depots nearby." Zhou Ming, accompanied by the mechanics, dashed into the adjacent residential area. Shortly after, he emerged with excitement. "I found it. There's an oil reserve in the underground garage. The door is locked, but undamaged." The group followed him to the underground garage, prying open the heavy iron door with a crowbar. A strong smell of gasoline assaulted their senses as they discovered over 50 neatly arranged barrels labeled with 92-octane gasoline. "Wonderful," Zhou Ming exclaimed, opening one of the barrels to sniff it. It was still usable and had not spoiled. In a room adjacent to the oil depot, they also uncovered 20 barrels of diesel, perfectly supplementing the reserves for the Island of Hope. "Mark the location for the subsequent team to transport the supplies," Liang instructed. "We must continue our search for a vehicle depot." After traveling 2 kilometers inland along the highway, a massive automobile dealership came into view. Although the glass facade was shattered, most of the vehicles in the showroom remained intact. "This is the place," Zhou Ming exclaimed as he rushed into the showroom, discovering off-road vehicles, pickups, and over a dozen motorcycles. Upon entering the warehouse, Liang was pleasantly surprised by the sight before him. Not only were there over 30 brand-new vehicles, but also a parts warehouse and several fuel dispensers. "Check the fuel levels and vehicle conditions," he commanded. The mechanics immediately set to work, opening hoods to inspect parts and testing battery levels. "Most of the vehicles can start," Zhou Ming reported excitedly. Noting that there was still gasoline in the tanks, and combined with the barrels they had found, it would suffice to drive all of these vehicles back to the coast. In the parking lot behind the dealership, they discovered 3 military off-road vehicles, equipped with machine guns and boasting large, sturdy tires, clearly modified for rugged terrain. "This is a windfall," Yang Lu remarked, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he touched the steering wheel. Just as the group was busy counting the vehicles, Qian Shuiying pointed towards the distant coastline and shouted, "Look, there's a ferry." Liang raised his binoculars and saw a massive ferry quietly docked at the pier 3 kilometers away. While the hull bore some rust, the main structure was sound. "Fantastic. With the ferry, we can transport both the vehicles and the barrels back to the Island of Hope in one go." They promptly drove the newly found off-road vehicles towards the pier, dispersing several waves of scattered velociraptors along the way with the beast repellent. The entrance to the ferry was secured with a chain, but the soldiers used a cutting machine to break the lock and boarded the colossal vessel. "The engine compartment is intact," Zhou Ming reported after inspection, noting that there was a reserve of diesel, indicating it should be able to start, though some cleaning of the cabin's clutter would be necessary. Standing on the ferry's deck, Liang gazed towards the direction of the Island of Hope, filled with a profound sense of accomplishment. The exploration had yielded bountiful results: 50 barrels of gasoline, 20 barrels of diesel, over 30 vehicles, more than a dozen motorcycles, and a ferry. These supplies would significantly enhance the transportation and industrial capabilities of the Nation of Hope. "Yang Lu, take 5 people back to the coast to contact the subsequent team and have them send more personnel and ships to assist," Liang ordered. Zhou Ming, you and the mechanics need to service the ferry's engine and ensure it can navigate. The rest will split into 2 groups, one to clean the ferry and the other to drive the vehicles to the pier. Over the next 2 days, the support teams from the Island of Hope arrived in succession, as slaves and warriors worked together to load the barrels onto the ferry, securing the vehicles and motorcycles to either side with tow ropes. Qian Shuiying remained on standby at a makeshift medical point with the medical personnel. When everything was ready, Li Yang stood in the ferry's cockpit, watching Zhou Ming start the engine. A tremendous roar erupted as the ferry slowly departed from the pier, trailing a long convoy behind it, creating a unique sight on the sea. Homeward bound, Li Yang gazed at the compass on the dashboard, his heart brimming with anticipation. With these provisions, the construction of the Island of Hope would take a significant leap forward, establishing a firmer foundation for resisting external threats and advancing production. Chapter 80, Coastal Turmoil. The moment the ferry docked at the pier of the Island of Hope, the entire town erupted in excitement. Over the next half-month, a new wave of construction fervor swept through the town. Li Yang ordered the construction of a large automobile garage and gasoline storage facility on the eastern side of the palace. A Jian led the construction team, using reinforced concrete to erect the walls, with thick waterproof tarpaulin covering the roofs, and 2 iron gates installed at the entrance, guarded by slave soldiers around the clock. Zhou Ming, meanwhile, organized the mechanics to conduct comprehensive inspections of all vehicles, replacing aging parts, assigning registration numbers to each vehicle, and establishing detailed usage records. From this day forth, all vehicles would be state-owned. Military off-road vehicles and pickups would be allocated by the military for patrolling and transport, while ordinary vehicles would be managed by government departments, available only to public officials upon application. Private ownership of vehicles was strictly prohibited, and gasoline and diesel would be stored in the warehouse, dispensed only with an approval slip. Li Yang announced during the military meeting. Han Xuan nodded in agreement. This ensures reasonable vehicle usage while preventing misuse for disorder, which is quite necessary. Once the vehicle distribution was completed, Li Yang specifically selected a black Hummer as his personal vehicle, along with a white BMW and a red Mercedes, intending to take his family out for a drive. Once we finish this busy period, how about we drive to the seaside for a barbecue? He said with a smile to his wives. Sounds great. Tian Shaowan cheered first. I've never ridden in such a luxury vehicle before. Shen Yao gently caressed her belly, saying, it's perfect for taking the kids out to enjoy the sun and breathe fresh air. On a sunny weekend morning, Li Yang drove the Hummer at the front, with Lin Wei following closely in the BMW, while Qian Shuiying piloted the Mercedes. The 3 vehicles rolled out of the town in grand procession. The newly paved cement road was smooth and wide, and farmers in the fields busily tended to their crops, pausing to wave as the convoy passed by. Fortunately, the road was constructed back then, otherwise, these vehicles would be rendered useless. Lin Wei rolled down the car window, savoring the gentle spring breeze as she smiled and spoke. Wildflowers flourished along both sides of the road, their vibrant petals fluttering in the wind, resembling a carpet strewn with jewels. After driving for over half an hour, the convoy arrived at the picturesque west coast. The beach here was fine and pristine, with azure waters that sparkled under the sun, occasionally graced by the fleeting shadow of seabirds. The soldiers had already arrived early, erecting sunshades and preparing the barbecue grill along with the ingredients. Li Yang parked the car, opened the trunk, and retrieved charcoal and seasonings. Meanwhile, the women played with the children on the beach. Li Zihan was cradled in Lin Wei's arms, her tiny feet sinking into the soft sand as she giggled joyfully. Wang Jingyi's son, Li Zian, lay in his stroller, curiously gazing at the clouds above. Shen Yao and Su Wenxian collected seashells by the shore, filling a small bamboo basket with their colorful finds. Tian Xiaojun and Qian Shuiying assisted Li Yang in lighting the fire, the flames crackling as they rose, soon sending up wisps of smoke. Barbecue time. Li Yang placed the marinated wild boar meat and fish on the grill, the fat dripping and sizzling, an enticing aroma wafting through the air. Everyone, drawn by the delightful scent, gathered around, watching the food on the grill with eager eyes. Eat slowly. Be careful not to burn yourself. Lin Wei distributed the skewers of grilled meat to the children. The sea breeze caressed them, and the sun radiated warmth. The family enjoyed a harmonious moment, the cozy scene momentarily allowing them to forget the dangers of the apocalyptic world. This place is truly beautiful, Lin Wei whispered to Li Yang. Though I can't help but worry. I've heard that the mutated creatures on other islands are growing stronger. Will they come to our island of hope? Qian Shuiying adjusted her glasses and replied earnestly, rest assured. Previous studies indicate that the soil and flora of the Island of Hope contain a unique substance that most mutated creatures fear and generally avoid. Li Yang nodded, handing her a skewer of grilled chicken wings. With deterrence and military patrols, we will be safe. Just then, a sharp, piercing cry suddenly echoed from the sky. Everyone looked up to see a gigantic pterosaur circling above the beach. Its wingspan was nearly 10 meters wide, covered in deep brown scales, its long beak revealing sharp teeth, and its crimson eyes fixated on the crowd below. "Quick, get inside the car." Li Yang's expression turned grave as he swiftly pushed Tian Xiaojun into the Hummer. He then scooped up Li Zihan and placed her in Lin Wei's arms, urging, "Close the car door." The women, frightened and pale, quickly sprang into action, clutching their children as they scrambled into the vehicle. The pterosaur let out a deafening roar and suddenly swooped down, its sharp claws aimed at the nearest sunshade, which was instantly shredded into pieces. Bang, bang, bang. Li Yang swiftly retrieved his hunting rifle from the car and fired repeatedly at the pterosaur. Bullets struck its wings, green blood splattering as the creature screeched in pain, its flight becoming erratic, yet it persisted in its assault. "Aim for its eyes," Qian Shuiying shouted from the Mercedes. Li Yang adjusted his aim and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet struck the pterosaur's left eye with precision, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream as its massive body lost balance and crashed heavily onto the beach, sending up a cloud of sand. Li Yang remained vigilant, approaching quickly to fire several more shots at the pterosaur's head until it lay motionless, breathing heavily, his forehead beaded with cold sweat. He was still shaken by the harrowing encounter. "Is everyone all right?" Li Yang approached the car to check on his family. "We're fine, just a bit shaken," Lin Wei reassured, her complexion still pale. Qian Shuiying opened the car door and stepped out, gazing at the enormous corpse of the pterosaur, exclaiming, "This pterosaur is invaluable for research. We must take it back." Li Yang nodded. "Quick, gather our belongings. We need to return to the town immediately." The team hastily loaded the pterosaur's body onto the pickup truck, and the convoy swiftly departed the beach, heading toward the town. Along the way, silence enveloped them. Upon returning to the town, Li Yang immediately instructed that the pterosaur's body be transported to the research institute within the palace. Professor Qian Lin and other biologists were already awaiting their arrival and eagerly surrounded the pterosaur's body upon seeing it. This is a significant discovery. Although pterosaurs are prehistoric creatures, this mutated form is unprecedented. Qian Lin adjusted his glasses, meticulously examining the pterosaur's scales. "Professor, do you think this pterosaur might have flown in from another island?" Li Yang inquired, his heart heavy with concern. Qian Lin shook his head. The pterosaur's physiological structure limits it to a maximum flight distance of 50 kilometers, and there are no other islands within 50 kilometers of the Island of Hope. This suggests that it either utilized ocean currents or air flows, or what? Li Yang pressed. "Or, mutated creatures have already appeared on the Island of Hope, and this pterosaur hatched here." Qian Lin's words detonated like a bomb, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Li Yang's brow furrowed in deep worry, a surge of intense unease flooding his mind. If mutated flying creatures truly existed on the Island of Hope, the safety of the town would face grave challenges. "We must ascertain the truth as soon as possible." He spoke with resolve. "Professor Qian, please organize a team immediately to study the pterosaur's cellular structure to determine its origin and mutation status. Rest assured, we will provide results promptly." Qian Lin nodded, leading the biologists to commence their work. The research institute buzzed with activity, slicing, staining, and observing, as the sounds of various instruments filled the air. Chapter 81. The Pterosaur Cargo Ship. Dinner at the palace was always filled with warmth. The table was laden with freshly caught seafood, the bright red shell of the steamed lobster glistening with oil, the rich broth of the braised fish enticingly thick, and the garlic vermicelli steamed scallops exuding a delightful fragrance. Li Yang sat at the head of the table, watching his wives chat and laugh beside him, a profound sense of contentment enveloping him. Lin Wei was feeding Li Zihan fish puree, the little one covered in food. Wang Jingyi caressed her gradually recovering figure, engaging in discussions about parenting with Chen Yao. Tian Xiaojun and Qian Shuiying busily served dishes to Su Wenxian, whose belly had grown large enough to impede her movements. Yet her face radiated a joyful anticipation. "Tomorrow, let the kitchen stew an old hen for you to nourish you," Li Yang offered, pouring a bowl of fish soup for Su Wenxian. Just as she was about to respond, her face suddenly paled, hands pressing tightly against her belly as cold sweat broke out on her forehead. I think I might be going into labor. Quick, grab the delivery bag." Wang Jingyi immediately set down her bowl and chopsticks. Drawing on her experience as a former obstetrician, she quickly regained her composure. "Li Yang, hurry and carry Wenxian to the hospital." Li Yang's heart raced as he swiftly scooped up Su Wenxian and dashed toward the hospital. Wang Jingyi followed closely behind, clutching the prepared delivery bag, while Tian Xiaojun and Qian Shuiying hurried to notify Dr. Huang Min at the hospital. Under the night sky, Li Yang's figure darted swiftly beneath the streetlights, with Su Wenxian biting her lip in silence, enduring her pain without a sound. The delivery room in the hospital was bright and bustling, with Huang Min and 2 nurses fully prepared. Li Yong paced anxiously outside. Lin Wei and Qin Yao arrived, gently patting his shoulder in reassurance. Don't worry, Sister Wenxian is so strong. She will be fine. Time passed, and suddenly, the sound of a baby's cry pierced the night sky. Li Yong suddenly stood upright as the door to the delivery room swung open. Wang Jingyi emerged with a radiant smile, announcing, "It's a girl. A beautiful little princess. Both mother and daughter are safe." Overjoyed, Li Yong hurried into the delivery room. Su Wenxian lay on the bed, her face pale but adorned with a faint smile. Beside her, a tiny infant was sucking her fingers with closed eyes. "Wenxian, you've worked hard," Li Yong said, taking her hand in his. Su Wenxian smiled weakly. "Let us name the baby. I'd like to call her Shir. Li Shir." Li Yong repeated the name. "What a lovely name. It sounds familiar." He bent down to plant a kiss on his daughter's forehead. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. "Congratulations. Your partner Su Wenxian has successfully given birth to a baby girl. You have earned a chance for a grand lottery." Li Yang's heart leapt with joy, nearly bursting into cheers. Wang Jingyi gently nudged him. "The mother needs rest. You should step outside. I'll keep watch." Li Yong nodded, reluctantly exiting the delivery room. Finding a quiet corner, he excitedly opened the system's lottery interface. The virtual wheel sparkled with enticing prizes: private jets, luxury yachts, military tanks, armored vehicles, advanced body enhancements, flying abilities, and invisibility. A private jet. I must win a private jet. Li Yong clasped his hands in prayer, envisioning the convenience it would bring, given the availability of fuel and a runway. Taking a deep breath, he clicked the lottery button. The wheel spun rapidly, matching the quickening beat of his heart. Gradually, the pointer slowed and landed firmly on invisibility. Seriously? Li Yong frowned. Given his control over Hope Island, invisibility seemed rather trivial. He concentrated, and to his astonishment, his body became transparent, his clothing disappearing as well. Invisibility allows the user and objects within a 200-pound radius to become invisible, with an unlimited duration and controllable by thought. Perhaps it would prove useful at a critical moment, Li Yong reassured himself, before reverting back to visibility. At that moment, the intercom crackled to life, with Professor Qianlin's voice echoing. "Li Yong, come to the Research Institute immediately. The results for the Pteranodon have arrived." Li Yong hurried back to the palace. Striding into the Biological Research Institute, Professor Qian held a report, his expression grave. The Pteranodon's test results indicate that it has not mutated on Hope Island. Its genetic sequence remains stable, and it still fears the island's mysterious substances. Then how did it arrive on the island? Li Yong pressed. "Didn't you say it could only fly 50 kilometers, and there are no other islands within that range?" "That is indeed my puzzle." Qian adjusted his glasses. "Unless it had a stopover, perhaps a ship?" Li Yang's eyes lit up, and he immediately turned to the dock. Yang Lu was directing the slaves in mending fishing nets. Upon seeing Li Yong approach, he hurried over. "Master, what brings you here? Have you noticed any unusual vessels at sea lately?" "Unusual vessels?" Yang Lu pondered. "Yes." The fishing team reported a massive cargo ship drifting about 30 kilometers west of the island, seemingly weighing 10,000 tons. A 10,000-ton cargo ship? Li Yang's heart raced. This could very well be the Pteranodon's stopover. He quickly gathered the core members for a meeting to share his hypothesis. Qian nodded in agreement. "It's quite possible. A large ship adrift could serve as a habitat for the Pteranodon. The Pteranodon is enormous, capable of human consumption, and flies. It poses a grave danger to the townspeople, especially the children," Li Yong stated gravely. "We must investigate and eliminate the threat." Qian Shuiying immediately raised her hand. "I want to go too. It's a perfect opportunity to study the Pteranodon's ecological habits. Perhaps we can find their nests." "Very well," Li Yong nodded. "We depart at dawn tomorrow." The next morning, a police patrol vessel, carrying 20 armed soldiers, sailed towards the western side of the island under the rising sun. Fully equipped, the soldiers bore AK rifles and rocket launchers, their expressions solemn. Li Yong stood on the deck, peering through binoculars at the sea, contemplating that perhaps the cargo ship held other useful supplies. After sailing for about an hour, the lookout suddenly shouted, "Target sighted. Northwest." Li Yong raised his binoculars and indeed spotted a massive cargo ship calmly floating on the distant water, its deck piled high with containers. Dozens of Pteranodons circled above, their wings casting shadows over the deck. "Prepare for battle," Li Yong commanded. "Aim the rocket launchers at the Pteranodons on the deck. Provide rifle cover." The patrol vessel slowly approached. The Pteranodons quickly noticed them, emitting sharp screeches as they swooped down en masse, their claws aimed directly at the soldiers on the deck. "Fire!" Yang Lu shouted. The AK rifles erupted in a hail of bullets, raining down upon the Pteranodons. The rocket launchers followed suit, accurately striking the flock and sending scales and blood flying. Several Pteranodons plummeted, while the remaining ones, frightened, scattered into the sky. As the patrol vessel drew closer to the cargo ship, The soldiers lowered the ladders. Two experienced soldiers ascended first, rifles raised, cautiously scanning their surroundings. After confirming safety, they signaled. Li Yong and Qian Shuiying followed closely, stepping onto the deck of the cargo ship. The deck was thick with dust and bird droppings, and several pteranodon carcasses lay in pools of blood. Between the distant containers, makeshift nests crafted from twigs and tattered cloth were visible, housing several enormous eggs. Indeed, they have nested here, Qian Shuiying exclaimed, excitedly pulling out her phone to photograph the nests and eggs, recognizing their research value. Suddenly, a swarm of pteranodons erupted from behind a container, roaring angrily, their wings whipping up gusts of wind as they charged toward the group. Take cover, Li Yong shouted, pulling Qian Shuiying behind a container. Rocket launchers. Hit them hard, Yang Lu commanded. The rocket launchers fired once more, detonating amidst the pteranodons and bringing down 3 of them instantly. The soldiers' rifles continued to fire, forming a dense barrage that sent more pteranodons crashing to the ground. The fierce battle raged for over 10 minutes, resulting in the elimination of several pteranodons. The remaining ones, finally cowed, fled into the distance, never to return. Li Yong cautiously peered from behind the container, surveying the ravaged deck and exhaling a sigh of relief. Search the cargo ship for any remaining pteranodons and see if there are any useful supplies. Chapter 82, Mother of Monsters. The deck of the cargo ship was permeated with the stench of pteranodon blood. Li Yong stepped through the sticky remnants towards a rusted hatch. The handle was coated in dust, indicating it had not been opened in quite some time. Yang Lu, find tools to pry open the door. 2 soldiers wielded crowbars, working together to force it open. With a loud clang, the heavy iron door creaked ajar, releasing a bizarre odor mingled with formaldehyde and decay. At the end of the staircase, a half-open sealed door stood ajar. Li Yong nudged it open with the muzzle of his gun, the hinges emitting a piercing groan. As the beam of light swept inside, everyone froze, breath suspended in that moment. Before them lay a colossal ship's hold, extending into darkness beyond the reach of light. The vast expanse is filled with countless meticulously arranged cylindrical glass incubation chambers. The eerie green nutrient solution within them flows gently, casting an uncanny glow. A beam of light quivers as it sweeps past the nearest chamber. Inside, a creature the size of a wolf dog hovers, its body adorned with fine scales. A pair of fleshy wings tightly folded against its back, and a beak slightly ajar, revealing serrated edges. It is a juvenile pterosaur. The flashlight moves on. In the next chamber, a more robust creature curls up, its hind limbs muscular and sinewy, while its forelimbs bear terrifying claws resembling those of a theropod. Its chest appears to rise and fall subtly. In the chamber after that, there lies a twisted, spiny marine creature, its tentacles coiling around one another. Then another, and another. Thousands upon thousands. An endless sight. Bubbles rise from the bottom of certain chambers, producing a gurgling sound that reverberates in the stillness, as if the monsters within are snoring in slumber. Yang Lu, startled, instinctively steps back. Qian Shuiying slowly approaches to examine closely. This is not a mutation. It is a creation. Someone is mass-producing these monstrosities. She abruptly turns to Li Yong and exclaims, "Shatter it. We need samples." Li Yong pivots the butt of his gun and strikes the glass of the nearest pterosaur chamber with force. Clang. Bang. The reinforced glass is exceptionally sturdy, shattering only after several blows. The viscous nutrient solution, along with the slumbering juvenile pterosaur, spills forth, cascading over the metallic grid floor with a loud crash. The pungent odor intensifies several-fold in an instant. The little creature lands motionless on the ground, seemingly unable to survive without the nutrient solution. Qian Shuiying immediately crouches down, quickly retrieving sampling tools and sealed containers from her backpack. Just then, whoosh. A shadow, swift as lightning, is thrust from the darkness above. It is a pale, slimy tentacle, thick as an adult's arm, lunging straight at Qian Shuiying, who is crouching on the ground. Watch out. Li Yong reacts with astonishing speed, drawing his long knife, its blade glinting coldly. Thwack. The foul-smelling fluid splatters. A severed tentacle falls to the ground, thrashing and writhing like a fish out of water. Almost simultaneously, from all directions, countless sounds of slicing air tear through the atmosphere. More tentacles shoot forth from the shadows between the incubation chambers, from the gaps in the overhead pipes, and from the grid holes in the floor. They surge like a living mass of pale serpents, instantly filling the entire space. Enemy attack. Open fire. Gunfire erupts instantly. Assault rifles spit fire, bullets tearing through tentacles, viscous bodily fluids spraying everywhere. But there are too many tentacles, too swift. A piercing scream erupts as a soldier near the edge is ensnared simultaneously by 3 tentacles, one wrapping around his ankle and another around his waist. The immense force yanks him away into the darkness, his desperate cries fading abruptly. Grenades. Use stun grenades. Boom, boom. The shockwave from the explosions temporarily clears a small area. Severed tentacles raining down like raindrops. Yet more tentacles immediately fill the gaps, seemingly endless. Retreat. Back to the passage. Li Yong wields his knife with the swiftness of the wind, the blade striking flesh with a series of muffled thuds. He protects the pale-faced Qian Shuiying as they fight and retreat. The chaotic sounds of gunfire, screams, and the crack of tentacles mingle together. Two more soldiers are silently swept away during a lull in the gunfire, unable to even call for help. Finally, everyone retreats in disarray to the relatively narrow staircase entrance. Tentacles thrash at the doorway, seemingly wary of the confined space, not immediately pursuing, yet still writhing at the edge of darkness, producing a sound that grates on the nerves. Breathless and shaken, heavy panting fills the air. The flashlight beam sweeps across, revealing the fear etched on every face. From the depths of the dark cabin, the sound of something heavy being dragged and faint chewing noises can be heard. It lurks in the shadows. Li Yong scans the remaining 10 soldiers, realizing they are its prey. Yonglu, take your team and evacuate immediately. Return to the deck. That is an order. Protect Dr. Qian and the samples. Li Yong commands. Yes. Everyone, provide cover in turns, retreat. Yonglu grits his teeth and nods firmly. The soldiers swiftly move upward. Qian Shuiying grabs Li Yang's arm anxiously. Aren't you coming? You go first. I'll hold them off and follow right after. Li Yong urges her. Quickly. Qian Shuiying is escorted upward by the soldiers, casting a worried glance back at him before vanishing around the corner of the staircase. Li Yong stands alone at the passage entrance, his long knife held before him, coldly gazing at the thrashing tentacles in the darkness outside. A few minutes later, confirming his comrades have distanced themselves, he takes a deep breath. Activate invisibility. His figure quickly fades, blending seamlessly into the surrounding shadows, becoming invisible. Enhance night vision. His pupils constrict slightly, the scene inside the cabin becoming clear once more. Like a ghost, he silently re-enters the terrifying nest of incubation chambers. The invisible figure swiftly navigates between the rows of chambers, avoiding the writhing severed limbs and viscous fluids on the ground. Li Yong stealthily advances toward the more central area of the cabin. Along the way, he observes more equipment unrelated to the incubation chambers, massive energy conduits connecting various chambers. Ultimately, a reinforced metal door with an observation window comes into view. The control room. The door stands ajar. Li Yong silently approaches. Through the observation window, he sees the interior filled with flickering screens and complex instruments. A figure dressed in a stained white lab coat, with disheveled gray hair, hunched over the main control panel, fingers flying over the keyboard, seemingly murmuring to himself. Li Yang's gaze shifts downward, his heart seizing. The lower half of the old man is not legs at all. Instead, it consists of several thick, twisted, pale tentacles, coiling together like tree roots. Just then, the elderly figure seems to sense something, halting his keystrokes, sniffing curiously, and slowly turning around. At the instant he pivots halfway, Li Yong picks up a shard of shattered glass from the ground and hurls it toward an empty incubation chamber across from the control room. Crash! The sharp sound of shattering glass is especially piercing in the silence. Who? The old man abruptly turns fully around, his face lined with wrinkles and age spots. But his eyes gleam with a frenzied light. He emits a bestial howl, his body visibly swelling at an alarming rate. The white lab coat bursting away as more tentacles emerge from his lower half, nearly filling half the control room. He lunges through the door, the immense force distorting the metal doorframe, sweeping his tentacles towards the source of the sound. Intruder, are my precious ones hungry? New feed. Li Yong holds his breath, his invisibility intact, quietly observing this dreadful creature rage just a few steps away. The monstrous doctor, unable to find anything, seems increasingly agitated. He thrashes his tentacles, his voice hoarse, yet filled with a chilling fervor. The unfamiliar scent doesn't matter. Soon, all the filth of the old era will be cleansed, just as magnificent as the purification of a year ago. My children, the perfect new life, shall reign over the new world, and I shall be the deity of the new epoch. A year ago, a global tsunami. Li Yang's heart nearly ceased to beat. He no longer lingered, silently retreating at the swiftest pace while the attention of the monstrous doctor was diverted. On the deck, sporadic gunfire erupted. The soldiers stationed there continued to fire at the pterosaurs attempting to assault from the skies. Qian Shuiying anxiously gazed at the entrance of the passage. Suddenly, Li Yang's figure burst forth. Go. Leave the ship immediately. All personnel retreat. He urged. No one questioned him. Everyone swiftly charged towards the ship's railing in battle formation, lowered the rope ladder, and slid down to the awaiting patrol vessel below. Quickly, set sail. Full power. Back to Shi Wangjun. Li Yong was the last to leap onto the deck, immediately shouting. The patrol ship's engine roared to life. cutting through the water and swiftly distancing itself from the massive cruise ship. Only when the outline of the giant vessel diminished from sight did Liang lean against the railing, slowly exhaling a cloud of stale air. He rapidly recounted all he had seen and heard, particularly the mad declaration of the monstrous doctor regarding purification and the new era. Everyone listened, their faces pale with horror. The cataclysm that had annihilated the civilized world a year ago was, in fact, a man-made conspiracy. In Shiwangzhen, the atmosphere in the conference room was as heavy as lead. When Li Yang and Qian Shuiying finished relaying their experiences and conclusions, a long silence enveloped the room. Doctor. Qian Lin suddenly stood up, his face transitioning from shock to utmost seriousness. He picked up a freshly produced preliminary testing report. The analysis of the samples brought back by Shuiying supported this. All these mutated ancient creatures, potentially including the mechanism that triggered the tsunami, stemmed from a form of highly advanced biological genetic technology. However, we have discovered a crucial point. All of these monsters possess engineered haploid chromosomes, rendering them incapable of normal reproduction, much like worker bees. Their survival and expansion entirely depend on the continued production from that maternal source. We must utterly annihilate that origin, destroy the monstrous doctor. If he continues his research and resolves the reproduction dilemma, creating a monstrous army capable of self-replication and infinite expansion, we shall face not mere sporadic attacks, but a true biological tide that sweeps everything away, an unstoppable force. Humanity shall have no future. Chapter 83, Inferno, an exploding ship. The dock of Shiwangzhen was bustling, with vehicles continuously delivering diesel and gasoline to the police patrol ship. Liang stood on the deck, observing the soldiers as they loaded barrels of fuel onto the vessel, his expression grave. After 3 days of preparation, the offensive plan was finally finalized. Utilizing a substantial amount of fuel to detonate the freighter, coupled with missile bombardments from Rainbow 10 drones, would utterly obliterate this monstrous breeding ground. All fuel had been loaded, 200 barrels of diesel and 300 barrels of gasoline. Yang Lu rushed over to report that Zhou Ming indicated the drone's missiles were also fully loaded and ready for takeoff. Liang nodded and turned to Qian Shuiying, who stood beside him. Has the Biological Institute made any new discoveries? Have the weaknesses of those monsters been identified? Qian Shuiying handed him a report, her face serious. We have found that these mutated creatures have poor resistance to high temperatures and flames, and their central nervous systems share a common frequency band. The doctor likely controls them through this band. Excellent. Li Yang's eye sharpened. Zhou Ming, prepare the drones with electronic jamming devices to disrupt that frequency band, causing the doctor to lose control over the monsters. Understood. Zhou Ming responded over the intercom. Rainbow 10 has completed maintenance, and the electronic jamming module is installed and ready for launch. Half an hour later, the fleet, consisting of the patrol ship and 3 diesel wooden boats, slowly departed from the dock, heading towards the waters where the freighter was located. In the sky, the Rainbow 10 large drone spread its 20-meter wingspan, resembling a silver eagle in pursuit. As the freighter's silhouette came into view, Liang raised his binoculars, his brow furrowing instantly. The number of pterosaurs on the freighter's deck had doubled since the last encounter, and between the containers, the outlines of theropods could be vaguely seen, anxiously pacing, evidently preemptively deployed there by the doctor. The doctor was well prepared. Liang commanded in a low voice, "Let the drones initiate electronic jamming. The patrol ship's main cannon will fire to cover the transport vessels as they approach." The Rainbow 10 drone immediately descended, its electronic jamming device emitting a crackling sound. The electronic jamming took effect. The pterosaurs and theropods on the deck suddenly became agitated, crashing into each other and even tearing at one another. Boom, boom, boom. The patrol ship's main cannon was the first to fire, its shells accurately striking the freighter's deck, sending container fragments flying. The startled pterosaur flock took to the air, but lost direction under the electronic interference, flailing about like headless flies. Accelerate the transport ship. Get closer to the freighter, Liang shouted. The 3 diesel wooden boats charged towards the freighter amidst the gunfire, the soldiers on board gripping their rifles, vigilantly watching the monsters on the deck. Upon nearing the freighter, the soldiers swiftly threw ropes, securing the wooden boats to the side of the freighter. Quickly, move the fuel barrels aboard. Yang Lu led the way up the ladder, while pairs of soldiers hoisted the heavy fuel barrels towards the freighter's deck. Although the theropods on the deck were affected by the interference, they remained ferociously aggressive. A 5-meter-long theropod charged forward with a roar, its massive head colliding with the soldier. Rocket launcher, Liang shouted. The rocket launcher operator quickly aimed and fired, the projectile striking the theropod's chest, green blood spraying forth as its colossal body collapsed. Taking advantage of this, the soldiers began transporting the fuel barrels to various locations on the deck. Liang personally placed the last barrel of gasoline next to the hatch and took out a lighter. Everyone retreat. Back to the ship. As the last soldier evacuated from the freighter, Li Yong ignited the fuse next to the gasoline barrel, the flames crackling as they swiftly spread to the fuel barrels. He turned and leapt off the freighter, landing heavily on the diesel wooden boat. Retreat. Full speed ahead. The fleet quickly reversed, increasing the distance from the freighter. Li Yong watched as the flames on the freighter grew ever more intense, seizing the intercom. Drones, prepare for bombardment. Target the freighter's control room. The Rainbow 10 drone immediately adjusted its position, missiles whistling from beneath its wings, accurately hitting the control room in the middle of the freighter. Boom. A violent explosion ignited the surrounding fuel barrels, green flames soaring skyward like a fire dragon, consuming the entire deck. The explosions triggered a chain reaction, with 200 barrels of diesel and 300 barrels of gasoline detonating in succession, the immense shockwave causing the distant patrol ship to shake violently. A massive gap was blown in the hull of the freighter, dark green liquid gushing from the fissures and mingling with the sea, releasing a pungent black smoke. Amidst the flames, the cries of pterosaurs and theropods echoed, engulfed by the fire, their struggling forms quickly swallowed by the thick smoke. The freighter's mast snapped in the explosion, plummeting into the sea with burning canvas, creating a massive geyser. How spectacular! Yang Lu stood at the bow of the ship, watching the blazing freighter, exhilarated and clenching his fists. Li Yong, however, did not let down his guard, keeping a vigilant eye on the burning freighter. The drone descended, employing thermal imaging to scan the vessel and ascertain whether the doctor had been eliminated. The Rainbow 10 drone gradually lowered, transmitting real-time thermal images that revealed multiple high-temperature spots within the freighter, yet no signs of life were detected in the control room. Report. No large biological heat sources detected. Zhou Ming's voice crackled through the intercom. Scan again meticulously. Leave no corner unchecked. Li Yong furrowed his brow, a growing sense of unease gnawing at him. The fleet had waited at a safe distance for an hour, until the flames of the freighter began to dwindle, and the ship's hull started to tilt and sink. Li Yong commanded, patrol ships, move closer, dispatch a team to board and inspect, focusing on the control room and the lower deck. Yang led 10 soldiers aboard the battered freighter, where the deck was strewn with the corpses of monsters and the ashes of the fire, the air thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh. They cautiously approached the control room, which had been utterly ravaged, with computer screens and instruments scattered about, and pools of solidified green liquid everywhere. Master, no sign of the doctor's body was found in the control room. Yang reported over the intercom. We searched every corner, only finding broken experimental equipment and monster remains. A heaviness settled in Li Yang's heart. Search the lower deck. Check the cultivation chamber area for any clues. The soldiers blasted open the deformed hatch and entered the charred lower deck. The glass of the cultivation chambers lay shattered, green nutrient fluid pooling on the floor, with most of the juvenile monsters burnt to death, though a few still twitched feebly. Yet, throughout the entire deck, there was still no trace of the doctor. There's a ventilation duct. A soldier shouted, pointing at a half-meter-wide vent in the corner, its edges marked with fresh scratches, clearly indicating someone had escaped through here. Li Yong boarded the freighter, gazing gravely at the ventilation duct. He picked up a piece of scaly fabric beside the duct, still stained with dark green liquid. This is a fragment of the doctor's clothing. He has escaped. Li Yong clutched the fabric tightly, convinced that he had fled through the duct into the sea before the explosion. Qian Shuiying entered the cabin, surveying the debris of the cultivation chambers with a look of deep concern. The ventilation duct connects to the freighter's drainage system. He likely submerged into the ocean from there, escaping with the currents. Li Yong stared out at the vast sea, a chill of foreboding washing over him. Though the freighter was destroyed and the cultivation base obliterated, the true threat, the doctor who had orchestrated the tsunami and conjured countless monsters, had slipped away. Return immediately, Li Yong ordered. Heighten vigilance throughout the town and expand the patrol range. The doctor is not dead. He will surely return. The fleet, battered and bruised, turned back, while the Rainbow 10 drone continuously scanned the surface of the sea. Yet the doctor remained elusive. The burning freighter gradually sank beneath the icy waters. Upon returning to Hope Town, Li Yong promptly convened an emergency meeting to announce the doctor's escape. Silence enveloped the council chamber, each face etched with solemnity. Han Shuek clenched her fists. That old fox. How could he have gotten away? Since he can conjure tsunamis and monsters, he undoubtedly has other bases. Professor Qian Lin expressed his concerns. We must locate him swiftly, or the consequences will be dire. Taking a deep breath, Li Yang's gaze hardened. From today onward, the Rainbow 10 drones will patrol tirelessly, 24 hours a day, expanding the search radius. Chapter 84, Conclusion. The tranquility of Hope Island lasted merely half a month. One morning, the sentinel atop the watchtower suddenly sounded the alarm. Li Yong was at the palace, having breakfast with the children, when he heard the alarm and immediately seized his rifle, rushing out of the villa. Before him, the eastern sea was a dark mass, countless sea beasts surging toward the shore, while pterosaurs circled ominously above and in the distance. A land army of Zhenlong and Triceratops was landing along the shallows, led by the monstrous doctor, whose lower half was entirely covered in tentacles. All personnel, prepare for battle. Li Yong roared into the intercom. As the warship's main cannon targeted the swarm of sea beasts, rockets obliterating the landing dinosaurs. Yang led the slave army to hold the first line of defense, while Captain Han Shue's female soldiers provided support. The coastline erupted in a cacophony of cannon fire. The main guns of the patrol vessels fired furiously, shells detonating within the throngs of sea beasts, dark green blood staining the waters. The rocket gunners knelt on the beach, launching their weapons in rapid succession, each shell toppling a charging Zhenlong. Yet, the sheer number of monsters was overwhelming. The sea beasts surged onto the beach like a black tide, pushing forward through the gunfire, their sharp claws tearing apart the soldiers' defenses. The pterosaurs swooped down, grasping soldiers and hurling them into the air, their screams piercing the chaos. On land, the Triceratops crashed against the defensive structures, wooden barricades collapsing like paper. Fall back. Retreat to the second line of defense. Li Yong watched helplessly as a soldier was torn apart by a sea beast, blood splattering across his face. He raised his AK rifle and fired wildly. When the bullets ran out, he drew his machete, severing the claw of an approaching pterosaur. Han Shue's female soldiers formed a shooting formation, their accurate marksmanship momentarily suppressing the pterosaur's assault, though their ammunition was rapidly depleting. The battle raged for 2 hours, and the first line of defense crumbled entirely. The soldiers fought and retreated along the concrete road toward the town. Along the way, houses were demolished by dinosaurs, burning wreckage blocking the roads, and many residents who could not escape were devoured by the monsters, turning the town into a sea of flames. Quick, move all residents to the palace. Li Yong shouted as he fought and fell back, his arm gashed by a pterosaur's claw, blood streaming down his sleeve into the rifle. Qian Shuiying and the medical personnel held the rear, spraying deterrent agents at the monsters to temporarily halt their advance, but the supply quickly dwindled. The heavy iron doors of the palace slowly closed, shutting out the tide of monsters. Leaning against the city wall, Li Yong gasped for breath, surveying the injured soldiers and trembling residents beside him, his heart aching as if pierced by a knife. Yang's arm was wrapped in thick bandages from a Zhenlong bite. Han Shue's uniform was stained with blood, yet her expression remained resolute. Qian Shuiying supported the injured Professor Qianlin, her eyes filled with tears. Thud, thud, thud. The monsters began battering against the palace's iron doors, the tremendous force making the walls tremble. The Triceratops crashed against the city gate. Sea beasts squeezed through the cracks in the walls, while pterosaurs circled overhead, incessantly clawing at the roof tiles. Fire the rockets. Li Yong pointed at the largest Triceratops outside the gates. The rocket gunners, despite their injuries, launched their payloads, with a thunderous explosion. The Triceratops's massive body fell to the ground, temporarily relieving the pressure on the city gate. Yet, more monsters immediately filled the gap, and the sounds of impact resumed. As dusk approached, the palace's ammunition supply dwindled, and the majority of soldiers were injured, forced to fight with machetes and spears against the encroaching monsters. Li Yong bore several new wounds, his entire body drenched in blood, leaning against a stone pillar, watching soldiers fall one after another. At that moment, a sudden roar from the monsters outside the palace pierced the air, and the force against the city gate began to wane. Li Yong climbed to the lookout point and beheld the monstrous doctor standing in the square before the palace, his lower half a writhing mass of tentacles. He was bellowing at the creatures, seemingly issuing commands. With each roar, the frenzied monsters gradually quieted, cowering on the ground, trembling in fear. What is he planning? Han Shui inquired with confusion. Li Yong fixed his gaze upon the figure of the doctor and suddenly noticed that the tentacles were retracting, scales fading away, as they slowly transformed back into human legs. The lab coat he wore was tattered, revealing skin lined with deep wrinkles, yet the madness in his eyes remained unabated. He is releasing his control, Qian Shuiying exclaimed suddenly. He may be coming in person or scheming something. Li Yang's eyes sparkled with determination, and a bold plan began to form in his mind. He whispered to Han Shui, "Cover me. I will take him down." "No, it's too dangerous." Han Shui immediately protested. "This is our only chance." Li Yang's resolve was steadfast. His transformation back into human form was undoubtedly the key to controlling the monsters. If he were to be slain, the creatures would lose their commander. With a thought, he activated his invisibility technique, his body becoming transparent. Although Han Shui was worried, she recognized this was their sole hope and immediately commanded, "Everyone, concentrate your fire on the square. Draw his attention." The sounds of gunfire and explosions erupted once more. And indeed, the monstrous doctor was drawn to the commotion. He turned to roar at the palace, utterly oblivious to the transparent figure stealthily approaching him. Li Yong gripped his machete tightly, using the cover of invisibility to glide like a specter through the prostrated monsters, inching closer to the doctor. As he neared within 10 meters, he could distinctly hear the doctor's raucous shouts. "My empire! My legion of monsters! I shall annihilate you all!" He waved his arms as if gathering strength for a grand attack. Now, Li Yong surged forward, channeling all his strength to strike the doctor's nape with the machete. A sickening thud echoed as the sharp blade sank deep into the doctor's neck, blood gushing forth. The doctor's body froze, slowly turning his head to gaze in disbelief at the empty space before him, the madness in his eyes gradually transforming into terror before he collapsed heavily to the ground, utterly silenced. With the doctor's demise, the monsters in the square erupted into anguished howls, as if bereft of their souls. Some turned on each other, others charged wildly, ultimately collapsing in convulsions, soon devoid of life. The creatures around and within the palace also fell, struggling momentarily before succumbing completely. Li Yong deactivated his invisibility, standing beside the doctor's lifeless body, propped up by his machete, gazing at the multitude of monster corpses and the chaos both inside and outside the palace. He finally sighed in relief, his vision fading to black as he lost consciousness. When he awoke again, he found himself lying in the palace bedroom, Qian Shuiying seated by his bedside, tending to his wounds. "You're awake," she exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears. Li Yong struggled to sit up, glancing out at the serene palace, and inquired, "Is everyone all right?" "Aside from some sacrificed soldiers, most have survived." Han Shui entered, wearing a weary smile. "All the monsters perished after the doctor's death. We are safe now. From this day forth, there shall be no more monsters." Li Yong grasped Qian Shuiying's hand, declaring, "We shall rebuild our homeland and make this place better." In the square of the palace, the surviving residents and soldiers were busy clearing away the monster corpses. Over a decade later, Hope Island had shed the scars of war. The first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the palace's floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the living room adorned with soft carpets. Li Yong sat on the spacious sofa, reading a newspaper article on spring plowing, a faint smile gracing his face. "Daddy, look at the family portrait I drew," 11-year-old Li Shishir exclaimed, running over with her crayon drawing, which depicted a group of figures, each adorned with a sun atop their heads. Li Yong set down the newspaper, chuckling as he lifted his daughter into his arms and kissed her forehead, saying, "It's beautifully done. Shishir is becoming quite talented." The living room resonated with laughter and joy. Lin Wei was accompanying 13-year-old Li Zihan in practicing calligraphy. As she diligently inscribed the characters Guitai Minin on rice paper, Wang Jingyi sat nearby, knitting, while Su Wenxian and Chun Yao busied themselves in the kitchen. Tian Xiaojun was leading several young children in playful frolics in the courtyard, their melodious laughter echoing far and wide. Dressed in a white lab coat, Qian Shuiying approached with a report in hand, stating, "Darling, this year's rice yield has increased again, thanks to the new strain developed by Professor Yuanping. Also, the new hospital wing is completed and we can move in next week." Li Yong accepted the report, nodding appreciatively. "Thank you for your hard work, Shuiying. Let us have Professor Yuan take on more apprentices. We must not let our agricultural advancements falter." A decade after that harrowing battle, Hope Island embraced a genuine peace. Li Yong led the surviving residents in clearing the ruins and reconstructing their home. Today, Hope Island was no longer the rudimentary town of yesteryear, but a fully functional city. Strolling along the main avenue in front of the palace, one was flanked by well-organized shops and residential buildings, the streets clean and tidy, with children in school uniforms laughing and playing with their backpacks. The sound of children reading echoed from a nearby school, where Professor Qianlin, despite being 80 years old, continued to impart knowledge to the young minds, igniting the flames of learning. The new hospital wing was grand and bright, with Wang Jingyi serving as the director, leading a professional medical team capable of addressing common ailments and performing complex surgeries. At the police station, Yang Lu, donned in a crisp uniform, patrolled with officers, upholding order on the island. "I heard the radio has picked up a new signal?" Li Yang inquired of Chun Yao, who was adjusting the equipment. Over the years, they had been receiving signals from survivors on other islands, and the population of Hope Island had surpassed 10,000, becoming the most prosperous human settlement in the region. Chun Yao nodded excitedly. "It's a signal from the southern islands, with about 200 people. They said they would arrive by boat next week. I've arranged accommodations and jobs for them." Li Yong walked to the window, gazing at the distant hydroelectric power station, completed 3 years prior. The immense water turbine roared as it turned, providing a continuous supply of electricity to the entire island. Streetlights, televisions, washing machines. These appliances, once only memories, had re-entered people's lives, illuminating Hope Island with the brilliance of human civilization once more. Daddy, Grandpa Yuan wants you to attend the spring plowing ceremony. 12-year-old Li Zian burst in, now a tall lad, bearing a resemblance to Li Yong. Li Yong nodded with a smile, taking the children's hands as they exited the palace. The spring plowing ceremony was one of the most significant festivals on Hope Island, symbolizing harvest and hope. Professor Yuan Ping, though supported by a cane, stood sprightly on the ridge, watching farmers begin their plowing with tractors, a satisfied smile adorning his face. In the square, Han Shui led the female soldiers in a drill, and while they were no longer young, they still exuded vigor and grace. The gathered residents cheered with enthusiasm, children chased and played, a scene of tranquility and joy. Do you remember 10 years ago? Lin Wei softly remarked as she approached Li Yong. We were hiding in the palace, believing we would never witness such peace again. Li Yong clasped her hand tightly, gazing at the family beside her and the joyous laughter of the residents, her heart brimming with emotion. Indeed, we have succeeded. Not only have we survived, but we have also rebuilt our homeland, allowing civilization to endure. As the sun dipped below the horizon, golden rays bathed the island of hope. Li Yong stood atop the watchtower of the palace, surveying the city that she and her companions had painstakingly established, filled with immense pride. A transmission crackled through the radio, and Chun Yao excitedly reported, Darling, we have received a signal from the mainland. They say there are large survivor bases there and have invited us to send representatives for. Li Yong understood that this marked yet another new beginning. The tale of the island of hope continues, and the ember of human civilization shall forever blaze upon this land.